The father of our hero and his sister died when he was little, and after that, the mother told the boy to become a shaman, as he had potential. She forced her son to study the religious aspects of shamanism, poetry, magic, and various strange things previously unknown to the boy. His mother told him that trouble awaited him if he did not choose this path, but the hero was not interested in all these teachings. The boy devoted all his time to scientific research, and after 10 years, he became part of society. But the woman turned out to be right, and one day he ran into trouble. The guy was hit by a car and died. What was surprising was that the hero was reborn and realized that his mother was telling him the truth. It turned out that there is more than one life. But also, after reincarnation, the guy realized that some things can only be learned through personal experience. Our reborn hero began to work as a teacher at the Academy of Magic. A series of events led him here. One day he arrived at the station where there were many people waiting, serious men, a beautiful girl in a hat, and others waiting for the train to the capital. When the train arrived, passengers began to board the carriage. The conductor asked the guy to show him his ticket, and after checking, wished him a good trip. After the man, other passengers entered the carriage, and the future teacher went to look for the seat indicated on the ticket. After searching, the man found his seat, 4th car, 3rd compartment, seat 403. He thought about it. The coincidence seemed strange to him. In the compartment sat a man with gray hair, a gray beard, and was enthusiastically reading a newspaper. This is our hero. The man was surprised when the compartment doors opened, and a young guy in a hat entered and said hello, putting down his newspaper. After a while, the train moved off and set off, passing snow-covered cliffs and tall trees, and the boy and his gray-haired neighbor became immersed in reading. A little time passed, and the guy looked up from the book, raised his head, and looked towards his fellow traveler, who was sitting opposite him. On the back of the newspaper was the news that the civil war in the Utah Kingdom had ended and the princess's faction had won. The guy said out loud to his fellow traveler that he was glad that the war had come to an end. Looking up, the man replied that he was also glad about it, and that he too was wondering when it would all end. The guy continued the conversation, indicating that the prince's faction had recently been recruiting soldiers, but it was good that the war did not last long. Our hero introduced himself as Roger Salici, and his fellow traveler said that the guy was apparently of noble birth, and said that his name was simply Gerard. Roger said that he was a fallen noble, meaning someone who was a noble but had their title taken away for what they did, but was still able to use magic. The boy asked Gerard where he was going, to which the man replied that he was going to Lindenbrunn, the capital of the empire. Roger replied that the Exilian Empire was famous for its advanced engineering, so there was much to see there, and added that he was heading to Leathervelk. The boy said that he was going there to join Theon Academy, which caused great surprise in the gray-haired man. Gerard told the guy that he must be an outstanding specialist, but Roger laughed and said that he was just lucky. The man said that many people dream of being in the young guy's place, so he should be proud of himself. Roger thanked his companion for his kind words and asked if he had heard about the man from the princess's faction who had won. The guy also added that it was a wandering mercenary named Machiavelli, and he had neither experience in magic nor the highest knightly rank. But Gerard wasn't particularly surprised by the guy's question and said that he considered this story gossip and nothing more. But it was true, because Machiavelli was the one who wandered the world in search of one object, and this was the name the guy used in his past life. Gerard asked the boy if he would take charge of a class at Theon's academy, to which the boy replied that he would be in charge of the second-year students. The gray-haired man looked at him sharply and said that he was more capable than he thought, thereby confusing the guy. Gerard wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a loud sound, and the carriage began to rock violently. The men couldn't understand what was happening. The guy assumed that the engine had probably exploded, but the fellow traveler said that this couldn't happen because he was protected by magic. The man told the boy that it was probably a trap, and they had set it up to rob rich merchants or nobles, and if they had set off the explosion, then there was a magician among them. The heroes decided that they needed to hide or get off the train, and Roger said that he would go first and ask the man to wait for him. The fearless guy left the compartment to see what was going on and realized that there were no passengers in the fourth carriage. Gerard was concerned about the safety of the other passengers, to which the guy said that the compartments were protected by magic. The man replied that it was still dangerous to remain in the compartment if the same magic spell had been cast on them, the protection of which had been broken. Roger and his companion could not understand why the robbers were not here yet, since the explosion occurred in the third carriage. Gerard said that if he had been in the robbers' place, he would have headed to the first carriage first, because that was where the first-class passengers were. The man suggested that the guy go out through the back door, and at that moment, behind their backs, a robber flew into the car, kicking out the window. Roger reacted quickly to this and turned to face the robber and told Gerald to stand behind him. The heroes saw the robber, a green mask half hiding his ugly face with scars and a terrible look. In an instant, the robber took out a sharp antique knife and decided to pounce on Roger and Gerald, who were standing there. The guy realized that he needed to defend himself and used a magical blow, which hit with such force that the robber flew back several meters. With the attacker lying on the floor, the men became more confident and looked down on him with disdain. Gerard was a bit worried and asked the guy if he killed the robber, but Roger said he only immobilized him. The guy decided to approach the lying robber to ask him a couple of questions, and his companion said that it was dangerous. The hero approached the villain and, pressing him lightly with his foot, asked why he climbed into the carriage, and the robber only began to laugh. Roger was angered by this and demanded more insistently that the robber answer his question. The robber looked angrily at the guy, calling him a dirty little man, and said that he would kill everyone here. After this, the villain opened his jacket with both hands, and Roger saw that there was a large bomb inside, with 2 seconds left before it exploded. The boy heard Gerard shout at him to hide, but he stood frozen in horror, unable to take his eyes off the explosives and the last elusive number on them. In an instant, there was a powerful explosion that resounded throughout the entire carriage. The gray-haired man sat on the floor, covering his head with his hands. When the smoke cleared a little, the man stood up and called Roger, asking if he was okay, but received no answer. Gerard didn't see a single living soul in the carriage. Roger was nowhere to be found, and the carriage was covered in shrapnel and smoke. The man called Roger again, but he was nowhere to be found, and he noticed that the skin on his face was damaged. He pulled the sagging skin of his face with his hand and tore it off, and it turned out to be a mask, under which was the young face of a guy with black hair. It was this same Machiavelli who took the name of a famous person from his previous life. He had to completely change his personality to avoid getting into dangerous situations, and he simply traveled around the world. One day he attracted unwanted attention to himself, but fortunately, when the princess and her soldiers were overcome with triumph, he managed to hide and board a train to Lindebruen. But despite this, the guy was disappointed that troubles were happening to him all the time. The hero stood among the destroyed train. He threw away his mask and thought about what happened, sadly remembered Roger. The guy didn't expect the bomb to explode. Ordinary robbers would hardly have pulled something like that off unless their target was the train and not the passengers. Suddenly a man with glasses appeared from behind. He saw the guy and asked what happened here and if he was okay. The guy explained to the man that the train had been attacked by armed robbers and that they were heading to the first car and that it would be advisable not to get involved. The stranger turned out to be a conductor, and he said that passengers needed to be evacuated through the last car. He wanted to suggest that the guy do the same, but he suddenly hit the man and grabbed him by the throat with his hand. The guide looked at the guy with an innocent look and seemed not to understand what was happening, but the guy said that this game would not convince him. He said that robbers don't just attack any passing train out of the blue, let alone a protective spell that wears off on its own. The man realized that he had been found out, so he wanted to take a knife out of his sleeve, but the guy noticed it in time and asked where they were so fast. But the man remained silent even when the guy put a knife to his neck, so he decided to let the man go. But suddenly, the hero heard a familiar sound and with a quick movement kicked the man in the back forward. The guy suddenly crouched down, dodging the many bullets that flew through the man's body. He couldn't figure out when the enemy had time to give the signal, because he was constantly watching him, so the guy decided that this operation was planned. The guy was seen by a gang of men with guns, who were very surprised that he was able to dodge the bullets and survive. The hero stood up and, adjusting his tie, told the men not to even dream of killing him. But the villains didn't even think about letting him go and pointed their guns at the guy, and one of them said to finish him off. Our hero looked at them intently, and with the help of magic made it so that none of the bandits could pull the trigger, which left them perplexed. A moment later, the masked men noticed that mana was being released around the guy, and they guessed that he was a mage and that he had disabled the weapon. But then the hero felt how something began to suppress the magic in his hands, and the guy felt how he began to lose strength. Then he looked at the people with weapons and saw that a magician had appeared among them, and it seemed that the guy had heard of him before. He told the young hero not to twitch, and then he would be granted a quick death because the guy was surrounded and had nowhere to go. The enemy felt that the guy was an unusual magician, maybe even 4th rank like him, but he didn't remember his face. The young magician stood on the edge of the carriage with the knocked-out wall and thought that 10 minutes had already passed since the explosion, and he could no longer wait for reinforcements. And he decided that there was no other way out but to jump off the train, which he did, without waiting for these villains to finish him off here. As soon as he jumped, the bandits immediately looked out of the hole, but they did not see where the guy had disappeared to and decided that he had jumped off the train. The main man said that the guy was on the roof and most likely he used flight magic, but they did not understand how this could be done if the train was moving. The villainous magician said that his people should find the guy urgently and that several people should stay here and the rest should search in the first carriage. The hero was indeed on the roof. He was running quickly along the moving train and a further plan was already maturing in his head. The robbers noticed that the guy ran to the back of the train and headed to the last car. But when they opened the door, they were covered by a wave of a powerful explosion. The gang of villains were surprised at how quickly the guy set a trap for them, and the leader said that the hero was different from the magicians he had encountered. He said that the efficiency and results of his work were on a completely different level, and that the guy looked more like a hunter than a magician or a mercenary. A minute later, the masked men realized that the young magician was separating the cars in order to escape, and that he had no intention of fighting them. Our hero actually separated the cars, remaining behind the departing train on which the bad guys remained. The main enemy tried to remember his face and decided to track him down and kill him. Suddenly, the main bandit felt a huge amount of energy, but it was unclear where it came from. Turning around, the villain saw our hero, who looked at the gang with disdain and directed his magic in their direction. The guy directed a powerful stream of energy at his opponents, and the main villain shouted in horror at the men to run away, while he himself was blinded by the strong light. The entire team was defeated. The villains lay dead on the floor, and the young magician was pleased that it was finally all over. But the main enemy stood opposite. His body was heavily damaged by the inflicted energy blow, but he still remained alive. Half of the enemy's face was burnt. He directed his terrifying gaze at the guy and asked him why he needed to kill them. The enemy began to accuse the guy of killing many ordinary people who were patriots fighting for peace. To which our hero asked in bewilderment how the scoundrel dared to accuse him, since it was they who wanted to kill the young man in the first place. After this conversation, the hero informed the enemy that he would be ready to let him go, but now he cannot, because he knows him by sight. The barely alive man said that it was better to decide everything here and now, and magically, his body began to split into 2 parts like a masquerade costume. Our hero looked at what was happening in bewilderment. He did not expect this at all, and simply watched in anticipation to see what would happen next. From under the man's ugly body appeared a beautiful girl with a wonderful figure and luxurious hair. She turned to the guy and asked if he was okay and if he was too scared looking at what was happening. The heroine asked not to worry and heroically announced that the Knights of Cold Steel were already here. The bandits who were in the first carriage were scared. They didn't even think that in such weather, the knights would be able to use flight magic. The Cold Steel Knights skillfully directed their magical power against the armed men who remained on the train. The heroes began to clear the carriages of villains one by one, and they transmitted information to each other telepathically by placing 2 fingers to their temples. So they got rid of the bandits in the first carriage and then in the second, and the passengers were finally safe. Soon the knights reported to the girl, who was a lieutenant, that the situation on the train was completely under control, and she praised them for their excellent work. The Knights of Cold Steel ensured that passengers reached Leathervelk Station safely. Our hero was in his compartment when the lieutenant came to him and asked how he was and whether the terrorists had wounded him. The mage replied that he was fine, thanks to the Knights of Cold Steel, and that he was simply lost in his thoughts. The girl was glad to hear that he was okay. She decided to introduce herself and called herself Veronica DeVille. And then the stranger asked her if the girl was the commander of the Knights of White Steel, and having received an affirmative answer, learned her name. The man, Remless, was an officer with the Leathervelk Police Department and showed the lieutenant his ID and said he was aware of the attack on the train in the Arete Mountains. The girl said that they had eliminated all the criminals, for which the officer thanked her, but pointed out that there was something strange in the report. The man tried to figure out how the attackers had captured the train so quickly, because even using magical power, they could not have broken through the protection so easily. Our guy watched the conversation between the officer and the girl with suspicion, and the man continued that most likely there was someone on board the train who helped them. Veronica thought about this information and said that it was a sound idea, but still only an assumption. The police officer then explained that they would not detain the people, but that their identities needed to be established, to which the lieutenant agreed. At the same time, she turned to the young man who was sitting behind him and, as if calming him down, said that everything would be fine. The main thing was to answer the questions honestly. The guy again plunged into familiar sensations and realized that he was in big trouble again, and he was really tired of it. There is nothing suspicious about Gerard's identity since he passed ticket control and legally boarded the train. But the problem was in the face, because now it does not at all look like the face of a 45-year-old gray-haired man. And the guy began to assume that if he was put under investigation, then sooner or later his secret would be revealed and the young man would be hanged, and if he was lucky, he would be subjected to severe torture. The hero understood that he could not escape since the street was full of police officers and Knights of Cold Steel. Besides, the lieutenant was merciless to criminals. Now she is smiling while talking, but if she suspects something, the guy will be in trouble. After a while, the officer took out a list of passengers and said that our hero had nothing to worry about. He just needed to confirm his identity. The man asked the conductor to give him a ticket corresponding to seat 403, which indicated 2 passengers, Roger Chalici, 25, and Gerard, 40 years old. The policeman looked at the guy and asked him where the second passenger was, because there should be 2 of them in the compartment. The young man told honestly how during the attack, he was caught in an explosion when they were passing the Arete Mountains, and that he then fell off a cliff. Despite the fact that the guy hid his appearance, he told the truth about his fellow traveler, although the officer sensed a catch in the young man's words. The policeman told our hero to stay put, to which the lieutenant of the Knights of Cold Steel stood up for the guy and said that the guy could not be a suspect. Veronica informed the officer that our hero was fighting terrorists when the knights arrived, and traitors do not behave like that. The officer felt uncomfortable that he suspected the guy of setting him up and asked him for forgiveness, calling the young man Mr. Roger. Our young magician sat with a confident look, and of course the problem had been resolved. He was mistaken for Roger, and he didn't even have to invent anything. When Veronica and the policeman saw the recording that the guy was accepted to work at Theon Academy, they were very surprised and asked him if it was true. And, taking advantage of this idea, the young man replied that this was so and that he was the new professor, Roger Chalici. After that, he took his suitcase and was about to leave. At the station, the officer apologized again, and the guy thanked him in return for being able to get here. The police officer insistently offered to give the young professor a ride to the academy, saying that he could not do otherwise, because the future of the empire was in his hands. Roger really wanted them to leave him alone and politely refused, justifying himself with important matters. The guy said goodbye to the officer and Veronica, adding that he was glad to meet the girl, having heard from her that she was also glad to meet him. The young man walked further away from the station, mentally rejoicing that he had succeeded and that this journey was over. In his heart, he asked for forgiveness from the real Mr. Roger who died and thanked him for saving his life. The guy was helped by the fact that the quality of the photos was not the best, and it was really difficult to distinguish him from the real Mr. Roger. Our hero moved away with relief, thinking that the problem was solved and now he was okay, wondering where to hide and how to create a new personality. But then one of the passers-by called out to the boy, calling him Mr. Roger Chalici and saying that he had seen him talking with the knight. It was an older man who called himself Wilford and said that he worked at Theon's academy, and after hearing about what happened, he came to meet the guy. The man offered Roger to take him to Theon, and the boy gave in. He was so tired of these people that he simply agreed to the offer. The young man got into the man's carriage, which was pulled by a metal horse, and they headed to where the old man had promised to take the boy. On the way to Theon, our hero thought that all this was not good. He was met by an unusual employee of the academy, because he had a fit body and he appeared very unnoticed. If the magician escaped using a stupid excuse, it would seem suspicious, and the man would follow him, so the guy decided to postpone the escape. Since Gerard was presumed dead, our hero has been nothing more than a ghost in this country, meaning that if he were to disappear, no one would notice. It was good that at least now our hero had an ironclad alibi and could live the life of Roger Cellini. While thinking about this, the carriage brought the young man to Theon, a huge territory with many buildings. The boy was surprised by the size of the academy. Wilford informed the young man that he would take him to the rector and take his luggage. The academy was very large and bright. There was a large clock in front of the central entrance, and tall columns stood around it. The lady was a young girl. She introduced herself pleasantly as Eliza Willow and said that she was waiting for Roger. The rector asked if everything was okay with the young man, since she had been informed about what had happened, and the hero answered her that everything was fine thanks to the knightly order. Eliza was very happy to hear this. Smiling, she added that if the guy had suffered, it would have affected the academy too. The young man was amazed by the rector's openness, and the fact that she spoke so easily about possible negative consequences simply did not fit into his head. But what bothered him even more was the strange feeling that arose as soon as he entered here. The future professor looked at the rector and could not discern in her sly gaze whether she had revealed his secret or whether she had met Roger before. But a minute later, it became clear that it was not, because the girl happily expressed her admiration for the young man's appearance and said that she was glad to have their first personal meeting. The guy thanked him for the compliment, and Eliza said that he would become popular among the students and handed him the sheet, reminding him of the information that she had apparently sent to Roger. The paper indicated the salary, that the employment contract was for 2 years, and also that food and accommodation would be at the academy's expense. But the contract did not play an important role, because the magician was planning to run away soon. But the salary confused our hero, because it would be 30 imperial gold coins a month, that is, 30 million dinars. The rector, seeing the boy's surprise, asked if he liked the conditions, although she herself understood that they had bribed the young man. Our hero answered that the conditions were not bad, holding back his emotions, but in fact, for him, it was a real jackpot. But the future professor began to think, because with such a salary and responsibilities, he would have a lot at the academy. Would he have enough knowledge? Because in Theon, there are only geniuses. The guy thought further and came to the conclusion that his job here was a done deal, and if he refused, it would be suspicious. The young magician knew how to lie, bluff, and read the mood of his interlocutor. He had experience of his present and past life. so he announced to the rector that he was ready to sign the contract. Eliza extended her hand and told Mr. Roger that she would be glad to work with him, and the guy responded in kind by shaking his hand. Our hero settled in Theon. He had 3 weeks left before the start of the semester, during which time he would be able to prepare. The young professor was given a whole house, which he also did not expect. Now the guy was getting used to the idea that he would be a teacher at Theon's academy. The young man recalled how, having been reborn 27 years ago, he retained all his memories, but lost all his abilities. The hero had to endure many difficult trials, but he never thought that he would become a professor. Technically, he got a fictitious job without his consent, although on the other hand, he needed a new identity. From Roger's letters, the boy learned that he was from a fallen noble family from the small kingdom of Kveoden. The only child in the family, his parents had passed away. It turns out that Roger's personality suited the guy very well, and no one should reveal him. There is no better disguise. The young man needed to sort out the lectures and find information about the academy, but he decided to explore the area first. But when the hero was about to leave, he remembered that he had not eaten anything and decided to put off everything until tomorrow and go to a restaurant. 2 weeks flew by quickly. Roger sat with a cup of coffee and read papers. He managed to collect the necessary information and prepare for classes. There was 1 week left for practice. A girl in a hood sat down at the table behind him, and the guy, seeing that visitors were arriving, wanted to go home and prepare for the introductory course. But suddenly the stranger spoke. She said that she was glad to see him safe and that she was worried that something could happen to him. The young man did not pay attention to the girl and pretended not to hear, continuing to sip his coffee. The stranger continued, asking why the guy hadn't contacted her for 2 weeks, since the members of the organization were worried about him, calling him the First Order. The magician abruptly put the cup on the table and replied that he had to check something. The hero realized that Roger Chalici was being followed. The girl replied that the terrorist attack was a surprise and they did not know that the rebels were planning an attack. The hero decided to play along, explaining to the girl that he needed information about the academy, to which the stranger was surprised because she sent the information in a letter. With confidence in his voice, the guy replied that he just wanted to make sure that it was true, and the girl understood him. The young man did not understand what was happening. Now he had to try not to arouse any suspicion and continue to play along. When the stranger asked if he had taken care of everything, the mage claimed that he had dealt with the main figures of the academy that they had been targeting, and had also tracked down and eliminated the traitor. The new arrival said that as far as she knows, the traitors were fed their own limbs, and the remains were thrown to the dogs, and in her opinion, this was a worthy punishment, and the guy realized that everything was bad. The stranger added that she should have verified everything herself before reporting to Roger, and she apologized for this. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about, but without showing it, he calmly asked her to tell him the reason for her sudden appearance. She started talking again about how Roger had been here for a month, but still hadn't contacted them, and they were worried. The guy sharply noted that her appearance attracted unnecessary attention and got on his nerves. He noticed from the conversation that the girl was afraid of Roger. Softening his voice, the young man said that he would listen to her report and asked how many people they had taken. Nervously, the stranger reported that 31 people from the Third Order and 7 from the Second had been successfully infiltrated, and other members of the First Order had already taken their positions according to plan. Roger calmly approved of the girl's words and suggested that the stranger leave if the report was finished, and she asked him to come to the previously agreed place in the future. The young man, of course, did not know what kind of place this was, and he decided to switch to a strict tone again, making it clear to her that she had no right to give him orders. Returning home, the guy tried to understand at least something. Roger is the youngest 4th-rank mage and Theon's professor. It all didn't fit together into one picture. Our hero was angry with himself for not suspecting something was wrong earlier, and Roger's personality seemed ideal to him. After all, she was specially created in such a way as not to arouse suspicion. Otherwise, he would not have been able to infiltrate the academy. And then it dawned on the young man that these letters that he found were most likely encrypted, and now the guy was in an unpleasant situation. Our hero did not understand how he could have miscalculated so much and gotten himself into such trouble with hasty actions. It seemed that Roger used the Kyoden language to encode the messages. The construction of the sentences immediately seemed strange to the magician. The guy couldn't even imagine that it was the First Order, whose task was to infiltrate the academy and gain everyone's trust, and then periodically report on progress. But the more he thought about it, the less he believed that the head of a secret society could die in a terrorist attack. It turns out that Roger was one of the strongest members of the organization sent to spy on the academy, and such a person should have survived. Now, to the secrets of our hero, there is also this whole story between Theon's academy and the secret organization. According to that girl, the secret society consists of 4 orders: 0, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. The guy knew nothing about the 0 order, but now he at least knew about its existence. The young man decided to find out who else the First Order had sent, because if this person was familiar with Roger, then there was a risk that he would be exposed, and now the main thing was not to get caught. The guy decided that the best option for him would be to use Theon and get rid of the secret orders, because a secret organization would not be able to resist a powerful academy. It would be necessary to obtain the necessary information without either side realizing it, and this game on 2 fronts was causing the magician a major headache. The thoughts became increasingly heavy, and they tired the professor out considerably, predicting 2 difficult years for him at the academy. The first semester has begun, and the large auditoriums are becoming lively with the many students of the academy. There was a blue-haired student sitting in the audience, listening to a conversation that had started between other students in the back seats. One student was telling the news that the subject of spell theory and visual representation of the elements would be taught by a new professor because the previous one had suddenly quit. The second guy added that their professor quit when a student embarrassed him in front of everyone by showing that she was more capable than him. They were talking about a girl with blue hair. The student's name was Flora. When her friend said that the boys were talking about her, she sheepishly expressed her misunderstanding, as if she had done nothing wrong. The students continued to discuss the new professor, one saying that he had a brilliant reputation and had written a lot of reports while being a military officer. The second student said that he was not some simpleton, but a respected person, and that this professor was also a fallen nobleman. A blue-haired girl named Flora listened thoughtfully to the conversations and thought about how stupid it was to jump to conclusions so early. A couple of minutes later, the professor himself entered the classroom, tall and important. The role of teacher suited him very well, despite his age. The conversations in the audience died down, everyone turned their attention to our hero, and he announced that he was their new professor, Roger Selici. The students froze and looked at him with wide-open eyes in surprise. There was something mysterious and incomprehensible about the professor. Roger warned the boys that while they didn't have a schedule yet, he would make a few announcements, and then they would begin the main course. The young teacher added that he would teach students spells, but the structure of the lesson would be unusual for them, and they would learn not only theory, but also develop practical skills. He also indicated that the first year would also be able to attend classes. The students began to whisper about these announcements. Apparently, this was unusual for them. Roger asked the second years to be quiet, understanding that the workload would be the same for everyone. One of the students raised his hand and wanted to know the reason why the professor decided to combine the courses. It was a blonde with green eyes, Flora's friend, and when the guy saw her, it seemed that he had already seen this girl before. The professor replied that he considered it his duty as a teacher to allow everyone to gain something useful from their classes, regardless of their level of preparation. Roger also said that one shouldn't expect standard lessons, but the girl asked for more details since she didn't understand. Not wanting to reveal all his cards right away, the teacher suggested that she attend the next class if she was interested. Turning once more to the audience, the magician warned that if anyone thought they could earn good grades without trying, simply because they were a new professor, they would be disappointed. Our hero thought that it would be easier for him to teach as few students as possible, despite the fact that he was well prepared. That's why he set these rules. The pride of the second-year students would be hurt if they attended classes on par with the first-year students. And besides, no one would want to study with him if it was difficult. The professor finished his lecture and invited the students to ask questions, who had any, and froze in anticipation. One guy was interested in whether his heavy energy was due to his work as an officer, and one girl wanted to know if it was true that he was the youngest fourth-rank mage. There were many questions, but no one had the courage to ask even one. Even the blue-haired student only smirked at his words. Roger finished the lesson and walked down the corridor thinking about why no one wanted to know anything about him. He even prepared the answers in advance. Then the guy realized that he had apparently hurt their pride and regretted not being more friendly with the students. The professor looked around and saw girls and boys standing on the sides. Their faces were slightly puzzled or even scared. It seemed his assumption was true. Suddenly, a girl came up to him and said hello, and then asked if she understood correctly that he was the new professor, Sir Roger. The beauty said that her name was Selena, and that she was also working here for the first day, and then she offered our hero lunch, and they left the building. On the street they met Braino, a professor in a body who teaches how to summon golems, Matilda, who is responsible for the curse and dispelling magic section of the spells. Roger also introduced himself and said that he taught the theory and practice of spells, thinking that the new professors of the academy had gathered here to get to know each other better. A young man wearing glasses stood nearby and watched the teachers talking and cast unfriendly glances at them. Matilda quietly told Roger that this man was Professor Chris Benamore, and he was the first of all to join the academy, and he was also a nobleman. It turns out that among them there was one nobleman and 3 commoners, not counting Roger himself, and they are the best in their fields, and among them there may be another member of the First Order. Our hero thought about Chris Benamore, but the fact that he was the first to join the academy doesn't mean anything, and you can't take your colleague's word for it. The man in glasses began to mutter irritably that he couldn't stay here any longer, that they were all commoners, and he was just interested in looking at the new teachers. Then the evil professor added that if anything he was on his own and didn't want to deal with anyone, especially Roger. Addressing our hero personally, an impudent man named Chris warned him not to act like a big shot. Matilda was very outraged by the behavior of this professor. She convinced Roger not to pay attention to the bad teacher because his status does not give him the right to look down on them. The new teachers decided to go to lunch without the man in glasses, since he was against them and our guy was no longer alone. The night before the first lesson, the girl who came to the cafe in a hood wrote information in the academy chat. She talked about Roger, that he participated in the hunt for cryptids, and that in the magic tower he is an independent specialist. The girl told the other participants in the conversation that she would not allow the professor's first class to be disrupted and would make sure that many students came to him. The next morning, our hero was heading to his first lecture, and he was wondering how many students had decided to stay since he had specifically warned that his classes would be difficult. Roger was sure that most of them would definitely not come, and if they did, it would be because the other classes were packed to capacity, and at best there would be about 30 people left, no more. The young professor entered the auditorium and was very surprised. Almost all 80 seats were occupied. The students felt the atmosphere change when he entered. Some thought he really was a military officer. Roger saw how many first-year students there were. Weren't they afraid at all to attend classes with second-year students? The guy's first thought was that he had been set up by the girl in the hood who came to his cafe. But then the teacher dismissed this thought and decided that he had simply underestimated the students, because the best of the best study at Theon Academy. Roger's final version was that he had awakened their competitive spirit, and they wanted to prove something. The guy had no choice. He had to do his job, and he introduced himself again, since there were many new faces in the audience. When the mage said he would teach everything about spells, one student asked if that meant he would teach all 4 training profiles. The professor answered the boy sharply that he had not yet given permission to ask questions, but today he would be accommodating. Roger warned that from that day on, he would deduct points from those who disrupted the course of the lesson or questioned his authority, but reassured them that the points could be earned again. The teacher continued by adding that since the question had already been asked, he would answer, and confirmed that he would teach all training profiles. The blue-haired girl thought that the professor was setting the bar too high, because out of the 4 profiles called Release, Elemental Magic, Telekinesis, and Fortification, they usually teach 2 at most. Our hero decided to show a 3rd-level fire spell called Trembling Flame to pique the student's interest. The teacher explained that the spell was created based on release, using heat, ignition, compression, expansion, dispersion, and acceleration. It was a 7-component synergy technique, 3 times faster than modern methods of performing this spell. The students were amazed that Roger was really going to speed up the process of creating a spell, because it was impossible and looked unconvincing. Flora's friend asked her if she thought it was possible, since the blue-haired girl was very skilled in magic. Flora wasn't sure. She said it was probably impossible since he had changed the basic structure of the spell. The student thought about the existence of scrolls for storing spells, as well as memory reverberation, which is a memorization process that includes short-term and long-term memory, but both methods have their limits. Flora decided that if the professor used one of these methods, then she would be very disappointed in him. Roger invited those present to ask their questions. Alex asked how this technique could be 3 times faster than what they knew, and the magician said that it reduced the time it took to cast a spell. Dahlia asked, in her first year, if this meant that the professor had changed the structure of an existing spell. The teacher pointed out that if you rework the finished technique, then it will be a completely different spell, and promised to teach students to speed up the process, while preserving the technique in its original form. After these words, Flora spoke up. She very affirmatively informed the professor that this was impossible, for which Roger looked disapprovingly at the blue-haired girl. All the students froze. They knew that when Flora entered the dialogue, even professors sometimes lost in the battle of words. Roger hid his irritation and only calmly explained to the girl that he did not allow her to explain anything, only to ask questions, but he decided to listen to the girl and he asked why she spoke so confidently. The student responded that in order to speed up the process of creating a spell using familiar techniques, one must constantly train and be a master in this matter. The teacher listened attentively. The student said that she doubted that the professor was capable of something that even geniuses could not do. Our hero reacted calmly to Flora's words and expressed his assumption that geniuses could learn this, but simply do not try. Seeing the question in the student's eyes, Roger decided to explain that magic had stagnated in development because it was focused on history and customs, while science had progressed and was now threatening to overtake magic. The professor wasn't trying to say that science was a step higher, he simply meant that magic had room to grow. The magician added that if no one had tried to improve it, then he would be the first, and Flora's statement was incorrect. The hero decided not to be an empty talker, and decided to demonstrate everything, and asked the girl if she knew how much time on average it takes to create a trembling flame. The blue-haired student replied that it depended on the mage's abilities. If it was the 3rd rank, then about 10 seconds. A mage of a higher rank would do it in 5 seconds. The teacher confirmed that this was true, but it was not necessary to base it on rank, and he gave students as an example. Flora guessed that it would take the students at least 5 seconds, but specified that she could do it faster. Roger asked the girl to come to the board and set an example for everyone, as her confidence was impressive. The student agreed, and found herself in front of an astonished audience, and created a trembling fire as Roger had requested. Her classmates were amazed at the speed of her technique, and one guy said that it was immediately obvious that she was the daughter of the Lumos family. The professor measured the time on his stopwatch at 4 seconds, 78 milliseconds, commenting that he found it hard to believe that she was a second-year student. The magician praised Flora, calling her performance flawless, but she coldly replied that there was nothing special about it. But when our hero added that it was still too slow, the student's eyes simply widened. Roger clarified that she was a little short in time. The best time for a third-rank mage was 4:41 seconds, to which the girl replied that she would speed up if she practiced. The professor continued to tickle the students' nerves and announced that 4:41 was also not a fast enough result. The audience was stunned and could not even imagine how fast their teacher was. Roger ordered everyone to watch how to create a flickering flame and made a movement with his magic wand. The students were amazed. The process took a second or even less, and the blue-haired girl became even more convinced that the magician had completely changed the structure of the spell. The professor asked the students if they all saw the process, and said that he would repeat it again for those who did not notice. Roger did the same thing again with ease, baffling everyone present and even Flora. It took 0.24 seconds to create the flickering flame, much faster than the official record, and the mage was sure that they had now changed their minds. The teacher explained that the spell might seem strange, since it was the first time he used a different technique, but nevertheless, it remained the same. In other words, he used one technique to create another. That is, he changed the initial data and came to an already known result. The magician continued to explain that it was necessary to create a kind of program, as if the magician's body was equipment and the accumulation of magical power was data. And then the programs called techniques would activate the software, that is, magic. All this that the professor described, he called the source code, and this is where Roger's explanation ended. Flora was very puzzled. She had never heard of such magic, and now she was wondering who this man Roger Chalici was. The professor said that she interrupted the lesson without his permission, and all because she was biased towards his words. The girl was ashamed of her behavior, and she agreed with Roger's words, although she was so sure that she was right. The teacher added that the girl had acted unreasonably rudely towards him, so he promised to deduct 10 points from her grade. The blue-haired student's friend couldn't believe it. How could they fine Flora, the one who was higher in knowledge in the entire second year? Clenching her fists, the student was already heading to her seat, suppressing the storm of indignation inside herself. But suddenly the professor turned to her again and clarified that she had shown the perfect technique for creating a trembling flame, so he was returning 10 points to her. He also added that he respects diligent students and praised Flora, even squeezing out the word "thank you." Overall, the students were glad that it all ended this way and that the penalty points were cancelled. The friend asked the blue-haired student how she was, but Flora looked pleased and thanked her for her concern. Cheryl was surprised at how quickly her friend let it go, but in reality, her friend hadn't been open with her. Roger took off his coat and announced to the boys that this was just an introduction and that the lesson could now begin. He went on to say that he would select students who would listen carefully and teach them the source code, so he recommended that they work hard. Of course, this inspired the students, as well as filled them with fear of what they considered an impossible task. One of the guys remembered how he heard bad gossip about the professor from the students, and did not want to come, but now he realized that he was afraid in vain and that Theon is the strongest academy. After an hour of laying out the theory, the teacher finished the first lesson and, asking the students to review the material at home, left the classroom. After he left, the students began to discuss him, share their impressions, and say that the professor was simply incredible and that no one had ever seen anything like the source code. But there was one arrogant guy who began to belittle the others, explaining that if such nonsense impressed them, it meant they were all commoners and there was no place for such people here. He walked up to the bespectacled boy who was admiring Roger and began to hover over the student questioningly. The young bespectacled man did not know that he was talking to him and remained silent, so a conflict arose between them. Ignoring the apology, the student became furious and muttered through his teeth that no one had the right to look down on Baron Phalio's eldest son. One student, hearing this conversation, wondered if this was the Baron Phalio, whose estate was located on the far border of the empire. Upon seeing him, the evil guy mockingly stated that he was surprised that Theon was now accepting children. To which the other guy cheekily replied that it was better to have children than the stupid sons of a baronial family. This made the pompous guy even more angry, and he took his magic wand and hissed that they would answer for their words. The student looked calmly at the angry guy, and he was not afraid at all. There was a challenge in his expression. The villain was embarrassed when he was asked to continue to see what would happen if he attacked right here. The defender came closer. He was shorter, but he was not afraid, and continued to say that the academy would not turn a blind eye just because of his status. Then he added that the scoundrel should have read the rules before joining and looked around before raising his voice, because there were observers of their conversation. The ill-wisher realized that he had lost, since everyone around him was looking at him disapprovingly, so, gritting his teeth, he left. The guy with glasses sighed with relief that the villain had left and thanked his savior, introducing himself as Aiden. The fearless guy who stood up for him asked not to thank him, because he was simply infuriated that the scoundrel was bragging about his status, and replied that his name was Leo. The bespectacled man began to praise the guy even more, but Leo didn't like it, and he decided to leave. Aiden seemed to think he had found a new friend because he was going to walk with Leo, not even knowing where he was going. Seeing the alchemy textbook in his savior's hands, the bespectacled man said that he was also going to an alchemy lesson now, but Leo was indifferent to this, telling him to do as he wanted. But then the guy advised Aiden not to be so obvious, because he was a country bumpkin and a commoner, although the bespectacled man didn't realize it. Leo, more kindly, advised him to find out how everything was built in Theon, especially in terms of second-year students, among whom there were those who had a strong position in society. The guy explained that, firstly, Flora Lumos was a second-year student, and she was no gift. It was better not to approach her, and Aiden realized that she was the one who spoke in front of the class. The bespectacled man's new friend added that, according to rumors, the previous professor of the theory and practice of spells quit because of her. The second student is a native of a noble family of the Exifin Empire, the third princess, Elendel van Exifin. Leo clarified that commoners like him and Edmund would be in trouble if they somehow offended a person of royal blood, and the bespectacled man understood who the guy was talking about. And thirdly, the defender added that there is a student who leads the most famous company of the second year, consisting of nobles, and his name is Frieden Volberg from the most noble ducal family. The scoundrel, whom the bespectacled man had already managed to irritate, was one of their company. For them, commoners were just gnats. Edmund told his friend that there was nothing to be done, and asked if there was anyone else, and Leo couldn't figure out whether he was brave or stupid. The guy informed the bespectacled man that there were a few more students he would tell him about along the way, after which his imposed acquaintance suggested having lunch together. Roger, walking down the corridor, thought about the first lesson. The reaction of the students was better than he imagined. He didn't even expect that. In this world, the time corresponds to the 19th century on Earth. Even if we take into account the presence of magical power, science here is not as advanced as in the 21st century in Roger's world. So he created the source code by combining magic and science, but the magician never thought that it would amaze the students so much. When our hero's teacher saw his development, he simply said, "Not bad," and the magician expected something similar from the students. The process of creating a spell must be quick and precise, but it is complex and limited to the third tier. But the professor couldn't teach them just the source code. He would need to prepare more spells to keep it from being discovered. The teacher approached a door, it was his office, and he decided to go in and take a look around. Roger walked into the office, but the first thing he saw was a girl with long white hair and a long dress. It was the rector of the academy. She was apparently waiting for the professor, invited him into the office, and asked if he liked the interior. The girl explained that each professor at the academy had a personal space allocated to him, and Roger could use this space at his own discretion. The teacher was surprised by the meeting, even a little confused. He asked what brought her here, to which she laughingly replied that she just wanted to know how he was doing. The girl was touched by Roger's frankness, and she continued that, as a director, she was obliged to keep an eye on him. Our hero felt a strange tingling sensation in his body when he met Eliza's gaze. The director was surprised why the professor was so calm, and the magician, apologizing, replied that the portion of surprises for today was full. The guy thought to himself that running into a ghost at night would not be as unexpected as meeting Eliza. The girl explained that the other teachers were more surprised, and that Roger was the last one she visited. The professor was somewhat reassured by the fact that she had visited more than just him, but why she had left him for last was a little suspicious. Looking at the girl, our hero thought that perhaps she knew something about him, that he was hiding something. No matter how well the organization hides itself from the rector of the academy, suspicious details will not go unnoticed. Our hero was irritated by this unfair play. Even though he was the head of a secret organization, he didn't work for them. The rector noted that she had heard that Roger had invited first-year students to his lectures, and the guy confirmed that he did not divide students into courses. Eliza said that she doesn't blame the professor for anything, and in fact she agrees with his teaching methods, and that there are some really strong guys among the new students. She also noted that there were also students using unique magic, but Roger didn't know that because he only received a list of groups. The guy also learned from Eliza that a princess attends the classes, so he needs to try not to get into trouble. The rector added that she was not asking him to treat her specially. It would just be difficult to resolve the situation if something bad happened. She congratulated the magician on the successful conduct of the first lesson and said that she would not worry anymore because the students had good impressions of him. Our hero felt a bit awkward and offered the girl some tea, to which she replied that she appreciated his hospitality, but she had work to do and wished the guy good luck with his work. Eliza left the office, and there was an elderly man waiting for her, who asked her how everything went and whether she could trust Mr. Roger. The rector did not yet know the answer to this question, which she told the man, the same one who brought the boy to the academy. The girl continued that she usually watches those who arouse the most suspicion, but she could not say anything for sure about this professor. But the man was sure that if the rector had taken up the matter, then everything would soon be resolved. Eliza thought about it. She could not even imagine that Roger would not even flinch, having encountered her enchanting gaze twice. He would have given in to him if he were a fourth-rank mage, but the fact that the professor didn't react at all meant that he was holding on by sheer force of will. The girl noted that the professor was a very interesting man, but knowing that some secret group was operating in Theon, she had to be attentive to even the most insignificant details. The rector asked Wilford if he thought that the incident on the train was just a trick, and that the stranger had taken advantage of the chaos to take the place of the real Roger. The man replied that it was difficult for him to guess, but he was sure that Roger was an unusual young man. He added that his old gut was telling him this, and the girl confirmed that it never let him down. The rector wasn't sure whether she could trust Roger's words, so she decided to watch him a little longer. When Eliza left the office, our hero was left furious from the personal meeting because she was clearly interrogating him. Roger tried to reassure himself that he hadn't done anything that she could blame him for and decided to just go about his business. The professor took out the list of students and saw that the Lumos family was the most influential noble family. The guy could only hope that he wouldn't get into trouble because of the recent events with the blue-haired girl. The teacher decided that Flora should not take his words to heart, especially since he gave her extra points as a sign of reconciliation. The rector noted that he had many wonderful students, from a first-year student who was vouched for by the Magic Tower to the princess of the Exilian Empire. Roger saw a photo of a guy with glasses and wondered if this was the guy practicing the unique magic that the rector was talking about. The teacher found his face very familiar and tried to remember where he had seen it before. He couldn't remember, so the guy continued to look at the other students. In any case, you need to stay on your guard. Judging by Eliza's burning gaze, she still doesn't trust Roger. Then another thought came to the professor. Perhaps it would be better for him to stick with the secret organization. Our hero remembered that the girl in the cafe called him the First Order. It turns out she must have seen Roger's face when he boarded the train, which means that the change in appearance was not a surprise to her. The guy knew how it would all end if he was caught, and there was no guarantee that the secret organization would protect him. And Roger once again decided to remain a professor and do everything in his power, and then there was a knock on his door. It was a stranger who came to give the teacher the schedule of rounds. Today it was our hero's turn, and he remembered that the contract seemed to mention this. The professor opened the letter and decided to clearly understand the schedule. It seemed to him that there was nothing complicated about it. The academy's premises were spacious, with high ceilings, and students gathered in one of these rooms for training. Among them were two girls between whom a conflict broke out. They argued over status. One of them proved to the other that she had the right to remain in this room, since this place was intended for public use. A student of lower status suggested to another that she should leave if she was not satisfied with something. In response, she heard from a girl who was apparently of a higher status that such an uncouth commoner did not dare to be insolent. Feeling that she was being treated unfairly, the commoner said that in Theon everyone was equal, regardless of status or origin. Lady Dynama explained to the girl that they say this so that she and others like her do not feel deprived, and another guy added that commoners are very stupid. The students from noble families laughed at the commoner who realized that no matter what she said, they would not listen to her. Lady Dynama turned threateningly to the poor girl and said that if she understood everything, then she should beg her forgiveness for her behavior. The students laughed at how stubbornly she stood her ground, because she knew how it would all end, and when she started to leave, Lady Dynama was very angry that her words were ignored. The angry student took out a magic wand and wanted to stop her, calling her a cur. The boys from the noble families called out to Dynama. They were afraid that something bad might happen. A stream of magical energy poured down on the commoner. She was very scared, but suddenly someone muffled this magic and it dissipated. This enraged the angry student even more. She shouted at the whole room, asking who dared to interfere with her action. Somewhere from the upper floor, the students heard a male voice asking why they were fighting in a hall intended for training. It was Roger. He threatened the students that the school year had just begun, and they were already getting into trouble, and called it disrespect for Theon Academy. Everyone present froze in bewilderment. They never expected to see a new professor here. Our hero, using the magic of flight, descended down, explaining that he wanted to limit himself to a warning, but it was a one-sided attack. The girl from the noble family said that there was no problem, and it was necessary to protect the honor of her family. Roger addressed Lady Dynama very sternly and announced to the entire hall that all of Theon's students were equal, and that no matter how noble your lineage is, and despite the disapproval on the girl's face, the professor said that he simply could not turn a blind eye to it. After these words, our hero ordered the student to follow him immediately, after which she became even more angry. Literally losing her temper, the girl clenched her fists and called Roger an insignificant fallen nobleman. Of course, the professor, hearing this, felt a storm of indignation in his soul, and he asked the girl again what she had said, as if buying time to take control of his emotions. The teacher's voice made the students freeze in fear, and Lady Dynama herself was unable to open her mouth. One of the girls called Professor Selena, and she quickly headed towards Roger to stop him, because it was dangerous to conflict with the princess. Our hero approached the naughty student, and a threat hung in the air over them, and everyone understood that the teacher would not forgive the insult. The mage raised his hand and heard Selena call out to him from behind. Everyone thought that Roger was about to vent his aggression, but he dropped his hand on Dynama's shoulder. The magician had great willpower. He decided not to give in to emotions, and answered the girl that he was indeed a fallen nobleman. Dynama looked at the professor with surprised eyes, because she expected the worst from him. The teacher looked calmly at the student and continued that she had made a correct point, but everyone was in Theon, and he was a professor, and that she was questioning his authority. Softening his voice even more, the magician said that the girl had just arrived, and it was probably not easy for her to get used to the new environment. Roger added that he would assume that she had misspoken, and said that he would let her go this time, but of course he promised her disciplinary action for her rude behavior towards her classmate. Our hero saw that Selena approached the commoner and asked the student if she was injured, to which he heard that everything was fine. Roger announced that he was leaving the students with Professor Selena, and then left, leaving behind him the astonished crowd. The commoner, whom the teacher called Renee, was delighted that he remembered her name and that she attended his lectures. The girl understood that she was an ordinary commoner, no different from the other students, which is why she was so delighted by the professor's words. Having analyzed this situation, Renee decided that he was not as bad as it seemed and as others said. Now she felt that she could trust him and follow his example, and decided that she would study even better from now on. After what happened, Roger went outside and sat down on one of the benches. His head was hurting terribly, and it seemed like he was turning into a monster. The magician felt like another minute and he would go crazy, so he took a bottle of pills out of his jacket pocket and took them. A minute later, the guy felt better, and he thought how good it was that he had these pills. Roger was puzzled as to why this was happening now, since he had almost shown me his weak side. The symptoms appeared as soon as he entered the first training ground, when he could still control it. But when he felt worse, he was about to leave, and then that girl started screaming louder and louder, so he couldn't help but intervene. The guy hoped he had done well, but he knew his face was a complete mess, and he probably didn't look very good. Looking at the last empty bottle, our hero understood that he could hold out for about 5 days, but most likely he would have to use magic, and besides, saying goodbye to the prescription for the pharmacy could be dangerous. Roger was thinking that he urgently needed to contact that guy so that something that shouldn't happen wouldn't happen. On the second day, our hero, Professor Matilda and Selena, were having lunch in the dining room. She was telling yesterday's news. She spoke about how students saw a dark figure sitting on the roof of a building in the city last night. The mage said that it sounded like an urban tale about a ghost, to which Selena replied that there were witnesses to its appearance on Theon's territory. She added that it could have been something else, but it was probably a werewolf. It is not surprising to encounter such an unusual phenomenon in the academy environment. There are even stories about Theon's 7 ghosts. The girl spoke so enthusiastically about it that Roger drew her attention to the fact that she knew a lot of ghost stories. Selena began to justify herself, saying that she had not specifically sought out information about the supernatural, but simply wanted to find topics for discussion that would be interesting. Matilda decided to start a conversation about how the magician demonstrated an unusual technique during the first lesson. She asked what the name of something innovative that the professor had created by speeding up the spell creation process was. Roger called it the source code. Other teachers in the cafeteria noticed this conversation, and apparently they also became interested. Matilda asked again if this was true, and the teacher confirmed it, although it was not the most appropriate conversation. Professor Matilda and Professor Selena could not believe that such a spell existed. Roger looked around and saw many people present in the dining room, with a silent question in their eyes, and he could not understand what was going on. Matilda explained that the problem was that everyone wanted to know the secret of his magic, and hinted to Roger that rumors spread quickly. At the same time, the girl asked Roger if he was sure that he could reveal the secret of such unique magic here. Professor Selena informed the magician that the magic tower could issue him a patent, but he replied that he was not interested. The guy thought to himself that it would really be better for him not to ask for any patents. If he let his guard down, he would easily get a knife in the back. The other professors were already actively burning Roger with their gaze. Among them was Chris Benamore. He was looking with a gaze that could kill. The teacher was preoccupied with thoughts about the werewolf. At night he left the house, and the idea came to him to walk around the area to look for him. The werewolf did exist, and he was already watching Roger try to find him. Suddenly the monster overtook the guy, and doing a somersault in the air, fell on its back, but the magician was not caught off guard. The professor turned to the werewolf and asked where he had been for so long and why he had pulled such a trick. The half-beast replied that Roger could at least pretend to be surprised, since so much time had passed since their last meeting. The werewolf greeted the guy, calling him elder, and the magician said that he had not seen a werewolf named Hans for a long time. Our hero told the half-beast that he was still causing trouble and asked what he had done this time, to which Hans replied that he had not meant for things to turn out this way. The werewolf explained that he did not expect that the dog, which had been sitting in the woman's arms a second ago, would suddenly jump off and rush at him. Roger found the situation funny, not to mention Hans, who felt as if someone had cursed him. Hans was actually a human, but he has one peculiarity. As soon as he is bitten by animals, he immediately takes over its gene and turns into that animal, whether he wants it or not. The werewolf asked Roger if he had brought the antidote, after which the guy took out a syringe with green liquid. Hans thanked the guy and gave himself an injection. He really didn't like staying like that. The antidote worked quickly, and the half-beast began to turn back into a human right before our eyes, and if it weren't for the magician, Hans would have had to suffer like this for several more days. Roger was reminded of the day they met, when he received an order to catch a cryptid animal that was not recognized by academic science. The magician was then very surprised to see an overgrown chihuahua in front of him, but then the guy sorted out the situation, and Hans, one might say, was lucky. When the acquaintance turned completely into a normal guy, the magician said that his name was now Roger Chalici, and he was Theon's professor, and told the guy his whole story. The former werewolf exclaimed that Roger was simply incredible, and was surprised that he had not yet given himself away, to which the magician replied that it was a matter of life and death, and he had no choice. Hans was surprised that, in addition to everything else, this Roger also turned out to be a member of a secret organization. He was very amused by this story. Our hero added that he was called the First Order and asked Hans to stop laughing, as it was not funny at all. Roger's friend said that he had definitely heard about the First Order. Recently some guys came to the underworld, and the Order was chasing them. The magician thought for a moment and said that he was sure that it was them, and asked Hans what their company was called. The werewolf named her Black Dawn and added that Roger might be lucky to survive, but one mistake and he would give himself away. The professor agreed and said that he needed to get ready and asked Hans if he had brought the suitcase that the magician had asked him for. Hans handed him the suitcase, and when asked if he had looked in it, he replied that he was not crazy enough to rummage through Roger's things, and even if he had wanted to, he still wouldn't have been able to open it. Roger asked his friend why he had asked in the letter to wait 2 days, since they both needed the medicine so badly, and why they couldn't meet right away. Hans's face showed confusion. He really didn't understand what the guy was talking about because he didn't write this letter. Our hero explained that the day before yesterday he had heard a rumor about the appearance of a werewolf, to which Hans, even more surprised, replied that he had only arrived in the city today and that he did not need to wait 2 whole days. There was a pause between the acquaintances. They did not understand what was going on and how to sort it out, and why there was such confusion. And suddenly, unexpectedly, everything became clear by itself, as the guys suddenly saw a real werewolf. It turns out that the beast that Selena talked about really existed, and Roger was wrong to think that it was Hans. Roger's friend suggested that they get out of here, but the magician said that if they moved, the werewolf would notice them, and he was apparently out hunting. Roger looked closely at the monster, and seeing a pendant on its neck, told his friend that he should check it out. He explained to Hans that there was something sparkling on the werewolf's neck, and that they must have put this thing on him on purpose, but it was unclear who would do something like that. The professor took a loaded pistol out of his suitcase and told his friend that now they would find out everything. The last time Hans saw Roger shoot was when he was hunting cryptids, when he had a different personality. His name was Van Helsing. The werewolf was sitting on the roof of the building, and he looked terrible. It was a big wolf with huge fangs and glowing eyes. At one point, he made a jump and found himself down next to the guy himself. Roger was right. He had a chain around his neck. Our hero had many questions, and he understood that he could get answers only by catching the monster and nothing else. The werewolf lunged to attack Roger, but he only stood imperturbably next to him, creating a magic circle around himself. The monster couldn't even reach the guy. He was writhing from side to side, making jerks, but losing the fight. Roger just stood there, and the werewolf growled, rushing around the guy, and then fell to the ground completely exhausted. Hans looked out from behind the building and did not understand why the monster was behaving so strangely. Perhaps he ate something wrong. Roger explained to his friend that he had sent an ultrasonic signal at it that was inaudible to the human ear, and that the animal was now experiencing a splitting headache. The magician stood unwavering, taking out the injection, and was glad that the expensive silver bullet would not be needed, and he would easily deal with the monster. Roger was about to use the injection to find out where the creature came from, but suddenly he heard police approaching from the other side of the street. The magician was distracted for literally a second, but that was enough for the werewolf to jump onto the roof in one leap. The guy used flight magic to climb higher, and then threw a harpoon on a long chain in the direction of the monster, but he failed to catch it. But Roger promised himself that he couldn't let the werewolf go and rushed towards him with greater force. 2 police officers saw that there was someone on the roof, and they were going to detain anyone who aroused suspicion. Our hero gave the werewolf a real chase and, not lagging behind at all, he jumped after him from roof to roof. The monster gained a lot of speed and jumped from the building onto a stationary train, and Roger jumped after him. The magician only wanted to pacify the beast, but it left him no choice, and he decided to use a weapon. It was a sharp metal star that the guy threw at the werewolf, but he managed to dodge it, surprising the magician with his dexterity. The guy wanted to finish off the half-beast with one blow, but he failed, and a real fight broke out between them. The beast was very fast, and he deftly dodged the metal star, so Roger decided to use his stick. The werewolf grabbed the magician's stick with his sharp teeth, and the guy suddenly pulled the sword out of it, which the beast did not expect. Horror froze in the monster's eyes, because he understood what would happen next. With one blow, Roger removed the head from the shoulders of the terrible werewolf. Hans walked down the street discontentedly. He almost got caught by the police and still couldn't find his friend, who said he wanted to catch a werewolf, but then disappeared. Suddenly, right in front of him, a bloody head of a monster fell onto the road, and the guy jumped in surprise. A second later, Roger came down here, and Hans angrily blurted out that he should have warned about this, because he almost dropped his suitcase. The guys looked at the werewolf's head, and the professor's friend asked what he was going to do with it, to which he replied that he had studied what he wanted, and he no longer needed it. Hans asked why Roger had brought the head here then, and the magician admitted that he simply wanted to surprise him, and that he succeeded, unlike Hans. Our hero figured out that it was not a real cryptid and that someone had created it artificially. Roger explained to his friend that if they were to do what they had planned, they had to settle down somewhere. He suggested staying in Leathervelk. It was much better here than in the capital, and besides, they needed to stay here for some time anyway. Hans was surprised that Roger wanted to stay in a city where secret organs of the organization operate, conduct crazy experiments, and street gangs operate. The professor explained that this was precisely why this was the most suitable place, and they would get lost in all this chaos. They just needed to collect all the necessary information, and since he was being watched, it was Hans who had to do it. The magician asked his friend to keep him informed of everything, then he would make his move, and the guy agreed, because he was a professional at this. Roger couldn't wait for the situation to resolve itself, but since he didn't have the opportunity, he had to at least make allies first. It's unusual to meet a werewolf in this era. The pendant on him suggests that he was an experimental specimen, and this was an unusual experiment. The morning papers reported that an unidentified killer was still active in Leathervelk, with 5 murders committed last Sunday, bringing the total to 10 victims. The identity of the criminal has not yet been revealed, but witnesses claim to have seen a terrible beast with black fur. According to the police, it is simply a crazy killer, whom they will soon find and arrest. Roger was surprised why they wrote about Sunday because he got rid of the werewolf's body on Saturday. There might have been other werewolves, and this thought upset the professor, and troubles continued to haunt him. This morning there was a meeting of professors. They gathered in the large hall where Roger arrived last. When our hero appeared in the room, he saw a large table on which the professors were sitting. There was a free chair next to Selena, and she called Roger to sit down next to her. As the magician walked through the hall, those present whispered among themselves, saying that he was a fallen nobleman, and that he had invented an amazing spell. As the teacher sat down next to Selena, she asked if he had heard the news that 2 first years had been attacked the previous night. Fortunately, they remained alive, but still received serious injuries, as if left by the claws of an animal. The students who came to their senses responded that it was a terrible beast. The girl continued that, apparently the rumors that appeared last week were true, and there were also victims in Leathervelk. After her words, one of the women in the audience announced that the rector had already arrived and asked for silence. Selena immediately explained to Roger that this woman was a professor of pharmacology, Mrs. Marisa, and she had been teaching at the academy for 20 years. A moment later, all conversation in the hall died down. Madam Rector entered and warned that she had called everyone to this urgent meeting to make an announcement. Eliza began to tell with an anxious look that a criminal had appeared at Theon's academy and that 2 students had been seriously injured last night. While she didn't know who was responsible for this, there were witnesses who claimed that it was a cryptid, namely a werewolf. One man approached the rector and said that it couldn't be a werewolf, that it was some kind of mistake. It was Professor Hugo Borutag, and Eliza said that if he had something to report, then let him continue. Professor Hugo said that Theon's academy is under the protection of the Empire, and there can't be a werewolf here, and there is no need to believe the stupid stories of the students about Theon's ghost. Eliza repeated that they had 2 victims, but this did not convince the professor that a werewolf was behind this, since both victims were from noble families. And the man suggested that it could have been done by one of Theon's students, namely commoners. The rector asked Professor Hugo again, pretending that she did not understand what she had heard, since such a statement left her in amazement. The man kept proving that this was the work of commoners, otherwise why, out of all the students, only nobles suffered. He suggested that it sounded more plausible that someone was posing as a werewolf. Roger sat silently with his arms crossed. It seemed to him that Black Dawn would be at a disadvantage. Apparently he was wrong. To stir up the people in times when they need to unite, that is how Theon, the best academy on the continent, operates. Roger's thoughts were interrupted when he noticed a small bug landing on his shoulder. When the professor took it in his palm, he saw that there were some inscriptions on it. Realizing that it was some kind of message, the guy spread it out on his palm and began to read. It said that 3 test subjects had escaped. If it is not possible to take them alive, then they must be eliminated immediately, as they are a threat to the disclosure of his identity. After reading this, our hero hung his head in disappointment. He did not understand why all these trials were sent to him. Selena was concerned about Roger's appearance and asked him if everything was okay, to which he replied that there was no need to worry. Our hero thought that this whole situation was directly connected with the Black Dawn, and apparently they also did not expect something like this to happen. It was good that their position was weakening, but Roger could not allow his secret to be exposed. It was impossible to sit idly by. The guy had to get to the test subjects before Theon, because if he was caught, it would be the end of everything. The rector turned to Professor Hugo, giving him full right to express his opinion, but drew attention to the fact that first of all he should concentrate on work. Eliza announced that she would tighten security and asked that students be told not to leave their rooms late at night and allowed demerit points to be given as punishment. The lady finished giving this order and hearing the approval of the professors and wished everyone good work. After the meeting, Roger headed into the yard, and after walking a little, he felt that someone was hiding behind a tree. The magician ordered him to show himself. It was the same girl who called Roger the First Order when they first met and who sent the message before the first lecture. She pretended to be a student, and our hero needed an explanation from her, and he asked her what was going on. The girl looked very unsure. Roger suggested that she find a quieter place and asked her to follow him. Feeling that the student was tense, the professor decided to diffuse the situation by offering her a coffee. Our hero and the girl went into the nearest cafe, and over a cup of coffee, Roger decided to find out more information from the girl, asking first what her name was. The girl said that her name was Sedina Roshen, and when the professor objected that it was most likely a pseudonym, the student said that it was her real name. The magician admitted that this could be true and suggested that the girl tell him everything she didn't know, but since there were other visitors in the room, she hesitated. Roger reassured the girl, explaining that he had cast a spell and no one would hear them outside of this magic circle. The guy asked the student not to call him First Order, but to address him as Professor, which surprised the girl because it would be disrespectful to him. Then the professor told her that this was an order and that she must understand that nothing should reach other people's ears, and the student agreed. Roger seemed very credible, despite not being a First Order, and calmly asked the girl to outline the current situation. The student reported that their daughter groups are behind the recent events related to the werewolf, who conduct experiments on cryptids using black magic and the teachings of Shamsus. The School of Shamsus is a group of scientists expelled from society for conducting forbidden experiments. The girl did not know what the essence of their research was, but the subjects escaped. The girl added that they escaped through the sewers and became the cause of terrible murders in Tion. The professor sat and listened to her report, and the girl felt that she was talking too much, but Roger calmed her down and asked her to continue. The student clarified that she understood that the responsibility lay with Shamsus's school, but she also heard that Roger had been asked to deal with it, which was why she had come. She also seemed to remind him that another order, Victor Dreadful, allowed Roger to borrow this name, which he used, but he didn't think that everything would turn out like this. The magician told the girl that the situation was out of control, so they had to solve it as soon as possible. 2 objects needed to be eliminated. The guy held out the pendant he had taken from the werewolf to show the girl, which surprised her greatly, and she asked where he had found it. He explained that he had encountered one of the werewolves in Leathervelk 2 days ago, after which the girl had called him a delightful professor. Roger wondered why such a talented girl was still in the Third Order, since she had contacted him while maintaining her cover and not arousing anyone's suspicions. Perhaps she was left with no choice. Maybe she is from a noble family, and it is unlikely that an antisocial organization treats nobles well. Apparently she plays the role of a puppet, which, if used, will be thrown out of the organization. Roger recently realized how unstable Theon is. Now he also knows that the balance of the Black Dawn is also broken. Perhaps Gray can somehow help him in this situation. Continuing the conversation, the magician indicated that the sewer through which the werewolves escaped needed to be searched, and it turns out that Theon does not have this information. The student confirmed this, but added that she did not know how long they would remain in the dark. Roger thanked the girl for contacting him and promised to see her again if possible. And our hero also added that the student's ability to explain had improved significantly, and he was glad to listen to her. The professor left the cafe, leaving the girl alone at the table. She was still in a state of confusion after meeting Roger. She mentally said thank you to the guy, and no one could even guess what was going on in her soul. A blue-haired student happened to be walking down the street next to the cafe, and suddenly she felt the presence of magic and stopped. In the cafe window, the girl noticed a professor leaving a student at a table, and this interested her. Flora suspected that they were talking about something important because the professor used a spell. At the next lecture, she sat thinking about what she had seen and did not listen to the teacher at all. Judging from the color of the magic field she saw back then in the cafe, she could confidently say that it was a sound blocking spell, a magical trace that was elusive to the receptors of ordinary people. But why they needed this and what they were talking about, the girl could not figure out, but she also could not think about it. At the end of the class, the lecturer announced that the rumors circulating around the academy were true and warned the students not to walk around campus too late, and if they broke the rules, they would receive penalty points. The guys began to comment on what they heard in different ways. Of course, they had all heard about the werewolf. Some suggested setting a trap for him, others did not want it because of the penalty points, others suggested simply not to be detected. Leo, sitting next to Aiden, asked him what he thought about it, to which he replied that it was better to stay away and not risk the points. The bespectacled man saw doubt on Leo's face, and a little nervously asked what the guy thought, but his friend agreed that it was better not to take risks and leave this matter to the professionals. A girl with red hair approached the guy and, a little brazenly, rested her hands on the table. Aiden wished her good morning. But Tracy's morning was not good. She looked irritated. Apparently something unpleasant had happened the night before. Leo suggested that the girl accept the loss and calm down, to which she asked him not to interfere in the conversation, because it only concerned her and Aiden, and they had a draw. She sternly told the bespectacled boy that they needed to fight again for real right away, and this time she would not hold back. Aiden didn't like this idea, and tried to justify himself by saying that he had classes during the day, and that in the evening they had to stay in their rooms to avoid running into a werewolf. Tracy shamed the guy for being scared and making excuses, and she and Leo stared at the guy, and he thought for a second. But Aiden always knew how to remain very calm, and he smiled and told the girl that she could think as she wanted. Then Tracy offered Aiden a deal, in which whoever caught the werewolf first would win. But the bespectacled man didn't even have time to say a word before Leo approved the student's proposal and said that he accepted the agreement. The girl warned them to take the matter seriously, to which Leo replied that they would come, but that Tracy should not cry when she lost. When the red-haired girl left, Aiden asked his friend why he agreed because it was crazy. The answer was very simple. Leo wanted her to leave him alone because the teachers would take care of the werewolf before them anyway, but the bespectacled man noticed that the girl was not joking. Leo assumed that Tracy was not stupid enough to go after a werewolf alone, although Aiden was ready to argue with him because the girl was capable of much more. The guys decided to check. They got up and went to the window and saw Tracy, who was already in the yard and very confidently heading somewhere with big steps. The guys thought that Tracy was heading towards the dorm, but suddenly she turned in the other direction, and Aiden and Leo realized that the girl was up to something after all. In the evening, Roger made his rounds around the courtyards of the academy. Based on the latest events, he needed to check if students were walking on the street in the evening. The magician remembered how Professor Hugo had approached him that day, and in exchange for restoring his family's reputation, he had offered to look after the students of noble birth and added that a little flexibility towards them would not hurt. Our hero noticed that the conversation with the fallen nobleman clearly made Hugo uncomfortable. He believed that maintaining good relations with the rector would bring him some benefit. But Roger disagreed and said that he believed that in Theon's academy there was no division between nobles and commoners, and nothing would change his opinion. After this, the magician apologized and said that he needed to return to the rounds, ignoring Hugo's attempts to negotiate. Our hero understood that he would be exposed if he agreed to the professor's proposal, but he didn't need that, and besides, he didn't want to anger the rector. After walking a little, Roger noticed 3 students hiding behind a building and counted 5 penalty points to each, ignoring the boy's excuses. In total, he had already found 20 students. Roger had heard about the reward for taking a werewolf, but he didn't think that so many people would want to get it, and the threat of penalty points had no effect. At this rate, the situation could escalate even more, and our hero must do everything to prevent this from happening. The guy decided to check the wastewater treatment plant in the vicinity of the academy, through which the monsters escaped. Sedina said that the werewolves got in through the sewers, and this is the only sewer in Leathervelk that they could get through. Roger illuminated the area with his magic and realized that the police had not checked the place. There were traces of werewolves around, from which the magician realized that there were 2 of them, one large and one smaller, the paw prints leading in one direction. Studying the tracks, Roger hoped that they would not break off halfway and that he would still be able to find the half-animals. The tracks did not disappear, but in one place they diverged. A large werewolf went towards the academy. Most likely he went hunting. At the moment, the large werewolf was the most dangerous, and the mage would not be surprised if the beast was tracking its next victim right now. Suddenly Roger heard someone shouting, but the tracks were a long way off, so he decided to run towards the voice. Our hero saw a picture of a huge werewolf trying to attack 2 female students. One of the girls was a princess. She was covering the other one. but she thought to herself that she wouldn't have time to defend herself. Just before the werewolf could grab the girls, Roger delivered a blinding magical blow to him and sent him flying back several meters. The students looked at the professor with admiration, not believing that he had saved them at the last minute. Roger said that Renee and Ellendel Van Exilian each received 5 penalty points. Even though the students could have died a minute ago, they were furious that the professor had fined them. They were already doubting who was more dangerous, the werewolf or Roger Salisi. Ellendel asked the professor why he had not made sure the girls were okay, to which Roger replied that she had no right to raise her voice at him. The girl told the teacher that she wanted to help Renee, but the professor explained that she had forgotten to think about her own safety and was now contradicting him. Renee stood up for the girl and told the teacher that she fell asleep while studying, and Helen Dean tried to save her and asked Roger not to punish her. Our hero turned to Renee and explained that he was grateful to her for her dedication, but she had to understand the seriousness of the situation. After thinking for a bit, Roger asked Ellendon to take her friend to the dorm and promised not to give them penalty points. Ellendon led Renee to the dorm, calling her Hoob, a respectful term for someone of junior rank. The students went to a safe place, and Roger went towards the werewolf to finish him off. But instead of attacking, the beast began to run away, and Roger, catching up with it, shouted to the girls to go to the hostel. The werewolf chased very fast and soon jumped onto a high tower. Roger had to grab him by any means necessary. The magician took out his hook on a chain again and threw it high to reach the beast, but it was very nimble and was able to dodge it. The students watched from afar as the professor used levitation magic to jump onto tall buildings. Soon our hero caught up with the werewolf and a fight began between them. The beast dodged the blows and was very agile. The magician used his magic wand and created a magical light stream of energy, which blinded the beast. Then Roger did a somersault in the air and from above delivered a powerful blow to his back. The students were simply enchanted by what they saw and understood that this is exactly what a real battle looks like. The guy dealt blow after blow to the monster, and soon the beast was thrown off the roof, and from above Roger dealt the final killing blow of magic. Finally, the werewolf was defeated, and the guy went down to him to make sure of it. He felt tired and realized that he shouldn't have used so much magic power at once. Roger knew he couldn't use magic while fighting in front of the students, so he decided to finish off the werewolf as soon as possible and find the second one. To the magician's surprise, the werewolf was still moving, and he realized that he had calmed down too early and would still have to fight. The professor realized that the werewolf was able to use foreign objects in battle and noted that the beast was very smart. It was created based on a wolf, so it can only determine the enemy's strength, and Roger thought that perhaps they weren't werewolves at all. Meanwhile, our friends Leo and Edmund had been looking for Tracy among the courtyards for a whole hour. Leo suggested that the bespectacled man return home, since they still couldn't find the girl, and suggested that she was probably already resting in the hostel. Edmund lamented that he shouldn't have agreed to this bet, because anyone could have abandoned this idea, but not Tracy. Leo didn't argue with his friend, and they decided to look for her for another 30 minutes, and then think about what to do next. Suddenly Leo heard the girl's voice and said that he needed to run towards her voice. The boys ran behind the bushes, and the girl who suddenly appeared and Aiden collided heads, causing Tracy to fall to the ground. The girl was angered by this and asked what they were doing there, to which the bespectacled man replied that he heard her scream, but Tracy didn't actually scream. The guys heard that strange sound again, and the girl told the guys to follow her. The students quietly approached the place where the sound was coming from and carefully peered out from behind the bush. They saw the animal's face peeking out from a pile of branches. Apparently it was sleeping, since its eyes were closed. Could it really be a werewolf? He looked so small it was hard to believe. Tracy claimed that she had won the bet, but Leo countered that she had simply found him. But they had been betting on who would catch him, and the girl said that she would catch him now. Aiden stopped the girl and asked her to pay attention to the fact that the beast was wounded and could not move. And here he found a secluded place. His immobile state meant that he did not find this place himself, and that someone helped him. The guys remembered that, according to rumors, there were 2 werewolves walking around the area, and if one of them was lying here, then the other was somewhere. Suddenly, he noticed something shiny on the beast's neck. Some kind of chain was sparkling there, and he became interested in what it was. While the students were looking at the sparkling pendant on the werewolf's neck, a real big beast appeared behind them. He bared his long fangs, from which drool was flowing. Apparently, he really was hungry. Leo heard his growl, and then he showed his friends to go and looked back. A second later, the werewolf struck Leo with his large clawed paw, and Aiden and the girl fell back to the sides. Leo was lying on the ground, and the boys were very scared, because he was a real werewolf. Tracy decided that she needed to calm down, because only by pulling herself together could she defeat the beast with magic if she tried. But the werewolf didn't wait. He attacked the girl, and Aiden covered her with himself and received a light blow to the back. The guys fell to the ground. Tracy asked Aiden why he saved her. She clearly did not expect such an act from the guy. The bespectacled man answered the girl that it couldn't be any other way, because he couldn't stay on the sidelines when his friend was in danger. Unfortunately, their enemy did not retreat, and they saw that the werewolf was heading in their direction again and preparing to attack. Aiden told his friends not to worry and said he thought the werewolf was simply protecting his cub. And the bespectacled man turned to the beast and asked him if he was right. Of course, his friends were perplexed because they thought that the werewolf did not understand him. Looking at the growling beast, Aiden told it to be calm and that he would not harm it. After the guy's words, the werewolf became calmer and seemed to stop preparing to jump and simply stood in his place where his cub lay. It seemed that the reason for his anger was fear for the cub, and the beast really understood the guy's words. But Leo drew attention to the fact that the werewolf could still show his true nature at any moment. And then Aiden asked his friends not to worry and said that he was about to do something wild, and asked the guys to trust him. Then the bespectacled man approached the werewolf again and addressed him, saying that he did not wish him harm. Taking a bottle out of his pocket, the boy told the beast that his baby was sick and that the mixture, although it would not cure the baby, would make him feel better. It was incredible, but when the boy extended his hand with the medicine, the animal also extended its paw to take the bottle. But suddenly a magical beam of light pierced the werewolf, causing him to growl in pain, and the guys could not understand what was happening. The monster's paws were tied with energy threads, and behind it the students saw Roger, who was coming to their aid, and asked the guys what the hell they were doing there. Tracy and Leo tried to explain the situation to the professor, but they clearly couldn't do it, and Roger, seeing that the guys were stressed, told them to go back to the dorm and explain everything to him later. But Aiden had another task. He stood between the professor and the werewolf and covered the beast with his body, asking Roger to stop. The bespectacled man explained to the professor that he thought the werewolf understood human language and asked him to think before killing the beast. Our hero very calmly asked the boy if he understood what stupidity he had just said. The guy tried to explain to the professor that this was not nonsense, but then he saw his gaze. It was somehow strange and sinister. A moment later, Roger threw Aiden away with one movement of his hand and directed his magic at the werewolf. The bespectacled man did not expect such a reaction, but he saw the strict persistence of the professor, who continued to pacify the beast. The magician told the students that tomorrow the boys would receive their punishment, and now he ordered them to go to their rooms. On the second day, Leo, Aiden, and Tracy were sitting in a room at a table, each thinking about their own things. Leo was angry that they had been caught in front of Professor Roger, and now they were definitely finished. Tracy thought about how she had disgraced herself and was unable to do anything with her magic and skills. Aiden sat with a frozen gaze as if in a daze, and even the girl noticed the strange expression on his face. Soon the rector entered the room and greeted the children with a smile, and Roger appeared behind her. The students, one after another, began to emotionally relay what had happened yesterday to Eliza, but it was difficult to understand anything in their conversation. The rector asked the students not to be nervous and to relax, but they understood that if Eliza was here, then they would definitely not get by with a simple disciplinary sanction. Roger asked the students why they thought he had called them there, and Leo, with his arm in a bandage, replied that it was probably because they were facing a punishment worse than demerit points. The professor confirmed the correctness of Leo's words and added that they should understand how willful their actions were. After all, if something had gone wrong, new victims would have been inevitable, and he told Eliza that they could not let them get away with it. Eliza asked the professor not to intimidate the students, because in the end everything worked out and the situation was resolved in their favor, and besides, the guys described the situation to her in great detail. Then the rector turned to Aiden and said that she had heard that he had risked his life to protect Tracy. She then informed the boys that they would each receive 10 penalty points, as she was sure that they were aware of how dangerous and wrong their actions were. But the rector also could not reproach them for the actions they decided to take in such a difficult situation, so she also gave them 20 points each as a reward. The students were shocked by this decision. Turning to Roger, Eliza asked if he objected, to which he replied that he would not dare contradict the headmistress, and she suggested that they return to their studies. Leo and Tracy left the room, and Aiden paused for a second and looked towards Roger and Eliza. The rector told Roger that she did not expect him to ask her to be softer with the students, for which the professor thanked her and said that he hoped the students would not find out about his request. Regarding the werewolves, Eliza asked the professor if he noticed anything strange about them, to which Roger replied that nothing caught his eye. In any case, the rector was grateful to Roger for his work, because thanks to his dedication, no one was hurt, and she suggested that he continue in the same spirit. Left alone, our hero began to think about what happened yesterday. He remembered that he noticed one important nuance. From the body of the little werewolf that was crawling out from behind the bush, it was obvious that he was a man who had not yet completed his transformation, and Roger was experienced in this matter. As a result of these reflections, the professor came to the horrifying conclusion that the experiments were not conducted on wolves, but on people who were caught and turned into werewolves. Despite this, Roger did not regret his choice, because if he had not done so, he would have been in trouble. He was also influenced by the fact that many people had suffered because of them, and that the students had also been in danger yesterday. Therefore, Roger took out a glowing magic ball, thanks to which he decided to contact Hans and ask him for a favor. Aiden, Leo, and Tracy couldn't even imagine that not only would they not be given penalties, but they would also be awarded extra points. The girl asked Leo how his arm was, and he replied that he needed to wear a bandage for a few days, and looking at Aiden, she saw the same silent expression on his face. The student couldn't resist asking the guy what was bothering him, but in response she heard that everything was fine. The bespectacled man reminded his friends that they saw a collar on the werewolf cub's neck. The guy explained to his friends that this was one of the reasons why he tried to stop Professor Roger, and that if werewolves were created artificially. Leo supported Aiden's assumption and added that there was a rumor that suspicious characters were hiding in Theon, and Tracy was amazed that this could really be true. Developing the topic further, Leo said that a werewolf in a collar was very unusual, and Aiden also remembered another oddity. The girl guessed that he meant Professor Roger, and the bespectacled man confirmed that although he did not suspect the teacher, the expression on his face that evening was very strange. The professor clearly noticed something, and he knows much more than the students, and they were almost sure of it. Aiden admitted that all of this could be just his invention, because Theon's teacher would not do anything like that. But what if this is true? What if Professor Roger is somehow connected to these rumors? Tracy flared up and said that this was all nonsense, and that the boys thought too much, and reminded them what Madam Rector had said. The professor told her about what happened in great detail. Would he have done such a thing if he had been involved in something? Finally, the student emphasized that he tries not to show it, but in fact he cares a lot about his students, and the guys decided to suspect him of something. Aiden decided that it was easier to agree with the girl, and the guys preferred to go to lunch than to continue digging into this further, and invited Tracy to go with them. Seeing the girl's surprise, the bespectacled man explained that friends often do this, and they are friends, and although this embarrassed the student, she agreed to the proposal. Our hero studied the papers that Hans had sent him. Here was the total number of missing people from Leathervelk and a list of places of public gatherings. When Roger contacted the guy with a magic ball, Hans said that he knew a bunch of big guys who were always hanging around the abandoned factory. Regarding the information that Roger asked his friend to check, he said that several workers had recently disappeared outside the city. Roger asked Hans if there was a family of 3 among them, to which Hans replied that there was, and that this was the only case of an entire family disappearing, and the magician decided to check this factory. In one of the old buildings of the city, 2 men were talking. One of them was dying of boredom, and he asked the other how much longer they would have to hang around there. Another replied that it would be 2 more days since the subjects had escaped, and he could not understand how this could have been allowed to happen. In fact, the child did not receive enough of the drug. They were going to increase the dose, but he started screaming and crying, raising everyone's ears. The man said no one was prepared to confront his furious parents when they saw it. The second man was surprised that the parents had already been turned into werewolves, but were still worried about the child, so they made a fuss and disappeared. He also added that they had a trusted person who could resolve this situation, and after this was said, the men saw a light in the direction of the sewer pipes. As soon as they noticed this, a shot rang out, and 2 bullets flew through the stupid heads of 2 people. A man emerged from the darkness and fired the bullets, and it must be said that he was a very accurate shooter. It was Roger who had arranged to meet Hans here. Our hero decided to go to the factory and sort it all out. Hans said that there were about 40 people in the room. They were getting ready to leave, so there was no need to waste time. In 3 days there would be no point in this anymore. Asking about their fighting strength, Roger learned that he had to be prepared for them to be armed. 2 wizards and 3 in full combat gear. Finally, Hans said that one could get there through the sewer passage and asked Roger to be careful. As he was leaving, Roger asked Hans about the family on which the experiments were conducted and how old the child was. Without turning around, so that his friend would not notice the confusion in Roger's eyes, he heard Hans's answer. The child was 7 years old. He was very small. With these thoughts, clenching his fists, our hero headed towards the sewer passage, and God alone knew what was going on in his soul. It seemed that no one could stand in Roger's way, and he dealt with those who appeared in his path quickly, leaving no one alive. But the guy didn't know that all this time he was accompanied by a bug that was watching him, because it had a camera built into it. There were many men in the secret factory, and one of them noticed that they had a rat, to which the second responded that if he was from the security department, they should fold up and fire the people. But he saw everything through the flying insect and knew that it looked like the rat was not from the security department, and that was only to their advantage because no one would miss him if he died. The workers in the building heard someone stranger enter the building and started shooting at him, but soon saw that their bullets were not stopping the man walking towards them. But Roger, as always, was on top of things, and as soon as he entered the room, he used magic, directing it towards the men. One of them realized that this was not a man, but a magician, and ordered them to leave their weapons and arm themselves with knives. But Roger not only had magic, he was also a good shot. He took the pistol out of the holster. As soon as one of the men shouted to the magician that his weapon would not work, he immediately received a bullet in the forehead. When the villain's colleagues saw him lying on the floor, they were stunned to find that the bullets were magic. Suddenly, a man in a metal robe stepped forward with a huge weapon in his hands and pointed it at Roger, hissing that magical power would not protect him against this thing. This man fired a shot towards our hero, and it was very powerful. The man laughed, because he was sure that he would defeat the magician. But something happened that the man clearly did not expect. Elemental magic with the addition of alchemical metal protected Roger, and the man realized that electrical power would not help here. Our hero shot at the electric source of the villain's weapon, and they all died from the powerful discharge. In total, Roger already counted 20 people dead, but suddenly he fired another shot from the pistol, as he heard a rustle behind him. Seeing a dead bee, our hero guessed that he was being followed, and they were doing it through insects. They were used as a means of observation, Could these really be those same insect brothers from another world? The guy felt that they had been waiting for him for a long time. But first, Roger decided to deal with these insects. He stepped on one of them with his foot and saw that other dead insects fell to the floor around him. In the next room, a man noticed that the signal coming through the insects had disappeared, and before that, he had felt vibration. The sound waves were similar to those created by elementary wind magic. The man understood that if he really owned her, then they were in trouble. Small insects would not be able to cope with such powerful energy. It seemed like it was time for the bigger guys. And he ordered a large and tall man named Baron to get ready, for they guessed that Roger would come here any minute. According to his intended route, he should enter through this door, so the villains armed themselves and decided to give the magician a warm welcome. Soon, their power went out, and the men rushed to turn on the backup generator, and one of the men told Hen, who was standing nearby, that this was another trick of their bastard. Hen did not answer, and the man, looking in his direction, saw that he had no head on his shoulders. The man jumped up from his seat and cursed at what he saw. He couldn't understand when the enemy had managed to get in here, since not much time had passed since the power went out. Our hero's enemy thought that he had to strike before their guest did, and a large centipede crawled out of his sleeve. But he wouldn't have had time to do anything because Roger was already near him and struck him with his hand. The villain could not understand why the magician was fighting hand to hand, but he understood that he had to keep his distance, since the guest was dangerous. And then Roger used the technique of trembling fire and directed it at the man, who stood in horror in front of the flamethrower and did not understand how the magician made it so quickly. Another minute, and Roger almost defeated the enemy, leaving his body burning on the floor, and everyone in the building noticed that the magician was already inside. The man on fire was still alive and trying to get to his feet, but Roger walked up to him and fired a bullet from a pistol into him. The men who remained alive could not believe that the magician had destroyed the brothers with such ease. A moment later, our hero barely noticed the large paw of the insect that was trying to strike him. He managed to react and jump back. Roger looked at the headless body that lay on the floor and saw how it turned into an insect. The body writhed on the floor and groaned in pain, and a mouth appeared on the man's palm that made these sounds. The speaking palm turned to Roger and said that his arrival was unexpected, and that before he even had time to appear, the magician had already finished off Brino, the headless man. Our hero joked about him, saying that even a severed head didn't cause him any discomfort. The villain said that his body had reached a transcendental state and he had completely transformed into a large insect monster. The monster said that he did not grieve for his dead brother, but Roger would still pay when he tore him into little pieces. The people who were in this building became frightened and began to run in different directions, screaming. The monster didn't care that his people might get hurt, and Roger first decided to shoot him with a pistol, but the bullets didn't affect him. Then Roger used magic and directed fire at the monster, realizing that it was much stronger than he thought. The guy thought about how, with such a body mass, the monster managed to dodge his attacks, and how he could withstand such a powerful blow of magical power. Laughing, the insect told Roger to use at least a 4th-level spell if he wanted to fry him. After that, the monster noticed that the guy had disappeared. He hit the place where Roger stood, but only broke the wall, and the guy was not there. The magician found himself behind the monster in a second, and the monster said that with his quick movements he reminded him of a winged insect. Our hero thought, the gun and 3rd-level magic are powerless against him, and there is no hope of using a 4th-level spell either. Roger decided it was time to use his special magic, and he focused it on the monster. Hans waited for Roger and thought that he needed to dress warmer, as he was already a little cold. The guy thought that the magician should have finished by now. Fighting with 2 dark magicians is not an easy task, but he is not one of those who lose. Hans raised his head and saw that from the windows of the building where his friend and his enemies were, powerful rays of bright light were emanating in all directions. Looking at the building that was literally drowning in light magic, the guy realized that Roger had actually used his true magical power, as he called it. After some time, our hero appeared next to Hans below, and said that he had taken care of all the test subjects. The assumption about the friends was confirmed. After the transformation of the werewolf, they can no longer return to the human body, and Roger had only to save them from suffering. Hans looked at the drug that turns people into werewolves and was surprised at how much cruelty there is in this world. Who would have thought that such a large-scale experiment on people exists? This wouldn't have happened if someone hadn't decided to sponsor such an idea, but Roger calmed the guy down and said that he had already found out who was behind all this. Hans did not expect to hear such news, and he realized that his friend had gone too far again. In any case, the guy understood that he would not be able to stop our hero no matter what he decided to do, and on that note, they parted ways. There were shouts in Belfort Rixon's house. He was again scolding his servants. He was shouting that they only wanted to fill their bellies at his expense, and that none of those present were capable of doing their job properly. He called his maids scum, idiots, worthless creatures who didn't deserve a penny. Belfort quickly headed to his office and cursed under his breath because one idiot and the other, and whoever you take, no one knows their duties. He was thinking about a business in which he had invested so much money that no one had ever dreamed of it, and the workers were not even able to keep track of the experimental subjects. Belfort thought about how soon he would receive the results of the study and be able to proceed to the next stage, the production of a drug with which he could restore his youth. But in addition to giving the appearance of previous years, it will make a man stronger and more perfect. Suddenly, Belfort heard someone whisper his name on the balcony and felt someone standing behind him. The old man asked who was speaking, and at that moment Roger abruptly laid him on the floor and pinned him down with his hand so that he wouldn't break free. The man was frightened by how skillfully Roger struck him and, sensing danger, called security. Our hero explained to the old man that no one would hear him, since he had installed a sound barrier around the perimeter of the room. Roger said he would ask Rixon just one question and asked him to introduce the surviving 7-year-old child. That he, like his parents, had to face this monstrous reality when they were turned into werewolves. Roger asked him to imagine a child looking into the eyes of his killer with a smile of gratitude before dying. The magician asked Belfort what he thought it must have felt like to be the man who had no choice but to burn his family to the ground along with him. The scoundrel laughed, as he realized that it was Roger who had gotten rid of the escaped ones, and told him that there had been a misunderstanding and asked him to let him go so they could talk. The magician asked the old man to answer his question again, but he replied that by killing them, Roger did not disrupt the course of events. Belfort continued that there was nothing wrong with the guy killing a couple of scumbags, because he gave them the opportunity to do something useful for once in their worthless lives, a chance to serve the development of humanity. Roger said he had heard enough and injected the drug he had picked up from the factory into the old man's neck. Our hero didn't feel a drop of anger. The worthless old man would simply feel what he made others feel. When the old man asked what he was doing with it, the guy explained that he had looked through the records of his research and could say that they were quite interesting. It turns out that even a small dose of the drug can turn a person into a werewolf. But what was most interesting was that if you take a large dose at once, you can expect interesting consequences. Belfort began to transform into a large werewolf who writhed in agony and experienced terrible pain. No matter how hard Roger tried to convey his feelings to him, he still wouldn't understand, so instead, he made him experience what they were experiencing. The mage removed the magic that was blocking the sound, and Belfort's guards heard that the sound was coming from Mr. Frickson's room, and they ran to check. Running into the office, they saw a large monster and tried to understand where it came from. One man shouted that the monster needed to be pacified and waved his magic wand, ordering those who did not have magic to look for Mr. Rickson. The guards began to cast magic spells on the beast, but it was very tenacious, and they increased its firepower. Meanwhile, Roger came to the room where the drugs were kept in the safe. Hans was surprised at how much of it there was, and the magician suggested that he take a little for work and hide the rest. Our hero went somewhere, and his friend suggested that he first look around, since it took him so long to get to that place, but the magician simply left. Roger said that next time he would need a more suitable cover person, and Hans advised him to have a good rest in that case. On the second day, reporters gathered near Belfort Rixon's house, and one of his courtiers told them that their master had been eaten by a monster. According to the guards, when they arrived there was no trace of Rixon left, and a monster was raging in the room, and perhaps the rumors about his involvement in dark magic were true. The reporters learned that the magicians dealt with the monster. It took them an hour to burn the beast. Suddenly, the National Security Agency appeared near Rixon's estate, and with them, the Knightly Order of the Night Serpents, led by Protector and Grand Master Terina Lionhall. The correspondents were surprised. Is the situation really so serious that it requires the presence of the NSA? It seems the news is worthy of a sensation. With the NSA and the Order of Night Snakes, the events are taking a completely different turn. Terina Lionhall approached the guard at Belfort Rixon's estate and ordered the gates to be opened. The guard replied that he had been ordered not to let anyone in, but the woman's look was frightening, and he forced him to obey. Terina and her assistants entered the house, her businesslike manner indicating that she was determined to figure out what had happened. Grandmaster Lionhall was met at the house by Chief Inspector Tavorin, who saluted her and said he was pleased to meet her. Terina thanked him for his work and announced that from that moment on, the case would come under the jurisdiction of the National Security Agency and ordered him to provide all the evidence and information they had collected and leave the crime scene. Tavorin ordered his employees to leave the building and handed over the job to the National Security Agency. When the investigators left, the assistant complained that it was difficult for her to remain serious all the time, but the guy next to her reminded her that there was no point in whining because it was her job. But the girl did not agree with this and said that since there was no one around, she could forget about her image a little. Lloyd protested, because they were night snakes and always had to save face, and it seemed like he was the best at it. In turn, Terina asked her assistants not to forget why they came here and simply try to maintain a confident appearance under any circumstances. In the middle of the room, the night snakes saw a terrible monster lying on the floor, which the magicians had defeated yesterday. Lloyd read the witness statements, and they all agreed. Everyone said that the monster had appeared and Rixon had been killed. Terina's second ward noted that the monster's body had burned down to the charred bones, and it would be impossible to find any traces. The monster, which had turned into a large piece of coal, lay in the center of the room, and the night snakes decided to inspect the room. Terina noticed that the painting that was hanging on the wall had been moved, but the wall was clean. The girl found a niche in the wall behind the moved painting, but it was empty inside. Based on the width and location, the Grandmaster assumed that there was a safe here. Lloyd clarified that Belfort Rixon was called a sinister businessman, and perhaps he hid his dirty money in the safe, and Terina agreed that someone like him could keep his secret reserve fund there. At least until yesterday evening, the safe was still inside, which is indicated by the absence of dust, and Terina tried to put everything together into one picture: the sudden death of a multimillionaire, a monster, and a missing safe. There were too many components to call it a coincidence, and from all this, the girl concluded that there was someone else who took part in the murder of Belfort. The question was how he left without leaving fingerprints. Terina knew only one person out of all the people she knew who could pull off such a thing. She remembered the man who had fallen into suspicion. His name was Arsène Lupin. Terina asked the assistant if he recalled any unusual events in Leathervelk recently, and Lloyd remembered one, namely the explosion at the abandoned factory. It happened just shortly before Belfort's death. The chief of the Night Snakes said that she was sure that they would definitely find clues there, and they gathered at the abandoned factory. Roger woke up with a headache. The side effects were tormenting him. True magical power required too much energy expenditure. If it weren't for the pills that help save magic, the guy would have been much worse. So the magician took them, and he finally felt better. Our hero was pleased that he had burned all the werewolves in the lab, getting rid of the evidence, and could now forget about this situation. Although no, there is still someone the mage needs to deal with, and it was Aiden. He did not retreat until the very end, blocking Roger's path. The magician was worried, because he must have been holding back his emotions poorly, and Aiden could have noticed something, since he was standing closest. The professor immediately set the werewolves on fire, but it only took a second for the student to see something he shouldn't have. Roger hoped that everything would work out, but it was not a fact that Aiden would remain silent, and then our hero would have only one thing left to do: kill the bespectacled man. Professor Chelichi recalled how his student bravely stood before the werewolf and wanted to give him the medicine. In the end, our hero decisively came to the conclusion that he could not kill the student Theon. It was too risky. Besides, Aiden is not an easy student. He is under the supervision of the rector. If something happens to him, the teacher will immediately fall under suspicion. Roger's head was spinning with these thoughts, but right now he had to focus on resting and healing his wounds. But suddenly, the guy remembered that the bespectacled man had written that in his childhood, a wandering magician had taught him a special magical technique, and Roger wondered if he should perceive this as a strange coincidence. Grandmaster Lionhall and 2 assistants came to the site of an old abandoned factory, and everything was as they thought. Everything was burned to the ground, and it would not be easy to find anything. It was interesting to see where the fire came from in the abandoned factory, especially just before Belfort's death. Lloyd suggested that it was only officially considered abandoned, but in fact it continued to be used, and Tarina agreed with him, because otherwise there would not have been a fire. The assistant said that if dark magicians or cryptids were conducting their research here, but when they were caught, they got rid of the evidence, and Tarina called this a logical assumption, now it remains to understand who interfered with them. The Grandmaster knew about this incident, but she didn't think that it would concern their case. Maybe the arsonist didn't just want to start a fire, but did everything to get rid of the evidence, although too many factors indicated that this was a simple coincidence. Tarina asked Lloyd again if there had been any other unusual incidents besides this one, and he replied that there had been nothing other than the werewolf commotion a few days ago. And the guy said that he was found in Theon's academy, according to reports he got out through the sewers. The girl was not surprised, because the security there was weak, but she was interested in what happened to the students, whether anyone was hurt, and what happened to the werewolf. Lloyd reported that the werewolf had injured 3 students, but one of the professors dealt with him, although the body was not identified, since no remains were found. When Tarina heard that all the remains were burned, she became suspicious because there were fires at all the murder scenes. Seeing that the Grandmaster was deep in thought, the assistant suggested that she check the academy, but she decided to stay here and try to find evidence. A burned factory and a burned werewolf. The similarities alone are not enough to connect the 2 cases, but if the girl finds out that the same person is behind them, she will regard it as a threat to the Empire. On her way to the lecture, Renee thought about Professor Roger. Was it true that he hunted a werewolf after all? He was a military officer, and also participated in catching cryptids. He immediately seemed like an incredible person to the girl. The student was looking for a free seat, and there was none on the edge. There were only ones in the middle, but she was sure that no one would want to move, and noticed that everyone began to avoid her. Soon the girl noticed a free place at the entrance, and then Ellendale greeted her, asking her if everything was okay. Renee also wished the princess good morning with a smile, but thought that she was very unlucky, since now other students paid attention to her. Now every nobleman wondered how this plebeian dared to sit next to the princess, and even pretended that they were close, and why they communicated so well. After all, no one knew what situation they found themselves in, and how they worried together about Professor Roger. When the girls met the night before, the princess asked Renee what she was doing there at such a late hour, and she told her that she had fallen asleep while studying. Ellendale wanted to go and tell the librarian everything she thought about him, since he did not wake Renee, but the commoner told the princess that it was her own fault for dozing off. The noblewoman asked to be called older sister, because in Theon everyone is equal, and said that she decided to simply make sure that all the students returned to their rooms. At that moment, she could not even imagine that the princess was making her evening rounds alone, and then, without hesitation, she approached an ordinary commoner. The girls' thoughts were interrupted as soon as Professor Roger entered the classroom and announced the start of the class. Today, the teacher was going to talk about the features of manifestation and the basics and principles of elemental magic. Roger explained that it is the most used of all the abilities and is the most important of all, the foundation of all foundations, which most students are already familiar with, and today he will demonstrate a new method. The students held their breath. They no longer knew what to expect from the professor, although some, like Flora, were very interested in what he had prepared this time and how he could surprise them. The magician continued his lecture. He said that this method would help increase their elemental power from 20 to 80%. The students immediately began to whisper. Some did not believe that this was possible. Others thought that the professor would not lie to them. Roger asked a guy named Anthony what attributes of elemental magic he used, and the frightened student replied that he used water and ice, and also plants. The teacher asked the boy to demonstrate the one he was most confident in. Anthony concentrated as best he could and created a small ice magic ball, for which Roger praised him, but said that it was still far from ideal. To teach the students, the magician asked them to carefully watch his hand movements. The professor made just light movements with his fingers and created an ice sphere, smooth and beautiful, like a snowball, and a moment later it turned into a beautiful snowflake. Everyone was surprised, and Tracy told her friends that this was unusual. Could he really have done this using the same kind of magic? This was a completely different level. Roger told the students that now that he had their attention, he would start with the theory. Flora's gaze seemed to be challenging. She was already waiting to see how the professor would explain today's topic. Since the history of the attributes of elemental magic is deeply rooted in the manifestation realm, they were once considered the original forms of magic, but now they are only part of the spell-casting process, and Roger revealed the 4 main elements from which it all began. The professor noted that compared to the 10 elements they were using now, these looked too simple, and asked which of the students knew what had caused such a strong leap in their development. Roger promised 5 points to anyone who could give the correct answer using the element of fire as an example, and heard students answer that fire was used to dispel darkness or that it was used to burn and clear forests. One guy said that fire had snatched humanity from the clutches of darkness, which inspired fear, and Roger, jokingly, asked if the guy had ever thought about becoming a poet. And only Flora's answer was correct. Fire was used as a weapon against people to burn them. Burning, drowning, wind-blown slashes, electric shocks, war and murder have all taken magic to new levels, and some students have been left dumbfounded. The magician continued to tell how in cold times, fire served as a symbol of survival, not destruction. Water became an important component of the water wheel. The wind turned the blades, and electricity illuminated the cities. Professor Roger explained that the purpose of elemental attributes can change depending on a person's actions, and students should begin to master them with the mindset of fighting for a better world. Having completed the theoretical part, Roger proposed to move on to the practical part and asked the students to create an elementary sphere. Joseph's teacher advised him to focus on the flow, since for a second-year student, he was too inexperienced in releasing magical power. Irina Carmen created a plant attribute, but the professor said that it was as if she was looking at a rotting autumn leaf and advised her to imagine a sprout breaking through the soil. Tracy thought that Professor Roger didn't even choose his words carefully. The teacher turned his attention to Aiden, who sat with his fists clenched, but could do nothing. Roger walked closer to the bespectacled man and thought for a minute, wondering why the guy was acting like that and what it could mean. Could it be that Aiden decided to rebel against the magician after that incident with the werewolf? Taking a closer look, Roger realized that this was not the case. The student did not look like a rebel at all. The professor realized that this was not the case and asked the guy if he understood correctly that Aiden had not yet practiced elemental manifestation and heard an awkward confirmation. Our hero thought that it turns out that Theon's special student does not have basic knowledge. How could this happen, even if he was accepted as an exception? Roger couldn't take responsibility for a person who needed to be explained everything from scratch, and he basically didn't care whether he would lag behind the others or not. But something prevented the magician from leaving the guy. The professor asked Aiden to name the attributes he could use, and the bespectacled man said he could use fire, water, and wind. Roger suggested the boy to use fire and promised to teach him this, adding that he could not leave a student who needed his help. Leo and Tracy watched in surprise as the teacher taught the boy. He said that first, you need to accumulate magical power. Aiden created a magical sphere between his palms, and Roger advised him to now think about how he turns it into an attribute, that is, fire. The bespectacled man did not have fire, and the magician said that thinking about the goal is not enough. The guy must allow his senses to open up. Aiden closed his eyes and Roger asked him to remember the brightest flame he had ever seen in his life. Its shape, sound, smell, touch, everything he had felt then. And the boy remembered it was 8 years ago during a snowstorm, the bitter smell of burning logs and charcoal, the aroma of stew in the cauldron, the whining of his sisters and his mother's grumbling, the smile of his father returning home. There was little food, and the cold wind crept under the fabric of his worn clothes, and in that harsh winter, the fire blazing in the fireplace calmed Aiden. He felt this warmth as if it was yesterday, and heard encouragement from the professor. He opened his eyes. Aiden felt the warmth not only from his memories, now the fire he had created himself was between his palms. The student was happy because he succeeded. This feeling arose together with a moment from the past. Roger smiled and praised the guy, noting that his flame warmed but did not burn, his heat was not capable of causing harm, and added that he thought he knew what Aiden was thinking. The students were very surprised by what they saw. They were puzzled not only by the fact that the bespectacled man was able to make a sphere, but also by the fact that from Professor Roger one can hear not only criticism, but also warm words. The magician went on to explain that the fire in his hands was an attribute, the image of which he had imagined in his head. But not just an attribute, it was the flame of his magical power, and Roger asked to remember this feeling. Addressing the audience, the teacher said that he was sure they already understood that this was the very method he was talking about, and advised them to rely on their senses and their own experience. And basic knowledge will serve as the basis for using the attributes of elemental magic. And Roger added that ideas about the heat of fire and the cold of ice are not enough. Even a 3-year-old child knows this. Our hero repeated that a true magician must put something unique into his spell, and advised the students to remember a moment that was of great importance to them. It was necessary to connect all 5 senses, and the difference was really significant, and the students felt it when they started to succeed. Flora sat there lost in thought, because she had already mastered all of this a long time ago, and thought that today she would learn something new, but it seemed she was wrong, and besides, she became interested in why the professor devoted so much time to some first-year student. And he even praised him for simply manifesting an attribute of elementary magic. The girl could not understand this. Flora wondered where that man had gone, who had disgraced her in front of the entire audience on the very first day and decided to show real magic. The girl decided to see how Professor Roger would compliment her and made an attribute overlay. She added the wind magic technique, created a whirlpool, and she got a very bright sphere that illuminated everything around, and Flora's friend asked her to stop because it was dangerous. Flora thought that she had to stop this, otherwise the explosion would be unavoidable, and she needed to set up a barrier so that no one would get hurt. It was really dangerous, and the students started running in different directions as the huge sphere was about to explode. The girl decided that she was not in control of the situation, and an explosion was inevitable, but then Roger came up and held back the energy with his hand, telling Flora to concentrate and not give up, controlling the flow of her magical power. Professor Roger was very calm and seemed to instill calm in others. He told the girl that he would help her. Suddenly, the student saw that the large sphere from which the energy flow was pouring out was gradually stabilizing. The magician asked Flora not to stop, because if she stopped now, her magic would simply dissipate, and she didn't want that. The professor was right. The girl had to see the matter through to the end, and she concentrated on the process. Since childhood, the glances directed at Flora Lumos always expressed only envy and jealousy. But she didn't pay attention, continuing to walk forward. But there was something that the girl couldn't bear. It was her father's cold gaze. He looked at her as if the girl did not exist. And then, at the first lecture, when the professor penalized the student 10 points, following the humiliation, she was overcome for the first time by a feeling of defeat, and it affected her so much that these childhood memories returned to Flora. Even though the student couldn't see his expression, she knew he looked exactly the same way her father had once looked. Lumos never forget their offenders, and the girl decided that one day she would definitely fight Roger and win. At least she thought so. A little time passed and the student succeeded. She stabilized the situation. When the spell process was completed, the professor approached Flora and, looking at her with a stern gaze, told her that she had acted very thoughtlessly. The magician explained to the girl that it wasn't that she tried something new and failed, because that's normal. Everyone makes mistakes, but the fact is that she put other students at risk. But Flora was outraged to hear that she had clumsily applied 2 elements because she thought she had done it well. The professor meant that when combining fire and ice, making the 2 opposing elements complement each other is a very difficult task. And yet Flora Lumos protested. She did not deny that she had gone too far in trying to add a 3rd element, but as for ice and fire, the combination was perfect. Our hero didn't answer, but simply decided to show with an example how to properly combine ice and fire. Professor Roger continued to explain to the girl that she should understand the difference, because she managed to freeze the fire and it looked beautiful. But one picture is not enough. The teacher asked the student what she intended to achieve by doing this, whether she simply wanted to brag. The blue-haired girl closed her eyes, and it was obvious that these words hit her heart hard. Roger finished his experiment with combining elements in magic, and his sphere turned into snow, which greatly surprised the students. Using the ability of fire to cover large distances and the coldness of ice, he combined them into one spell. Using the same elements, he reworked them into something more practical, and Flora Lumos realized that she had failed completely. But suddenly, the desperate student heard words she did not expect to hear. Roger said that he did not blame her for her lack of skill. He noted that the girl had a unique talent. Among the kids her age, the professor had never met such a technically savvy wizard. The magician continued by adding that this is not what we are talking about now, but something more important. In his opinion, the girl was simply playing to the crowd. Professor Roger, placing a friendly hand on Flora's shoulder, said that he had no right to tell her what to do, but he still advised her to choose a different goal. Roger called the other students to come back and take their seats in the auditorium. The professor returned to his teaching position, and Flora was left to ponder what had just happened. Analyzing the conversation with Roger, the student realized that there was no reproach or mockery in his eyes, only sincere concern, which was not even in the look of her own father. Flora's friend was very worried about her, and immediately ran up to the girl and asked how she was feeling. The blue-haired student replied that she simply had a headache from using a large amount of mana, and it felt like she was about to faint. Flora became interested in how Professor Roger was feeling, since he had spent much more energy than she had. And our hero was thinking about the fact that he shouldn't have taken a pill before class. His head was splitting terribly. He also thought about how Flora was able to not only combine the elements, but also complete a top-level spell from the 3 elements. He remembered how the teacher had once scolded him harshly after a similar prank, and wondered if he had been too strict, hoping that his words had not hurt her. But even if that was the case, the magician was confident that she would definitely cope with this and would listen to his advice. These were not empty words. Walking through the auditorium, the magician noticed one peculiarity. There were no weaklings at all among Theon's students. The rector mentioned that this year many talented children, the so-called golden generation, entered the academy. The professor noticed that Renee was unable to manifest an elemental attribute, or rather, it did not exist in principle. Our hero announced to the students that classes were over for today, and as an assignment, asked them to review everything they had covered today. And then the magician turned to Renee and asked her to follow him into his office, which surprised the girl very much. In the office, the professor asked the girl to wait, and at that time the student was puzzled as to why he called her. Did he really want to conduct a personal interview, or maybe he was going to kick her out? She was almost certain of it, because how could a student who couldn't demonstrate elemental magic have the right to attend classes on the theory and practice of spells? But the girl really wanted to continue attending the professor's lectures. The student saw Professor Roger pick up some papers, and the thought immediately occurred to her that this could be an application for a transfer to another teacher, which she really did not want. As soon as the teacher said her name, the girl immediately blurted out in one breath that she would try and do everything he asked, just so that he would not forbid her to go to classes. Confused, Roger asked what she was talking about, and when she said that she thought it was a transfer application, the teacher asked her to stop talking nonsense and take the book, as he was already tired of holding it. Renee took the book that Roger gave her for independent study and told her to study it, and a new path into the world of magic would open up for the girl. The magician said that he knew one person, and this book is the result of her many years of research, the Book of Non-Elemental Magic. Renee said with surprise that it turns out there are other wizards who control non-elemental magic, and asked what this person is doing now. Professor Roger reported that she had already left this world, and the girl noticed sadness in the teacher's eyes. It turns out that now Renee will not be able to study other types of magic except elemental, but she really wanted to master elemental magic, and the magician asked her what she thought about a person who can only work with one element. The girl replied that such a person was probably untalented, but Roger said that this was not so. Magicians who were able to practice only one element were incredibly talented in the area of that particular element. They are professionals in their field and can influence natural phenomena. Roger poured the student a cup of tea and asked her what she thought about non-elemental magic. Renee replied that this magic does not involve the use of elements. The teacher calmly sipped his tea and told the girl that in fact this has not yet been proven. The 10th element of metal is considered part of the element of earth. Therefore, Professor Roger assured Renee that there was no need to worry. The world and magic were constantly changing, and first advised the girl to read a book. This would be her homework. It was a surprise for our hero to meet a student practicing non-elemental magic. He had the opportunity to look into the eyes of a man who could distinguish good from evil. Professor Roger understood that she was still at the very beginning of the journey and did not realize it. The magician looked thoughtfully out the window, realizing that the book had found its next owner after all. It seemed to be fate. Aiden trained in the elemental magic technique that Professor Roger showed him, and it turned out to be very useful. The magician remembered the moment when the guy used magic, kindness, and wisdom could be seen in his gaze, and perhaps he doubted him in vain. After class, the students spent their time in different ways, talking, practicing their abilities, and Aiden noticed a group of guys, among whom one guy looked unfriendly. Tracy was talking to Leo, practicing the technique, and Aiden was thinking about that guy. How could it be that a person who loved magic turned out to be a villain? The bespectacled man became interested in who it was, and why so many guys were crowding around him. This guy must be popular with Tioni. Suddenly, the student who had once pestered the bespectacled boy noticed Aiden and addressed him in an impudent tone. He began to mock Aiden for not being able to materialize his own element, and that he was rather arrogant for still hanging around here. This time Leo stood up for the bespectacled man, but he asked him to calm down and said that he would talk to him himself. Turning to the scoundrel named Jivan, Aiden said that he had no idea what it was about him that irritated him so much, but asked for forgiveness and suggested that they just forget about it. Laughing, Jivan agreed to forget about everything, but only after the bespectacled man got on his knees. Tracy couldn't stand it and flared up, telling Jivan that he himself should be ashamed because he was a nobleman. Continuing to mock, the scoundrel answered the girl that the fallen were not given the right to vote, although what can you expect from an uneducated bungler? After these words, Aiden came right up to Jivan and sternly said that he could say whatever he wanted about him, but he didn't dare touch his friends. The villain told the guy that he wouldn't do anything to him, so Aiden had no choice but to challenge him to a magical duel. The bespectacled man's friends tried to stop him, but it was too late, and Jivan accepted the challenge. Fearless Aiden announced the condition that if he won, the villain would have to apologize to Leo and Tracy, although he did not intend to lose. The students were already preparing for the fight, but suddenly a figure of a man appeared from behind. It was Professor Roger, who demanded an explanation. The magician seemed very calm as always, but inside he was raging, because Aiden had gotten himself into something again, as if he were the main character from some manhwa. Jivan deceived the professor by saying that he had challenged his opponent to a duel, and he agreed. The Mage but a few observations and the professor understood what was going on, looking at the student, who had gathered a whole team around him, which Aiden had noticed at first. Jivan did everything to impress that student who had a very intense gaze. Our hero told the boys that he would not punish them for something that did not happen and ordered them to return to their rooms despite Jivan's displeasure. They had hardly left before they were joined by the unfriendly professor, who had said on the first day of class that he would stay away from commoner professors and told Roger that he was overstepping his authority. He explained that the teacher had no right to interfere in a duel that was being arranged on a mutual basis, and some students supported him. Roger Kelechi realized that whatever this professor was trying to achieve, he had succeeded. Our hero replied that in any case, he could not allow the students to harm each other and suggested that his colleagues sit in on the duel, asking the opponents if they would mind. Aiden and Jivan were not against the idea, and Roger confirmed that the duel would take place. But the enemy also offered Professor Roger to make a bet, although he considered it stupid to bet on a duel, the result of which was already known, hinting at Aiden's loss. Our magician agreed, although his colleague did not expect him to accept his offer so easily. He asked Roger who he thought would be the winner. Without waiting for Roger's answer, Professor Chris placed a bet on Jivan and said that he considered him an incredibly talented magician, and assuming that our hero would also choose Jivan, the sly fellow offered to bet on how he would win. Professor Chalichi replied that there was no need for that as he was going to bet on Aiden, which made his colleague laugh as he couldn't understand the confidence in this student. For the guy with glasses, this came as a surprise. He experienced mixed feelings, pride and worries about the duel. Since both professors taught spellcasting, Roger's colleague offered to bet him the records of their research. Our hero sincerely answered that he did not know that his colleague also teaches students about manifestation. And although he really didn't know it, the second professor became very angry and thought to himself that this fallen nobleman did not dare to disgrace him in front of the students, and decided that he would not get away with it. Our magician suggested that they have a duel in 4 days, and that's where they parted ways. Aiden immediately decided to apologize to Professor Roger, because if it weren't for him, then nothing would have happened. But the magician said that it would be better for him to think about how to win. The teacher added that Jivan had the advantage, but it was too late to back out. Professor Roger also noted that in battles there is always room for unexpected variables, and Aiden already has this variable, he just needs to use it at the right moment. The bespectacled man told the teacher that he wanted to defeat Jivan using only his skills, and with great inspiration asked Professor Roger to prepare him. Once upon a time in his childhood, Aiden was taught skills by a girl. She said that you can't casually show off your skills, otherwise trouble will not keep you waiting. Moreover, this is how she earned her living, and the guy didn't want her to die of hunger on the street. This did not mean that the girl forbade the use of these techniques. She said that as soon as Aiden felt that he needed them, let him act. She once said that in life there always comes a moment when you need to make a choice, and then you need to follow the call of your heart. But Professor Roger did not understand why the boy asked him to teach him skills and decided to explain to him that he made a bet, knowing about his extraordinary abilities. Despite this, Aiden states that he wants to win with skills. Roger did not understand what these skills were that he did not know about. Although what difference does it make? In any case, it's a good opportunity to test his level of preparation. And our hero agreed to help and said that he would show Aiden how to gain an advantage in a magical duel. The magician added that training could seem like real torture to the guy, and besides, he couldn't guarantee him victory, and the bespectacled man agreed with all of this, and they started right away. Professor Roger thought that their opponents seemed to be celebrating their victory already, but it would be interesting to see what would happen to their confident faces in 4 days. In the evening, returning home, Aiden realized that he almost died during training, and it was only the first day. The guy was interested in why Professor Roger was so confident in him. The bespectacled man thought that he was not using the most traditional magic, but did the professor know something that he did not know? With these thoughts, the guy fell asleep. Our hero's unpleasant colleague guessed that Roger Chalici was giving personal consultations to Aiden. And although Roger didn't show it, he was sure that our magician desperately wanted to win. He asked Jivan Felio what his goal was, to which he replied that he wanted to strike down the impudent commoner. Professor Chris explained that Jivan had to show the unbridgeable gap that separated commoners and aristocrats. He doubted that the guy would lose, but decided to play it safe and took out a bottle. It was a magic amplifier. The professor handed it to Jivan and ordered him to drink it before the battle. The student was scared, because if he was caught, he could be expelled from the academy. But the professor calmed him down and said that this was a special invention of the Benamor family and no one would know anything. The professor added that that insignificant brat would use every possible method to defeat him, so they would do the same. At the end, the unpleasant teacher added that even though his honor was slightly offended, he would never give in to a pathetic plebeian. On the day of the magic duel, many students gathered at the training ground to watch the spectacle. Many said that the aristocrat had a better chance of winning and that his level of training was higher than that of the commoner. But there were also those who believed that Aiden also had something to show. Someone remembered that he had been involved in catching the werewolf, but they pointed out that it was Professor Roger who had dealt with him in the end, not Aiden. Many of the students knew that Professor Roger had been helping and training the bespectacled man, and that Professor Chris, who was in charge of the second opponent, was leaning towards the aristocrats. The evil professor heard students discussing him and Roger and saying that they both teach spell practice, so they are always compared and it must be unpleasant. Chris thought that today he would knock Roger's arrogance down a peg or two and all these people would witness his defeat. Suddenly the professor heard his name and saw that other teachers and the rector had come to them. Eliza greeted Professor Roger and said that she was told that there would be something interesting here, so she came with Professor Hugo. Madam Principal asked Roger who he had bet on and heard him say that he had bet on Aiden, so Eliza concluded that Chris was rooting for Jivan. The lady said that she was looking forward to the battle and hoped that no one would get hurt, and she was assured that there was no need to worry. The protective equipment helps to create a barrier responsible for the safety of the wearer. Soon the participants appeared. Aiden had not only protective gear, but also a fearless, confident look. Tracy was shouting out encouragement. Leo was yelling at the boy to crush the pompous aristocrat, and the other commoner students were cheering for the bespectacled boy. The nobles, of course, were rooting for Jivan and wanted him to show his true strength. The referee approached the opponents and said that before they could begin, the guys had to go through a little testing. Aiden turned to Jivan and reminded him not to forget to keep his promise when he lost, but his opponent told him not to dream, because victory would be his. The judge checked Jivan, and when it was the bespectacled man's turn, he asked what kind of weapon he had. Aiden replied that it was his combat weapon, and it was shaped like a sword, but it was not him. The guy thought it was illegal, but the judge noted that it was a completely safe blunt blade, so everything was fine. The judge explained the rules. The first one whose magical barrier falls from the protective equipment loses, and ordered to get ready. After the command to begin, the boys began to use their magical powers against each other. Leo noticed that the guys were moving at the same pace, and Tracy was surprised because some of them were very fast. Jivan used the element of fire, and Aiden guessed that he would start with the strongest element. In turn, the opponent noted that the bespectacled man was doing better than he expected, and he could have found himself at a disadvantage if the amount of his mana had not exceeded it by several times. The boys began to use blow after blow. Jivan called Aiden a pathetic plebeian and ordered him to know his place. The guy in glasses was successfully fending off magical attacks, but at some point, he began to lose ground. Tracy and Leo, as well as other students, noticed that the boy was getting weaker and began to worry about him very much. Aiden was a smart guy, so he also understood that at this rate he would lose and that it was time to apply the technique that Professor Roger taught him. The opponent already had a premonition of victory and decided that the bespectacled man would surrender. Professor Chris believed that the duel was practically over and smiled victoriously. But suddenly he noticed with horror that Aiden was using a sliding maneuver and did not understand how this student knew the technique of combat mages. Professor Chris guessed that Roger had taught him, although the more important question was how this plebeian had managed to master the sliding maneuver in just 3 days. Jivan especially didn't understand what was happening. Magic is based on concentration. If Aiden continued to move so chaotically, it would be difficult for him to concentrate on the manifestation. But the guy reassured himself that he had already cast a spell with the elixir that Professor Chris had given him, and now it would put an end to his tricks. Jivan thought he had landed the winning blow, but what a disappointment it was when he failed. Aiden managed to resist his spell. Following the sliding maneuver, the bespectacled man delivered a magical blow to Jivan, and it was his winning blow. The enemy fell to the floor, and Aiden walked up to him, pointing his combat weapon at him and looking proudly in his eyes. All the students in the audience who were supporting Aiden screamed with joy. The judge approached the guy and, raising his hand up, said that Aiden wins, but the guy couldn't believe that all this had happened to him. Leo shouted to the winner that he was cool, and Tracy shouted to him that the training had paid off. They were very happy for their friend. The students from the noble families were very disappointed with Jivan, and now they felt that he had tarnished the reputation of the aristocrats and that he could no longer be relied on. They despised him because he boasted that he was the son of a baron, but lost to a plebeian, they called him a loser who had disgraced them all. The loser couldn't understand how he, Jivan Falio, could lose. It couldn't be. Jivan decided that the bespectacled man had cheated. Otherwise, how else would he have managed to cast the spell while moving? These thoughts caused rage inside the guy, and he decided that it was too early to give up, and with the desire to finish off Aiden, he struck. Leo shouted at Jivan to come to his senses. The students froze in horror, looking at what this guy was doing. Aiden and the judge looked into the eyes of danger, and the boy remembered the words of his teacher that there comes a time in life when you have to make a choice. The master told the boy that at this moment of choice he needed to follow the call of his heart, and Aiden decided that now was the moment. The guy covered the judge with his body and, stepping forward, began to resist the magic with the help of his combat weapon. A couple of seconds passed, and Aiden was able to suppress the magic with his resistance, although it took a lot of effort. Everyone present was, to put it mildly, in shock. The rector was amazed that the guy was able to cut the magic. Professor Chris was amazed that the boy used anti-magic, a technique that allows one to nullify the effect of magic, in combination with the sliding maneuver technique. But Aiden didn't stop there. He ran up to Jivan and punched him, because the scoundrel deserved it. The guy told him that he had hoped that Jivan would accept defeat with dignity, and had not expected him to be such a bastard. One student approached second-year student Frieden Volberg, the sharp-eyed boy who Jivan had been showing off to, saying that Falio didn't even know how to lose. But Frieden replied that he didn't care, and that he hadn't had any interest in him to begin with. But the guy decided that he needed to keep an eye on Aiden, as this was not the first time he had proven his superiority over the aristocrats. Frieden and the girl left the classroom, and Professor Roger noticed this moment. Professor Chris asked our hero if he knew that this student had anti-magic skills. Roger replied that he knew, and he didn't understand the reason for Chris's irritation. After all, he was responsible for the first-year students. Hadn't he bothered to get acquainted with their personal files? The magician added that in any case, anti-magic did not affect the outcome of the duel in any way, since Aiden initially won. As he was about to leave, Professor Roger reminded him that they had been betting on scientific research, and Professor Chris had asked if he wanted to look at anything in particular. Our hero replied that he didn't need it, because he hadn't said he was interested in it, which surprised Chris even more. Roger explained that it was not his style to argue over other people's research records and claim them for himself. The defeated professor was left sitting alone in the auditorium, and thoughts came to him that he, Chris Benamor himself, had been insulted again, and even more hatred settled in his soul. Walking down a long corridor, Roger met a girl named Sedina, who congratulated the magician on his victory. Sedina was happy about the professor's victory, but noted that now he attracted even more attention, but Roger replied that this was even good. The magician explained to the girl that Madame Rector was suspicious of him. She knew that they had infiltrated Theon, and despite his status, it would not be easy for Roger to gain her trust. Sedina was surprised, because having become a professor, Roger should have been out of danger, and the magician clarified that this was why he decided to make a good impression on the rector with the help of a duel. Our hero said that he needed help from the girl, but their meetings would be conspicuous until she became a model student, so he asked her to make an effort to reduce the level of suspicion. Impressed that Mr. First Order had given the girl a personal mission, she declared that she would do everything possible, even if it cost her life. When Roger said that there was no need to die, Sedina enthusiastically blurted out that she would not die even if this mission killed her. The recent event allowed him to convince everyone that he was acting in the interests of the rector, and also to make it clear to Black Dawn that he cannot act rashly. But this cannot last forever, and Roger must create his own organization. This is the conclusion he eventually came to. The mage's thoughts were interrupted by a call from Hans, who said that he had checked the nearby areas as Roger had requested. The friend also learned how things are in the criminal world and understood how to act in order to maintain his position, but it looks like it's time to use force. Roger said that Hans had made a good point. It was time for the heavy artillery and that he was moving out. Our hero's friend said that it would take a long time, but Roger replied that he would try to make sure that everything ended as quickly as possible. The main villains gathered in a large house. They discussed what to do next based on the latest events. Hyunim was furious. All Belfort had to do was invest the money they had invested into the project, and the bastard just went and died, leaving them with nothing. One of the men asked Hennem if they should find another fund, and he replied that this was exactly what he wanted to discuss with the guys and think through the next steps to scale their business. Suddenly the man heard someone strange enter the room, and from the doorway offer to figure out what to do with the idiots from the Black Rose. Those present looked around and, seeing how the stranger was confidently heading towards them, pointed him towards the exit. The stranger approached Hennem, who rudely suggested that the guest get out of here. But when the newcomer called the man Dotry, the leader of the Scarlet Group, he realized that this was not a random passerby whom he did not know, and he decided to ask how he knew him. It was Roger. He replied that they had not met before. It was just that the man was quite famous. Our hero apologized for forgetting to introduce himself and said that his name was James Moriarty. It was the name of the villainous consultant who ran the Dalika Kingdom's criminal system. He had been hiding his identity for years, and Hennem wondered what he was doing here. The man replied that he was glad Moriarty had come, but he could not take his word for it. His appearance in such a place was too unexpected. Roger was considered an impostor and told those present that their suspicions were justified. The magician felt pistols pointed at him from behind his back and, raising his hand, asked them to refrain and not shoot in vain. Our hero Hennem signaled to one of the men to shoot him in the shoulder, but when he wanted to shoot, he realized that his pistol wouldn't fire, just like all the other scoundrels. Roger turned to face them, and performing silent fire magic, said that he had warned them. The magician performed a magic trick, showing the power of energy to scare away bad people. Immediately, the monster stood next to Roger, as if ready to protect him, and the villains, thinking that Moriarty had tamed the beast, decided that the recent incident was also his doing. In fact, the werewolf was Hans. The day before he told Roger that the criminal area in which their hideout was located was divided between 4 criminal organizations. The largest of them is called the Scarlet Group. They do the dirtiest work and essentially control the entire area. Roger indicated that they were their target. Hans agreed and said that it would be nice to deal with them, but it would not be easy. Their power was too colossal. A friend suggested not to go straight ahead, but to start with the pawns. But Roger said that they would only waste time that way. A frontal attack would be much faster. They would deal with the leaders, and the rest would fall on their own. Hans objected that now was not the best time for this. Not long ago they began to form gangs. This happened just after the death of Belfort Rickson. Roger noticed some connection between the Scarlet faction and Belfort Rickson. Perhaps all these incidents and victims that Rickson was behind were the fault of the Scarlet faction. Hans suggested that maybe they were doing Belfort's dirty work. Probably the death of the moneybags had really pissed them off, and the magician clarified that since this situation had united the crazy bastards, maybe they had come for their souls just in time. The friend couldn't convince Roger that this wasn't just some lousy gang. They were real mercenaries. There were even half-knights among them. But no one could argue with our hero, and he replied that there was nothing wrong with that. They were still far from being a knightly order, although that didn't mean they were weaklings. After this dialogue, Roger told Hans that he needed his help. His friend clearly did not think that he would take part in this. The magician's friend realized that Roger wanted to use him to instill fear in the villains, and sarcastically replied that he loved playing the role of a target. Hans once again reminded his friend that when a fight broke out, he would not count on him. He would immediately run away, to which Roger asked his friend to simply pretend that he was a formidable werewolf. Hyunim looked at them and wondered if he was the real James Moriarty or not. He couldn't underestimate him. He certainly assumed that he used magic, but he never expected to see a werewolf's pet. The man decided to pretend and smilingly told Roger that he was now sure that he was the real Moriarty, and asked for forgiveness for not admitting it right away. Our hero suggested moving on to the main purpose of his visit and said that he was going to build a business in this city. Hyunim replied that they would be happy to help him with this, and asked what kind of business. Roger immediately decided to make it clear that he despised vile organizations like them, and said that today he would put an end to the existence of the Scarlet faction. After these words, the scoundrel froze for a minute, and then shouted to his comrades to take the best and finish them off. The villains flashed their knives. The werewolf told Roger that it didn't look like these guys were running away with their heels flashing, and the magician ordered him to prepare for retreat. Hans quietly left when our hero, having hit the floor with a stick, used magic to bring darkness around, and the villains panicked. Using darkness and shadow to instill fear into a weakened enemy, a spell that places a curse on them is called bonding magic. The bandits tried to attack Roger and kill him in pitch darkness, and Hyunim kept waiting for the fight to end and for the uninvited guest to be defeated. But when the battle stopped and the magic dissipated, the man saw among the corpses that lay on the floor, the magician stood there, safe and sound. When the villains attacked Roger, the aura was able to cut his magic. The magician thought that perhaps these were those same knights. Despite the gang's persistence, our hero did not think that he would lose to them. He decided to use poison. When the men saw Roger throwing a vial of poison at them, they were scared, but then decided that if the body was covered with magic, then it would not be harmed. Our hero knew that his opponents were powerless against direct contact and poisoned them with a dagger. Once the poison took effect, it left the man powerless, and the magician could easily defeat them. Roger Tilici could easily deal with any villain. It seemed he had no equal. One of the men, who was still alive, told the magician that apparently he was not Professor Moriarty, since he never had any fighting skills. Our hero answered him that he was not obliged to explain anything, because the man would die anyway. The enemy thought that the opponent's loss of vigilance would allow the guest to learn about weaknesses, and he would maintain victory as long as he acted cautiously. The villain made a sharp dash towards Roger, and he in turn threw a bottle of poison at him. The opponent thought that this would not work. He just needed to dodge. While making the maneuver, the man realized that his sword was rooted to the ground. He couldn't believe that it was because of this bottle. Roger took out his gun and pointed it at the enemy, and the man realized that he needed to drop the sword and start dodging. He had no problems with reflexes. But suddenly, from the shadow of the villain, a sword appeared, which pierced him through and through. The enemy did not even think that this was possible, because magic can only be used near the caster's body. To be on the safe side, the magician fired a bullet into the villain and left him lying dead on the floor. This was as if nothing had happened. Our hero politely invited the bandit to continue their conversation. When Roger had learned all the information he needed, he finished off the villain and decided to have a drink at the bar. Hans came to him in his usual form. He took off his disguise because he could not stand it anymore when he smelled blood. Seeing Hennem on the floor, he joked that he was scared to death. Roger replied that not yet, but now that he had the information he needed, he planned to pass it on to the rest of the organizations. Hans asked what he was drinking, and Roger said it was 38-year-old Gorgonian and wanted to try it too, and started looking for a glass. Despite the fact that he felt sick, he decided to drink it even if he threw up. Satisfying his friend's interest, Roger said that he would find a couple of useful people from the Scarlet Group and say goodbye to the rest. Barely alive, Hennem told the guys that there were documents and an account book on the second floor of the office and that they would help. Hans said that it looked like he had a lot of work ahead of him and asked Roger if he thought it was too much. The magician warned his friend that he was prepared, that he had acquaintances who could help, and that there was no one better for this job, and Hans was very surprised by this. He didn't really believe that they would come to help their friend, but Roger replied that they said they would come as soon as they finished their work and asked Hans why he hated them so much. The guy called them all crazy, but added, seeing the expression on Roger's face, that of course it was not for him to judge. Hans understood that even if he was against it, they would still follow Roger's plans and asked if he was afraid to act so frivolously, since the rector suspected him. Our hero reassured his friend, as he believed that they would not be followed. Those magicians would not take risks, especially while spying on the rector, and it won't cause a response, and Hans said that it sounds plausible. The guy asked Roger what he planned to name the organization, because if he planned to take control of Leathervelk, he would at least need a name. The magician thought about it. They had about 10 people in their team, including the two of them, and he came up with a great idea. Roger came up with the name of the organization Unknown, which translates as unknown. Hans began to say the name out loud, as if testing the word, and eventually said that he liked it. The friends drank another glass to the creation of the new organization, and Roger began to joke that God forbid Hans would start biting if they drank any more. At breakfast in the cafeteria, Professor Selena asked Roger why he didn't have an assistant, since his lectures were attended by 80 students, a number that was difficult to manage. Roger replied that he didn't need an assistant and that he had no difficulties giving lectures. Selena was surprised by this, and she told the professor that he was incredible, but the magician remained silent and did not really want to talk. His colleagues all began to wonder in turn how the professor had been toiling away for so long without an assistant. Roger asked Selena if she had an assistant. The teacher replied that there were, but since she didn't really need help, she only had 3. Roger tried to understand that if she said she didn't need help, it turns out that professors usually have 10 assistants. Looking at Professor Chris Benamore, the magician understood that he definitely had more than 3 assistants. The colleagues at the table began to give Roger advice that he also needed to take on several assistants, at least 5, otherwise it would become harder and harder with each passing day, and they even offered to help with the list of good students. Our hero learned that assistants receive additional pay and tutoring. Even new professors have about 6 of them. Some assistants research magic under their professor instead of the main training, and it was like a normal 21st century university. Professor Roger would not mind getting rid of all the minor errands, but he did not know whom to choose. Our hero decided to turn to the list of students he had, although it was not an urgent matter, but he already knew that he would offer this matter to Sedina. Walking down the corridor, Professor Roger noticed that someone was hiding near the window. It was Sedina, and the magician said that if she had any questions, she could ask them. Sedina apologized fearfully and said that she had no business. The professor was just passing by and she was watching him. Roger explained that students don't just stalk their professor, but since he had already met her, he said he wanted to ask her something. And the magician asked Sedina if she had classes on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10 brews to 12, and the girl decided that the professor wanted to assign her something. Roger approached the student closer and asked if she would be his assistant, and hearing the uncertainty in her words, he explained that if she became his assistant, she would be able to communicate with him calmly. The girl asked if it would be suspicious, but the professor assured her that there was no need to worry, as she was on the list he had been given. The teacher decided not to insist too much if the girl did not want to, but Sedina immediately protested that she really wanted to be his assistant. Since the student agreed, Roger asked her to bring him the assistant's registration documents within 2 days. Our hero thought that it was quite good for a first assistant, and now it would be easier to find out from her about the Black Dawn. In 2 days, he would have a loyal assistant for small assignments. An hour later, Sedina arrived at Roger's office with the completed documents. The professor took the documents and praised the student. He got an assistant faster than he expected, in just an hour. There were many students in the auditorium. Renee noticed that it was very noisy, and the princess reported that there was a strange rumor going around among the students. And a friend told her that Professor Roger was looking for assistants, and Renee found this a tempting offer. Elendil said that the most interesting thing was that he had never taken anyone before, and everyone thought that he didn't even know about their existence. But Renee was surprised how the professor could not know this. But the most interesting rumor was about the universal stone, which fulfills the wish of anyone. They say it is hidden somewhere in Theon. Renee wondered if such a thing could exist, to which Elendil replied that there were still many unsolved mysteries. The princess explained that Theon is the heart of magic. Maybe she is exaggerating, but there is probably even an artifact for this. Flora also thought about the universal stone and thought that it was so childish. The authorities would have appropriated it for themselves long ago. The girl was more interested in the fact that the Superman was recruiting assistants for himself, students who were paid by the professor. Naturally, Flora believed that only talented people like her were suitable for this, and she would definitely be able to pass if she was highly recommended. Someone announced that the students should be quiet because the professor was coming into the classroom, but how surprised everyone was when it was not Roger who entered, but Sedina, and she had the material for the lesson in her hands. Flora was the most surprised of all. She couldn't believe that the professor had already chosen an assistant. A couple of minutes later, Professor Roger appeared in the audience. He praised Sedina for her good work and said that she could go. Our hero noticed that the students' facial expressions were very strange. He did not understand why they perceived his assistant that way, and announced the beginning of the lesson. Roger gave a lecture and reminded the students that today's material would be on the exam and asked them to review it at home. A student named Julia Plumhart said she wanted to ask the professor a question and sarcastically expressed surprise that Roger remembered her name when he said it. Our hero knew that she had won first place at the reception ceremony, and he also heard that the Magic Tower was supporting her. Julia asked the teacher how he chose his assistant, and Roger tried to understand why she was interested. When the professor said that he had chosen her himself, the student asked, smiling slyly, if there were any conditions, such as the highest magical skills or perhaps a recognizable personality. The magician realized that this was not a question out of pure curiosity, and announced to the girl and the other guys that he looked at only one thing when choosing an assistant, and that was character. And continuing, the professor clarified that if she had the right character, then she would pass the interview, but after her question, Julia might not attend it. Roger added that she would not be able to become his assistant, and looked at her with a sharp gaze, and without hearing any more questions, he left the classroom, saying at the end that the students should not forget about the exam. When the professor came out, he saw Sedina in the corridor. He told her that next time she should wait for him in the assistant's office. Roger noticed that the girl wanted to say something, and the student noted that they had worked well today. The professor handed her a stack of papers and pointed out that these were the assignments given for today and asked Sedina to take care of them by the end of the day. As Roger was leaving, he heard someone speaking to him behind him, and looking back, he saw Flora, who said that she had heard that he had chosen an assistant. The magician confirmed that this was the case and asked if Flora wanted it too, and if he asked, she replied that she didn't need it. The girl said that she wanted to thank the teacher for saving her last time and giving her good advice then. Roger replied that he had only done what a professor should do, and that it was enough for him that she had taken his words seriously. Flora noted that he must have been feeling bad then, since he had used more magical power than she had, but the magician replied that he was completely fine, and he himself remembered that he had almost died. The student asked how many elements he could control, since she had seen 5 in class. The professor answered the girl that those 5 were the only ones he could control. In fact, Roger could use all 10 elements, but there is nothing to be happy about here, unlike mages who focus on one element. Unable to use any element until he reached a certain level, he considered himself mediocre. But if they found out about this, the magician would be in trouble, so Roger decided to just say 5, but Flora already thought that was a lot. The teacher said that if the girl had no more questions, he would go, adding that if she changed her mind, she could apply to be his assistant, she would definitely succeed. Roger left, and Flora remained standing, not having finished her expression. Something in the professor's behavior irritated her. After some time, our hero came to the rector, as she asked him to come in. Eliza greeted Roger and asked if he had heard about the recent rumors. There was information that the universe stone was hidden somewhere in Tion, and the professor replied that he had heard about it and thought that it was a false rumor spread by the students. But Eliza objected to Roger. The universal wish-fulfilling stone really does exist, and the professor saw a blue shining stone in her hand. A mysterious object, with a unique power. It has existed for a long time. The magician gave it a definition, a relic, and Eliza agreed with this. It was an ancient relic of unknown origin, the power of which was hundreds of times greater than the power of artifacts created by great magicians. Roger asked the rector if there was such a relic in Tion, and she replied that they had had it for a long time. Eliza noted that it was a top secret. If there are rumors, then the information leaked out and someone revealed the secret. Since the universe stone is very powerful, constant maintenance is required for the area where it is stored. Information may have leaked during transportation of the stone during maintenance. And since the rumor was so special, Madam Rector wanted to know if Professor Roger could take care of it. Mag thought from the outside it seems that the rector trusts and entrusts this to him, but she is not the one who trusts him just because he is in her faction. Most likely, she is trying to find out who is behind Roger. That is the conclusion the magician came to. Eliza asked the professor to let her know if he noticed anything suspicious, and also asked him to help them with the next transportation of the relic. He agreed, and asked which of the professors was involved in this. The rector replied that other professors were also participating, but since they were all assigned to different areas, Roger would not run into any of them. Since there was still time before the stone was transported, Eliza advised Roger to behave as usual. Our hero in the office was thinking about the fact that the information had leaked to Tion. Had the Black Dawn really started to act, but Sedina hadn't contacted him. Everything is not so because of the First Order, or maybe there was another reason for this, but an incident may happen soon. In addition, our hero found a relic here, although he did not think that it could be kept in Tion. The mage constantly changed identities during his travels. He was a mercenary, a criminal advisor, and a merchant. It wasn't for nothing that our hero wandered around the world with so many personalities, all in order to find the missing piece of this relic. Roger is here because of rumors of a relic in the Empire, but he didn't think there would be another one in Tion. Of course, this relic is different from the one Roger was looking for, and he thought he could use the universe stone to find the relic he needed. The thoughts were interrupted when the professor got in touch and reported that he had found out about the situation. The guy said that Roger dealt with the Scarlet Group, but the other 3 organizations went quiet. But the piranhas, who wanted to take control of society, are going crazy. Hans asked Roger for help, and the magician said that he would find time in a week, asking what happened to him and adding that there was a relic in Theon. The friend wondered which school might have the relic and suggested that it might be kept by the rector in a secret dungeon. Not understanding his friend's joke, Roger asked him not to talk nonsense, and Hans decided to leave him and look for a time to meet. Our hero would like to go right away, but for now he decided not to get nervous because of the rector's order. As Roger looked at the universe stone, he thought that since it could grant a wish, perhaps this was a great chance. The relic is hard to find. Even he, an avid seeker of these relics, has found 3 so far. Judging by the size and shape, there are 4 pieces remaining. Roger will complete his relic once he finds all 7 pieces. And if that happens, then something important will happen, something that did not leave Roger's thoughts until the morning. Elendil sat in her room, having sent away the servants, and thought about how tired she was. They could not leave her alone even for an hour. Her status is to blame for everything. No one could have guessed how much she wanted to live a normal student life. A minute later, the servant came to her again. He apologized and said that someone was asking her for a meeting. It was Tarina from the National Security Department. She apologized to the princess for meeting so late, but said that it was an urgent matter. She reported to the girl that she had recently heard about werewolves in Theon and asked her if it was true. Elendil said that it was true, and one of their professors had already dealt with the werewolves. Tarina said that she was investigating a matter related to this, but it was kept secret, and she was going to meet this professor and ask the princess if she by any chance knew who he was. The student decided to tell that the new professor's name was Roger Kalichi, and said that she hoped that Tarina would make progress in her investigation. Tarina also reported that the first princess had conveyed that she wished to contact Elendil, and that she was saddened that the girl had not contacted her recently. The princess guessed how her sister was doing. Probably she wanted to show that she had not forgotten about Elendil. On the second day, Tarina asked her assistants how the investigation at the plant was going. Enya's assistant reported that she looked through some pieces of documents that were not completely burned. It looks like they were developing or researching something there, but it is impossible to find out the details. The main one said that they can't continue to work with just this. More information is needed. The assistant remembered another point, that Black Dawn, the Scarlet Group, had recently disappeared in Leathervelk. Enya clarified that it was irrelevant, but they had to take it into account since it was unknown where they might find a clue. Advising not to worry about it too much, Tarina ordered her to focus on her own investigation, asking her assistant to check Leathervelk some more and then head to Theon. While giving his lecture, Roger thought about how many rumors had been spreading in the academy in the past few days. Students might be moving around like during the werewolf incident. This would cause even more trouble. The professor looked back at the students and noticed that they were bored and decided to show them something fun. The magician released a flame from his index finger and said that magicians always manifest magic using themselves as the core. This is because the magic power comes from the caster. After these words, Professor Roger grabbed the light in his fist. He saw that in the audience, one guy fell asleep at the table. A second later, Roger redirected the fire towards the guy and he woke up in surprise, as it was blazing right under his nose. The teacher said that if they touched, they could do something similar. Roger reminded that magic manifests itself using the caster as the core, but in reality, there is a small space between them. Usually about 1 meter is the limit, but if you realize that the consumption of magical power can increase, you can go even further. The formula for assigning coordinates, as Roger called it, none of the students knew about this technique until now. Flora thought about it. She had never heard of the coordinate assignment formula, and she didn't understand where the hell he had mastered such magic. The professor asked the students if they were interested in this information, and added that it was just a small modification to manifest magic. The teacher clarified that one inspired magician invented it, but he was not going to teach it to them. The students were amazed and started whispering to each other about why he didn't want to teach them and why he showed them this technique at all. The magician explained that he wanted them to understand something. All magic develops from a solid foundation, and full manifestation comes only after that. In order to use magic properly, they must learn everything step by step. Even if they are bored or think that he is saying obvious things, they must first focus on learning for their future. At this point, Roger decided to end the lesson for the day and told the students that if they figured out this magic, they could come to his office at any time. He would appreciate their efforts. Entering his office, the professor found Sedina there. He asked her to wait outside the door, as they were trying to contact him. Eliza informed Roger that the matter was urgent. The universe stone had been stolen. She had underestimated her enemies too much. They knew about the reserve storage for the stone and attacked them when they were not ready. Despite all the rumors, Madam Rector thought that everything would be fine and they would quickly sort it out. But this was a mistake. Eliza said that they are chasing the bandits. If they use the power of the stone, the situation will get worse. Roger understood the complexity of the situation. He asked the rector how much time they had, and she replied that it was until midnight. The rector noticed anxiety in Roger's voice and asked what was the matter, to which the magician replied that it would be better if she got down to work without asking questions, and she decided to leave the matter to him. Our hero knew that this would happen, but he didn't think it would happen so soon, and it was unclear what those guys were thinking. Roger had not yet gotten rid of the rector's suspicion. Perhaps she considered him one of them. This situation was suspicious. He doubted whether this was really the First Order. Thinking about the situation, the professor called Sedina to come into the office. Upon seeing the girl, Roger said that it seemed that the subordinate had acted of his own free will and asked her to explain from the very beginning what exactly had happened, and Sedina reported everything. According to the investigation, it all started with the Third Order requesting information. While researching information about Theon, they found a document related to the Universe Stone. Coincidentally, rumors about the stone began to spread among the students. He believed the rumors, as he had already seen the information, and after that he learned about the existence and location of the stone. The Third Order immediately told the Second, but the Second Order decided not to inform. They began to act independently. Sedina said that his name was Demiles. He had connections with the government, and was also responsible for all affairs in the Second Order. Roger told the girl that if it was that serious, he would definitely have let the First Order know about it. Did he really think that the magician wouldn't find out? Why was he doing this? The assistant noted that this was her opinion, but she thought he wanted to take a place in the First Order. The Zero Order said that the 7 places of the First Order could always change. The girl also added that compared to his greed, Demiles was not talented enough. Maybe that's why he wanted to do something great. Roger replied that he understood, and asked Sedina how things were now, and the assistant asked if he planned to act independently. With a serious look, the professor replied that they were already chasing him, and their identities would be revealed if they interfered. The girl said again that now he and his accomplices are on the run after stealing the stone. She only knows that they went towards the quiet forest. Our hero stood up and said that it was time for him to start acting, and Sedina asked what she should do. The professor replied that she did not need to do anything. She had already done the work, telling him all the information and praised her for her good work. The girl was so embarrassed that tears appeared in her eyes. She could only say a modest thank you. Roger thought about it. He just thanked her, and she was so embarrassed. It seemed to him that this was excessive devotion to the First Order, but it seems that she has personal reasons. Our hero walked out into the empty corridor and cast the spell Aeterne Nocturnus, and the magic began to swirl around the mage. It was a summoning magic spell known as Magic Passage. It consumes a huge amount of magic power, but in return, completely hides the presence of the caster, so no one can see or find him. Students and professors passed by Roger, but no one could notice him or sense the presence of magic nearby. Well, almost no one, because Flora Lumos had a very keen sense of smell, and she froze for a moment when he passed by her. She didn't see anything, but she felt magic. She knew that it was the magic of invisibility and decided to check. The people sent to search did not know what to do, because they had to search in a quiet forest. At first, they thought about taking more people, but in the end, they decided that it would be safer to simply block the entrance to the forest. There were attempts to get rid of the forest, but no matter what they did, the forest quickly recovered, and the people who entered it went crazy, and that's where Roger went. DeMiles and his men were indeed in a quiet forest, and they had a problem. The second guy was already going crazy. The forest was surrounded, they couldn't stay here for long, but Demolesse shouted that he had a plan. The man was told that he had stolen the Universe Stone, but as he held it in his hand, he realized that the stone was absolutely useless. The scoundrel could not understand why it did not work and did not react to anything. This is real power. Suddenly, Roger appeared in front of them, and this scared them so much that they panicked even more. Roger assessed the situation. There were at least 10 bastards, the rest were probably caught. DeMiles recognized the magician, calling him Sir John Doe. Our hero also guessed who the man was who was talking to him. It was DeMiles from the Second Order, and Roger asked him why he thought he personally came here. The Second Order was thinking about how unlucky he was. Was it possible that the famously ruthless Sir John Doe had come and that he would die like this? The boys bowed before Roger, and the leader presented him with a stone and said that it was a relic called the Universe Stone, and said that he wanted to offer it to the First Order. Our hero took the stone from DeMiles' hand and told him that the job was well done, and said goodbye. Sharp magical thorns emerged from the ground and pierced the bodies of the villains. Before he died, the Second Order wanted to know why he killed them, but Roger didn't want to waste time explaining. Roger took the Universe Stone and examined it carefully, and realized to his horror that it was not a relic. It contained an incredible amount of magical power, but nothing more. The magician could not understand what was happening because the rector told him the opposite, and suddenly Roger saw a bright, blinding light above his head. A huge, bright beam of light struck with great force at the place where the professor stood. It was Eliza. She picked up the stone and was surprised that she hit it with such force, but there was not a scratch on it. Now she had a fake Universe Stone. She had to work hard for this bait, and she hoped that it would bear fruit. Eliza wondered if Professor Roger was nearby. She knew he was supposed to come here. Our hero understood the danger he was in and what threatened him. The blow was strong and damn close. When the mage saw a beam of light above his head, he used the spell Aethern Nocturnus and teleported to another location nearby. Roger thought that magic would give him away when he used a spell. There was no teleportation-type magic in this world, but nothing was impossible when you used the coordinate assignment formula and the characteristics of this magic. Moreover, the stolen Universe Stone turned out to be a fake. Perhaps she revealed his identity by setting a trap. Roger felt very bad. This teleportation magic had sucked out all his magical power. And yet our hero believed that Eliza would not use such problematic methods. So, from the very beginning, she planned to do everything herself. For maximum efficiency, she hid the truth from her own allies, a truly extraordinary person. Suddenly, Roger heard a rustling sound behind him, and looking back, he was ready to strike, but he saw that it was Flora, and he stopped in time. The professor asked the girl why she was here, because she knew that this was a dangerous forest. But Flora attacked the teacher, saying that she wanted to ask him first why he was here and what kind of spell it was. As always, Roger sternly replied that it was none of her business, adding that this forest was a dangerous place for students and ordered them to go back. But the student wanted to argue and replied that she was not that weak. It seemed that Flora didn't suspect anything, but the magician didn't understand how she found another way to get around the people guarding the passage. The girl was thinking about how to explain to him that she came here, feeling something strange, without even knowing that Professor Roger would be here. Suddenly someone called Flora, and from the voice she and the professor realized that it was her friend who was looking for her. She screamed that she was very scared, called her friend throughout the forest, and cried bitterly. Roger ordered Flora and her friend to follow him, and promised that he would lead them to the exit. When the student just approached Roger from behind, she saw that he was taking some pills, and she became very interested in what kind of medicine he took and what illness he had. Coming out of the forest, Roger saw the rector's lady standing with other people, smiling sweetly as if nothing had happened. Eliza was very surprised when she saw two students next to the professor, and the magician explained that they were wandering through a quiet forest. When the rector asked why the students were wandering around the quiet forest, Flora immediately replied that it was all because of her. She went on to explain that she had gone into the silent forest herself, and her friend Cheryl had run after her, and some time later Professor Roger had found them. Our hero asked Eliza what he should do with them, to which she laughed and replied that students often make mistakes and asked him to just leave them. The rector said that because of such an urgent matter, she had to come first and take care of everything. Roger told Eliza that he knew that the magic was from her, and since it was her, he was sure everything was okay. The professor added that he would send these two students to the academy, for which the rector thanked him. At the academy, the old professor who brought Roger to the academy again asked Eliza what she thought of Roger Chalisi. The rector noted that because of this event she thinks she can leave all suspicions behind. She studied his reaction and did not notice anything strange. The old man smiled and sighed with relief, saying that there would be no one like him again, but asked the rector why he had spread the rumors. Eliza said they had to do it so that all the little rats would peck first. The real universe stone was transported safely, thank God nothing happened to it. In the past, this stone destroyed an entire kingdom because it was in danger. Madam Rector told the old man that now that they knew the real one was safe, they could go. She didn't want to stay here long. Roger was incredibly happy that he left his mark on the fake stone, thinking that the rector would decide to check the real one. The release of magical power from the real stone was much higher. It sucked Roger in with force. But he does not have the strength to fulfill the true desire of our hero, he knew, because he had seen many things and understood that there is a limit to his strength. But at least he is able to tell the mage about the location of the remaining relics. Roger touched the stone and felt more magical power building up, trying to invade his consciousness. The magician asked him not to twitch and warned that if he tried to get through, then regardless of his desire, he would break. The stone obeyed him, and Roger took it in his hand and asked to show him the location of the remaining pieces. But the stone did not want to tell the magician about all the pieces, and this greatly disappointed Roger. Late at night, our hero contacted Hans and said that he had done what he had recently said and asked to reschedule the meeting for tomorrow night, to which Hans replied that it was for the best, since the deadline was pressing. When asked what was wrong with his voice, Roger replied that everything went as it should. They found the location of one relic, but it was hard for him to recover due to constant hard work. The friend understood his friend, because so many events had happened, but one of them was not worth it. To be more precise, there are two of them, but one of them is already known, the other is here in Leathervelk. Roger explained that based on the image the relic showed him, he believed it was in the Kunst auction house. Hans noted that the Kunst auction house was the only one in the area. He had heard that something big was about to happen there soon. The magician suggested that perhaps she would be an item for auction, and asked his friend to look at the list of items prepared for the auction. The next morning, Roger, approaching his office, saw Flora Lumos near the door. He asked the girl what she was doing there. The girl thought he was in the office, so she couldn't figure out where to start, whether to ask about the special magic he used or about the medicine. It was very difficult for Flora to ask the professor such a question, and Roger said that if she had nothing to say, he would go to his office. The magician saw the element of fire and the element of ice around the girl and this flying bubble, and Flora asked him what he thought about her formula for assigning coordinates. Roger replied that she surprised him and that he had no idea that there were students who could master the formulas. The student said that she was simply brilliant, that she was the only one among the students who managed to do this, and asked the teacher if maybe she should be rewarded. The professor thought about it and suggested that Flora give her the highest score, but the girl said that these were just numbers, and they were not worth her effort. The student indicated that she would like to receive something else that was similar in value to an A. Professor Roger asked the student to come into the office, and she noted that it was her first time there. Our hero decided to show the student the research laboratory and took her to another room. Flora tried to understand what the hell he was researching. She had never seen such a pattern before. It didn't look like simple drawings. The professor admitted to the girl that he did not expect that she would be able to do this, and he even had to think about a worthy reward. As the student already knew, assigning coordinates is a mathematical formula. It is the principle of managing mana in one coordinate and using the formula in it. Now Flora understood how it worked, because she simply copied what she saw from the professor. The magician told the girl that since she had managed to find out this and repeat it, he would show her something else. Not only did it look unusual, but Flora also felt very strange sensations. It seemed to her that her head was about to burst. At first she felt a strong tension, and then her body began to weaken, and she did not notice how she fell asleep. When the student woke up, she was shocked that this had happened to her. Roger was sitting at the table reading some papers and told the girl that she had been sleeping for about 30 minutes. Flora immediately needed an explanation and asked the professor what kind of magic it was. It was Klein's bottle. At least that's what our hero called it. He said that he saw it once and decided to just repeat it, just for the sake of an experiment. The girl was amazed that the professor had created such complex magic just for the sake of an experiment. But Roger did not explain further, but asked how her eyes and nose were. The student did not understand why the teacher was asking behind her back and nose, but Roger explained to her that she had the ability to sense all the features of manifested magic. He explained that when she saw his formula, her pupils dilated and her fingertips trembled. She felt the formula in a different way. Ordinary people can't do that. She must have been shocked by the magic she had never seen before. Flora asked if he wasn't interested in her ability. Roger replied, without looking up from his reading, that he was not the least bit interested in abilities. But other magicians might think differently, so the professor advised the girl not to get caught with this. The teacher told the student that it was too late and she had to leave. Flora left the office. The girl wondered how he could be so calm after he learned of her ability. Maybe he had already met people with a similar ability. In general, the professor rewarded the student appropriately, and with these thoughts, she returned home. Roger went to meet Hans as promised. He met him on the street near the car and in a stylish suit. The magician told his friend that he could not get used to his stylish appearance. Our hero asked his friend where he got this car from. Hans said that he got it from the best of the best in society. The friends went to a social party where music was playing and guests arrived in fancy dresses and suits. Roger noted that it was too bright and noisy here. After all, it was a famous place. Hans replied that it was better than some dirty place. The guys had an appointed meeting place on the 4th floor, and that's where they headed. But at the entrance, 2 men blocked their way. They said that Roger and his friend could not go to the 4th floor without permission. Hans handed the man a ticket and, looking back at Roger, said jokingly that they could do anything. The man pointed to the hall and politely asked them to pass, and the friends went to the designated place. Roger noticed that the atmosphere on the 4th floor was indeed different. A friend said that this place was used for meetings of underground organizations. And I will continue that this is how they created unwritten rules that warned that fighting on the 4th floor is prohibited, so there is no security on this floor. Roger was sure there was a reason why they invited them to such a place. Maybe they were testing whether they would follow this rule. They entered a room where there was a large round table, and behind it sat people who were clearly hiding their identities. Black Rose Violetta, her face covered by a veil, addressed the mage, calling him James Moriarty, saying that she was sure he would not lie in such a place, and that she thought he had disappeared after a failed attempt to start a war in the kingdom of Delica. She asked him if he had come here to correct his mistakes, but Roger replied that that would be stupid, and he had not even thought about it. The girl told the magician that she couldn't trust him. A man without evil intentions destroys the Scarlet Group as soon as it appeared here. That's strange. Roger replied that he just wanted to get rid of the dirt in front of his eyes, and a man named Kirukas Pinion asked what he wanted, since he hadn't just accepted the invitation for nothing. Our hero noted that the man was quick-witted, and said that he was planning to increase his strength, and the interlocutor asked whether Moriarty wanted to create a second Scarlet group. The old children of Dion were also sitting at the table. They were suspiciously waiting for an answer from their guest. Roger said that he didn't want to create a second Scarlet group, and he understood why it had become so stuffy here. He decided to clarify all the misunderstandings. A bearded man from Dion's old children asked him what misunderstandings he was talking about. Roger said that he wanted to talk in person, but the old man seemed not to understand him, and the girl sitting next to him calmed him down. A girl from Mastella's old children explained that she was usually looked down upon because she was a child, and Moriarty seemed to understand. Our hero replied that he was not so stupid as to look down on her because she was a child, and repeated that he had no desire to create a second Scarlet group, but was planning to create his own business. Roger decided to offer it to the people who sat at the table with him. He gives them work, and they rake in huge amounts of money. Hans did not intervene in the conversation, but what Roger said caused him misunderstanding and irritation. Violetta noted that it was no different from the Scarlet faction, as he would force them to obey his orders. Our hero replied that this was just a suggestion. If he wanted to, he would have started doing it a long time ago. Roger added that he would hand over part of the Scarlet Group's business area to them, even if they refused his offer, leaving his interlocutors puzzled. A girl from Mastella's old children decided that Moriarty was up to something if he agreed to give it to them, even if they refused. Clearing up the misunderstanding, Roger explained that it was dangerous for him to act openly now, and they knew it. He needed his own loyal forces, and useless battles would not achieve anything. He said they didn't have to trust him, and they had nothing to lose by refusing, but he wanted an answer here and now. After the magician's words, everyone present in the room fell silent for a moment, considering the proposal. A bearded man named Pinion asked Roger to tell him what exactly this business was, which made the Black Rose angry because he had not discussed it with them. Pinion explained that he did not really want to interfere in such a dangerous matter, but Roger promised that there would be no danger and motioned for Hans to come to him with the papers. Roger said that they knew what pleasures the nobility sought, opera, music, for example, to which Pinion replied that he hoped they would not have to do that. The man looked at the papers, and the magician clarified that he would need more elegance from them, telling a story through play, music, and dancing. Pinion exclaimed that he was sure Moriarty saw a future in this and agreed to take on the job. Black Rose Violet asked what Moriarty wanted in the end, to which Roger replied that he wanted change. Our hero told us about a forgotten region, which, despite the local industry and forges, only awaits gray skies and a gloomy future. Roger wanted to change this dark and gloomy alley into a place where people could live and see only a bright future. He had also pitched this business idea to other organizations, so he asked them to review it before making a decision. Walking back down the dark street, Hans praised Roger for the fact that his ideas were incredible, and he had received the approval of all three organizations. But the magician replied that he had merely brought other people's ideas to life. Violetta called out to them from behind. She was unaccompanied and asked Roger to speak to her personally. Our hero asked his friend to go ahead and said that he would catch up. Hans assured him that he could take his time. Black Rose asked if Moriarty really thought the business he proposed would go well, to which Roger responded by asking if she thought otherwise. Violetta said that the current clothing market was controlled by the nobility and rich merchants. She wondered if she had a chance. Roger responded in a reserved manner that their target audience was not them. Light and comfortable clothes that people could use in everyday life. If people liked this idea, then everyone would turn away from fashion. And yet the girl insisted that they would not be able to evade attempts to interfere with them, to which the magician replied that she needed to overcome this, because she could not hide forever. Roger said that she no longer had to worry about protecting her sisters, and if she accepted his offer, He would take responsibility for their protection, and once business was up and running, she could work her magic on fashion as well. Violetta didn't think he would recognize it, but Roger explained that mages can recognize other mages. It's not something complicated. Since the girl had agreed to work with the magician, she decided that she could no longer hide her face and took off her veil. Black Rose had a pretty face, but she had a burn on one cheek caused by magic, and Violetta said that it was the work of a mage who thought she was his property. She noticed it too late, so even the healers, the apostles of Lumensis, were powerless. Having shown her disgusting appearance, Violetta decided to put the veil back, but Roger grabbed her hand and asked her to wait. The magician touched her face with his hand and said that since she had trusted him and shown him her secret, it would be right for him to reveal his secret as well. There was no trace of the burn left on her face. Roger told her to look in the mirror. Black Rose looked in the mirror and her eyes opened wide in surprise, because there was not a millimeter of damaged skin left on her face. This is what Roger called real magic. Our hero said only one thing, that Violetta was too beautiful to hide her face because of this burn. The girl became embarrassed and said that it was dangerous to put something like that on display now, and Roger had no choice but to agree. Violetta said that it was time for her to get to work, as he had ordered, and added that their meeting today had been significant. Suddenly, the magician called out to the girl and grabbed her with his hand, sharply pulling her towards himself, as he noticed that they were trying to kill her. Violetta saw an arrow fly past her head and hit the wall. She was very lucky that Roger saved her. The guy asked if Black Rose was okay. She replied that everything was fine. He wondered who had set up the ambush, although Roger had his suspicions. Roger didn't expect a whole gang, but they saw several people with guns approaching them. One man told him how a big shot like James Moriarty could wander around here without guards. Our hero recognized these people as the remnants of the Scarlet Group and asked them if they had forgotten how their group had fallen apart. Roger remembered this, so he prepared himself, but then he smelled the scent of dispersal and asked Violetta not to use magic, since it would be difficult to control, and the girl was surprised that he even knew this. One of the villains recognized the voice of the Black Rose and was glad that he had not waited in vain. He had not thought that they would grab two big shots at once. Roger asked Violetta if she was going to fight, and the girl replied that they had already been caught and there was nowhere to run. The magician said that they would have to dance, hinting at a battle, and the girl noted that she could dance well enough not to feel jealous of other people. The villains surrounded them from all sides, and Roger and Violetta stood with their backs to each other, and the guy asked the girl to back him up. A fight broke out. Our heroes fought back with dignity, but they were unable to defeat the gang. One of the villains shouted that even with magic they were no match for them, but the other man replied that they were already tired. There was not much left. Violetta complained to Roger that she no longer had strength, that she was no longer the same as she was in her youth, and the magician advised her to increase her endurance when they ran out of this shit. Our hero tried to find the guy who shot among the villains. Could he have hidden somewhere after the ambush? He used the hard to get scent of dispersal and easily controlled his murderous aura. It seems like there is a professional hiding among these guys. A moment later, Roger grabbed the girl sharply and, using a magical sliding maneuver, rushed away from the bandits. The main villain began to shout at the men for letting the couple escape and ordered them to chase after them. Black Rose asked Roger in confusion what he was doing, and the guy explained to her that there was a professional killer among the bandits, and if they continued the battle, the advantage would be on their side. Violetta said that she heard that there was a group of killers who came from the southern desert, people who kill others for money. Roger realized that these were Calisarp's killers. He asked the girl to be careful and not to bite her tongue, because he planned to climb onto the roof with the girl using a hook on a chain. Our heroes flew high up, but the bandits also seemed to have mastered such magic and, lagging a little behind, chased after them. On the roof of the house, the villains finally caught up with the heroes, and they had no choice but to fight off the blows again. Violetta protected herself from the blow with her umbrella, but to her disappointment she saw that it had practically turned to dust. Roger explained to the girl that this was a special poison that the Calisarp bastards used, and it corroded absolutely everything, and she asked in horror what they should do now. The magician suggested that she either wait until they ran out of throwing knives or get out of there. Violetta liked the second option better, so Roger told her to hold on tight, picked her up, and jumped off the roof. The villains rushed down after them, but when they landed they did not see our hero there, but only one girl. Violetta stood there and simply complained that Roger had abandoned her here and run away like a coward, lamenting that she hadn't thought he was that kind of person. The bandits thought that he had left her and run away, although they didn't really believe it. It looked more like a trap, and he was using her as bait. The killers realized that he was hiding somewhere nearby and began to look out for his location. Suddenly, one of the villains saw a shadow and hit that place, but upon closer inspection, he saw that there was no one there. It was just a distraction, and Roger stabbed him from behind with a dagger. Roger boasted that it was just a feature of his magic. Although he slightly took advantage of the scent of dispersal that remained on the mana, he used it to transmit the sound. Our hero thought he had finished with the bandits, but Violetta suddenly shouted to him that there was danger from above. The bandit threw a long chain with a hook and with one sharp movement grabbed Roger's cane, which was also a dagger. The killer rushed towards the magician to kill him, but suddenly saw that he had another weapon. Roger quickly pulled out a sharp knife and stabbed his opponent, the last of the attacking killers. The enemy lay defeated on the ground, and our hero finally told him that he had acted well, but at the decisive moment he had let his guard down. From afar, the voices of men who were going to catch them could be heard. They were running towards them. The scent of dissipation had almost disappeared, and Roger asked if he could leave the rest to Violet, and she said it wouldn't be difficult. The bandits caught up with the couple, but suddenly saw a large wave of magical power flare up, and in an instant they were destroyed. Black Rose noted that there seemed to be no more minions left. She didn't think that they would set up an ambush after the group disappeared. Roger informed her that they were forced, most likely paid by the killers. It was definitely not Belfort Rickson, because he killed him. Violetta heard about Belfort's death, but she couldn't even imagine that it was the work of Moriarty, that is, our hero. The magician explained that Rickson had done dirty work while he was financing Dutry. At one time, he had humiliated the honor and respect of other people, and he would not want to exist under his sky with such people. Roger was going to hand over the Dutry recruits to Violetta, and in exchange for her finding the one behind it, but she reminded him that she would be busy with the business he proposed. When our hero asked if she could handle all this, he hurt her pride, and Black Rose said that she could handle everything better than he expected. Roger was fine with it. They said goodbye, and the guy wished Violetta good luck. When he returned home, he heard noise in the house from the street, and when he entered, he saw Sheridan beating Hans for not coming to her when she called him. Sheridan Ionfid was Roger's colleague. The dwarf developer greeted the mage, and Hans asked his friend to save him from a petty bully. The magician told the girl to look at something better than to make fun of the guy. Sheridan exclaimed that he had damaged the wire while carrying another person, and now the clamp wouldn't work, and she had said it was only for one person. Roger replied that he had to, and the girl said that she would fix it. It would only take 10 minutes, and asked him to wait there. Hans complained to his friend that the little brat hated him. The magician wanted to say that he was just a weakling, but asked him not to forget that she was older than him and to be more patient when talking to her. When they first met in the mines of the Delica Kingdom, Hans thought she was a child. The guys remembered that she was kept there as a slave, if you can call it that. The girl sat in the mines and collected explosives. If those bombs had exploded, they would have died. Even the captain of the knights would have died if something like that had exploded kilometers underground. Hans remembered that some left-wing types were pestering Roger. The magician replied that he had already taken care of them. They were from the Scarlet Group. The magician added that there had to be someone behind them and asked his friend to find out about it. But Hans was already confused because he was already dealing with the items at the auction. And now Sheridan called him, and Roger told him to first help the girl and make sure that she did not touch the gunpowder. Looking out the window, our hero thought that if the girl said to wait 10 minutes, then they would finish in 30, and he would rest in the meantime. On the street, he saw 3 people in raincoats walking past the house. Their movements were light and quick. You couldn't even hear their steps. A group of people moving in sync at such a time, Roger thought they might be knights. One of them looked back and almost saw Roger in the window, but he managed to quickly dodge. From the conversation of these people, the magician realized that she did not see him. At first, it seemed to him that they were knights, but this silver hair reminded him of someone. It was the patron of the Knights of the Night Serpent, Terina Lionhall. Roger wondered why she was in Leathervelk. He heard that she was assigned to investigate the murder of Belfort Rickson. Did she really think that this murder was connected to the recent incident? It was good that Roger got rid of the evidence. He didn't want to cross paths with this terrible man anymore. Sheridan came into the room and fixed the device. It took a little longer because she decided to tidy up the rest of the parts. Roger noticed that it had become smaller and thinner, and the girl suggested that he try it out. Our hero threw a hook on a chain from the bracelet, and they saw how the hook went completely into the wall and caught on it. Sheridan made it twice as powerful. Now the mage will be able to use it on multiple people. The girl also added a new feature and suggested that Roger try to clench his hand into a fist and bend his wrist. When the guy repeated what the girl asked, a sharp knife came out of the bracelet. Sheridan did this because she remembered what Roger told her, and it would disappear if she relaxed her hand. She also showed a small hole on the left side and told Roger that he could shoot needles from it to paralyze the enemy. The magician really liked it and thanked the girl for her work. Sheridan said the guy had excellent taste, but her cowardly assistant, referring to Hans, kept saying it was dangerous. From a distance, Hans could hear that this was expected from a professor at Theon Academy. It sounded a little strange, but Roger decided not to pay attention to it. The girl added that Roger looks great in these fashionable clothes. Just one look is enough to understand that he is a gentleman, just like an aristocrat. The guy thanked her for the kind words. Our hero said he wanted to go for a walk, and, to Sheridan's disappointment, he said goodbye and left. The night snakes came to where Roger had recently fought, but it was clear that the wounds on their bodies were caused by magic. Perhaps some kind of fight had taken place between the groups. She picked up the bloody knife and smelled a sour smell. She recognized the special poison that Calsap's killers use. Terina's assistant suggested that there was a conflict between Calsap and the Scarlet faction. But the main one answered that most likely they were on the same side. They did not die from poison. One was killed with one blow, the second one too, and it looks like his heart was pierced from the back. The assassin switched to a short-range battle. Most likely they thought that their opponent was an ordinary mage and died because of their own mistake. Terina realized that the one who dealt with the killers was a mage who knew how to handle a sword, and he was the one who finished off the Scarlet Group. The collapsed organization went so far as to hire someone to kill Calsap, which meant they had a huge grudge. If you think about it, Belfort's finances at some point went to the Scarlet faction, and the one who got rid of Belfort and the Scarlet faction, the burned-down factory, and Professor Tiona, who burned the werewolf to the ground. Terina had the general picture and told her assistants that the investigation was almost complete and they could leave. Lloyd was surprised because they were not even one step closer to completing the case, to which the main one replied that she had a guess. There was a place where there could be a clue. In the morning, Selina knocked on Roger's door. She heard that he hadn't come to work today, and as she was passing by, she decided to drop in. The professor confirmed that he had no classes today and asked his colleague what brought her here. Selina told Roger that a knight from the State Security Service was looking for him, and she decided to go in and tell him. The guy realized that new troubles had overtaken him, but without showing it, he said that he would meet with him. Our hero went to the academy, and entering the office, he saw that a young guy was waiting for him. The professor invited the guest to sit down, and the guy introduced himself as a state security officer named Lloyd. Roger offered the guest some tea, but the guy refused and said that he doesn't eat while working, and decided to get down to business right away, asking the professor how he dealt with the werewolf that appeared on the academy's territory. Lloyd asked for more details about the incident and asked Roger not to worry and to imagine that he was talking to a friend. The mage was preparing to meet Tarina Leonhall, but since it wasn't her, there shouldn't be any problems, so he decided to begin the story. When they finished their conversation, Lloyd thanked the professor for his time. Roger shook his hand and said that he was glad to help someone who worked for the government. As I was opening the door, Lloyd said that it was an honor for him to meet Professor Chelici. When the employee returned to the agency, Tarina asked him if he had found any leads, but he replied that he had found nothing worthwhile. The main one reported that they even got a warrant for an investigation, but there was nothing useful in it. Tarina asked if he had followed her instructions exactly. Lloyd replied that he had done everything as she had said. The girl asked another question, whether he was someone who devoted a lot of his time to training. The guy said that Chelici was wearing gloves when they shook hands. It felt like the hand of an ordinary magician who had never used a knife before. The assistant asked Lloyd again if he had made a mistake, but the guy was very confident in his words. It must be said that Tarina did not expect this at all. She thought that she had finally found a clue, but the whole thing becomes a mystery again. She announced that without any leads, the investigation was closed, and asked Enya to stay here and report anything suspicious. The assistant suggested checking it out in person before leaving, but Tarina replied that they couldn't. It was one of the conditions. Suddenly, Eliza Willow, the rector of the academy, called out to her, and the assistants were very surprised that they knew each other. Eliza asked why her friend didn't even greet her, and Tarina reminded her that she wasn't so friendly when she didn't let her meet Professor Roger in person and asked her to stop pretending. Eliza, as always with a smile, asked her friend not to bully their useful newcomer. She liked him so much, so she could not leave him alone with Tarina. Madam Rector considered her friend to be a person who constantly breaks others, and Tarina was only just convinced of this. She was offended by this and asked Eliza not to see her off, and did not even accept the invitation for tea. Professor Roger looked at this picture from the window. He had no idea what kind of relationship there could be between the rector and the patron. At least thanks to Rector Eliza, the magician was able to avoid meeting this madwoman, and Lloyd was one of those in front of whom one cannot relax one's vigilance. First, he checked to see if there was dust on the shelves, something Roger noticed as soon as he entered the office. He himself looked clean and well-groomed. The professor thought that he was a germaphobe, that is, he was afraid of germs and their getting from any surface onto his hands. If someone like him offers to shake hands with his bare hand, it means he wanted to know something. Just in case, Roger asked Sheridan to make him artificial skin, and for good reason. The professor thought their attempt was good, but unfortunately for them, he had prepared better, so now they could relax and prepare the test. A week later, Sedina reported to the professor that everyone had been acting very cautiously lately, apparently due to the recent visit of Tarina's patron to Theon. People have been trying to avoid contact with each other as much as possible, and private gatherings now take place outside of Theon. The girl also said that 2 days ago, 3 people from the Third Order were captured by the police. The magician was surprised by this. Sedina clarified that it was not worth the professor's attention, so she did not tell him about it, to which Roger said how stupid they were to get caught by the police. The girl gave the reason that Theon's students were involved, 2 boys and 1 girl from his class. Roger's intuition rarely failed him, and he immediately realized that these students were Aiden, Leo, and Tracy, which the assistant confirmed, but it was unclear how these guys were able to catch someone outside the city. Sedina explained that it seemed like they were doing an assignment at the time. Low-class students have an assignment board that they can use to pay for their education. Those 3 students weren't from the richest families. Roger wondered, even if that's how these guys caught the Third Order people. Sedina's assistant asked the teacher what she should do with the people from the Order. Roger told her to leave them. He didn't need anyone who could be defeated by some students, and the girl said that he was absolutely right. The assistant added that there was nothing more except an agreement to lie low for a while, and Roger invited her to go to a lecture. In class, the professor announced that the first testing round was starting today, and he was confident that the students had prepared diligently for it and promised that he would teach the students who placed first 5 on the list the formula for the source code. He pointed out that if he found out that they were cheating, then they would have to pay a corresponding price for it. Roger began the test, which seemed to last forever, as the students had no idea it would be so difficult. Many people realized how difficult the test was when the professor allowed them to use notes, because it was so difficult that they weren't even needed. After all the students had left, Renee approached Roger and he thought she had questions about the test. But the student wanted to return the book that the professor had given her, since she had already finished reading it. Our hero answered the girl that she might not return the book, that she would need this book again in the future, and added that the edition he gave her was much more important. Roger said that she could consider it a tribute to the previous owner. Renee was amazed by such a statement from the professor. As he left, he added that he believed that only in her hands would this book show its full potential. Ellen, the student's relative, asked how she wrote the test, and the girl answered that it was not so difficult, not at all as she imagined it. Seeing that the princess was embarrassed, her friend consoled her, saying that she was probably very tired and could not get herself together at all. This happens, and Ellendale agreed. She had a lot on her mind, and she could not prepare properly. The rector looked at the test and was surprised. Just think, Professor Roger could make up such questions. For this you need a strong foundation and knowledge of the basics, with the right placement of tricks and the complexity of the test. She did not expect much from this stern guy, but he really surprised her. The old professor asked her how she would compare Roger to Professor Chris, since they were both embodiment professors, and he was sure the sections on the test were similar. Eliza replied that it would be cruel to compare them. Professor Chris only puts difficult questions on the exam to show off his knowledge, and she is sure he has already looked at this test. The rector was interested to see the expression on his face now. Professor Chris really did read the test, and it made him so angry that he tore it to shreds. Of course, the rector asked him to take note of the questions from Professor Roger's exam, and for him it was sheer humiliation. Chris couldn't forget the look on Eliza's face when she brought him Roger's test, saying it might be useful to him when writing his next exam. Just thinking that he, a nobleman, was compared to some fallen one, made Chris's soul filled with even more hatred and desire to avenge this shame. Renee had prepared for other exams, so she could now have lunch in peace, and taking her lunch, went out into the yard. Ellendale returned immediately because she was shocked by this exam. Her friend was worried about her with the hope that she would get better. On the way, Renee saw some guys who were not very famous at the academy and realized that they had noticed her. One of them, similar to the main one, told his friends to look at the girl and said that she was a proud and noble commoner, mocking her. Not wanting to get into trouble, Renee politely asked him to move away so she could continue walking, but he didn't seem to hear her mumbling. Renee told him that he was probably angry because she rejected him and added that he should be ashamed of himself for being noble. The guy, who was really angry, called the girl pathetic and a commoner and ordered her to know her place. The villain grabbed Renee by the hand and told her to follow him, but she began to resist and demand that he let her go. He hit her in the face with all his might, and the girl fell to the ground, and her lunch fell out of her hands and spilled onto the ground. Renee was taken aback and looked at the scoundrel, and he sarcastically said that she did not dare look him in the eyes. And he added that that is why it is necessary to teach common people. And he looked down at her proudly, as if he were a hero. Suddenly the students heard a guy with a sharp look approaching them. They looked around and froze, and he asked the scoundrel what he was doing. It was Frieden Volberg, the guy Jivan had been showing off in front of, the guy Aiden had noticed, and about whom there were generally some not very good rumors. Seeing him, Renee remembered that there were rumors that he was cruel and merciless to commoners, and now she wondered why he came here. The girl was still sitting on the ground, and the guy who had bullied her explained to Frieden that he was raising an impudent commoner because he was noble. Frieden clarified that he was not educating her, but mocking her, but the guy began to justify himself, saying that a commoner dared to look down on a nobleman. The new arrival ordered the guy to be silent and, without even blinking an eye, used magic to put him on the ground. Looking at him with disdain, he said that he was trash that had tarnished the name of a noble man, and added that he could no longer tolerate scum who had nothing better to do. The scoundrel stood up and began to leave quickly, and the guy who stood up for Renee asked if he was angry that he was being scolded. The scoundrel replied that he was not angry as long as he left. Friedan stood his ground and repeated that he should leave and that he would not repeat it twice. Renee didn't expect such actions from this guy and thanked him from the bottom of her heart for helping her. The guy was either surprised or embarrassed. Strange feelings arose inside him when he looked at the girl. Renee noticed the confusion on the guy's face and looked at him questioningly, but he turned away and pretended that nothing had happened. Friedan saw the girl's scattered lunch and said that she couldn't eat it anymore, but Renee replied that everything was fine and she would clean it from dirt, but the guy offered to treat her to his lunch. He couldn't eat something that touched the ground. They came to a place that Renee had never noticed, and the guy explained that this was his personal space and even his bodyguards didn't know about it. Friedan said that if she kept it a secret from the other students, she could come here whenever she wanted, and the girl said that of course she wouldn't tell anyone. When the guy opened the food box, Renee asked if it was really his lunch. Friedan replied that he just got carried away and made too much of it. The student was surprised that he made the lunch himself. He offered her to try it and Renee couldn't stop. It was so delicious the guy was glad that she liked it and asked her not to rush. The girl ate and thought, looking at the guy. They said that he hated commoners, but he did not look like such a person at all. This was further proof that you should never trust rumors. Professor Selena was in the courtyard of the academy. She turned to Roger, who was passing by. She asked the professor if his exams were over, and he replied that they were over and he was already on his way to check them. Roger realized that Selena would have a practical exam, and she confirmed this, clarifying that practical exercises are more useful for summoners. She asked if Professor Roger wanted to watch, and he agreed, because it was clear from looking at her that she was nervous about her first exam. Selena looked at the professor so pleadingly that he firmly decided to watch the exam, and she invited him to follow her into the garden. The teacher explained to the students that during the exam they would communicate with spirits and ask them to use their magical powers to communicate and make friends with them. At first, Selena decided to demonstrate how this happens. She used magic and a glowing ball appeared in her hands. Roger watched this from the side. Then the teacher, squinting her eyes, greeted the glowing ball, which was a spirit, and it vibrated slightly. The students were surprised by this and watched what was happening in fascination, observing the power of the spiritual professor. Professor Selena noted that it was not difficult, and if the students followed what she showed, they would succeed and asked them to get to work. Students began to practice working with spirits and many succeeded with ease. Selena asked Roger if he wanted to try, since it was easy, but the mage refused, saying that he was not the kind of person the spirits liked. The colleague, laughing, said that this couldn't be because the spirits were very kind, and decided to prove it to the professor. She summoned the spirit, and was surprised to see that the glowing ball in her hands began to tremble. In her practice, there was nothing like this. She noticed that even other spirits did not approach Professor Roger. Our hero calmly explained to her that he had warned her that the spirits did not like him. The magician remembered his mother's words that he had the qualities of a shaman and that divine spirits protected him. Selena said that there are cases when spirits are not interested, but she has never seen them scared, and yet only spirits of lower ranks were afraid of him. Spirits of middle rank were calm. The teacher said that it was unfortunate. It would be nice if he could also get closer to the spirits, but Roger replied that there are different people in the world. In this matter, he is an exception. Professor Roger reminded her that she was still conducting an exam, and it was unlikely that this could be left to assistants. Selena, having come to her senses, ran to the students. Thank God, the professor's magical power is still sufficient, because if the mid-ranking spirits had also reacted, Selena would have suspected Roger. The spirits were not afraid of Roger, they were afraid of what was behind him. They were hiding between the trees. This is the energy of two fires and of a high level. Looking at the others, Roger wondered if the others hadn't sensed him. Even Professor Selena, who was sensitive to spirits, didn't react. A presence that cannot be felt by a spiritual professor who controls mid-level spirits. So this guy is not a spirit that exists in nature. He is a spirit controlled by someone. And if they were so clearly following Roger, then there is only one answer. There is another First Order hiding in Theon. The magician wondered why they suddenly decided to appear right now and why they were just watching him, doing nothing. If they knew he was fake, then they wouldn't watch him, but would act immediately. Perhaps they were sending a signal to Roger. These thoughts made the magician feel hot. His temperature rose. The spirits reacted to his words. Professor Selena and the students were nearby, and our hero decided to move to another place to be unnoticed. Roger was curious what the spirits would do now. Even if they didn't react, he would at least know who he was dealing with. Now was a good opportunity to find out, and our hero could not miss it. Soon Professor Roger saw how two lights were connecting with him near one of the trees. The tongues of flame lined up into fiery letters, and the letters into words, and the magician realized that this letter was for him. It contained an invitation to this evening, after classes, at this place. Roger was used to clarifying unclear situations, so in the evening he came to this place even earlier than expected. A spirit of fire appeared before him, who said in surprise that he did not expect the magician to come earlier than expected. Roger had a premonition that the meeting would take place without a physical body, but it was not to say that he was not surprised. Our hero decided to get down to business without delay, and with a serious look, asked the flame what it wanted from it. The spirit of fire said that he needs the help of a magician. He is going to cause chaos in Theon, because his role is destruction, but those magicians put out the fires that he causes. Roger guessed that they were planning a terrorist attack and asked if the fire spirit wanted him to help him in his fire games. The spirit replied that he did not want to do anything like that, but after his subordinates, the Second Order disappeared. Unlike other members of the First Order, Roger does not work with anyone. With his skills to hide his identity, and help should not be a problem. Of course, the flame did not ask for free work, but promised to compensate if the magician helped him. He called it a mutual contract, but Roger asked between whom exactly the contract was. And the spirit replied, smiling mysteriously, that of course it was between John Doe and Esmeralda. Our hero assumed that this was not his real name. It must be a code name like his. The spirit of fire asked again whether Roger agreed to his proposal, but the magician replied that he refused. He explained to the spirit that in his current situation he could do nothing, but Esmeralda was surprised. She had told him everything. Was he really refusing? The spirit thought that perhaps Roger was just too lazy to do it, but the magician explained that in a normal situation he would agree, but now everything is different. Our hero openly said that the rector still suspects him, and he cannot make rash decisions. Roger decided that he had enough information, and it was time for him to leave, and told the flame that if that was all she wanted to say, then it was time to say goodbye. Esmeralda asked the magician to wait, and said that not long ago she learned interesting information. She informed our hero that she had heard that he had a subordinate, meaning Sedina, but how the great John Doe, who could do anything, could have a subordinate. And on top of all that, he's from the Second Order. Esmeralda asked Roger if he thought there was something wrong here, or if he was still planning something in secret from those people. Roger answered the spirit of fire that she spoke as if she knew him well. The magician did not like her rhetoric, especially since she came to him for help. Our hero indicated that she was not only rushing to conclusions, but even suspecting him. Roger didn't like the fact that just because he had infiltrated Theon and done nothing outstanding, she dared to look down on him. But the spirit replied that it was he who was acting strangely, and the magician explained that he could not be the only one who did not have an assistant when all the other professors had them, and decided that it was better to choose someone from the organization. Esmeralda did not argue with Roger, and said that she thought there was no point in explaining to him further. The fire spirit turned it all into a joke, and asked the boy if he thought he had taken the joke too seriously. Roger looked back and replied that he didn't care whether she suspected him or not. He wouldn't pick on it this time, but added that she shouldn't even dare to doubt his loyalty to the Zero Order. If this happened again, one of them would have to pay for it, and Esmeralda decided to apologize, and since she had nothing else to say, she decided to leave. Roger stood and stared unwaveringly at the flames of the spirit of fire that dissipated into the air. When the spirit disappeared, our hero was finally able to catch his breath and relax. Just think, this could have ended very badly. Roger thanked God that he had researched what this John Doe was like. If he hadn't, he would have died on the spot. The guy leaned against the tree and decided that he needed to think it over. Judging by the voice, there was a young woman behind the flame. Perhaps it was an elementalist who could control high-ranking flame spirits. The first to fall under suspicion are the elementalist professors. Also, one must not forget about the students who can control the spirits of flame. Roger remembered. Leathervelk is organizing an event to accept new professors. Since all of Theon's sponsors would be there, all of the professors would also be present. If she was a professor, she would be present at this event. It was a chance for the mage. Roger was returning home when it was already dark, and the same girl who had communicated with the magician through the spirit of fire was looking at him from the window. Our hero did not notice that there was a light on in one window, and could not imagine that he was being watched. Esmeralda thought that he was so focused on his work that she wondered if something had happened. It seemed like she was worrying for nothing. What worried her was that he didn't feel any fear from her flame. Perhaps he was much stronger than she expected, and all her efforts were in vain. Walking down the corridor, the girl suddenly remembered that the event that Roger had also remembered would soon take place. Esmeralda didn't want to go to that event, but she was reassured by the fact that the main role would not be hers, but someone else's. Renee was walking home from lunch that afternoon. She didn't expect to be able to have lunch with Freuden again. It seemed he had no bad intentions. Since childhood, she could determine who had evil intent or ill intentions towards her. The only people around her who don't have any ill intent against her are Elendel and Freuden. Professor Roger was also one of those people who treated Renee well. No, the professor did not have any good intentions towards her, rather sadness or guilt, but the girl did not know why. The girl met a guy whom she greeted. He knew that her name was Renee and that she was a first-year student. The guy introduced himself as Freud's friend, Henry Presto, and said he knew she had just been with Freud. When asked how he knew this, Henry replied that he had his own methods, and he was also interested in what Freuden had been doing lately. While talking to the guy, Renee felt that he had no evil intentions towards her, but he was dangerous. Henry saw that the girl was looking at him strangely. He asked what he had done wrong and assured her that there was no need to be so afraid of him. The guy raised his index finger as if remembering something and offered his help as a way to settle their relationship. He said he had a part-time job that paid well and was fairly safe, and he was sure the girl knew that Theon's students were mostly commoners with no money. Renee asked the guy why he was telling her this since they had just met, and he explained that he was shocked to see Freuden spending time with a commoner like her. The girl didn't understand what was so surprising about it. She just thought he was a good person. Henry laughed at the girl's words that Freuden was a good man, but she did not understand why he was laughing. The guy said he hadn't laughed like that in a long time, and added that he thought the same thing even after all the time he spent around him. Henry stated that in any case, he was just curious to see the two of them together, and that Renee could decide if she wanted to accept the offer after she learned all the details. The day of the event came, where all the professors, Theona and Roger among them, were supposed to come. All the main characters of the party were already here in beautiful evening dresses. The new professors had a good reputation at the party. When Roger entered the hall, he attracted the attention of those who were talking about the merits of the new professors, and everyone realized that it was because of him that such rumors were circulating. Roger Talici looked confident and majestic. He managed to delight all the noble people in the city. Professor Chris Benamor was approached by a stranger who told him that he was as irresistible as the rumors said. Roger watched as everyone searched for connections. He decided to study the situation first and then go in search of Esmeralda. A certain Count Deckers approached the professor with a glass of wine, but the magician immediately made it clear that he was not in the mood for conversation. The Count was understanding of Roger and respectfully replied that he would not take up his time. Our hero rejoiced, because since he had attacked the Count, no flies would bother him, and he would take advantage of this to find Esmeralda. But Roger heard Selina's voice. Some unpleasant guy was pestering her, and she couldn't get rid of him. The enemy asked her why she wanted to avoid him so much, and did not give her the opportunity to leave. The professor stood between them, blocking Selina from the man with his hand, and ordered him to stop, and that the girl had plans for him. The enemy did not know who Roger was, but his subordinate whispered in his ear. And he proudly sang that he was the director of the Luke Company, Evan Luke, and he was sure that the professor had heard of the Luke Company, ordering him to get out of the way. Our hero felt how Selina lightly grabbed the edge of his jacket with her fingers. She was probably worried. Professor Roger calmly repeated that he already had plans with this woman, but the scoundrel impudently pointed his finger at the magician and ordered him not to think about joking with him, and that he would not leave him alone just because he was Theon's professor. Roger could not tolerate Evan's stupid remarks any longer and grabbed his enemy by the wrist. Since he spoke in such a tone, the magician decided to speak to him in the same way and said that he would not leave him alone and asked how long he would go on babbling about being the director of Luke's company. Luke was screaming at the professor to let him go, or he would be fired from his job. It was amazing how hard Roger was squeezing his hand. But Evan's intimidation did not stop Professor Roger, and he only proved more strongly that he would not give up. This continued until Luke's subject asked to stop so that people would not get hurt, and removed the professor's hand. Evan huffed in anger, calling Roger a fallen nobleman, rubbing his wrist, and his subject told him to calm down because he was being watched, calling him young master. People were shocked when Evan slapped him and ordered him to call him director and said that he could not calm down after being treated like that. The villain shouted that he would get Professor Roger fired, and our hero thought that everything was going even more unusually than he expected. He wanted to run away, using Professor Selina as an excuse. But the rector arrived, and Evan started yelling that she had arrived just in time and asked how they even trained professors in Theon. Evan Luke started complaining that this fallen nobleman was trying to use violence against him, and if she still wanted the Luke Company to sponsor them in the future, then she should fire him immediately. Eliza noted that the owner of the company, Luke, is the chairman, Theodore, and Evan is the son of the chairman, Luke, and it is unclear why some director is throwing around empty words. The rector asked if he had discussed his demands with his father. Evan assured that his father would of course agree with this, because he was his son, but suddenly he heard his father's voice. When Theodore came closer to Eliza, she smiled and asked if he thought so, and he had no choice but to apologize for his son's behavior, but the rector replied that everything was fine, and she even felt a little refreshed. Looking at his son with disapproval, Theodore thanked the rector for expressing herself that way. But since leaving everything as is would be a bit ugly, Eliza came up with an idea to fix the situation, and Evan's father became interested in what she meant. And she announced that here, in front of everyone, Professor Roger and Evan Luke could have a fair duel. Roger was really upset by this. Eliza handled the situation so well, and suddenly everything changed. No, maybe it was a good thing. If the situation had ended like this, that guy wouldn't have accepted it. Chairman Theodore didn't look happy about it either. And our hero came to the conclusion that a duel here would guarantee that there would be no trouble later, and said that he did not mind. Since Evan didn't have any magic, he was allowed to have someone else fight for him, and he offered his assistant to correct his mistake in this way, remaining basically satisfied with this arrangement. The scoundrel decided that it was worth trying to fight the assistant in a duel. He is quite an experienced magician. But only a few seconds passed, and he realized with disappointment that the duel was already over. Roger Talici was declared the winner, and Evan's assistant was defeated and lay on the floor. The company's bodyguard, Luke, was also considered a difficult opponent, But seeing how quickly he was defeated, Evan realized that the rumors about Roger using unique magic formulas were true. Chairman Theodore wondered if all of Theon's professors were monsters of that level, to which Eliza laughed and replied that of course not. It was just that Professor Roger was a rather unique individual. Eliza asked if he was complaining about it. The chairman realized that his face gave him away. It seemed he was getting old, but he said that since it was a fair fight, he should accept. Theodore asked not to worry about his stupid son, he would have a good talk with him. As expected from the chairman, Eliza noted that they were on the same wavelength. The chairman said that he wanted to ask the rector for something, to which she immediately answered no. He was surprised because he had not said anything yet. Eliza guessed that he was going to ask her to introduce him to Professor Roger, and asked him to refrain from addressing one of their professors. Our hero went outside. He was glad that it was all finally over, and now he could focus on his goal. But it was not to be. From behind, he heard Professor Selena calling him, and he stopped. Roger asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that everything was fine. She received an apology personally from the company's chairman, Luke, and thanked Roger for his help. Having learned that the magician had no further plans, Selena invited him to go with her to a meeting with professors of animism, who believe in the existence of the soul and spirits and the animation of all nature. To say that Roger was lucky is to say nothing, because it was a great opportunity to find Esmeralda, and they went to a meeting. There were 4 professors sitting at a round table. Professor Sosluna greeted the guests and asked Selena who had come with her. She introduced Professor Roger, and one of the girls said that she heard that he was appointed to the 2nd year as a new professor, but the magician noticed that no one was really reacting to him. The professor replied that someone like him did not deserve to teach the 2nd year, and he was considered a very modest person. They talked in this spirit for some time, and Roger became upset. It was useless. He apparently came here in vain. The magician watched the 3 professors closely, but none of them showed any particular reaction. In a recent conversation, Roger noted that Esmeralda was difficult and hot-tempered, not the type to keep her composure in a situation like this. So she wasn't one of the professors, although since Roger lacked information, he had to consider all the options. Passing by the waiter, the professor took a glass of alcohol and decided to wet his throat, and heard someone calling him. Roger didn't even notice when he took the glass that Renee was in the waiter's place. Seeing her, the teacher asked what she was doing there. The student told the professor that she had been recommended to work here part-time, and drew the teacher's attention to the fact that several of her classmates were also here. Roger thought about it and advised the girl not to overwork herself and go home before it was too late. Renee thanked the professor and left. Professor Selena walked up to Roger. She was also surprised when she saw Renee as a waitress. The colleague said that she knew the girl before, and then she saw another student who worked here, and the magician asked who she meant. Selena pointed to the girl and noted that she was a new student, but already well-versed in animism. It was Joanna Lovett. She was just serving a glass to one of the guests, and Roger noticed her. Come to think of it, he had completely forgotten about the students. Since Esmeralda was a high-level animist, he thought that she would definitely be a professor. But there could also be professionals among the students, so the magician took a closer look at the girl and noticed that she was heading somewhere. Having given the last glasses from the tray to the guests, the student purposefully headed somewhere. Joanna walked over to the table where the trays were and put hers down, as it was empty. After that, she turned around, leaning against the table and simply looking into the hall at the visitors. Roger was surprised that she had really left only to put down the tray. Our hero thought that he was probably paying attention to the wrong things, and at this rate he would miss important details. Roger overheard the conversation from the side and looked towards the conversation. One man was talking about guys who wanted to start a business. According to him, they bought fabric. It seems they are going to start producing clothes. The interlocutor noted what the lower-class people are thinking about. The magician realized that this was about Violetta. She was acting even faster than he thought, although she was trying to hide it. But apparently she was already in despair, which meant she could be relied upon. The guests said how dare they not know their place and conduct the affairs of commoners on the territory of the imperial family, and it was obvious that they would soon go bankrupt, and decided to simply watch them over a glass of wine. Roger took a sip and thought what idiots they were. Their inaction would eventually turn into a huge wave that would change the course of the future. Soon these people will understand this, and these conversationalists and all the others whom the magician knew here. Thinking about this, Roger felt something happening to him. His body began to tremble and weaken. Our hero dropped the glass from his hand and it fell, smashing on the floor, and the crash attracted the attention of some people. Professor Selena was worried about Roger and supported him, asking if everything was okay. The magician pretended that everything was fine. It was just that the floor was slippery. The professor said he would be back soon, just going out for some fresh air, leaving Selena confused. Professor Chris noticed that something was happening to Chalichi and he was very interested. As he stepped outside, Roger tried to drown out the voices in his head that demanded he accept them, their power, calling the mage the chosen one. The guy took the pills out of his pocket and took them. Thank God that their effect was very fast, and he felt better. Roger realized that by focusing on the quick duel, he had used up too much magic power. He had been too careless, and he hadn't even noticed it. But he didn't notice not only this, but also that Professor Chris was hiding around the corner and spying on him. He could smell the medicine. Returning to the party, our hero heard cries for help and immediately tried to find out what was happening in the room. In the hall, he noticed a blazing flame, and people were shouting about a monster and running in different directions. But Roger couldn't understand what the hell it was. He saw a monster that was all on fire. The first thought that came to the professor's mind, looking at what was happening, was that it was Esmeralda. People couldn't understand where this monster came from, but they didn't think about it for long, because the priority was to evacuate the visitors. One woman shouted for people to run to safety and pointed with her hand towards the exit. Suddenly, spirits appeared in the air. People were screaming. They were scared, because they did not understand what was happening. It was Angela Anderson, Tiona's fifth-year animism professor, and Viorano Dentis, Tiona's fourth-year animism professor. They called upon the spirits to help them defeat the fire monster. But to their amazement, none of the attacks worked. Someone noticed that something similar to fire was falling from the ceiling. When it got on clothes, it was impossible to extinguish it, and the person could simply catch fire. One man warned the others not to touch the falling flames. If the black flame touched their clothes, they should take them off immediately. Roger noticed that it was different from normal fire. It was closer to magma, and its destructive power was, too. In that case, it is not just a high-level spirit. It is a spirit of the highest level that has already reached the 6th rank. But suddenly the magician wondered why the spirit was in humanoid form. Usually they take natural forms, for example, animals or plants. Our hero felt that something was wrong, and he decided to take a closer look at the monster. If you think about it, this bastard doesn't have a normal lower body, which means he was incarnated with the help of a medium. The biggest advantage of using a medium for summoning is that the identity of the summoner can be hidden. Roger remembered that there was a very suspicious silver tray in the center of the table. Everything is as our hero thought. Joanna Leve is Esmeralda. It's a pity that he drove these thoughts away from himself then. It was impossible to follow her now, although Roger had found a way to break through the fire, and he could take care of something else. Apparently, one of the walls of the building couldn't withstand it and collapsed, and Renee was lying on the floor under its ruins, and Roger rushed to her. Looking at the monster, the girl understood that she needed to get out of here, but she couldn't cope with her legs. Apparently, they were injured. Suddenly, she saw that the monster was being attacked with magical blows. The monster was thrown away from the girl by magic, but Renee remained lying under the ruins and could not get up. The girl tried her best to get out from under the rocks, but she felt terrible pain. Professor Roger used magic to throw away all the ruins in one moment and picked up Renee in his arms, asking if she was okay. The girl was shocked by what was happening, so she was emotional, so she couldn't even immediately pronounce the professor's name. She didn't even notice when the magician was able to teleport her to a safe place away from the monster, Roger said that she hurt her leg. The wound was not very deep, so he applied some medicine. Renee had a certain sense of déjà vu in this situation, and she stared at the professor. He asked her what was the matter, and the girl asked if they hadn't met before. Renee looked at the professor. He had a chain around his neck, a high collar, and a pointed chin that seemed to remind her of something. Professor Roger pretended not to understand what she was talking about and replied that she was mistaken. The girl wanted to explain, but the guy interrupted her and said that he had finished treating the wound and told her to leave because it was dangerous here. Renee asked if Roger would go, but he replied that he had to do his duty as a teacher. The girl thanked our hero for saving her and went to the exit. Roger returned to the hall where a huge fire monster was raging, with which the magicians were trying to fight. It was Etter Nocturnus. The professor had time to understand who he was dealing with. The magician got closer to the monster. He thought that this monster's games would end here. The professors of animism fought the monster with all their might with the help of spirits and held out for quite a long time. Professor Virano used the element of water. He directed his power towards the monster. This time the magic worked and the monster lost its arm. It no longer burned with fire. This gave optimism to those present. Everyone understood that they had a chance to win. But it only took one attack for Unsalan's spirit to start to disintegrate, and it didn't do as much damage as expected. After some time, everyone saw that the monster's hand began to recover and became covered in flames again. Professor Virano shouted at Professor Angela to quickly recall the spirit of Ventuswalp. Indeed, looking at the spirits, it was clear that they would not be able to cope with the fire monster. Professor Virano understood that their level of power was not enough, and, as luck would have it, the rector left, although she may have been the spirit's target. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the midst of the flames, growing and transforming. It was Roger Chalici, and he showed up with the goal of destroying the monster once and for all. The magician began to fight with the help of the elements. He threw ice daggers at the monster, which flew one after another into the fiery body. Under the magical blows, the monster did not look as menacing as before. Professor Virano noticed that the monster was moving strangely, as if it was trying to protect something. Amid the flames, one could see a silver tray, the same one that Joanna had carried. Professor Virano realized that this thing was caused by a medium, but Professor Angela was very surprised. Roger lacked strength and was unable to use high-level magic due to exhaustion. The professor found a way. He used spatial magic and dealt a powerful blow to the monster. Now the magician knew for sure that this was the last blow and the monster would be destroyed. It was clear that the fire spirit could no longer resist, and his body was already disintegrating into small flames. Professor Virano and the other magicians could not believe Roger's power because the monster was very strong. Suddenly realizing his doom, the spirit turned to Virano, Roger, and the other guests. He called people scoundrels and told them to be sure that one day they would burn to the ground. Roger challenged him to try, as if to make it clear that he could easily beat him now and next time. The flame of the fire spirit dissolved into the air, and at the end he shouted that he would definitely make sure they all burned. A couple more seconds, and all that was left of the monster was smoke and light ash, which flew around. The colleague was surprised that the professor had managed to discover even this, but Roger replied that anyone in his place would have figured it out. Virano admitted that he had not noticed it at all. Since he was well versed in animism, he had not even thought about it in that way. Contracts in animism are made in such a way as to be fair to both parties, which is why forced summoning, which spirits hate, is almost never used. Professor Virano added that he had never heard of a spirit that hated people. Roger asked if spirits usually didn't look like that creature. His colleague replied that they didn't, that spirits were representatives of nature for the most part, and didn't care about people. He didn't think that such a spirit could exist, and he couldn't react quickly. However, thanks to Professor Roger, the damage was kept to a minimum. Virano was especially surprised by the magic the mage used at the end, and he asked if it was a spatial movement, which Roger looked at with caution. Virano assured our hero that he shouldn't react so sharply to this, because he had already lived for quite a long time and had seen a lot. And Roger confirmed that he placed some magic power at a certain coordinate and then manifested it. Verano didn't even know it was possible, and the magician explained that it was difficult at first, but once you got used to it, it became easy. But Roger's colleague knew that even when people got used to it, they couldn't easily control it unless they had innate spatial abilities or something. Professor Verano asked Roger how he was feeling, and our hero suspiciously asked what he meant. A colleague asked if Roger had experienced any strange symptoms when he used magic while not in the best condition. For example, did he hear strange sounds? This phrase aroused the interest of our hero, since the voices in his head did not give him peace. The guy added that perhaps he was worrying in vain. It's just that sometimes you meet people with a more developed mindset than others. The world classifies them as geniuses, but doing so is a little wrong. If geniuses are people who, in order to reveal their talent, break some of the barriers of human capabilities, then these people have no barriers at all. At first, this may seem like a blessing, but it is not. People do not realize that the barrier that suppresses them is actually a reliable wall protecting them from the outside. That's why the guy asked Roger again if he had ever heard strange sounds. The magician replied that the concept he was speaking of was incredibly interesting, but unfortunately, it had nothing to do with him. But Roger added that he was still very interested in whether there was anything else that could be added to it. The elf replied that unfortunately that was all he was told in his youth, and our hero noted that for people back then, it was most likely just a legend. Professor Verano thought Roger was a very unusual person, but as for his theory, he was probably imagining things. Roger closed his eyes and thought that no ordinary person could have handled this in their right mind. The professor decided to ask the elf Verano again if there was anything else. A colleague told the magician that they were hearing voices from outside, but he wanted to know if there was anything other than sounds. Professor Verano replied that as far as he knew, these were only voices, and that ordinary people would not be able to perceive these voices. Roger asked to imagine what they were capable of, and a colleague suggested that this might be the start of the next stage, such as worsening symptoms. By the next stage, Verano assumed that a person would begin to see certain things. The elf continued that this was just a guess, and if something followed after this, then most likely they would be able to make contact personally with them. That is, the gods. The next morning, Roger was reading the local newspaper, which wrote about the terrorist who attacked the banquet hall and tried to find out the identity of the perpetrator. They wrote that the damage was significant and most of the victims were the cream of society. The magician thought that if this was Esmeralda's goal, then she had half succeeded. Roger thought it was good for them too, since they had discovered Esmeralda's identity, but he didn't know if he should pass on the information about her to Theon. Although Esmeralda has only just begun to act, if her identity is revealed immediately, Black Dawn will suspect him, since he destroyed that spirit. So it was not time yet, and Roger decided to watch and wait for the right moment. The newspaper also wrote about Evan Luke, the guy Roger had a row with at the party yesterday. He was the head of the auction house Kunst. Because of yesterday's incident, Evan increased the auction's security. The mage thought it was a shame. Violetta approached Roger's table and coquettishly asked how he could invite a lady at such an early hour. The magician asked her for a meeting, but was slightly surprised that she came anyway. The girl invited him to go with her, because he was interested in how the slums had changed. She took him to a street that had recently been reconstructed and asked him to look around. The street was much cleaner than before. They used about 80% of the budget to widen the road. As Roger said earlier, soon this street will be filled with artisans. Other groups also followed his suggestions. Kirukas is working on a musical that will replace the circus, and their elders were preparing the magazine that our hero mentioned. Violetta said that they plan to collect fairy tales and stories by unknown writers. Even though they told the kids to spread rumors, the girl told Roger that it might not work, but the magician reassured her that it was okay if they didn't succeed. They just needed to be told to do everything they could for publicity. Any business requires initial investment, but the girl noted that there were not many people willing to invest in them and showed a recently opened studio. Violetta said that they planned to start with affordable clothes and then gradually invest in luxury brands. Roger noticed that she was beaming with joy, of course, because she always dreamed about this. After they had looked at everything, the professor invited the girl to go with him and meet some people. She asked who he meant. Roger clarified that he wanted to introduce Violetta to the people they would be working with. Walking down the street, they noticed that some guy was trying to charm a girl and was forcing himself on a date with her. It was one of those people. Roger took the guy by the elbow and apologized to the stranger, saying that he would have to steal it from the girl since he had a meeting with him. The girl, of course, had nothing against it because she had no intention of meeting the guy. Roger's acquaintance noted that they were supposed to meet later and watched his stranger leave, but the magician replied that he thought he would be late if left alone. The guy convincingly said that he would never be late and asked who this beautiful lady was with him. You could say that Violetta didn't like this man at all, and she asked Roger if he was serious about working with them. Roger explained that he might not look like it, but his skills spoke for themselves, and the guy named Alex laughed, and the girl thought that maybe there was more to him that she wasn't seeing. The new acquaintance suggested getting down to business and asked Roger what treasures and what girls they were looking for. These manners disgusted Violetta, and she asked again if Roger was sure that he could be trusted. The guy apologized to the girl for not introducing himself right away and said that he was a nobleman from the southern kingdom of Fatima and was very glad to do business with her. Violetta hesitated for a moment. But our hero warned her that he was actually a fraud, and the girl was offended by the fact that he had just tried to deceive her. Alex pretended to be done with the jokes and asked why they had called him, and Roger promised to explain everything in detail when they returned to the shelter. A new acquaintance asked Roger what would happen if he came to the shelter and was disappointed. Our hero asked not to worry about it. As always, he was confident in what he was doing. Our hero, together with Violetta and his new friend Alex, came to the house that was called a shelter. Other people were supposed to come here too. Hans opened the door for them, and even from the threshold it was noticeable that he was very exhausted and was apparently waiting for Roger to return. The magician asked his friend how the investigation had gone and added that he looked tired, to which Hans replied that everything was fine, but he couldn't do it anymore. An elf girl ran up to the guy from behind. Her name was Bellaluna Fatana. She asked Hans where he had gone, and seeing Roger, greeted him. After that, she immediately dragged Hans away with her to continue her business, and Violetta and Alex were amazed by what they saw, especially the fact that the girl was an elf. Roger told his friends that Bellaluna was an elf, and that she was responsible for the production of medicine and gunpowder, which surprised them, because they thought that elves hated things made by people. The mage explained that it was just a stereotype about elves. It was a completely different situation when other races subconsciously understood that you were a fraud, hinting at Alex, who, laughing, said that he wondered what Roger thought of him. Sometime later, 2 more people approached them, and Violetta noticed that they had arrived just in time. These were also members of Unowen, which meant their new friends Phantos and Arfa, and now that they were all here, they went into the house and decided to talk. They sat down at the table, and Alex was the first to introduce himself, and when he finished, Roger offered to tell the big guy about himself. He was a man of few words and only said that his name was Phantos. Alex asked in surprise if that was all he wanted to say about himself. The boy who came with Phantos said that his name was Arfa and that he had no last name, and explained that Phantos was still a quiet one, and he hoped that they would understand him. Hans said the boy didn't look special and asked how they met the leader, as they called Roger, and Harp replied that in short, Mr. Roger was his father. The friends were shocked, to put it mildly, but the magician explained that this was a special case, and he was not his real son. The boy said that when he was born, he knew little about the world and calls him his father because he taught him a lot. Roger decided to introduce Phantos himself, but before doing so, he asked him to take off his hat. When he took off his hat, everyone saw that he was a beastman. Roger explained that among beastmen he was physically developed, he worked a lot where his strength was needed, for example, hunting whales. Hans was simply amazed, because firstly he did not expect to see such a thing, and secondly he thought that beastmen were afraid of water. Roger said that wasn't the point. Phantos's strength and skills could lead his men, and the big guy said that he lost to Roger anyway, which is why he decided to work for him. One way or another, the mage appointed Phantos as their main combat agent. He should be the second most powerful in the group. Finally, it was Violetta's turn. Our hero announced that he hoped she would continue working with them, but the girl replied that she just wanted to show him the street and that she was already busy. Roger said that since she was talking about business, it meant she was ready to work. The girl became embarrassed and said that she was not sure whether she should join, because everyone has something they are good at, but she does not. The mage interrupted her, saying that if he thought she didn't have enough skills to join them, he wouldn't have brought her here. He added that there was only one reason why he brought her here, and introduced everyone, because she was more than qualified to join. Roger turned to the girl, holding out his hand, and said that he wanted to hear her decision whether she would work with them. Violetta thought for a moment, then took the guy's hand and agreed to cooperate. They sealed it with a friendly handshake. And so Roger's team was assembled. Now all the necessary members were there. He did not regret for a second that he chose these people. Our hero looked at the assembled guys and understood that he had chosen the best of those he knew. They were even better than he imagined. They were reliable people, in whom he did not doubt. Overall, Roger was pleased. Before starting, he decided to introduce their goal. The mage announced that they would soon raid the upcoming Kanst auction. Violetta immediately flared up in surprise, and our hero explained that they had what he needed. Roger also added that once they get it, they'll be able to grab a few gifts on the way out. Alex asked the leader, as he called the magician, to let him clarify something. The guy said that as far as he remembers, no one has ever managed to rob the Kanst auction. There have been hundreds of attempts over the past 20 years. Additionally, due to recent events, security has been tightened, and there are rumors of an artifact that allows them to constantly monitor the vault. Alex replied that, looking at Mr. Rogers' confidence, he dared to believe that he had a plan, and looked questioningly at the magician. Roger confirmed that he naturally had a plan and asked Hans to bring it to show the others. The leader asked for attention by placing the plan on the table, and explained to the team that it was a drawing of a building. Then Roger laid out the drawing on the table and pointed his finger at one place, saying that their target was in that place. The next morning, the professor was walking through the courtyard of the academy and noticed something. He saw Professor Selina with Joanna Lovett. They were talking to some man. Our hero decided to approach them. Selina saw him and greeted the teacher. Roger said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the colleague confirmed that a lot of time had passed since the incident at the banquet. The unfamiliar man looked displeased and suspicious, apparently because the magician intervened in the conversation. Noticing this, Roger noted that they were apparently talking about something important, but Selina countered that he was simply worried about what happened at the banquet. The professor apologized for asking her so late how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, and it seemed like he had handled everything himself. The teacher said that thanks to him, all the students were safe, and then asked the assistant if she thanked the professor. Roger looked at the girl. He realized that it was Esmeralda and was surprised that she chose the option of pretending not to know anything. Professor Selina expressed her regret that she did not have the skills to help Roger and could only evacuate people. Our hero realized that the girl was worried about the fact that she had done little that evening, and she was even a little ashamed. Roger told her that, unlike her, he did not know how to smile brightly and be kind to others. He explained to her that her attitude had helped calm people during the evacuation, and that she had done the best she could in the role she had been given. Teacher Selina was upset. She didn't even know if she had the right to hear such kind words about herself. The colleague said that classes had already started, and she apologized to the professor for wasting his time. Selina thanked Roger for listening to her concerns and promised to treat him to something tasty next time. The girl and her assistant went to class, and Roger watched them go, an incomprehensible feeling left in his soul. Sedina quietly approached from behind and said that Professor Selena looked pathetic, and in general, how dare she shift her worries onto the master of the First Order. Roger looked at the girl and advised her to learn to control her emotions. The assistant said that she would keep this in mind. The professor got straight to the point and asked the girl to find out about one person for him, to which she replied that if he entrusted her with this, she would even check his entire family and friends. Roger said that there was no need for that, and asked to find out only about Joanna Lovett, and Sedina decided to get down to business immediately. The Const auction site was very large and contained many buildings and a large courtyard. The auction owner, with whom Roger had quarreled at the party, told his subject that they would come, but it was unclear how long he would have to wait for them. This is a great opportunity for the Luke Corporation to displace Lotion and expand its business, and it is also his only chance to regain his father's trust. Finally, those who the auction owner was waiting for drove up to the central entrance by car. As the guests exited the car, Evan Luke immediately introduced himself as the manager of this auction site and greeted Lord Arguar Muzel with joy. It was actually Alex, who had dressed up as a lord to carry out the operation Roger had planned, and he said it was an honor to see someone abandoned by their family still warmly welcomed. Evan offered to take care of them, gesturing towards the entrance, but the guest replied that there was no need to be so formal. Lord Arguara Musla offered Evan to become friends since they were the same age. The guy agreed, and immediately offered to go where they agreed. Alex suggested taking things slow and said he was thinking about asking Luke for a favor. He said that on the way here he was given a valuable item, but he cannot find a suitable place to store it. When Evan asked what was there, Alex said that his family currently uses magical liquids to produce high-quality magical stones. It was a prototype for a business, so Alex wanted a good place to store it, and the owner suggested a suitable place in the basement. He invited the guy to follow him. He was glad to make friends with the guest and ultimately get his benefit. On the way, Roger said that he was impressed by how the guy was able to find an exact copy of the clothes of the southern aristocrats. Violetta helped him with this. Alex was to play the role of a young nobleman whose father was engaged in business in the market of magic stones. Roger told Phantos that he would just have to keep quiet and act as the guest's bodyguard. The magician said that recently the Luke Corporation has been trying to expand its influence through magical tools and artifacts, as a result of which magical liquids have become a necessary ingredient for their creation. Alex asked if that was why he chose this identity as a disguise, and Roger replied that it was. He was using this opportunity to establish a connection with Evan. When they were almost there, the leader gave the guy a mobile communication device that Sheridan made and asked Alex to put it in his ear. Heading to the basement, the guy announced into the earpiece that they were heading to their destination. Evan heard something, but the guy said he was just admiring the interior design. They approached the elevator. There were 2 guards standing in front of the entrance, and the door was closed with a metal cage. The elevator entrance was opened with 1 key, which was in Evan's possession. The guest tried to remember all the nuances. As Hans said when preparing for the mission, the basement is guarded by armored knights. The team's goal is the basement of the Kanst building. It's not easy. All the auction items are stored 30 meters underground. Also, there was an artifact there that was watching their every move, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Roger told Alex and Phantos that they would need to inspect the interior of the vault. After some time, the guy told the leader that the reconnaissance was successful, and looking at the model, he was now absolutely sure that everything would work out, and Roger sighed with relief. Alex was going to continue with the plan, and Roger approved of this, only reminding him of what they had discussed earlier. Our hero asked to finish quickly and come back, and Alex said that he would just say goodbye and leave. The guy was wondering why the leader didn't want him to stay here, but suddenly he heard a familiar female voice. He looked into the room and saw that they had a problem, which he immediately reported to Roger. Alex said that Enya Joyner, whom the guy used to date, was present. Roger couldn't figure out what the authorities were forgetting at this event, and ordered the guy to run away as soon as he had the opportunity. The magician added that it would not end well if he caught her eye, especially for Alex, but he knew it himself and was going to leave when the chance came. For a moment, the guy admired the girl. Enya was the same as always. Alex informed the auction owner that they needed to leave and said that the matter they had been discussing needed to be discussed in a more private setting. Returning home, the boy could explain everything to the leader until Bella Luna, Han's tormentor, returned. He reported that the auction house was structured roughly the same as the map Roger had shown, but more importantly, the storage area for the auction items was divided into 3 rooms. Based on importance, the most valuable items are placed in the rooms with the largest number. The duration of the auction is 3 days. Each day, the items of one of the rooms are put up for auction, starting with the first. They found out that the item they needed was in the 3rd room, which meant, as Hans noted, they should aim for the 3rd day of the auction. Roger countered by saying that their plan would be implemented on the 2nd day, as security would be increased on the 3rd day. Alex added that on the 1st day of the auction there would be too many strangers. The 2nd day is the most suitable time. Roger asked Sheridan what about his request, and the girl replied that it was almost ready. In 3 days, she would finish. The magician asked Violetta to look for a specialist in construction or interior decoration, and she had one in mind, Mr. Oldkiss. The girl noted that as far as she knew, a knight from the intelligence service would be present, but Alex assured her that it was just a low-ranking knight, and there was nothing to worry about. Violetta objected, because when their plan goes into action, there might be more than one of them. Alex said that he knew this knight, and his friends asked him what if they met during the operation. The guy said that they had met each other a long time ago, but there was no need to worry. He would perfectly fulfill the role assigned to him. Roger also announced to the team that there would be no problems. The information they received today was enough. The professor had a hypothesis that cast doubt on their plan, but since it was only a hypothesis, the plan remained the same. An important person showed up at the Lezerville-Kaji railway station today. She came by train on business. The girl got off the train and told her assistant that she had finally arrived in the city of Leathervelk. She called her assistant and told him that it was going to rain soon, and asked him to stop messing around and come to her. The detective's assistant, Betty, asked the girl not to hurry. He had too much luggage and she could barely drag it along. The assistant didn't understand why she had taken so many useless things with her, but the detective replied that these things gave her endless inspiration. Suddenly, papers fell out of the bag that Betty was carrying and scattered on the ground, and this made him furious. Why carry documents about incidents for the past 5 years? The detective told the guy that he had to move quickly, and that the papers he dropped were very important. Betty didn't understand what the rush was about, and the girl reminded him that it would rain soon. This was a problem, and the assistant asked when he would go. The detective said that humidity, precipitation, and some other factors had to be taken into account. The girl showed 5 fingers, and the assistant thought she meant 5 minutes, so she started counting down 4, 3, 2. And when the detective showed 1 finger and said 1 to Betty's surprise, it started to rain. The assistant shouted that it was raining, but the girl was not at all surprised, because she knew about it. Moreover, she had calculated it. The detectives opened the umbrella, and Betty said that they needed to take cover, because all the pages would get wet. The papers could not get wet, and the assistant began frantically collecting the pages in a panic. On one of the pieces of paper that the assistant was collecting was a photograph of Roger Chelici. Looking around, the young man noticed that a magical dome had appeared above them, preventing the rain from falling on them. Betty wondered if this was the detective's plan. Why didn't she do it from the beginning? A private detective named Casey Selmoy, holder of the title Green Water of Celadon, loved to joke with her assistant and smiled sweetly. Casey told the assistant that she had heard that strange things had been happening in this city lately. Activity from suspicious organizations, werewolf ambushes, which is why they had come here. Betty asked the detective if werewolves were not a common occurrence, to which the girl replied that these were not ordinary werewolves, and besides, this was where his last traces were left. The assistant could not fully understand who left the last trace, and Casey answered, "The trace of James Moriarty." Betty believed that Moriarty died while fighting the detective, but the girl assured him that it was just a stupid rumor. The assistant asked about the rumor that they fought at the waterfall near the cliff and fell together in the end. The girl called this rumor true. Casey explained that the difference between these rumors is that the man is not dead. Her intuition tells her so. The young man did not understand what intuition was for. If there was amazing ability for inductive reasoning, the girl added that it was not just intuition. She had evidence. Her evidence was the newspapers and data that the assistant was now carrying in his bags. The investigator said that 5 years ago in the kingdom of Datura, werewolves raided civilians, the so-called Bloody Night. Then a large and twisted monster appeared, the Beast of Gavaudan. The man who hunted this monster was none other than Abraham Van Helsing, but he abandoned his reputation and was never seen again. 4 years ago, in the kingdom of Fatali, adjacent to the empire, in a country ruined by the exploitation of the nobility, a mysterious thief with a black shadow, Arsène Lupin, appeared. He operated for about a year and stole a lot of treasure, then disappeared and never appeared again. 3 years ago, a man appeared in the kingdom of Delica who tried to start a war, James Moriarty. He also suddenly disappeared and was never seen again, and also, the civil war that recently broke out in the kingdom of Utah, the winner of this war was Machiavelli. He disappeared at the end of the war. Betty finally realized that Casey was trying to say that all these people were the same person, and the proof was the girl's calculations. And the detective added that the last place he went was this very town, Leathervelk. But she didn't know why someone with such abilities would hide their identity and wander the world. Casey said that either way, he's the man who once brought the Empire into chaos. If he's alive, they'll have to finish him off. The detective took the assistant to a good place where they decided to stay. It was the auction house, Kenst. The auction house has guests again. Evan Luke welcomed Princess Elendel Van Exilian. The princess said she was pleased to meet him and immediately asked for a room where she would live, as she was a little tired. Evan was glad to see the noble people here, and with all politeness offered to take her to the VIP room. Elendil noticed on the way to the room that everything here was very expensive. If you sold even just one thing, you could help many families. Roger was also present, and through his earpiece he gave the command to begin the operation. Alex, first of all, he needed to meet Violetta downstairs, but suddenly he saw a familiar figure nearby. It was Enya. Unfortunately, she happened to be right there, and the guy decided to quickly turn away so that she wouldn't notice him. He contacted Violetta and said that it would take some time to untie the laces and go downstairs. Of course, it was a code. The girl thought that they had just started, and everything was already going wrong, which meant she would have to do it herself. The first point of the plan was to find the key to the elevator entrance, which he and Alex had to do together. The girl chose a young guy and coquettishly asked him to help her, as she had drunk too much. The main task was to steal the key and bring it to Roger. Violetta asked the guy to take her to the room. He took her to his room and said that she could rest there. The girl thanked him and said that he was very kind. The stranger said that she first needed to sober up in order to find her room and close the door from the inside, as expected, approached Violetta. No longer with such a kind face, he asked if she wanted to play a fun game with him. Violetta answered playfully, smiling that she really loved games, anticipating what would happen next. And at one point, which the guy didn't expect at all, she grabbed his hand and threw him over herself. And when he was already on the floor, the girl mercilessly struck his frightened face with her fist. Violetta asked the stranger how he liked this game, but she heard nothing in response. He was unconscious. The girl didn't even think that she would knock him out with one blow. Apparently, it was not for nothing that she learned to strengthen her body with the help of magic. When she opened the closet, there were many keys there, but she needed to find the one for the elevator. Meanwhile, a lot of people had gathered at the auction, and everyone was waiting for the performance to begin. On stage, the host greeted everyone and thanked them for visiting the Kunst auction house once again. Without further ado, he suggested looking at the first lot of the second day, and pointing with his hand to the shining stone, added that they say this jewel was cried out by the mermaid herself. Many of the visitors gasped in delight when they saw the mermaid's tear. It was so beautiful. The bidding began. Someone offered 5 million, someone 200 million. Elendel was surprised. Could it really be a mermaid's tear? It was so unusual. There was a girl sitting next to the princess. She told her that the mermaid's tear may seem beautiful, but it is fake. It was the detective. She called the princess by name and noted that Elendel was apparently bored with the auction. The princess asked if they had met before. Casey replied that they were strangers. The girl just looked bored, and that gave her away. Not many people would openly show their displeasure in a place like this, and her hair was slightly rumpled at the back, indicating she had recently been lying in her room. Although the smell of air freshener from the room remained on the girl, she did not use perfume. This is not befitting a nobleman who pays attention to what other nobles think of him. Casey explained that in order to not care what other people thought of her in a place like this, she had to be royalty, especially since there were rumors that a princess had come to the auction. Elendil said that since the stranger was sitting in the VIP room, it meant she was an unusual person, and she apologized for forgetting to introduce herself, handed the princess a business card, and said that her name was Casey Selmoy, and she was a detective. The princess was very surprised. Could this really be the same famous private detective, Water Mage, who also received the title of Greenwater of Celadon? And for Casey, it was a great honor that she recognized her. Elendil asked what the detective was doing in Kanst, and she replied that she had been invited here as soon as she arrived in Leathervelk. The girl added that incidents always happen at such big events and suggested calling it her detective instinct. Roger felt that everything had gone wrong from the start, but Violetta was doing her job as best she could. The magician thought about joining forces with the guys, but suddenly someone nearby turned to Roger. It was Evan Luke. He said he was surprised to see them and remembered that the last time they saw each other was in that banquet hall. Luke added that he didn't even know what Roger was doing there, but he was very glad to see him and asked if the guest was enjoying the auction. Our hero replied that the auction was, to some extent, worth visiting. Evan sarcastically noted that he could only see as much as he knew, but Roger didn't want to get involved in the conversation and quickly left. Luke told Roger that since he was suddenly going somewhere alone, he decided to order the guards to escort the magician, but to treat him impolitely, since he was an important guest. Professor Chelici decided that Evan was specifically following him, apparently wanting to show his power. Roger knew the plan would fail if they followed him, so he decided to contact the team immediately. Through the earpiece, Hans heard that Roger was currently unable to move and was waiting for reinforcements, and the guy was precisely that reinforcement. The boy Harp, seeing that Hans was hesitating, said that it was time for him to go. The boy took the device that was supposed to help him get to any place and asked to call him Kafka. In turn, Arfa asked to be called Duma, to which Hans replied that he was going to call him that anyway. Hans realized that they would be a little late, in which case he had no choice but to go with Arfa. The device for some reason blinked red, but still did not work. The guys were figuring out the device and didn't even notice that someone was watching them from the side. Suddenly, the man with the flashlight rushed towards the boys and shouted suspiciously at them what they were doing there. Hans realized that they were caught. He didn't even think that they would patrol this alley. Confused by the sudden situation, the boy told the young man Arfa to do something. The boy turned to the patrol, who shone a flashlight, and saw that it was a child and was a little confused. The guard wanted to ask where the guy came from, but before he could say a word, Arfa pounced on him with a powerful blow. Watching this picture, Hans could not understand how the boy knocked out this man with one blow and who the hell he was. The boy asked the young man if he was a knight, but when Arfa said the knight's designation, Hans realized that he was not and simply praised him for his good work. Hans suggested that the boy tie up the guy and hide him in a pile of garbage, to which Arfa agreed and said that it sounded good. They hadn't even managed to hide the guard when they heard the second patrol calling him from around the corner. Hans didn't even have time to realize how Arfa, in the voice of the knocked-out guard, shouted to the second that he was here. The second patrol asked him what he was doing in that alley, and the young man shouted at him not to come there. He needed to take a leak. He told him that he would come soon and added that he had examined it, and there was nothing strange here. After that, the boy asked Hans with admiration how he did it. whether the voice was the same, but the guy was completely shocked by his abilities and finally suggested going inside. Alex, he thought that he needed to hurry, meet Violetta and take the key. He opened the doors to the room. Violetta was passing by him and suddenly she pretended to slip and bump her nose into his chest, and he caught her so that she wouldn't fall. Alex, as if not knowing the girl, asked if she was okay, to which she replied that she was okay. She just slipped. Violetta politely thanked the guy, hugging him with one hand and discreetly handing him the key with the other. When the guard noticed them, Alex and Violetta had already gone their separate ways without arousing anyone's suspicions. The guy told the team that he had the key and was heading to the elevator. The big guy replied that he would wait for him there. He had the ability to disappear and reappear unnoticed using magic. No one could see where he was. When Alex got to the elevator, the big guy was already there, he just wasn't visible, and when he responded, the guy was very scared, and the beast man immediately got down to business and demanded the key. Alex noticed that the number of guards had increased. As he expected, he informed the others that they had reached the entrance. Sheridan took the initiative and told everyone that she was moving forward to continue the operation. Sheridan simply walked through the room, with smoke and tear gas coming out from under her shoes. People did not understand what it was and where the smoke was coming from. Some decided that it was a terrorist attack. Sheridan, hiding around the corner, watched this picture and noted that it was better than she expected, especially if the gas of Bella Luna is sharpened. The auction workers began to calm people down and ask them not to panic and to go to shelter and ask security for help. One man told the knights at the entrance that they should see this, but he said that the two of them would stay here for protection, and the rest should go. Alex was confident that the big guy would be able to take on those knights of yours who remained at the entrance to the basement. When the two of them approached, the knights immediately stood on the defensive and said that entry into this area was restricted. The guy told security that there had just been a commotion and they had gotten lost trying to find shelter. Alex also added that they should know him. The last time he was here was with his friend Evan Luke. The guy continued to talk to them, said that he remembered, and when he saw them closer, he asked if they knew Evan. The knights asked them not to come closer, but the beastman suddenly lunged at them and knocked them out. Alex was scared because he thought the big guy had killed them, but he replied that he was trying not to hit any vital points. The guy was surprised at how strong the big guy was. He bent the knight's armor with one blow and was surprised how the leader even found such a guy. Alex and the big guy contacted the team. On the radio, they called themselves Hugo and Melvin, and Kafka and Dumas, that is, Hans and Arfa, said that they were already on their way. Hans finally figured out the device, and the red button worked, and they were able to get inside the building. They changed into workers with a cart, and Hans announced that they could enter. The young man was also ready. The next lot was put on stage again, which sparkled throughout the entire hall. The bid started at 500,000 dinars, and immediately they began to offer 5 and then 10 million. Roger could see that he was still being watched by security, and he knew it would be difficult to move around normally. But judging by the chatter on the radio, everything was going smoothly so far. Looking around, the magician froze for a second, as he saw a familiar face among those present, Casey Salmoni. Roger remembered the day when he and Casey fell into the water from the bridge. Then it seemed to him that the girl had completely gone crazy, and at this rate, she would kill not only him, but herself as well. But she didn't care. She screamed that even if she couldn't defeat him now, she was ready to give her life to defeat a villain like him. Casey was truly ready to fight until she defeated James Moriarty. And now, sitting in the hall, Roger felt in his spinal cord that she was looking at him. He didn't understand what the hell this woman was doing here. He was disguised during their meeting, so she wouldn't recognize him easily, but anything is possible. This woman is so damn experienced, she even earned the title of Sea Green, and if she gets involved in their operation, weeks of planning will be for nothing. Roger figured that she couldn't possibly already know about their plan, in which case she definitely wouldn't be speaking so calmly. Now she doesn't know what's happening, so he can only hope that his subordinates will quickly and efficiently complete the assigned task. One of the men who worked on the auction's video surveillance yawned from boredom and did not understand what kind of brave idiot would dare to steal art. But the second was more responsible and advised him to concentrate. The second one objected, because they have so many incredible artifacts, and from each artifact room a video is broadcast in real time. It's a shame to use it only for security. Suddenly, they saw interference on one of the surveillance cameras. The video of the second room glitched for a second and then recovered. The man thought that his eyes were simply tired of looking at the same picture. But he wasn't imagining it, and he pointed his finger at the screen, not believing his eyes, which frightened his colleague. On the screen, they saw an intruder who had dug a tunnel in the wall, but how if this place was so deep underground? The guard immediately reported the break-in to Evan, who immediately blamed the guards at the entrance. The guards said that it was not their fault, since the bandits had dug a tunnel, but Luke called this nonsense and ordered that all security be called. When all the guards were assembled, they were informed that the intruder had entered through a tunnel he had dug, and some of them were sent to inspect the sewer pipes. The rest were divided into transmission and attack groups and sent to the storage facility with the commander. The soldiers headed towards the elevator, while Evan and his assistant watched the events through the camera. Evan Luke thought that these artifacts were so valuable that he couldn't sit and watch them take them away from him. He briefed everyone on the procedure, and that their top priority was to move the items in the third vault to a safer location. The attack team was to go to the second vault and take the hostages. The move team immediately took care of the items in the third vault, and the attack team took care of the invaders. The attack team immediately burst into the vault and immediately shouted at the intruders to stay in their places. But what was their surprise when they found no one in the vault? Moreover, there was not even a trace of a tunnel on the wall. Evan was told that there were no signs of forced entry, and that all items were intact, and he was simply furious because the situation was so unclear. On the screen he saw invaders looting treasures, and he shouted to the soldiers that they must have mixed up the vaults. But after a couple of seconds the picture changed, and Evan saw guards in the storage room, where there were no signs of intrusion. Luke and his ward watched as the recording changed, and it was now clear that it was simply a fake. The guards asked what they should do, and whether they should return the items from the third vault to their place, but Evan decided that they should be moved just in case. Evan wondered if there was a fake video, then someone had turned it on in the middle, and the assistant thought that someone had replaced the video from the storage room on their own, but it was unclear what they would gain by swapping the videos. And then it dawned on the ward that it was a trap. The second storage was a trick, and they had been targeting the third one from the very beginning. They had provoked them into moving objects. The attack team informed the commander that the elevator to the surface was destroyed, and Evan became furious because they would not be able to get out of here without the elevator, and he asked for help from the soldiers. Unfortunately, they reported that they had no free units left and offered to ask the police for help, but Evan and his assistant unanimously refused. If even a word about what happened slipped into the world, the entire auction would be over. The soldiers demanded an answer as to what they should do, but Evan was confused and did not know what to do next. The assistant took the initiative, shouting that they would personally go and stop them, and ordered the attack team to gather all the remaining guards. But when the commander pulled the door handle, he realized that it was locked from the other side. And on the other side of the door stood Sheridan, smiling slyly, as she thought about how they were all gathered in one place, as if asking to be caught. She thought Roger had come up with an incredible plan when she first heard about the artifact vault. She didn't know what to do. The mage told her that he wanted to replace the video storage with an artifact and asked for a transmission hacking device. And Sheridan, who called herself Wells, promised that the mission would be accomplished. And now the matter was finished. The artifacts were in the hands of our team. Everything worked out very cleverly. 30 minutes earlier, Hans and Arfa, dressed as workers, put 2 guards, who had been knocked out by the big guy, in a cart and hid them, having tied them up first. They themselves put on iron suits. The young Arfa found them very comfortable, but Hans found them a bit tight around his stomach. All because Phantos had badly dented the armor when he hit it. They patched it up, but couldn't fix it completely. And looking at the big guy's fist, Hans decided that he was very comfortable in it. Dressed in iron suits, they said they would be ready and would see each other downstairs later. Alex told Phantos that it was good that they hadn't encountered the security group, and the big guy remembered that he needed to check the location of the guards. Phantos used magic, which even Alex was slightly envious of, since he could use the manifestation of the spirit in this way. The beastmen saw that there were 8 guards in total, all of them scattered around different rooms. Fortunately for them, there were 2 guards nearby who had gotten separated from the rest. Phantos couldn't believe that they were just wandering around the storage room, but thanks to that, they easily took care of them, tying them up and getting their armor. The beastman felt the worst in the armor, and Alex advised him to just endure it. Not everyone is as big as him. Soon it all started when the fake video was turned on. The main commander began to distribute soldiers into teams. The porter group was ordered to move the items to the 3rd storage room, and the assault team was ordered to proceed to the 2nd storage room and eliminate the enemies. One soldier complained that the commander was again forcing his subordinates to work for his achievements and merits, while the second noted that he was doing this because there were not many opportunities to stand out in Kanst. Hans and the harp heard this conversation, but then the soldiers decided not to be distracted and just take their duties seriously, because they would be punished if they did not work at their best. Alex and the big guy, dressed as soldiers, were also carrying a box with important artifacts. The porter group announced that they had successfully entered the elevator with the items, and the assault team handed over to the porter group to carry all the items to a safe place above, as instructed. There were now 8 soldiers in the elevator, 4 enemies and 4 guys from Roger's team. It took them only a few seconds to take down 4 security guards working in Kanst. Alex told his friends that there was one last step left, and he had damaged the lift so that the guys below could not climb up. Now they could safely leave the building. When everything was loaded into the car, the team was about to leave. Hans reported that the plan had changed, so he needed the boss to check something, meaning the item Roger was looking for. He knew the real one was in the auction room, but he couldn't tell the difference between it and the fake, and if it was a fake, then they would have to look for it again. Sheridan replied that if the leader was with him, then everything would be fine. The team waited for Violetta and got ready to leave, and strange thoughts came into Hans's head. Come to think of it, all these guys are pretty good at fighting, and it looks like that's not the only thing they're good at, while all Hans could do was gather information. The guy looked at the team with annoyance and wondered if they would just leave him behind. But then the guy decided that if that were the case, the leader would have abandoned him long ago and tried to focus on handing him the relic fragment intact. Hans knew that Roger would not be able to answer anything over the radio, so he simply reported that everyone had managed to escape safely, and he would take the item and bring it to him. The guy realized that it looked like the battery for the communication device was almost dead, so he just added that he would wait for Roger in the central hall and they would meet there. At this time, the guards who were watching Roger learned of the situation and left the leader, and now he will be able to leave and meet Hans outside. Entering the room, Hans noticed that there was no one in it, and he thought that it was because of the sleeping powder that the little one had sprayed. But then the guy noticed men standing nearby, and this made him suspicious. And it was not for nothing that when the man looked back, he pointed some kind of weapon that created electrical discharges. Hans froze in surprise. He stood under this blow and could do nothing. There was a huge explosion, and Roger was shocked that this could happen, because Hans reported that everything was fine. Suddenly, a gang of killers ran out of the smoke screen. They ordered not to move, and whoever disobeyed would die. One elderly man stood up and asked who they were and how they dared to come here. The bandit repeated that he ordered him not to move and shot the man straight in the head. After this, the visitors began to shout and call for security and began to run away, each believing that their safety should be a priority. The main bandit ordered to kill all these people, and they will be able to take the valuables from the corpses. Roger realized that they were robbers and that they were able to get into the auction room because of them. Suddenly, our hero saw a man running into the hall and shouting that he wanted all the greedy nobles to die. When the man opened his jacket, Roger saw the explosives that were strapped to him. Our hero realized that this was a dynamite vest used by the Liberation Army. Roger was definitely not wrong. This is the same method as the Liberation Army. It was not only robbers. The Liberation Army also targeted this place. Max used his combat weapon to direct a huge stream of energy and pierce him through and through. The bandit was thrown away from Roger, but the bomb still exploded with a very loud sound. How did the bomb go off then? Maybe it was custom-made gunpowder, but Roger got rid of it when he played Moriarty. The magician saw that the large doors had finally opened, and people were starting to come out of the hall. He saw a dying guard who was saying something about a curse and black magic. Everything was mixed up. The robbers, the Liberation Army, and now black magic. It was starting to anger Roger. He wondered if Hans was okay. The princess managed to get out of there unharmed. She also couldn't understand where the robbers came from in Const. She also became worried about Casey. Bandits were running towards Ellendale. Apparently they were looking for her, as they were shouting that they would show the strength of the Liberation Army to the royal family. The girl knew that she shouldn't have come here. It would have been better to stay in Theon. The bandits ran too close to the princess and were already ready to kill her. But suddenly bubbles appeared above them. They flew in the air and slowly descended on the villains. The bandits watched in bewilderment as the bubbles enveloped their bodies and lifted the air. They couldn't get out of them. Even the bombs they wanted to detonate didn't work, despite the fact that special gunpowder could bypass the fiery silence. These bubbles were created by Casey, who managed to save the princess in time, and she offered the bandits to surrender. The detective told the scoundrel that no matter how special he was, gunpowder was still gunpowder. All she had to do was wet him. From the hallway, Betty dragged two villains in a half-dead state, and Casey praised her assistant for a good job and said that she had just finished too. The detective asked Princess Ellendale if she was okay, but suddenly they heard someone nearby kill another bandit. The princess recognized this person. It was the girl who came with Tarina. Enya introduced herself, said that she was from the Order of the Night Serpent, and that she was flattered that the princess remembered her. Casey happily announced that it looked like everything was clear, and suggested that everyone join forces and get out of this place. But the girls couldn't understand where these guys came from, how they got past Const's security. They noticed that they didn't see a single guard nearby. The detective thought that for some reason all the guards had left, and all sorts of organizations had decided to take advantage of the opportunity while this was happening. It was dangerous here anyway, so Casey suggested they discuss everything once they got out of here. Suddenly there was a loud roar from everywhere, stones flew, and the girls screamed. It felt like the building was collapsing. When Roger and Hans were sitting at the bar after dealing with the villains, Hans asked the boss why he accepted such a coward like him. The magician was surprised why he was asking such a question. The guy said that the boss knows that he is a coward and leaves all the fighting to him, even though he has abilities that others do not have. Roger replied that he accepted it because he was a coward, but this answer did not satisfy his friend and did not explain anything. The magician explained that he knew very well about its power, how dangerous it was, and what responsibility it carried. The words that Hans had hurt someone with his power touched him deeply, and he tried to explain himself. He told the magician that he was an orphan and spent his youth in an orphanage. He did not get along with others. But there was one girl he got along with. She was like a sister to him. She was such a smart and sweet child, and he was nothing compared to her. Hans remembered how she once found and returned a puppy. It was so cute, and he petted it, and then he bit it lightly. Roger sensed the annoyance in the boy's voice and said he didn't have to continue. But Hans, clenching his fists, continued to tell that this was his first transformation in life and his first murder. If the dog had not bitten his hand, if he had known about his condition in advance, perhaps everything would not have ended this way. Hans added that he shouldn't have accepted the girl's kindness in the first place, and then everything would have been different. Roger felt sorry for the guy. He told him that it was time to face the reality that was so disgusting and showed him one thing. Hans asked what it was and what kind of creatures this thing was made of. It even scared him a little. It was a very wonderful knife. Our hero said that when the time comes and Hans eventually runs away, the magician will not blame him. But if he still wants to fight back instead of running away, he can use it as a last resort, and Roger will respect his decision. Now, after the explosion, Hans was lying on the floor. He had a large bloody wound in his side, and he did not immediately understand what had happened. The villains rejoiced that today was apparently their lucky day, and whoever it was, they had weakened Kanst's guard well, and had such luck. One bandit told the other to hurry up and take Hans's bag because the building had just shaken, and other people already realized what was happening. The scoundrel took the pouch and said to the boy, "Did he really think he could hide the relic's mana in a pouch like this?" Hans grabbed the scoundrel's leg with his hand, but he had practically no strength left. He was badly wounded. He hissed at the bandit to give it back. He needed to give it to his boss. The villain looked at the boy mockingly and said that it seemed the curse had worked as planned and kicked him hard with his foot. The bandit was surprised that Hans couldn't even move, and yet he demanded that he give him the bag. The poor guy was writhing in pain. The bandit noted that he held on for a long time with the help of his willpower, and this is amazing, but he will not live long. As he was leaving, the scoundrel added that he would show him mercy and leave him to die and let him try to survive it if he could. Hans's body seemed too heavy to him, and he barely managed to say to the bandits that this thing was not for them, the bastards. The boy thought that if someone had been here instead of him, they would not have allowed the relic to be taken so easily, that he could just lose his job. He was a coward from the start who would be nothing without the help of his boss, and the guy tried to stand up. The guy heard a strange sound, as if something fell on the floor, and he saw a knife lying on the ground, the one that his boss gave him. Hans decided that if this was the end, then this was the last time he could use it. The guy asked to burn everything he had and drove the knife into his hand with all his might. The boy had flashbacks of the day he was bitten by a small dog, and it led to the murder of a little girl. It brought terrible mental pain to Hans. The guy used the knife to release all his power from himself and turned into the monster that lived inside. The scoundrels had not yet managed to leave and, hearing the noise, turned around to look at the bastard again. But to their surprise, they saw not a dying guy on the floor, but a huge monster that towered over the bandits. The villains looked at the beast with horror and could not believe their eyes, but not for long, since Hans quickly finished them off. The monster came out into the hall and everyone was shocked by what they saw. Even Casey was amazed. People ran away, frightened by such a terrifying monster, and only Roger recognized Hans in this monster. Alex asked the beastman what he was looking at. Phantos explained that he had a strange feeling about the auction house, something dangerous. He felt the smell and presence of something extraordinary. Phantos said that he had encountered a beast of this level several times, although this one might be even stronger than any beast. Alex wondered what could be coming from the house auction and remembered the conversation with Roger. He asked the magician if the phantoms were the second in combat power among them, then who was the first, perhaps Roger. Our hero objected that it was not him. The magician excluded himself when he made this assessment. Alex asked if that meant he was in first place, to which Roger replied that he was in third. Although he had gotten good grades at the Knight Academy, he had not yet reached that level. But who was first then? This question did not leave Alex for a second, and the leader answered that it was Hans. The auction house was in chaos, and Evan Luke was just at a loss. He was practically crying for his goods and jewelry. He realized that he had screwed up, and this was the end for him. The assistant tried to calm him down, saying that Evan had managed to escape safely, and that the evacuation of the guests was also being carried out accordingly. When his ward started talking about the guests, Luke remembered the princess, because if something happened to her, it would be the end of everything, and he ordered that she be found immediately. People were so terrified that they began to pray, because the monster was truly too terrible. He was huge with a long tongue and glowing eyes. The monster had 4 long horns, and in his long fur hid many terrible werewolves. People were like insects compared to the great monster, and everyone understood that it was impossible to defeat it. But after some time, Evan, Luke, and his assistant realized who they were dealing with. They couldn't believe their eyes. He was back again, the monster that had wreaked havoc in Duramante 5 years ago. The Beast of Gévaudan, that's what people called this monster that caused so much grief. Compared to the monster, people looked like insects. They were confused and scared. The monster jumped from the building to where the people were standing, and the ground shook under their feet. Evan and his men began to run away when the monster reached out with its paw to grab them. But suddenly, someone cut off his finger with a long sword and a sharp claw, so Evan and his assistant were able to escape. A man with a sword on a horse shouted that the order would protect this place and told the people to evacuate while they had time. But looking at the monster, he was also shocked. He heard that the auction house was attacked by various groups, but what kind of monster it was, he did not yet understand. No matter what happened, the safety of civilians was their top priority, and the man ordered to focus on destroying the monster. The monster lowered its huge paw over him to grab him, and the commander ordered the others to get out. He quickly accelerated his horse and, while running away, protected himself from the monster with a magic shield. The soldiers began to attack the monster, but the commander ordered not to attack thoughtlessly, but to wait for the right moment. The commander noticed that the speed of the monster was great and did not correspond to its size, and this was dangerous. Meanwhile, Casey saw a hole in the wall, and since the building was about to collapse, it was necessary to get out of here quickly, and the girl said to stay close to her. They were in a tall building and jumping into the hole was too dangerous, but with the help of Casey's magic, they managed to escape. Casey asked Betty, Enya, and Ellendel if everyone was okay, and they replied that they were, thanks to her. But when the girls went down, they did not feel safe, as a huge monster was raging not far from them. Betty said it was the beast from Gévaudan, and Enya asked if he meant the monster that appeared in the kingdom of Duramang 5 years ago. Enya said she thought he was already dead, but Casey was sure because his dead body was kept in the Duramang Royal Museum, and she saw it. The order commander noticed that someone had slowed down the monster, and if it was an ally, then they had a chance, and he commanded to attack. Casey used water magic to hold back the monster, and was partially successful. She was able to slow it down a little, but it was too strong to hold back. The detective could physically feel how powerful the monster was. It was very difficult for her to restrain it. Suddenly, the monster's red eyes flashed. He became furious, and the girl noticed that her magic had dissipated. Casey couldn't gather her mana. His howl affected the mana consumption, and this was very unusual for an experienced detective. She panicked a little. The girl knew that if she let something like this confuse her, then she didn't deserve her title, so she concentrated even more. Casey created a knightly order out of water. It was supposed to have more power to fight. The commander of the order was very happy about this, and he had hope for a chance to defeat the monster. Both the order and the Knights of Water rushed to attack the monster, and it roared in rage throughout the area. Roger ran through the building and saw dead people around where the monster had recently passed. Among this, he noticed ominous mana and traces of black magic, as well as the mark of an animal bite. Our hero approached the hole in the wall, and looking down, wondered if Hans had actually used it after all. Looking down at the monster being attacked by the knights, Roger thought that Hans had no other choice. He was sure of it. The magician quietly said towards the monster that he could not stop him in this state, and that he would return when he was properly prepared. Roger silently begged that Hans could be patient until then. He would come back and save his friend. Soon the knights began to notice that their attacks were working, as the monsters' heads began to fall to the ground, and they decided not to stop. Casey noticed that the eye sockets of the skulls on the monster's shoulders were glowing, just like last time. And the girl decided that this was the same magic that was then, and she needed to prepare for it. The detective also noticed that her magic had not dissipated, and she also felt some kind of vibration. Something strange was happening, and Ellendel shouted for everyone to pay attention to the other side of the street. From around the corner, where noise was heard and vibrations were felt, something was approaching. But in the dust, it was impossible to make out what exactly. Soon, As it got closer, it became clear that it was a horde of rats. It seemed like there were thousands of them. It seemed like the monster was controlling them. Casey was really angry about this. Why rats? She is most afraid of rats. The detective used magic to block the passage for the rats with water, preventing them from getting any closer. The girl saw that the rats were climbing the walls very efficiently. It seemed as if there were no barriers for them. Casey was literally cringing with disgust and lost her composure a little. Noticing this, Betty and Ellendale decided to help. The knights noticed that hordes of rats were approaching from all sides, and they decided to stick together. But the rats didn't just come here. They got to the severed heads of the werewolves and formed a body to revive the monsters. The knight commander noticed that the severed head and the rats had turned into a werewolf, meaning that it could reproduce. And suddenly the thought occurred to him that perhaps he was the reason for the sudden appearance of werewolves on that bloody night. Could it be that they were once again confronted with the same monster that had destroyed so many lives? The commander asked his soldiers to concentrate, as they had to get rid of them before more appeared. They had to stop them no matter what. Because if they can't stop them, the nightmare of Gavaudan will repeat itself, and that can't be allowed. Casey noticed that they were recreating too quickly. She couldn't even focus on the beast of Gavaudan right now. Within seconds, more rats came crawling in. Betty shouted that there were too many animals here and they needed to leave. But Casey objected, because there were still citizens here who had not evacuated. The girl noticed that when she was distracted, the monster began to fight off the water knights, and she started over again. Rats were crawling on her legs, and it was very disgusting, but the safety of civilians was the main priority, and she had to somehow buy time until everyone evacuated. Enya said that at this rate they wouldn't make it in time, and the detective asked her and the princess to evacuate first, and she didn't care what happened to her. Suddenly, everyone around noticed that the monster froze, and the other werewolves also stopped moving and looked somewhere up. In the sky, under the light of the moon, they saw a black shadow that was slowly descending. How amazed Casey was when in that black shadow she soon saw none other than James Moriarty. Roger went down, disguised himself as Moriarty so that he would not be recognized, and approached the monster. Betty asked the detective if she was sure it was Moriarty, but she was sure, and that mask covering his face, and his imperturbability in front of the monsters. And this frightening aura that the girl felt, she was sure, it was definitely James Moriarty. This man is the most dangerous creature here. Even the monsters understood this and froze before his arrival. Roger told the monster that he hoped he would recognize him, but it seems he was wrong, although he understands that it is very difficult to resist the madness of the beast. But our hero still felt that Hans was still alive, and saving a subordinate was the leader's duty. Roger took out his sword and made a big jump, ending up on the monster's head and plunging the iron into the monster's eye. Casey noticed that Moriarty was moving quickly, or rather, he disappeared and appeared in the blink of an eye. He teleported. Roger quickly jumped and cut off the werewolf's head that was on the monster. The detective watched this and thought that there was no point in cutting off his limbs. The heads would just become new werewolves. But to Casey's surprise, the head that flew off the monster suddenly disappeared instead of falling to the ground. The girl was amazed. It turns out that this is a sword made of a special material or some kind of magic. But still, Casey decided that now was not the time to watch, but to continue fighting using her abilities, and she used water magic again. The detective shouted to Annie that they might get caught, so they needed to get out of here. She suggested trusting him for now. It seems his goal is to get rid of the beast. It's a little offensive to admit, but he is incredibly experienced. Roger, Casey, Betty, and the girls ran away and tried to figure out what Moriarty had planned. All the werewolf heads that were on the monster instantly fell off. It looked like he threw them off himself. Roger realized that he was discarding the damaged heads to grow new ones, and noted that the monster was smarter than the original. However, the monster himself knew that he had weakened after molting, and now it would be difficult to resist the magician's blows. Roger advised the monster not to get distracted and began to use more and more magic. Using a black shadow, the magician created metal swords that grew out of the ground and pierced the monster, and he managed to injure its paw. But the monster was cunning and was not going to give up, and it created new werewolves. Roger pulled out 2 pistols and shouted at the werewolves to attack. He was ready to deal with them. But the werewolves didn't even have time to attack. Our hero shot magic bullets through their bodies. There were, of course, many of them, but no one could resist the magician's dexterity, and the werewolves were finished. The monster stood motionless, its paws pierced by large spikes, and Roger told it that no one would protect it anymore, and it was time to finish. Blood was flowing from the monster's hands. He was in great pain, but he made a great effort, and the thorns that pierced his hands began to crack. A couple of seconds and the spikes just flew into pieces, and the monster freed his hands. Roger realized that he wanted to fight to the end. Our hero asked Hans to stop making a fuss and get out of there. Roger pointed his gun at the monster and said that this body was not his. He still hoped that Hans would be able to overcome this. But he didn't fire the bullet, but saw how the monster opened its mouth and began to growl in pain. The magician saw a sharp harpoon, to which a syringe with green liquid was attached, crash into the monster's back. A man in a suit similar to Roger's jumped onto the monster's back and squeezed the drug into the monster's body. Strange things started happening to the monster. His eyes started to glow and sparkle very brightly. Our hero watched as the monster's body gradually disintegrated into pieces that fell, scattering like ash. The masked man wasn't alone. There were 3 of them. They poured all the liquid into the monster's body, and Roger told them that they were just in time. Our hero asked Hans to return, waiting for his good friend to emerge from the monster. There was no trace left of the monster, and Hans's body lay on the ground, all wounded. The commander of the order noticed that the monster had stopped screaming. He wondered if it had died, but nothing was visible because of the dust, and he suggested that his subordinate check. But first, they decided to protect the civilians. The guys were worried whether everything would be okay with Hans, because they stuck such a huge harpoon into his neck. But the magician promised that everything would be fine. He has an amazing ability to regenerate after transformation. Roger contacted the others and informed them that they had rescued Kafka and suggested that they get out of there before the knights arrived. But from behind, the magician heard someone tell him to stand, and Roger looked back, although he could guess who it was from the voice. Casey told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called him James Moriarty, while behind her stood Batty, Ellendel, and Enya. Roger agreed with her that they had indeed seen each other a long time ago and asked if she had been looking for him all this time. The detective replied that she had been looking and knew that he had not died then. The princess, Enya, and Betty guessed that she was talking to Moriarty. Casey replied that it seemed he had underestimated her and that she would not give in so easily to James Moriarty and Abraham Van Helsing and Arsène Lupin and Machiavelli, since these were all his personalities. And then the girl asked our hero under what name he lived in this city of Leathervelk. Casey added that now that she realized he was constantly changing identities, there was no point in running away. She would chase him to the ends of the earth. Roger replied that she was right, and he had underestimated her. He knew she was sharp and decisive, but he didn't think she had researched his past. The magician thought that if he ran away now, she would still continue to pursue him, and he would not be able to hide if his identity became known. It wouldn't be easy, but it looked like he would have to kill her, which was the more logical decision in this situation. Casey said that all the troubles caused in the Exilian Empire were his doing, that is, the doing of his organization, and called him James Moriarty of Black Dawn. Roger was really very surprised, but the girl decided that she had hit the nail on the head. Looking at his reaction, he decided to pretend. He laughed and said that she understood even that, as expected from Casey's old enemy Selma. Roger noted that he wouldn't stop her if she wanted to grab him, but was that okay since there were probably terrorists and civilians who hadn't escaped the auction house yet? The girl responded menacingly. How dare he threaten her with the lives of peaceful people, and Roger said that everything depended on her. The mage warned that he was not going to give up so easily. Even if she caught him, the lives of the people inside were not guaranteed. Casey sarcastically called him a coward, and Roger changed his mind, now considering her annoying but definitely capable. so he decided to use her as a hunting dog to tear apart the Black Dawn in his place. And our hero turned to Hugo, Melvin, who was holding Hans and Dumas, and said that they were leaving. The detective shouted that she wouldn't let him go that easily and concentrated water magic on Roger. The power of the water was great, but the magician surrounded himself and his team with a black shadow that protected them. Roger's flickering fire quickly destroyed the power of the water, and he told the girl that she had become better, but it was not enough to stop him. The assistant shouted to the detective that he would help her and quickly jumped towards the team, but he was very surprised when his fist was blocked by a bare hand. One of Roger's team counterattacked and sent Betty flying with great force. Casey was worried about her assistant, but he replied that he was fine and only had a scratch. Enya also rushed into the fight. The masked guy parried her blow, and she was surprised at what kind of guy he was. His defense was no worse than that of a well-trained elite knight. Enya decided to use her stinging sword. She was sure that he wouldn't be able to cope with this. He easily fought this off, and the girl was amazed. The guy blocked the stinging sword as if he predicted it. She became very curious about who this person was, because she didn't know that under the mask was her ex-boyfriend, Alex. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl in a mask appeared in the air, flying on an umbrella, alerted by magic. She reported that a squad of patrol knights was approaching. They could not waste any more time. Roger answered the girl, calling her Poppins, that they were leaving, and the whole team rushed into the portal from where the girl appeared. The detective tried her best to catch up with them and ordered James Moriarty to stop, but they were already at the top. She shouted after them so that he wouldn't think that this was the end. She was going to get rid of him and his organization. Roger smiled and told the girl that he was looking forward to this from Casey Selmoy. Once the detective and James Moriarty had a conversation, he asked her if she really thought that living among ordinary people, you remain the same as them. Do they fit into their low standards? Their world is so boring and tedious, and the people in it are so ignorant, it's stifling. Standing among the many dead people, his clothes covered in blood, he added that he was going crazy with disappointment. Casey asked him why he did it. James replied that it was unexpected, because he thought she would understand. The girl was shocked. Did he really kill the child to tease her? Could this be the reason? He replied, "Is this a terrible mistake, since deep down she also hears the same voice as he does?" Disappointed, the girl answered him that she hoped that he was a good person, that all the small misunderstandings could be resolved through negotiations, but it turned out that she did not understand anything. And if this is the path he has chosen, then she will not hesitate to arrest him right now. At the auction house, the detective was informed by the Order's commander that the initial investigation at the scene had been completed, for which she thanked him. He replied that he should thank her because if it weren't for her, it would have taken twice as long, and added that, as she had ordered, they had seized the bomb from the terrorists. Casey asked to send her the results of the analysis. The soldier said that it was time for him to return to the crime scene, and he would be happy to help if needed. The detective wondered who was supplying the Liberation Army with such a dangerous thing, gunpowder, on which the silence of fire does not work. In the army itself, no one is clearly capable of this. The only thing that immediately comes to mind is the Black Dawn, which James Moriarty is associated with. After the monster disappeared, his friends immediately crawled out. It turns out that this whole incident was an experiment of the Black Dawn. First of all, it is worth analyzing this gunpowder. In order to catch them all red-handed, she needs to prepare well, and then she will be able to catch Moriarty. Hans woke up in bed, looking at the ceiling. Not understanding where he was, he had not yet fully come to his senses. Before the boy could open his eyes, someone asked him if he was awake, frightening the victim. It was Roger. He was sitting next to him and reading a book. He asked the guy how he felt, if he felt any pain or discomfort anywhere. Hans was in a state of shock. He asked our hero what happened. He could not remember anything. Roger calmly asked if the boy didn't remember how he turned into a monster, and his memory began to return. The guy remembered what happened the day before and was surprised that he did not die. The magician slammed the book shut and now asked to give him what Hans had found. The guy got nervous and started mumbling and asking Roger not to be surprised and to listen to him until the end. The leader replied that it was enough to beat around the bush and told him to simply give him what was in his right hand. Hans opened his fist and saw a shining stone there, and this surprised him no end. It was unclear where the artifact came from in his hand. Roger explained that the boy had been squeezing it ever since he transformed back, but Hans didn't realize it and was very surprised. The magician added that no matter how hard he tried to get him out, the guy wouldn't let go, so he had to wait until he woke up. Hans looked at the precious stone in his hand and its light reflected in the boy's eyes. He himself did not know that he was capable of such a feat. He handed the artifact over to Roger, and our hero thanked the guy for his excellent work. Then the leader said that since Hans was awake, he should put something on and go downstairs. He was going to tell everyone something. When everyone was gathered at the table, Roger announced that even taking into account the unpleasant surprises, everyone had done a great job, so their mission had been a success and everyone had done well. They won't be exposed because Const failed, but it takes time to take care of the valuables. Everyone was happy with this news. Roger continued that after working together, everyone probably already realized how unique their colleagues are. Alex added that he was amazed. Who would have thought that a person could turn into such a huge monster? He saw something like this for the first time. Phantos noticed that Alex wielded his sword in an unusual way and asked if he was a knight, to which the boy replied that he was a graduate student. The beastman was surprised, as the boy fought on equal terms with the night wanderer. Alex asked the leader who the young lady was who could control water so skillfully, clearly an unusual person. Roger said that this was Casey Selmoy, a hereditary magician from a noble family, and advised the guys to know this too. She is an extremely skilled magician who was awarded a colored title. Alex was curious to know their story and asked the magician how they met, and he said that they first met in the kingdom of Delica. In Const, the people had not yet dispersed. Princess Elendil called for help and Enya ran up to her. Elendil sat next to Betty. She thought that she had fainted, but when she came closer, it seemed that she was not breathing. When Enya checked, she said she had no pulse and was completely cold, but it was unclear why she had simply died. Casey ran up to the girls and reported that Betty had passed out again and seemed not to be worried. The princess added that she was not breathing either, but the detective reassured her and said that everything was fine. Casey explained that they would see everything now and unbuttoned her assistant's dress. Elendil screamed in indignation and shouted at Casey why she was undressing her, but Enya asked her to wait and not rush to conclusions, and they began to watch. The girls saw a hole in the back, and Casey asked them to look further carefully. Enya said that it turns out that Miss Betty is not human, and the detective confirmed that she is an autonomously controlled robot, an automaton. It was amazing, because she looks exactly like a human, and fits into society perfectly using emotions. Enya said that she had never heard of humanoid robots. Usually, rumors about such inventions spread at the speed of light. The detective replied that it was not surprising that no one knew about it, since Betty was a secret experiment of the Delica kingdom many years ago. Casey inserted the key into the body of the secret soldier, as she called Betty, and the robot opened its eyes. Betty asked why she was like that, and the detective explained that the girl had passed out, and she decided not to waste time, which she called wild. Casey said that it was time for them to go and ask the assistant to gather things and case materials, which she began to do, muttering something discontentedly under her breath. The detective continued to tell the girls that she first met Betty in the kingdom of Delica, where she was hunting Moriarty. Enya was surprised that Casey knew Moriarty from the beginning, but Casey objected and said that she only knew him as a genius mathematician. He was competent, so they discussed these topics a couple of times. The girl remembered that even then he irritated her like hell. His voice drove her crazy from the very first meeting. He always pretends to be the smartest. However, as soon as she found out that he was an evil genius, she began to pursue him, and in fact, it was while doing this that she met Betty. That day, Casey confronted him at a secret automaton factory, where a floor collapsed due to an explosion. Moriarty disappeared into the ruins, and the girl pursued him, but lost him. And just as she was thinking that it was time to get out, she came across her in a place hidden from view. Casey saw a strange capsule, the top of which was made of transparent glass, and the girl saw Betty inside, who was lying there with her eyes closed. It was the first time the detective had seen the successful outcome of an illegal secret project called Codename Beta. Roger told the guys the same story, and at this point, they asked what was happening. Alpha is also an automaton, and the magician confirmed and offered to discuss it with him. Hans said that he always knew that unusual individuals like him existed, and everyone looked at him as if he were not unusual. Alpha noted that he immediately realized that the girl he fought was also an automaton like him, although he did not know that any of the children survived. Roger said he also thought all the automatons were destroyed. Looks like she's with Casey Selma now. Violetta added that it was unclear why the Delica Kingdom needed them, although no matter how you look at it, they don't look like standard automatons. Roger explained that the rest of the soldiers, who could be controlled at any time, were needed for the war, and it was obvious that this was the purpose for which they were mass-produced. Violetta couldn't believe her ears. It turns out their creator wanted to start a war. In any case, Roger himself went through this in the Kingdom of Delica. The princess and Enya were more saddened than surprised when Casey finished the story. Betty gathered all her things and asked the detective how much longer it would chatter, to which the girl praised her for her good work. Casey said that it was time for her to go. The place where she was located was destroyed, and she should find a new one. The princess, although belatedly, thanked the detective for saving her and promised to personally reward her, so she asked him to visit her when the opportunity presented itself. Finally, Casey added that she planned to stay in Leathervelk and asked Enya to say hello to Tarina. The girl was surprised that they knew each other and promised to say hello to her. The detective and his assistant Betty wished the girls all the best and promised to meet again. Reading the morning paper, Roger saw that, as expected, there were only hints of a monster, and news about the auction house was unfortunately being kept under wraps. Who would have thought that Casey Selmoy would pursue him all the way to Leathervelk, and even find out his fake names? The Mage decided to put a gag order on anyone with the Moriarty name. The only good thing was that he was wrong about the Black Dawn. Although he might have been right, his thoughts were interrupted when Sedina approached him. The girl reported that she had finished sorting the material, and Roger praised her for her good work. Noticing the article, Sedina saw that the professor was looking through the events of the previous day, and the magician noted that everyone was so fussed about what happened. The girl said that they say that the Clockwork Knights caught a monster. Who would have thought that they are so strong? Sedina suggested that the professor review the calculations, and Roger thought, unexpectedly, that James Moriarty is not connected with the Knights. The girl reasoned, if she thought about it, the Holy Knights of Bretus were in motion because of this incident. On an island separated from the continent, the religious order Lumensis is based, professing the religion of the Radiant God. For hundreds of years they have been hunting pagans and cryptids, conducting purification ceremonies, justifying this with a mission to save humanity. They labeled all non-humans as pagans in order to legally persecute them. This organization is no longer as popular as it used to be due to corruption and constantly changing dogmas of the teaching. The magician said that the Holy Knights, the annoying bastards, they had been inactive for 20 years, but now that they realized it, they immediately crawled out. Sedina noted that this was very suspicious. 5 years ago, they did nothing on that bloody night, but now, for some reason, they decided to intervene. Roger suggested that the people's brains had apparently been completely washed, but the girl was surprised. Such news had never reached her. The professor asked his assistant how things were going with his request regarding a girl named Joanna. She reported that Joanna Lovett was a student who was considered to be of the Second Order. Lovett was not her real name. The magician understood how she hid her essence. Sedina, the Great Roger wondered if this could be the same fire spirit that this student was controlling. The professor asked the girl how many survivors were registered, to which she replied that, Including the second organ, Joanna, there were 3. One of them is an art minister, Piero, but they don't know anything about the third one yet. Roger thanked Sedina for the information, and they began preparing for the lesson. At the beginning of the lecture, Roger decided to announce the results of the exams and display the full table, compiled in descending order of success, on the notice board after the lesson. The professor took the list to announce the top 5 results of the first exam, confident that everyone was interested in who came in first place. Roger announced that it was Flora Lumos with a 100% result and Julia Blumhart, who shared first place with her. The students around them began to whisper, surprised that Julia had tied for first place with Flora. Some said that it was expected, considering that she had the support of the magical tower itself. Roger continued that given that there were 2 in first place, there was no second place, and that Tracy Pryad was in third. The girl was very happy about this. Aiden congratulated her and said that it was amazing, to which she jokingly offered to be his tutor. The bespectacled man replied that it was not worth it. He did not dare interrupt her path of knowledge, and Leo only puffed with displeasure. Roger announced Renee in 4th place. This surprised the girl very much. She didn't even expect to be in the top 5, and the magician gave 5th place to Leo. Students who belonged to noble families began to be indignant. How could it be that at the top were 3 fallen nobles and commoners? The professor said that the top 5 students could come after class to pick up their items, and then ask them to get the printouts he had handed out in the previous lesson. The mage said that today they would learn about magic circles based on the release of mana. Some students thought that today's lesson was quite ordinary. The professor explained that magic circles are more stable than spells, and are also ideal for use with talismans and artifacts, which is why they are still relevant today. Besides this, most magic circles are exactly in the shape of a circle even today. This is a consequence of tradition, and the belief that somehow this way the caster is better protected from the influence of external forces. Roger drew a picture on the board and warned that they would be looking at some unconventional circles, as expected from a professor. Flora, as always, was the first to notice that the magic Roger was telling was very unusual. Roger turned to the students and pointed to the board, asking them to study carefully what he had drawn. But what was drawn on the board was not a circle at all, but a square, divided into cells, and in each of them some kind of sign was written. The professor, as always, left the students perplexed, and all they could do was wait for an explanation from the magician. But they were also interested in what Flora Lumos, the one who loved to debate with the teachers, would say about this. The girl was really tired of everyone staring at her. They made her the leader of the student resistance because of what happened in the first semester. But she herself was interested in what all this meant. It was unlikely that the professor had decided to make up stories, but if he had, she would be very disappointed in him. Roger continued that many people don't believe that it is really a magic circle and told the students to watch carefully. The professor waved his hand, and the drawn square sparkled with magic, and energy swirled around it. The students were, as always, amazed that he worked, but how the teacher did it remained unclear to them. Roger said he could understand their confusion. It was quite difficult to pour mana into a magic circle that wasn't really a circle at all. Rounded shapes allow mana to flow more easily, while corners are cliffs from which mana falls and dissipates. And the professor asked the students why they thought his circle seemed to work so well. Flora raised her hand first, and Roger decided to let her speak. Renee also wanted to answer. Lumos replied that all the power was in the symbols. The ones inside the squares, they attracted mana, helping to maintain the flow. Roger replied that this is the correct answer. If there is a flow accumulator, even a square formation will work flawlessly. The magician explained that he had used a universal magic square, which had a certain order of symbols that allowed the same phrase to be read in both directions. In other words, a palindrome. One guy asked the teacher if there were any advantages to a square magic circle over a standard one. Roger replied that of course there was. It was easier to draw, and this answer left the guy and the other students completely confused. The magician explained that the circular formation only works if it is drawn carefully, which is why there are certification courses that teach how to draw magic circles correctly. Roger drew a square and explained that 4 connected dots, equidistant from each other, were much easier to draw than a circle. The professor asked Sedina to hand out more printouts and continued that the square was just an example. Magic circles have many different shapes. Our hero told the students that if they mastered this, they would be able to create their own magical formation, and this would be their second exam task, and added that he was looking forward to their ideas. After, Leo got one of the 4 calculation elements of the source code called the base, but it is not very useful on its own. The guy realized that he needed to take the remaining top 5 places before the end of the semester, and the magician advised him to work hard on himself. Walking down the corridor, Leo thought, he only had a part. You can't just get anything out of him. It can't be calculated or analyzed. The guy was surprised that Professor Roger taught such magic to ordinary students. He was such a strange and unusual person. In Theon's courtyard, the aristocrats crowded around Jonah Ovelli, and it was clear from the outside that the atmosphere there was not very friendly. The aristocrats ordered the girl, who appeared to be a beastman, to know her place and behave as befits a parasite like her. But the girl was not a coward. She interrupted the guys and asked what they would do if she didn't want to, and looked at them provocatively. Leo watched this picture, and when he saw the girl's appearance, he was very surprised. Iona was not afraid of the aristocrats, and this caused more aggression towards her, and the villain already pulled out a magic wand to punish her. Leo walked up to them and told them to stop, mockingly saying that a bunch of aristocrats had gathered to pressure one beastman. The boy asked the aristocrats if the professor hadn't warned them and reminded them that Javan Pelio had recently left the school. Leo added that he was currently heading to see Professor Roger, but if they didn't care, they could continue, and the boys decided it was best to leave. As he left, the scoundrel hissed at the guy not to boast about his intelligence and not to forget that he was still a commoner and his intelligence would not change anything at all. And Leo answered him that he should try to change his own and smiled at the aristocrat's angry hiss. They left, discussing how Leo had an inflated ego for someone who operated in a group. Iona asked the guy why he helped her, to which he replied that she was wrong in that he helped her. Leo explained to the girl that if he hadn't come to them, she would have finished off these guys. Jonah responded to this by saying that she would simply teach them a lesson, although Leo doubted that with such a thirst for blood, a lesson could be taught. The guy said that we should be glad that these idiots don't feel it. The girl was surprised that he wasn't afraid of her, and Leo said that only idiots like them should be afraid. The guy asked Iona if, since she entered the academy knowing how ordinary people treat beastmen, it means she is interested in expanding her horizons. Leo added that he had simply heard about the leader of the beastmen, who was kind to other people's lives. The girl said that he was a good man and called him Pegvina Solda, which puzzled the guy no end. Iona explained to the guy that this was a saying of her people. In their language they would be small but brave warriors, but Leo warned her not to even think of calling him small. The girl did not understand why he was so tense about this, because strength of spirit is more important than height, and he showed it in this situation. The guy asked the student to just call him Leo, although he wouldn't mind if she added the word warrior. While the guys were talking in the yard, Aiden approached them. Apparently, he had been looking for Leo for a long time. Glasses told them that he had accompanied Tracy when she went to get her element and asked Leo if he had received it. Aiden noticed that they were talking and decided to get to know the girl. She introduced herself, and the guy smiled back at her and offered to have a bite to eat together, despite the resistance of Tracy and Leo. Returning from the teacher's room, she was even disappointed that everything was done so simply. She had imagined some kind of complicated procedure. The girl didn't even have a chance to ask Professor Roger the questions that had been bothering her for a long time. Unexpectedly, in the corridor, Renee met Princess Ellendel and she invited the girl to have lunch together. The student felt uncomfortable. She apologized to the princess and said that she had already made arrangements with other people. This was unexpected for the princess, since she was rarely refused. But Elendel laughed and wished them a pleasant time, and Renee apologized again and said that they could arrange it for tomorrow. Renee thought it was good that the princess had understood everything correctly because she was worried that she might be upset. The girl went into the yard and thought about how understanding Elendel was, perhaps because she was a princess. Elendel wondered who her friend had decided to dine with and why she had gone so far. The princess hid behind a tree and watched. She was very upset. She wondered if Renee really had a boyfriend. Elendil wanted to see the impudent face of the idiot who dared to seduce her innocent Renee. Suddenly, someone spoke behind the student, and she became so scared that she jumped up on the spot. She was sitting on the ground, and when she looked back, there was a guy standing next to her. He asked the girl what she was doing here. The princess said that if she heard correctly, he was going to have lunch here with Renee, and asked the guy if this field and flowers were his doing. Frieden Wolberg looked down on Elendel and did not bow down to her at all. He did not like her claims. The boys sat down on the blanket. Renee felt uncomfortable, and the princess asked if decorating everything with flowers was really their cold wolf cub's hobby. Freuden told her that instead of reproaching him for his hobby, it would be better if she started a couple of her own. Renee decided to calm them down and asked her friend what brought her here. Elendel answered that she began to worry because she went far into the forest. The guy thought this was a lame excuse, and because of this obsession of hers, she has no friends. While the princess was indignant, Renee felt sorry for her and asked if this was really true. Elendil, of course, denied everything, but her friend noted that she herself had recently noticed this, because she always walks alone. Frieden said that Renee understood everything correctly. The princess has no friends at all, and sarcastically called her a poor thing. It was hard for my friend to believe this, even though it is difficult to make friends with a girl because of her social status, but she is so good. The guy said that besides social status, there are many other things. For example, the first princess, Eileen von Exilion, and her status. Since the girl didn't understand anything, he informed about the clashes between the heirs of the Utah kingdom fighting for the place of the head of the family. This is a common thing among brothers and sisters. But the first Princess Eileen is different. She is an impeccable ruler in everything. She positioned herself in such a way that questions about the heir to the throne disappeared by themselves. Of course, the third princess could have gathered an underground opposition from the aristocrats, but the reason why everyone avoids her is simple. The first princess generously forgives and accepts all her brothers and sisters, with whom, in theory, she should have cut off all ties. When the boy told this, Elendel thought to herself that everything was wrong. Her sister just needed toys for entertainment. Fredan continued, whatever the reason, as long as she accepted her kin, others would not want to anger her by getting close to the third princess. Meanwhile, the third princess, unsuspecting, hangs around the clubs, volunteering. It's hard to even imagine how the people who have become the object of her attention feel. Renee was shocked. Was the first princess really that impressive? Frieden replied that not at all. She too was once completely alone, without support. She had many enemies who sought to eliminate her, but then they all disappeared without a trace. The guy clarified that he didn't know the details, but after that, a rumor spread among the aristocrats that they needed to be wary of the shadow of the first princess. Elendil thanked her for the food. It seemed Freden was hungry again, and Renee asked the princess if she had really seen the beast of Gévaudan up close. The girl said that this was true, and she still couldn't believe that she survived. Her friend was glad that she was okay. Elendil was happy today. This was exactly the kind of student life she wanted, chatting with friends, worrying and caring about each other. The princess remembered the recent incident and wondered. Renee wanted to know if that monster really died. That day, Casey asked the princess to tell everyone that the incident had been settled by the knights, as they could not yet reveal the truth to the world about what had happened. If people find out who destroyed the monster, the unrest will only increase. There are times when a convenient lie is better than an inconvenient truth. So Elendel replied that of course the monster died. The pride of Leathervelk, the clockwork knights dealt with him, and the girl sighed with relief. The princess also shared that she saw Professor Roger at the auction that day. At least that's what she thought. She added that she only saw him briefly, but she thought it was him. Renee noted that he did not look like a collector of expensive jewelry. After talking with the girls, Frieden became thoughtful. It seemed to him that he had already seen Roger Chalici somewhere. In the rector's office, the professors were having a discussion. Professor Hugo was trying to prove to Eliza that it was wrong to postpone the magic festival without prior discussion. He accused her of not caring about the magic festival at all, even though it was a historical event that many people celebrated. And for Theon's students, it's an opportunity to show their status. In other words, it's a matter of Theon's honor. Professor Hugo told Eliza that even though she was the rector, this was still an abuse of power. Eliza didn't understand what was wrong with postponing the festival, or if they were just trying to find a way to pick on her. She apologized to the professors for finding out about it this way, but she simply didn't have the choice or time to discuss it with them. Given current events, the atmosphere is not quite right for a celebration. The second exam test is coming up, and organizing a festival after it is a sensible decision. One of the professors asked Hugo what he was proposing, but he had no options. The woman told him that if he had nothing to offer, his objections were empty words. Professor Chris, who was on his side, asked Vice Rector Hugo what he would do. He replied that nothing could be done, since the rector had already made a decision, the deed was done, and all they could do was accept the result. However, Hugo noted that it would be right if they were allowed to make changes to the course of the festival, and Eliza agreed. He added that since the rector was changing the plan at his own discretion, it would be fair for them to also introduce some event of their own, and suggested adding something to the opening ceremony of the magic festival. In his office, Professor Roger read the announcement about the postponement of the opening ceremony of the magical festival. He thought it was a good idea, given the recent turmoil and the mood of the people in Leathervelk. Our hero realized one thing from the incident in the banquet hall: Esmeralda would definitely attack a crowd like that at a festival. And Roger decided to try to find a way to make her reveal herself, and then Theon would take care of her. It's strange, but when thinking about this, the great fires of Lothan somehow come to mind in the Mage's memory. Not only Esmeralda survived them, but also 2 other people. This is a very interesting fact, and Roger thought that he should visit Lothan as soon as possible. The professor's thoughts about Esmeralda were interrupted when someone knocked on the door of his office and he invited them in. Flora entered the office, and Roger assumed that she had come for her element and noted that she was late. The girl replied that she was busy and asked not to refuse to give it to her just because she was a little late. The magician asked the girl to come over and handed her the element, and congratulated her for first place, although Flora was no longer so pleased because she had shared it with another student. The professor told her that this was only one of 4 fragments separated by magic, something the girl already knew. Flora asked the mage to tell her about the magic she saw in his personal laboratory that time. He decided that she was referring to Klein's disease. But the student said that she was talking about the cube drawn on the board, and the teacher grinned that she had peeked after all. The girl objected, because how could she not notice him if he was so conspicuous? And the professor said that she could pretend that she had not seen him. Apparently, she had forgotten her manners. In any case, Flora demanded that Roger share information about the cube with her, and he agreed and decided to tell her after all. He explained that the cube was called a tesseract or a supercube, and the girl asked what kind of magic it belonged to. As research has shown, mana is capable of overcoming space and time, creating a 4th dimension. Roger said that he himself found this out, but he will not tell the students about it. It is spatial magic for reconnaissance of territories. Flora said that if he didn't want to tell, then there was no need. She already got what she wanted, so she would go. But then she seemed to remember something and asked the professor how his body was. Roger told the student that he didn't understand what she meant, and Flora replied that it was nothing special and asked her to pretend that he hadn't heard. The girl left his office, and our hero sat and wondered what the student was talking about and what she knew. The train arrived at the station of Lotan village in the kingdom of Durman. Hans complained that the journey alone was terribly tiring. Roger told his friend that he hadn't been here for a long time. The guy understood this, but why he dragged him here was unclear. Roger explained that Hans was responsible for obtaining information. The friend protested that there could be any information mining in a place that had burned to the ground several years ago, but the magician clarified that there were still survivors living there. Roger could of course find them himself, but he found it boring to do it alone, so Hans was indignant about it. The boys saw that there was a village below, and the magician asked his friend to grumble less and hurry up before it got dark. Everywhere he looked in the village, there were grass-covered ruins of buildings, and Hans wondered, for that matter, why this survivor hadn't moved away. But this man was here. Roger asked his friend to look at the hill. Apparently it was him. There was a very hilly area here, and on one of the hills near a tree, a man was sitting drawing. He painted local landscapes, and it must be noted, the picture turned out to be very realistic. As the boys approached the artist, Roger was already sure that they had come to the right place. It was incredible. The man who painted the picture was blind and had a bandage over his eyes, but he heard that guests had come to visit him. Roger said hello and apologized for disturbing him, but the man replied that he was just finishing up, so it was okay. When the magician looked at the painting, he realized that the man was sighted, because the landscape exactly matched the surroundings, and he asked the man why he needed the blindfold. The artist, collecting his tools, to the surprise of the guests, replied that he did not see, but felt. Our hero concluded that there was magic in the picture. He didn't think that a magician would choose to live in such a place. The man replied that he was not proud of being a magician. To tell the truth, he was not that good at magic, and he had been drawing for a very long time, so it was a natural skill, and asked Roger what such a presentable gentleman was doing in this wilderness. The magician asked if the artist knew him, but he replied that he did not know, but due to his lack of sight, he had a very developed sense of smell. And he added that the aura he senses from him is very powerful, nature tells him. It whispers that a hero has appeared, who long ago saved the earth from a terrible event. Roger realized that the man had a connection with the spirits, which meant he could speak openly, and said that he would talk about the fires of Lothan. Our hero openly declared that he would like the artist to tell him about the people who survived those terrible times. As the boys were returning from the hill, the man said his name was Piero, and the magician introduced himself as Roger Celici. On the way, Piero told us that, although this place had turned into lifeless ruins, it had once been a beautiful, prosperous village. Roger said he knew about it, and the artist went on to say that when he first arrived here, he was quite talented in magic, so his noble-blooded mentor brought him with him. But Piero was more attracted to drawing than magic, so he often scolded the artist. He even broke his brushes, not understanding what was so good about drawing. At first, Piero tolerated it, but he could not withstand his pressure. Eventually, he escaped and chose the path of an artist. Wandering around the area, he decided to settle in Lv999. The man explained that it was not easy to get used to the unfamiliar environment. He would not have been able to do it without her help. The magician asked who he meant. Piero replied to Roger that he would show everything now and opened his toolbox. He took out a brush and waved it in the air, and the boys watched as everything around was painted in bright colors. The brush itself painted what was around, and a most beautiful picture appeared before our heroes. Hans was even a little scared, because the world became drawn, and Roger explained to him that this is artistic magic, which involves drawing for work. Piero asked the guests to follow him and pointed with his hand that the center of the village was right there. Roger and Hans saw a painted world of a village that had been here many years ago, with beautiful buildings and cheerful people all around. The artist said that Lv999 was always full of tourists, a windswept village. That was what Lv999 was. And the pride of this settlement was she, the girl whom the boys saw on the road with a basket in her hands. But they did not see her face. It was smeared, and Piero explained that he could not convey her beauty with his skills. She was kind and cheerful, always communicated with others with a smile on her face, and she also had an innate similarity with spirits. They also loved her, and their name was Esmeralda, She also survived those fires. It was she who helped Piero settle in Lotana. Thanks to her, the village always had a friendly, warm atmosphere, and it was peaceful here. But that world was destroyed with the arrival of one family of aristocrats who believed that they could do anything. One of the aristocratic guys told the girl that he fell in love with her at first sight and that she would go with him. The innocent girl did not even doubt his words. It was an honor for her to accept the offer from an aristocrat. Roger said that of course there was no sign of love here, and Piero agreed with him. The aristocrat craved her power, which came from a high affinity with spirits. The artist explained that she had a kind and innocent nature, which made her doomed to fall for obvious tricks. Of course, the villagers were not indifferent when they learned of the proposal. They did not wish her an unhappy life in the cold world of aristocrats. Roger realized that no one was in a hurry to intervene, and the artist confirmed it because her partner was a nobleman. The magician explained that if we are talking about the citizens of Durman of those times, then everything is obvious. When you go against the will of the aristocrats, you will definitely end up in jail for treason. But were they really just watching what was happening? The artist said that eventually someone intervened. One person plucked up courage, and then everyone else spoke out against the wedding. It was then that a terrible tragedy happened. People shouted at Esmeralda not to believe him, that he was deceiving people with his cunning speeches. They shouted that even aristocrats had no right to drag away a young girl and ordered him to get away from Esmeralda and get out of their village. The girl was then perplexed. The aristocrat called people pathetic serfs and did not allow them to contradict him. He ordered his warriors to kill all these people, and the girl realized what a mistake she had made. The soldiers started a real massacre, then decided to set the houses on fire, and the girl watched all this horror. The whole village was ablaze, houses and people who were in them were burning. This fire went down in history. Looking at this, Hans was scared. Roger also could not believe his eyes that such a thing could happen. Pero said that everything was not as others thought, and that the fire was not caused by a natural phenomenon. This was the bitter truth about the great fires of Lothan. Esmeralda asked to stop, because the villagers were not guilty of anything. She agreed to everything, just to stop it. But the groom answered her that it was too late and ordered her to watch carefully the burning village. This is what happens when commoners go against the will of the aristocrats. Esmeralda could do nothing about it. She only cried, bending over the ground. The aristocrat said that it was even better that she despaired. He ordered the soldiers to bring the girl to him when they were finished here. His head was already hurting from the stench of burning smurds. Esmeralda sat on the ground in despair and could not believe that all this had happened. Just yesterday, this place was full of smiles. In just one day, all of this turned to ashes, and she reproached herself for it. Her tear, shining like a small flame, fell to the ground, and small fire spirits appeared here. The soldiers came for the girl and wanted to take her away, but they saw lights rising into the air. These spirits began to circle around the soldiers, which irritated them because they were low-ranking spirits. But the small spirits began to turn into one large spirit of fire, and the soldiers were terrified. They realized that it was the girl who was calling these spirits, and they asked her why she was doing this and what was happening. But this was no longer the same Esmeralda as before. This was the very embodiment of fiery energy. She said that she hated them all and ordered them to burn in hell. With her hatred, she created a very powerful fiery creature that was impossible to defeat and announced to everyone that she would burn everything they had. Esmeralda told the spirit of fire, who was ready to serve her, that it was up to him and named him Quasimodo. The girl shouted imperiously that she hated them all and asked Quasimodo to burn everything to the ground. The artist added that she thus burned all the soldiers who were there, and Hans assumed that she then left the village. Piero told the boys that it was that day that he lost his sight as a result of a fire. Roger noted that he was well preserved for someone who lost his sight in a fire, but the artist said he would have died if not for the help of one child. It was a girl of about 9 years old. She miraculously escaped from the fire and helped the man get out of the fire. The man thanked the girl for saving his life, but she said not to thank him. She just did what she had to. The girl told him that she was the only one who could save him, while the others died in the fire. The savior told him that she knew he was a recently arrived artist. She remembered how he wandered aimlessly around the area, and Piero answered her that she remembered everything correctly. The girl noticed the man's serious burns. She assumed that he would go blind and that it would be a serious loss for the artist, but even so, he was grateful to her for remaining alive. But the girl didn't feel gratitude. These creatures killed all the villagers just because they objected to them. She would never be able to forgive them. With these words, the little girl left. The artist was interested to know her name, but he did not dare to ask. Piero was never able to leave the village after that, even though all that was left of it were nightmares. After all, this was the first place where he was accepted. It seems he became very attached to it, and he has a strong sense of duty. He wants to protect the village. As the years passed, he learned to put magic into his brushes, which was the only way he could continue painting after losing his sight, and that's the whole story. Roger thanked the artist and asked if he were a bad man. Would Piero tell him such details? The man replied that, of course not, he was careful. But he added that in his drawn world, he sees all their emotions, empathy, compassion, rage. If Roger were a bad person, the artist would not have felt them. That's how he knew he could be trusted. The magician thanked Piero for sharing his past, which was full of pain. The man was grateful too, because for the first time he was able to speak out. It had been hard for him all this time because of his blindness, but now he even felt better. Finally, Piero said that although he knew it was impudent, he urged them to help those girls overcome this tragedy. After all, they were wandering somewhere alone with their despair. That was the last thing the man said to them. At dawn, Rogers and Hans were returning from Lotang, impressed by what they had heard from the artist. Roger thought that the decline of the kingdom of Durman was inevitable. They took pains to hide the truth about the fires in Lothana, so that rumors would not spread. But you can't hide something like that from the people. Add to this social conflict and class inequality, and you get a revolution due to the accumulated anger of the common people. Even despite the failure of the government, there are still plenty of reasons why the kingdom fell after the Bloody Night, so it is understandable why most of the nobles fled abroad. Hans told the magician that in the end they hadn't found out anything significant, so it was a waste of time to come, but he replied that at least they had found out the truth about the fires. Roger asked Hans to find out who this nobleman was, and he replied that he was a nobleman from Datura, blonde, early 20s, but that was not enough. The aristocrats of Datura fled to the Exilian Empire, and that was where they had to look first. Our hero noted that it may happen that he will be closer than they think. The day of the second exam test of Theon Academy arrived. The professor asked everyone to come forward as soon as he heard his number. Reading the answers of one student, Roger noted that she believed that the square shape of the magic circle was the only possible option and did not even bother to change the symbols inside. She decided to take the path of least resistance. Without even trying to challenge herself, the magician asked her why he was even talking about the shape of the magic circles and gave her a D-. The student sat puzzled. The atmosphere was tense. Leo told his friend that this was no longer a test, but a bloody massacre in order of Q. The professor called number 13, and it was Aiden. Looking at the answers, Roger noted that it was a rather bold combination of classic circles and symbols, that Aiden preferred stability. Mana from such a circle will not go anywhere. The teacher said that the forms he showed were quite primitive. Unlike Aiden's forms, the student supplemented the classics and provided for the mana leak. It was a good job. And yet the boy decided to ignore the variety of forms that the professor talked about and used circles. Given this shortcoming, the teacher gave Aiden a B+. Some students were fuming as another commoner got a higher grade than an aristocrat. Roger called the next student to him. It was Flora Lumos. He looked at her answers. It was neither a square nor a circle, but 6 hexagons that were connected to form a triangle. The teacher thought about it. Hexagons like a turtle shell. It was interesting, and there were no errors in the calculations. Roger announced that Flora Lumos received an A+ for her technical execution of a rather difficult form. The professor checked all the students' work. and Renee was the last to approach him with her work. Renee stood and looked at the professor. Roger asked her to show the circle she had invented. But the girl answered the magician, although she was uncomfortable that she would not have an image of the magic circle. The students started whispering. Everyone was confused as to why she didn't have a circle. Had she really ditched Professor Roger's assignment? Our hero tried to figure out what was going on and asked the girl why she couldn't invent a working magic circle, but Renee replied that she could, but it was problematic to depict on paper. The student asked the professor if she could use the space to show off her work uniform, and the professor allowed her. Renee thought for a long time about how best to implement her concept, but thanks to a book about attributeless magic, she had an idea. And the student decided to show the professor how much she had changed, and the students also watched with interest. Roger looked up to where the girl was drawing the shape and couldn't believe his eyes. It was a three-dimensional magic circle. Looking at the teacher's reaction, she said that she knew that he would immediately understand her idea, and this even amused her. Roger announced that Renee was getting an A+, but he was very sorry that was the highest grade he could give her. The magician added that her circle was excellent. It was the best work. But when Flora heard this, she was amazed. No one had been better than her before. The professor asked Renee how she came up with such a formation, since it was hardly possible to conceive of something like this within the established time frame, let alone implement it. The girl started babbling that she was simply adjusting the magic circle to her own mana flows, and suddenly everything coincided in an amazing way. She didn't really control anything, when suddenly her mana outlined this figure itself, and the girl herself was surprised. Roger thought. In his practice, he had never encountered mana that moved without the owner's command. Maybe she did it instinctively. The book he gave her could serve as an impetus for revealing her talent. The magician told Renee that in any case this circle was excellent, and she was great. The girl was very happy, and thanked the professor. The hero thought that if the mana outlined the figure by itself, then attributeless magic was no longer inferior to attributed magic. Here, the bearer of attributeless magic demonstrates a complex three-dimensional magic circle, which means attributeless magic is simply a special type of magic like spatial magic. Considering that officially, spatial magic simply does not exist in this world, Roger only invented some kind of semblance of it. But if Renee's magic is related to spatial dimensions, then he will need this power. The professor announced that Flora Lumos, Renee, Julia Plumhart, Iona Ovelli, and Aiden were the top 5 who passed the exam, and since he was busy now, he asked them to come for the reward after the festival. After the lecture, students from noble families complained to each other that this time there were only 2 aristocrats at the top, and the commoner Renee irritated some people. It was the first time they had seen a professor praise someone so much. The aristocrats also noted that even Flora Lumos was not given such an honor, although they had always considered her to be the first among the students. Renee noticed that Lady Flora kept her eyes on her, which gave her goosebumps. Princess Ellendel noticed that Flora was looking at Renee with a pretentious look and asked her what she wanted from them. But Flora passed by without answering the girls, but it was obvious from her appearance that she was unhappy with today's situation. Flora's friend walked behind her and smiled, as if smoothing over the situation, and asked the girls to forgive them. It's just that Flora was in a bad mood today, but Ellendel didn't like it at all, that Lumos didn't even deign to answer them. During the lecture, a friend asked Flora why she was acting so strange and not like herself, because usually she didn't care about other students, apparently because she got the same grade. But the student didn't even listen to her friend. She was infuriated by the fact that Renee had received so much praise, and it was unclear what kind of formation this was. She told her friend that she should have taken better care of herself, and at least tried to study for the exam. Cheryl didn't expect Flora to be so rude to her. Flora added that Professor Marisa said that if the student does not perform well in the exams, he will be held back a year. Cheryl burst into tears and began to beg Flora to help her, because if this continued, she would never get a passing grade, and Flora advised her to just remember what was written here, then she would not fail, and her friend calmed down. Professor Marisa came into the classroom and greeted all the students, and said that she hoped everyone was well prepared. Cheryl was pleased because she had just received notes from Flora and was confident of her success. But when the exam was over, Flora's friend again fell on the table in tears. Her notes didn't help her. Flora realized that her friend had screwed up, and Cheryl said that she had barely managed to answer all the questions. Professor Marisa announced that since the exam was over, they could touch on an exciting topic that they had never discussed in class, and Flora told her friend that she thought they had something interesting in store for them. Marisa said that as the students already know, the transfer of mana is done between two people, but if the transferer is not experienced enough in this, the process becomes dangerous. As a result, a mystical phenomenon may occur, complete amnesia, or, to use the scientific language of the magic tower, a breakdown of memory. One student asked another if this really happened, and she replied that apparently it did. She had heard about it before. Professor Marisa said that a former student had just given her talismans that could partially recreate a memory loss so that you could feel it. This is the latest development. The teacher asked if any of the students wanted to try it out, and Flora thought to herself, only if it was on someone else. The professor was asked if this phenomenon was dangerous. She replied that if you are unlucky, gaps and confusion of memories will form in your consciousness. But she said not to worry, since this product has an extremely weak effect. There will be no consequences, but you need to be careful. A memory lapse can only be recreated by working in pairs, and the last memory you wish to conceal may appear to your partner during the lapse. Elendil suggested that Renee try. She thought the idea was interesting and she was not against it, because the princess wanted it. Renee was worried that she might see something the princess wanted to keep hidden, like some secret of the royal family, but Elendil laughed and said not to worry. Nothing like that would happen. It was just nonsense. She added that everything she wanted to hide had already been spilled by that bastard Frieden, and Renee agreed to try. Professor Marisa handed out talismans to the students, and Princess Elendil took one for herself. Flora also took the talisman and thought, it turns out that the couple needs to pour some mana into this scroll and they will lose their memory. So cute that you don't even want to use it right away. Cheryl noticed that Flora was looking at her strangely, and she asked if she really wanted to try it on her. A friend asked her if she was against it. Cheryl replied that she was not, but that she was not yet mentally ready for such a feat. One couple of students had already tried the talisman, and the girl attacked her boyfriend, calling him a cheater and shouting that now it was clear why he didn't want to try it. The students watched this situation. Some were scared, some were amused. Elendil decided that it was time for them to try it too. The princess and Renee took hold of the talisman and began to pour some of their mana into it. Suddenly magic began to happen. The girls' pupils dilated, and they felt very strange sensations. It was cool to see the memories during the mana exchange. It felt like a lot of time had passed, even though it hadn't. When the experiment was over, Princess Elendil asked Renee what she had seen, and she cheerfully said that even on a birthday, inviting students you barely knew to a party was unnecessary. The princess was embarrassed, because now her friend knew about her dark past from her first year of study. Renee added that she could understand the lady, and she thanked her, and then her friend asked the princess what she saw from her past. Princess Elendil told her that she had seen something very long ago. Renee was surprised and became interested herself. In the memory, she was little, about 10 years younger than she is now. The princess expected to see the memories through the eyes of an eyewitness, but she watched from the side. Perhaps Elendil saw what was happening through her mother's eyes. There was a hut in the meadow, in which, except for her and her mother, there was no one, and the princess asked if they lived in the hut with their mother. The princess added that they looked so happy. Apparently Mom loved Renee very much. But the girl looked at the princess with wide eyes, not understanding anything, and asked her what she was talking about, because Renee grew up without parents. The princess couldn't believe it. She asked the girl again if she really didn't remember anything about her parents. While resting in the forest over lunch, Renee asked Elendil if she was sure of what she had seen. The princess was sure, because the storm of memory is based on the magical power of a person. Through her, The princess saw Renee's past and was sure that it was real, and the fact that she saw it from her mother's perspective seemed even stranger. Renee said the phenomenon isn't well studied, so there may be exceptions. The princess asked the girl if she really didn't remember anything about her parents, and her friend said that she only remembered growing up with her teacher. Although he was an ordinary elderly grandfather, and despite his stubbornness, he was quite frivolous. Elendil asked her friend how far back she could go, and she replied that she met the teacher when she was about 10 years old. It turns out that she didn't remember anything until she was 10 years old, which was a big surprise for Renee herself. The princess said that she thought that teacher Renee had something to do with it, because she didn't remember anything before she met the teacher. Despite how well he treated her, the princess advised her not to trust him, and Renee wondered if the teacher was really connected to the loss of memories. The girl became very sad, because she had just realized that she didn't remember her mother or anything else. Elendil noticed that her friend was sad and asked her not to worry, because she was sure that the girl would be able to regain her memories and her parents could be alive. Renee wasn't too sure about this, and the princess promised that she would help her regain her memories. Elendil thought if it was possible, she wanted Renee to remember everything, because Renee was her first real friend at Theon Academy. Frieden, approaching the girls, said that he did not remember inviting the third princess here. The guy asked Renee why she looked so sad, but the princess replied that it was just between them, so there was no need to worry. Another guy came up to them from behind. He laughed and said what a strange combination, the third princess and the youngest Renee, and Elendil asked what brought Henry Presto here. He laughed and asked her not to be so angry, and said that she probably still thinks that it was he who spread rumors about invitations to her birthday party back in her first year. The princess asked Renee how Henry knew her name. Was he making fun of her? To which he laughed again and said that it was painful to hear from a princess. Renee replied that the elder Henry had provided her with a part-time job. But since the girl had almost died in a terrorist attack, Elendil decided that he could not be trusted. Frieden asked to stop there, because the girls themselves knew that Henry was doing all this without any bad intent. The guy said that he was sorry in general, and as an apology, he offered another part-time job where they would pay 3 times more. When she heard this, she immediately agreed, and Henry said that he was very glad and he would tell her the details later and left. Elendil immediately pounced on her friend and began to scream. How could she accept the offer of this suspicious man? But Renee said that she needed money, so she agreed, and the princess asked if Theon's scholarship was not enough for her. Frieden said sarcastically that of course the wealthy princess doesn't know, but the people who manage the scholarships are mostly from the aristocratic faction, so the commoners naturally can't take advantage of it and earn it themselves. Of course, thanks to the efforts of the current rector, things have gotten better, but it is still very much lacking. The princess listened to this with regret. The guy was about to leave, saying that someone had ruined his vacation. The princess asked where he was going in such a hurry, since there was still a lot of time before lunch. Frieden reported that there was a problem. He had received a marriage proposal, and a young lady from the Wagner family, a vassal of the Lumos family, was waiting for him. The boy complained to Henry that these Lumos again. It was clearly the work of those old men, and the friend said that he heard that both families were going to visit Theon during the festival. It seems that they want to create a partnership through marriage as soon as possible, and if the guy doesn't like it, he can simply decline the offer, as before. Frieden was surprised, because the guy said that marriage was the way to achieve the goal, but Henry noted that his duty as a vassal was to always be on his side. Flora and Frieden came to meet at a restaurant. The guy was surprised that she came because she usually didn't show up. The girl said that she came because she was deceived. Frieden told the girl that he had been hearing the name Roger Shalichi a lot lately. The guy said that she attends his classes and thinks that she knows something. Flora said that she didn't know anything and asked why he was suddenly asking her about it. The guy said that he was interested in who he was. The girl suggested deciding on what pretext they would use to cancel the marriage proposal. Frieden replied that since he would refuse it as before, the reason could be anything. For example, he would say that he didn't like the food. The guy said he would go first, and Flora chuckled and told him to do whatever he wanted. The girl asked him to wait because she wanted to ask him a question. The guy stopped. He even became interested. Without looking at him, Flora said that she had recently heard that dried mandrake was good for the body. Perhaps he knew where to get it. Roger read the news that a magic duel between professors was added to the Magic Festival event. The author of the proposal was Hugo Borutag, so he plans to strengthen the position of the aristocratic faction. The professor thought that he already had enough to worry about, and he had to waste his time on something like this. Although he doesn't necessarily need to win, he can just merge at the beginning and that's it. This option is still more or less suitable. More importantly, after the banquet incident, Black Dawn has not made any moves, and Sedina also reported that nothing is happening. One nagging thought wouldn't leave our hero, what Esmeralda was planning to do. Suddenly, Roger received a signal. Someone was trying to contact him. Apparently, it was Hans. The magician asked his friend what had happened, and Hans happily informed him that he had finally found him. He said that there was one family that met all the conditions. This was the first good news in recent times for Roger. 2 hours later, Roger Kalichi was already in front of the mansion of the man Hans had spoken of. He knocked on the door. The magician looked around and noticed that there was no mail, and the area around the house was well maintained, so he concluded that he lived here. Roger had no choice but to confirm this personally and tried to open the door. But suddenly, the professor felt a powerful blow that threw him back, and he saw a guy in the doorway. Roger didn't expect to be greeted like this, but he was even more surprised that magic was used against him. After a few seconds, the magician reacted and began to fight off the enemy's influence. And then he made a sharp lunge towards the guy, grabbed him and put him on the floor. Roger held the boy tightly and ordered him to be quiet, because he didn't want everyone in the area to find out. The guy hissed through his teeth, asking Roger who he was and why he was hanging around his house. He must be the same bastard that the devil sent to kill him. Our hero calmly replied that it didn't matter who sent him. If he wanted to kill him, he would have done it already, and offered to talk to him. Roger asked if he should be called Professor Crollo Phoebius, or the killer who caused the Great Fire in Lothana. Hans informed the magician that this was the ducal family of Phoebius, although he had never heard of such a family in Datura, and his friend explained that of course he had not heard of it, as while he was there their family had disappeared without a trace. The guy reminded Roger that all the aristocrats had disappeared after the bloody night, although they could have fled before that. Perhaps there was another reason. Hans said that he became curious, so he investigated the incident thoroughly. From a certain day, members of their family began to disappear. The number of those who disappeared increased, so a rumor arose that the family was cursed. There was even a case of a fire appearing out of nowhere. They say that the last head of the family burned in that fire. Given the circumstances, the rest of the missing were also burned. The remnants of the family went into hiding as best they could, but rumors inevitably spread given how many people were burned to the ground. Roger concluded that they had not fled on their own, but had been driven out like lepers, and he asked his friend how many survivors were left. Hans replied that only one remained alive. Roger was surprised that Esmeralda did not calm down even after they were expelled. This last survivor was Crollo Phoebius, and he just happened to live in Theon, where the magician headed. While talking to Crollo, Roger placed a token on the table and told him that he was sure he knew what it was. It was a token that the secret military squad used. Crollo wondered why he was asking him about this. Did he really want to help? The guy was familiar with the mage's face. Crollo remembered that this was the same man who had cornered that monster at the banquet. Roger had told him that it would be great if he told him everything honestly. Our hero thought about how good it was that his operative token came in handy in this situation. He couldn't even imagine that it would come in handy. Roger thought that this guy wouldn't recognize him, but he immediately recognized this token. Maybe he was from a family of mages, even though he was exiled. He wasn't sure if this thing was still valid these days, but he was glad that it would help to get Crollo to talk. The magician said that at the moment he was investigating something and had just come across the trail of an extremely dangerous person. The boy, horrified, said that she was the devil incarnate, a flaming devil, thirsting for his death, and he still thought that Theon was safe. But at that gathering, he realized how wrong he was and that he would definitely be roasted like everyone else. Roger realized that it turned out that Esmeralda was killing because of this man. Maybe she was slowly and painfully mocking him. He asked the guy how much he knew about this very thing, name, appearance, anything would do, but he couldn't remember exactly. Roger was angry about this. He thought what a bastard he was. Maybe he should be left to die. But Krallo suddenly remembered something and said that it was a pretty girl in her early 20s with black hair. The magician thought, Joanna, of course, looked like an adult, but she looked more like a student. Magicians and knights often look younger than their age, so anything is possible. Roger asked him if there was anything else, and saw how the guy was straining himself to remember anything. Krallo handed the letter to the mage and said that it was she who wrote it to him, which surprised Roger. Did Esmeralda really send the letter personally? It said that she would visit Krallo on the last day of the festival, and he asked Roger if he could catch her with such evidence. Our hero replied that he couldn't figure her out with just this. Was it really possible that he could go through all the black-haired pretty ladies in 10 days? The guy suggested asking Theon for help. Roger asked him if he had forgotten that she had calmly shown up at the banquet just a couple of days ago, and neither he nor Theon's mages would be able to protect him. The guy asked him what he should do then, and Roger realized that he needed to use it to catch Esmeralda. The professor said he was glad the girl at least warned him when she attacked, since the date was known and the boy was safe until then. He added that she might change her mind if they acted thoughtlessly, so he warned her not to do anything stupid, and all the guy had to do was do nothing. It was the first day of the magic festival, and for Renee, it was the first magic festival in her life. The princess suggested that she have fun and create a good memory of the first festival. Renee was happy. She saw so many interesting things for the first time. The girls saw a field of spirits where they appear to the people, and children played happily with them. There was also a haunted house where restless souls were summoned using necromancy to scare people, and some of the students really enjoyed it. Renee exclaimed in delight as she showed the princess the boys who had dressed up as zombies. But Elendel explained to her friend that they were just students from a local college, and that they still looked normal. The girls were surprised at what they were doing to them, that they couldn't even enjoy the festival. In the distance, the princess and Renee noticed Professor Roger. They were always curious about what was happening to Roger Chalici. He was with Professor Selena. There were rumors that the professors would patrol in pairs. Apparently today was their turn. Professor Selena showed Roger that there was a place where they sold love potions. She found it interesting. There was still time before the end of the festival. Roger didn't know what exactly Esmeralda would do, but he needed to prepare countermeasures in advance. Even if he uses Phoebe as bait, if she attacks like last time, it will be difficult to deal with her without exposing himself. Professor Selena poked Roger in the cheek and asked him what he was thinking about so much that he didn't even respond to his name. The magician apologized and said that he had a lot of thoughts in his head lately, and his colleague suggested that he speak out. The guy suggested that he remove his finger first, and Selena laughed at how rude it was on her part. The girl asked Roger if he was apparently worried about tomorrow's professorial duels, and he replied that he was a little worried, although in fact he had forgotten about it. Professor Selena noted that she understood its implementation, given the guests who would be present, and Roger asked if she was participating. The girl replied that she would be glad to participate, but her senior colleagues dissuaded her. Our hero thought that battles really didn't fit with her image. Duels are dangerous in themselves, and if you are also dissuaded, of course you shouldn't participate. But why doesn't anyone dissuade him? No one thinks about him at all. He would gladly refuse. Selena was worried about the magician because he could get hurt. Roger replied that this would not happen. After all, it was just a spectacle. Safety would be taken care of. Aiden was standing nearby. He was upset because he couldn't hit the ball, and Roger shouted at him not to be upset because the target was too far away. Next to Aiden was Tracy, Leo, and the Beast Girl. They were trying to play games. Aiden was shooting at balls. They said hello to the professor. Roger noticed that the guy had a new company. He asked why they decided to shoot at the shooting range. The professor came closer to them and the man working at the shooting range provocatively announced that a new participant had appeared, although apparently he didn't know how to shoot. He looked like a dandy who had never held a gun in his hands. Aiden stood up for the professor and ordered the man to take back his words. Even if he looked like a dandy, Professor Roger served in the army, to which the man asked where his muscles were then. And the guy asked the professor to prove to this guy that he could do it, and they handed him a gun. Roger felt like he was being forced to do something again. The magician began to destroy the balls correctly, and the students admired him out loud. Even Selena was pleasantly surprised. The worker was amazed. He didn't think that the professor would cope on the first try. The man admitted that it seemed that his eyes had deceived him this time, and that since the professor had broken the record, he deserved a prize. He gave him a stuffed monster and said that it was their masterpiece, apparently inspired by the stuffed monster in the museum in the kingdom of Durman. Roger gave the toy to the children, for which they thanked him, and he told them that the children needed it more. Professor Selena told the magician that the toy was very cute, and he replied that she should have told him right away that she liked it. The girl noted that the children were very happy, and she liked seeing their smiling faces much more. Roger, as always, looked thoughtful, and after a minute suggested to his colleague to go on since the tour was not yet finished. The festival continued, and Sedina's assistant suddenly realized that she had gotten carried away playing and had completely forgotten about work, and she didn't understand what to do now. The girl wondered why Professor Roger gave her such a difficult task. Was it really a test for her? Exactly. It was a test of work that she didn't like, as expected from the first order. Suddenly, one woman, seeing the angry girl on the sidelines, offered her to try an incredible delicacy, and she was distracted again. Selena, while walking with Professor Roger, also enjoyed a large sweet candy. The magician noticed that his colleague was really enjoying the festival, and the girl asked him not to tell anyone about it, although Roger had no intention of doing so. Our hero told the girl that he was sure that they were enjoying it themselves and that they didn't even notice how the day had flown by. There were still 4 days ahead, and Professor Selena noted that the duels were tomorrow, so they needed to finish their rounds. Suddenly Roger noticed Phoebus, who was in a great hurry to get somewhere. The magician wondered why he was here at such a time. Our hero told his colleague that he would leave her for a while, and he ran after his new acquaintance. Around the corner of the building, this damn bastard was strangling some girl. She couldn't even scream a word. When Roger saw him, he understood what was going on, as the villain was strangling her and telling her to die, calling her a devil. Without thinking twice, the mage directed a magical blow at Crollo, which threw him away from the girl. He came closer to the guy and told him that he had warned him to sit quietly. Crollo began to protest. He explained that this was his plan at first, but this creature continued to follow him, putting his life at risk. And he pointed out the girl to Roger, said that he had caught this devil, but the magician couldn't just believe him. Could this Phoebus have defeated her so easily? It was unlikely that it was her. The professor suggested that the rabbit discuss the details later. Our hero looked at the girl who was lying unconscious on the ground, and Professor Selena came up behind him. She asked Roger what was going on here. The guy even got a little scared because he didn't expect her to come for him. The magician saw that Professor Selena was about to fall, so he made a sharp movement and grabbed his colleague. Thank God it was just a fainting spell. Well, anyone would be shocked by that. Although it's for the best, there's time to come up with an excuse. Roger ordered Crollo to move the girl to another place, but saw a strange expression on his face. He pointed his finger at Selena, and fear and horror were visible in his eyes. But what could this mean? Roger looked closely at the girl. Something was happening to her. Her pupils turned red, and she said that she really wasn't going to do anything until the end of the festival, and asked why he was doing this. Roger noticed that not only had her iris changed color, but her voice had also changed. It was Esmeralda's voice. The girl said that she was leaving, that she was an idiot for keeping her word, and the magician was just watching this with apprehension for now. Crollo looked at her with frightened eyes and told her to disappear and not come near. This was his very own devil. A couple more seconds and Professor Selena completely transformed into Esmeralda. Her hair became dark, and her whole body was on fire, and she greeted Phoebus. The guy was so scared that he lost consciousness, and Esmeralda was surprised that he just saw her and immediately fainted. It's boring. Roger asked the girl if she had a split personality or if she was just good at disguising herself, to which she replied that he saw through her instantly. As expected, he's amazing. She noted that this was their first meeting, since at the meeting of the First Orders, they all hid their identities. Roger asked her what she intended to do, why she had revealed herself, and what would happen next. She replied that since she had decided to open up, there was no reason to hide anything, and said that she wanted to finish off this guy and take her revenge, but he didn't seem to be planning on getting up. Roger noted that she was being too careless so far, and if she attacked, he would finish her off in an instant. However, if he killed her, he would also kill her other personality, Professor Selena, and he had to make a choice. And this energy, Quasimodo, it is constantly vigilant. Does it remember what happened during the banquet? It would be interesting to know. And Roger decided to retreat. He had no choice. And Esmeralda said that she would go. She couldn't kill him while he was unconscious. Esmeralda came closer to the magician and ran her hand over his cheek and asked him to keep an eye on Selena, especially since she really liked him. After these words, she began to transform into Professor Selena and regain her appearance. The real Selena and her energy returned. Even seeing it with his own eyes, Roger still didn't believe it. The professor connected with Sedina and said that he would now tell her the location. She needed to come here as soon as possible. Roger covered both girls with his coat and, while waiting for Sedina, thought that he had made a mistake after all. Just think, he hadn't acknowledged her right there. Joanna, there was no point in making exceptions. He was obliged to suspect Selena as well, although it wouldn't be surprising to be mistaken since there was nothing suspicious about her at all. However, even after the magician learned the whole truth, how can he kill Selena because she is such a good person? Would it be right to kill her, considering that she knows nothing about her evil nature? After a while, Sedina appeared, holding cotton candy in one hand and a candy in the other, and the magician said that she seemed to be enjoying the festival to the fullest and asked her to take care of the girls. When Selena woke up, Roger was at her bedside. He explained to her that she seemed to have overdone it and suddenly fainted right during her rounds, so he carried her to the infirmary. The girl felt very ashamed. How could she faint? And the magician calmed down. Apparently she doesn't remember anything, and that's good. The guy told her that since she had come to her senses, perhaps he would leave her to rest. She wanted to thank him, but Roger said there was no need. He did what he had to do, but she didn't mean only that. Sedina said that she was grateful to him for his advice and for enjoying the festival with her. Maybe he didn't like it, but he still stayed with me, and if he got tired of her, then she asks to forgive her. Our hero assured her that if he had considered her annoying, he would have told her about it right away. He didn't express any dissatisfaction because he didn't even think about it. He himself enjoyed the festival today, thanks to her. When the professor was already leaving, the girl suggested that they enjoy the festival together next year. Roger replied that of course it would be so, since the festival is held every year. Selena was delighted and decided to make it happen. Since he promised, it meant that they would definitely go together next year. While our hero was not at home, someone got into his room. The door to the room was not even locked, much less had a magic lock. The man thought that Roger Kalichi didn't think about safety at all. The man found what he was looking for in the drawer of the table. These were the pills that the magician had been taking. The masked man took this magic medicine. He was sure that it was a cure for mana deficiency. On the second day of the magic festival, people gathered near Theon's magic arena. There were magicians and nobles from the old and new magic tower. Rector Eliza came here and people were amazed. Just think, they can see this man in real life. The rector was happy because the important people were already here. There were two of them, an old man and a tall young man with a gloomy face. The old man was the head of the Katatushan family, Haybeck. He greeted Eliza and said that since he was his gloomy friend, he would answer for both of them. The young man, the head of the Kaiden Lumos family, objected to the old man that no one said that he was his friend. The rector greeted Duke Kaiden and asked if he had come to see his daughter, but he said he had no reason to answer that question. The old man reminded him that his daughter was studying in this academy, so why answer so coldly? But he coldly replied that there was no need to interfere in the affairs of another family. Rector Eliza laughed and announced that the relationship between them was, as always, at its best. She noticed that she did not see Duke Walberg, although she thought that all three ducal families would arrive, to which the old man replied that David should have arrived first. At this moment, Professor Hugo appeared here. He noticed that the pillars supporting the empire had gathered in one place. He told the guests that he was confident that this year's duels would exceed all their expectations. This time he had tried. The old man said in surprise, "It turns out that it was Hugo who suggested holding such an event." The performance had already begun, and everyone turned their gaze to the stage, forgetting about Professor Hugo, although he still wanted to talk about his efforts. Jessie Luna, a fourth-year student, spoke into the microphone, introducing herself as the host and commentator for today's matches. Next to her was Professor Carter Block, a fourth-year teacher of practical magical combat. Roger thought that this man had been glaring at him even before the match started. He was obviously a noble from Hugo Borotaga's faction. There is very little time left until the last day of the festival, so the magician does not have time for such an event. Roger, looking at the aggressive attitude of the opponent, gave him the opportunity to attack first. He decided to do everything possible to quickly and naturally lose. The spectators were surprised because 5 minutes had already passed, but none of the opponents attacked first. Hugo thought that, as expected, Roger Chelisi was a tough opponent, and he was deliberately giving him the opportunity to attack in order to use it for a counterattack. Our hero was already starting to get annoyed by this. Why the hell isn't this Hugo shooting? Because he's completely open. Roger's opponent finally made a shot. The mage decided that instead of waiting and ending the match, he would show him his skills properly. Professor Roger decided to block the first blow. The enemy was amazed that Roger easily blocked the blow with the help of a flowing wall. This is the source code, because there is no magical information visible at all. As he stared at Chelisi in surprise, the mage hoped that this wasn't all he could do, because if he received such a pitiful attack and lost, it would be obvious that he did it on purpose. It was unwise to delay this any longer and cause pain to a weak person, so the magician decided to act more decisively. Hugo was already basically a loser, and Roger decided that he would definitely lose the next match. Jessie Luna announced that 2 wins in a row and Professor Roger Chelisi is in the final. He tried to lose. Our hero did not understand why everyone was rushing to defend themselves rather than attack. He could not even lose on purpose. The participants were given a 15-minute break before the start of the final match, and Roger was happy with this as his mana was almost depleted. The reason was that he was consuming mana even when he was breathing. He thought that everything would be fine for a while, but he miscalculated, so he headed to his room. If he was wrong, he would have mana exhaustion. Roger opened the drawer, but did not find his medicine there, although he was sure that he left it here. As expected, there were traces on the floor, and the magician wondered whether it was the thief or someone else. However, Roger's other things were untouched. Hell, he doesn't have time to buy or prepare medicine. And our hero returned to the arena. This was the last match that everyone was really looking forward to. Roger's opponent was the professor in charge of practical magic for the 2nd year, and a descendant of the Borotag Counts, Devian Borotag. Roger was declared as an invincible myth against whom all attacks were useless. The magician thought that the enemy's surname was Borotag, like Hugo's. The match had begun, and the professor had no thoughts about winning, but since it had turned out that way, he had to finish it as quickly as possible. But the enemy decided to talk. He said that he had heard rumors that Roger was a great man, and it was fate that they met. Devian took Roger's medicine out of his pocket and said that he knew its secret. The magician realized that it was he who broke into his room, but it was unclear how he found out. Our hero understood that he was caught taking the medicine. If we remember that all his opponents were nobles, apparently someone set it up. Roger said he understood why all his opponents were wasting their time. He didn't think the professor could do such childish things. The opponent asked what to call a person who was easily deceived, perhaps an idiot, and added that the medicines should have been stored better. Our hero suggested that we immediately abandon the match and give him some medicine so that he would forget this misunderstanding. Devian laughed and asked if Roger didn't understand the situation and was still capable of joking. The magician firmly replied that he was not joking and warned that he was giving him one last chance, suggesting that he think carefully while he was still able to use magic. Jessie Luna announced that the two were in a psychological battle and finally began to move, the opponent telling Roger that he was bluffing and that he would not be scared. Devian drank that today he must show you his skills properly and stretched out in a funny pose. Jessie commented that Professor Devian had chosen a 4th-tier magic spell, Magic Defense. Roger noted that he was fast, but he had prepared Memory Echo in advance. Magic Defense is a specialized defensive magic that blocks most magical attacks. However, he will not be able to attack during the match. Roger couldn't believe that this one, like the others, was trying to waste time. But to his surprise, Devian used attack magic while maintaining his magic defense. Roger barely managed to dodge. The opponent told the magician that he was surprised that he dodged. Apparently his reflexes are really unusual, and he really is a former military man. The magic was used by Professor Devian's magical beast, Gran Slanger, and Roger realized that it was a magical beast that used magic instead of its master. The enemy was under protection and attacking at the same time. The mage knew that he did not have enough mana for Ader Nocturnus, so he would have to use homing magic. When Roger fired a shot of homing magic, the enemy beast extinguished it. Devil smiled slyly and noted that he knew all of Roger's magic. He was prepared, and his beast didn't just use attack magic. The enemy asked the magician what it was like when all his great magic became useless. The rector could not understand why Professor Roger was only defending himself, why he was not attacking, as in the beginning. Eliza noticed that Professor Roger's condition was somewhat strange, and she wanted to stop the match, but Hugo objected because it was the final. He added that they could do nothing about what happened during the match, and the participants knew it. Devil asked our hero what he was doing and offered to attack, and then laughed that he ran out of mana. He kept teasing Roger, seeing that he was not feeling well, and then he was surprised and noticed some kind of hole above the professor. Our hero hissed through his teeth at his opponent to shut up, he was too loud. At first, everything around Roger went dark, and then everything exploded in a bright flash, and no one could understand what had happened. The festival guests were blinded by the light. No one saw anything. It was the magic of light. He had used this element before. The black hole above Roger grew larger and larger, and Devial watched it, but did not know what to do. This black spot made a strange crunching sound, and our hero stood there helplessly. His head ached, because he had warned his enemy that things would get worse. Black clots of energy began to crawl out of the black spot, and Roger could do nothing about it. These clots took the form of hands and reached out to Devian, but he only sent them away, doing nothing. Roger asked the creature, this black substance, to stop, because if this magician was injured, others would take advantage of it, and he asked if he was okay with that and offered him a choice. After a couple of minutes, the guests' eyes moved away from the flash, and they could see everyone staring at the arena. Luna announced that the light had cleared, and now the winner was visible, and it was Roger Chalici. He was standing, and he had his pills in his hands. The audience wondered what happened under that light. Professor Devian Boratag did not look very good. Looking at this, Professor Hugo shouted to urgently call a doctor to the rent, and the doctors immediately ran to Devian. The doctors brought him to the medical center, but Hugo was panicking since the loser had still not woken up, and the doctors did not know the reason. Roger came into the room. The doctor said that he was physically healthy. To find out the details, he needed to do tests. The doctor said that the cause of his condition was severe shock, and that he should wake up in time, and Hugo looked at Roger with hatred. He asked our hero how he dared to come here, even if it was a duel. He went too far. The magician replied that it was strange that Hugo was telling him this. The assistant asked the vice-rector to wait. Their family infirmary had a restorative medicine at its disposal and offered to go get it. As he left, Hugo promised Roger that he would make sure that he was held accountable for this, as he was certain that he had intentionally inflicted such injuries on his opponent. Suddenly, Rector Eliza came in and said that what happened during the duel was not their concern, since Hugo had told her so in the arena. Duke Haybeck came in after her, laughed and added that he had heard it too, because he was not so old as not to hear it. Hugo became embarrassed and replied that it seemed that all these events had made him forget about it. The Duke walked up to Roger, took him by the hand and said it was a great match, and introduced himself to him. They decided to talk elsewhere. The Duke admitted that he was surprised by such a talented magician. He was especially surprised by his fire magic. He was quite fast. Roger didn't notice when all these people had gathered here, and watching the way Eliza looked at him, he realized that she was talking to those who had come to meet him. The Duke noted that it was a bit noisy here, but they were all only here because of Roger, so he asked him to be understanding. The old man thanked him and the rector for holding back the crowd, and seeing that the magician had guessed, he said that he knew he was special. The old man apologized for wasting Roger's time, and finally said that if he needed his help, he could contact him at any time, and the guy replied that he couldn't wait for their meeting. Roger thought that even though he was lying, he would be able to tell when he was trying to take advantage of him. However, in this short period of time, the magician figured out his motive. He retreated, realizing that it was not easy for him to get anything out of Roger. He is not one of the three great ducal families that form the core of the Exilian Empire, although he acts friendly and frivolous, every action calculated to read people. Anyway, Roger is done here, the time has come. He must join Sheridan and Hans. As he walked out the door, the professor saw Flora Lumos heading into the building, and he asked her what brought her here. The girl replied that she was just passing by, but our hero saw that everything was not as she said. Roger said that he knew the girl had come to see her father, but Duke Lumos was currently negotiating with the Chancellor, so he suggested that the student come later. Flora replied that her father had nothing to do with it at all, and Roger thought about it. A strange reaction. Apparently they had a difficult relationship. The student said that she would go now. She needed to prepare for the next match. The professor was surprised. Was she really participating too? The mage said that he shouldn't worry when it came to her skills, and she agreed. No matter who her opponent was, she wasn't going to lose. Flora left, muttering under her breath that if the professor was busy, then there was no need to come and all that. This only caused the magician to smirk. Looking sometime later, in front of the fountain, our hero met Hans and Sheridan. Roger told him it felt a little strange to stand and talk, so he suggested they walk. Sherry announced that she had a place she wanted to see and suggested going there. In turn, the magician noted that he also had an idea of where to go. The friends attended a demonstration of the golem, which was conducted by Tiona's first-year professor, Brino. He pointed to the new golem developed in Theon, the DT-3000. Hans was surprised that he brought a piece of metal, but Roger said that this was probably not all. Brino said that everyone had a strange reaction, but they had not yet seen the actual form of this new golem, and he inserted a crystal into the center of the device and explained that when the source of this golem, the mana stone, is equipped, the form changes. People saw how an incomprehensible piece of metal turned into a robot, a little clumsy, but it could move heavy objects or destroy them. Sheridan assumed that it would then be sent to places like mines. In its current form, it could be easily moved by simply rolling it around. Brino was pleased with the reaction of the visitors, but it was not over yet. The golem can also transform into a horse form. Roger thought it was like the transforming robots in the movies. I wonder if it turns into a car. Sheridan asked Roger if she could take a closer look at him. The magician, of course, allowed it, but asked not to go too far. Looking at the girl, Hans said that people might think that she was here to play, but the professor asked not to be so strict with her, because everyone needs fasting days. Roger heard a girl next to him turn to him and ask for advice on something. It was Casey Selmoy, asking the boys if they knew where the arena was where the magic duels took place. Roger became nervous when he heard her voice, but then decided to calm down. She didn't recognize him yet. He decided that at such moments it was better to cover his face with light magic. People were bad at recognizing those who had changed even a little. Covering himself in this way, Roger turned and said that the arena was that way. The magician was worried whether it would work on her. The girl thanked him for his help and was about to leave, but suddenly froze. She turned to Roger and asked if they had met before, as he seemed familiar to her. The magician replied that he didn't know, but he was definitely seeing her for the first time, and said goodbye, saying that he needed to run, and his friends began to catch up with him. But Casey stopped him, and our hero had already decided that he was caught. But the detective said that she had taken a good look and realized that he was that very professor, and Roger sighed with relief. Roger would like to leave, ignoring her, but she might start to suspect something if he continues to avoid her. He needs to act naturally. The professor could think of nothing better to do than ask why she decided that he was that very professor. Casey replied that firstly, it was clear from his clothes that they were made of high-quality materials. Common people usually don't wear things like that. But he had no goods to sell and a purse with money, so he is clearly not a merchant, but not an aristocrat either, since she does not see a family crest on him. If he chose to hide it, then he is one of the fallen nobles. But would a fallen nobleman dress up like that for some festival after putting it all together? The detective came to the conclusion that he was somehow connected to the festival organizers, perhaps a teacher. Casey asked if he really was the same Roger Schlesi and added that they were right. He made a strong impression, and Roger noted to himself that she had learned too much just from his clothes. The professor said that the girl was right about everything, but apologized because he really was in a hurry. Casey was surprised by this reaction. Usually her interlocutors are a little more impressed. Roger added from afar, was it really so unusual if she had nothing else to say? Then he left, and the girl could not understand what was wrong with him, why he was so indifferent. She had never met anyone like him before. Although no, there was one person, James Moriarty, but her thoughts stopped there. Her assistant Betty called her. She shouted at her what she was doing there because the fights would start soon, and the detective realized that she had wasted a lot of time. Casey sent Roger a bottle of water, and through it told him that if he suddenly needed her, he should just contact her. She was a little upset when she was ignored and handed him a business card. Hans was surprised that they got her business card in this way, and the professor called it another annoying thing. It would have been much worse if she had recognized him. Maybe she just wanted to be friends. But Roger had caught her attention, and it was pissing him off. He felt a faint trace of magic. She would know if he pulled this off. The magician told his friend that it would be a good idea to lie low for now and asked him to get rid of the clothes he was currently wearing, but Hans objected, because she had just glanced at him and that was it, and he liked his clothes. Roger answered him that he himself heard her and should understand his friend. Just one clue would help her figure out the truth. Our hero reminded his friend that this woman should not be underestimated, and it was impossible not to agree with him. Hans looked at Sheridan and was surprised. This child was still chatting there. She even got the students involved, and he suggested Roger to go and pick her up. But the professor replied that he should leave her when she could still freely discuss her interests with other people. Hans shared that looking at Roger now, he begins to think that his sudden becoming a professor is simply a calling. The magician smiles as if he is happy for his protégé. The friend added that, to be honest, he would be uncomfortable in such a place. Unexpectedly for himself, he is jealous. This well-appointed academy will never suit him. Roger told his friend that he understood that compared to them, the students of the academy looked like wonderful flowers growing in a magical garden, but their troubles were not the fault of these students. So why shouldn't they continue to smile carefreely? And Hans noted that since the magician said so, he had nothing to add. Although the guy added that anyway, there is a small age difference between him and these children, so why does he treat them so differently? Hans reminded his friend that he would be 24 this year. Now Roger understood why he called him Big Brother. He felt a little embarrassed that he had forgotten. The professor said several times that he was very sorry and asked him to forgive him, but this really irritated Hans because he asked not to apologize. The magician asked his friend how the analysis of the drug from that incident with the werewolves was going. He reported that, After studying the drug, it turned out that it had hallucinogenic properties, apparently due to the extract of pelham. Roger took the drug and said that they would investigate it immediately after their cases. Hans asked him if it was true that he was considered the First Order, and the magician replied that it was true. His friend asked him if he was ready for the consequences, since he was close to that professor, but the magician remained silent. Hans thought so. There was no point in asking, and he advised his friend that even if the worst-case scenario happened, there was no need to feel guilty. And he added that our hero had already experienced something similar, especially since there would still be innocent victims, no matter how hard he tried. The magician remembered when he was Professor Moriarty, his hands were covered in blood, and he answered Hans that he knew everything. Hans clarified that he only wanted to say that they could not hesitate if it was necessary for the cause. Roger himself knew that if they did not kill the enemies would kill them. Roger finally broke the silence. He said that they, living in a world of violence, walk side by side with death. The friend replied that this is true. This is the unpleasant truth of their work. It's a pity, of course, but this is their reality. The third day of the magical festival began at Theon's open-air banquet. The Duke sat down at the same table with Roger. He laughed and cheerfully said how great it was to drink alcohol all day. The magician was raging inside with slight aggression, because this guy continued to stick to him. In the end, Roger couldn't stand it any longer, and suggested that the old man get straight to the point, and asked if he needed anything from him. The Duke replied that he did not want anything from the professor, but if he was so interested in his intentions, he assumed that he wanted a show. Roger noted that he thought the Duke thought he was an interesting person, to which he asked the mage to simply call him Hebeck, since he was an old man, so most things were surprising to him. Hebeck added that despite this, he knows his limits, so there is no need to worry, and laughed. Our hero was drinking and thinking about how cunning this old man was, and then suddenly he saw Flora Lumos. It seemed she was nervous, and why she was there became interesting. The Duke was surprised to see her, and said that she was a child of the House of Lumos. Flora and the professor asked if he knew her. The old man said that of course he knows her. She was born with incredible talent, but how unfair it is the whole family ignores her because she is an illegitimate child. Flora was really nervous. She walked and reassured herself that there was no need to be afraid. She just needed to say hello once. The current her was not the same as she was when she lived with her family. She told herself that she would show him that the child no one cared about could do just fine on his own. Now she won't be afraid, but before she could tell him anything, she heard someone notice her and start whispering, calling her a half-breed. It was her brother Camel and sister Katrina who asked her if a mudblood could call them by their names. Her brother told Flora that she looked good. Before, she didn't even dare to look at them. Camel called his father to see who had come to them. He looked back and asked what she wanted. Flora stood like a shadow and understood that her voice did not obey her, but she had to show them that she had changed, that everything was different now. But it was too difficult, and she thought that she had come here in vain and that she would not be able to change anything. But suddenly the girl felt someone put a hand on her shoulder. She looked around and couldn't believe her eyes. It was Professor Roger. I must say, in this sunlight he looked like a hero. He, without hesitation, with a proud look, asked these people if they had any problems with his student. The religious order of Lumensis, which oppresses the half-humans in the name of its one god, is guided by the scriptures of the true man. Such is the Lumensis Church. However, they don't just shy away from humans. Purebred humans are considered the highest class, and demi-humans and their descendants are considered the lowest. The Church simply divides everything into two, not allowing other opinions. It is hard to grow up in a Lumencist family, which oppresses her all her life. The Duke told Roger that if Flora had been born into a different family, everything might have been different. The magician realized that this is why she is so obsessed with her grades, thinking that she will be recognized in the family if she becomes the best student. But even if she becomes the best, where is the guarantee that her wish will come true? After the old Duke told this to Professor Roger, he got up from the table and went to Flora. Our hero knew that if he interfered, nothing good would happen. Her life circumstances would not change in any way. He just needed to leave everything as is, pretend to be blind and deaf. And yet, Roger stood like a wall next to Flora and looked sternly at the Lumos family. How could he sit and do nothing after he found out about her problem? The Duke watched this scene and was surprised that the professor had intervened. He was a responsible teacher despite his appearance. Would he really go against the head of the Lumos family? This professor was really interesting. It is unlikely that Flora could have predicted that Professor Roger would come to her defense. Flora's father turned to the magician and said that it was a family matter and asked him not to interfere. The professor replied that he looked too serious for a family matter, and, as a professor at the academy, he could not stand aside. Katrina Lumos told Roger that his demonstration fight yesterday was great and asked if he was really their Flora's teacher. She said she was surprised that she was considered an outstanding student, considering she was a pathetic half-breed of the Lumos family. Flora blushed with shame, because now everyone would find out. Everything turned out even worse than before. Roger wanted to object, but Katrina interrupted him and introduced herself as Katrina Lumos and said that she was preparing to enter Theon next year. The girl added that her abilities were valued very highly and asked him to evaluate her abilities. She showed off her magic and asked what Professor Tiona thought of her abilities. Roger replied that he thought she lacked the speed to cast her spells. It wasn't up to standard, minus 10 points. Her formation was also weak, minus another 10 points, and she wasn't serious about magic, minus another 10 points. The professor added that she simply created 4 icicles. If this is combat magic, then where is its lethality? Despite the girl's objection, the magician pointed out that it seemed she hadn't made a single effort to even understand why she was using magic, and he asked if she had been ordered to do so, or if she was truly proud of it. And with more severity in his eyes, he said how she still had the audacity to be surprised that Flora was an outstanding student with her level of skills. Flora's eyes lit up. She wanted to cry, but at the same time, for the first time, she felt such support. The other nobles began to shout that Roger was being too presumptuous, and why he thought he had the right to vote. Being a simple teacher of Theon, this was too much for a fallen nobleman. The old Duke asked everyone to calm down, and although a conflict of interest was inevitable, there was no need to be too upset about it, pointing out to Roger that he had also gone too far. Flora's father turned to Roger and said that his daughter had acted thoughtlessly because she still didn't understand much, and asked her to forgive him. Our hero answered him that of course the blame for the act lies not only with the child. The Duke turned around and said, "It's getting boring here," and decided to leave, and his children ran after him. Roger asked Flora if she was okay, but she remained silent. She thought she needed to thank him, but she didn't understand why. The professor understood everything, so he said that it was time for her to go. Her friends were waiting for her, and left. Suddenly, the girl heard someone calling her. She looked around. It was her friend Cheryl. The friend hugged her, asked Flora how she was feeling, and invited her to come back. Duke Lumos's son demanded that his father not let the impudent professor go so easily, and suggested at least sending a complaint to Theon and calling Flora, but his father replied that there was no use in that. Lumos told his son that all they would achieve with their complaints was a brief moment of satisfaction. Even Katatushin, the old trickster, clearly came to Roger Chelici's defense. Even Rector Tiona saw everything, but did nothing. Camel asked his father if he was going to pretend that nothing had happened, but he replied that he would back off for now, but only for now. The Lumos family does not forgive insults. The old Duke approached the magician again and said that he didn't seem to care about the students. Roger replied that he did what he had to. The professor noted that he did not know that Duke Kaiden was a follower of the Lumensis faith. The old man said that he was not just a believer, his faith bordered on obsession. An unwanted child born into a religious family is branded, a fate that would not have been avoided. But to everyone's relief, there is no brand on her. Roger wondered if Duke Kaiden had put his last paternal grace into this. The old man said that it was due to the desperate defense of the mother of this child. Unfortunately, Flora's mother had already left this world. Chelici did not know about this, since illegitimate children are not discussed with outsiders. The magician asked how he knew this then. The old man replied that he was of the same status as him and he needed to know at least one of his weaknesses. He couldn't be sure that he wouldn't target him. Roger understood that they were hiding information about Flora not for her own sake, but for the Duke's own personal interests. It would be hard to even call such a person a father. The magician had no doubts about this. The old Duke said that Roger did not seem to be a talkative man, so he could tell him, and with that, he was about to leave and greet the others. Roger stood up and thought it would be nice to take a walk before leaving, and suddenly he noticed that there was an insect sitting on him. It was written there that in addition to Joanna's second order, another order had shown suspicious activity. The mage remembered that the letter said that Esmeralda would make a move on the last day of the festival, and given Esmeralda's words when her identity was revealed, the letter spoke the truth. Then the likelihood that Joanna is now acting for personal gain is quite high, and Roger now needs to keep a close eye on the situation. The fourth day of the magic festival took place in the practical pharmaceutical laboratory. Roger could use whatever he wanted as a representative of the teaching staff. If Bella Luna only saw it, she would go crazy with envy. You just need to indicate in the journal that he uses it and can take whatever he wants. The magician thought that it was a pity he hadn't come here earlier. I was working on the drugs. Roger heard someone say they didn't expect to see him here. It was Professor Chris. He was sitting at the table doing experiments and asked the magician what he needed here. Our hero replied that he came here to make medicine, and Chris was surprised that Roger could also make medicine. A colleague advised the professor to first get instruction from a lab assistant, who was somewhere in the newcomers area, and Roger asked if Chris could also make medicine. Professor Chris got angry after the magician's words, and told him that he specializes in pharmacy, actually. He slammed his fist on the table and asked Roger sharply if he knew what a huge contribution the Benamor family had made to medicine, but he was met with a firm no. Professor Chris was simply seething with anger. It seemed to him that Chelici was deliberately making fun of him. But he was really surprised that his colleague understood pharmacy, and he became interested in what he was going to use. Chris looked at the ingredients Roger had taken for himself and asked him with horror in his eyes if he was really going to kill someone. The Patricia leaves, the chrysalis buds, all of it was deadly poisonous. Chris couldn't be wrong about that. He told Roger that even if he mixed these powerful ingredients and neutralized the poison, he would end up with a drug with a huge number of side effects. Our hero noted that his colleague was well versed in this and asked why he then taught the embodiment of charms instead of pharmacy, to which he replied that it was none of his business. Roger said he wasn't pushing for an answer, and he knew what he was doing, so there was no need to worry. Professor Chris was still sure that he was bluffing, but so be it, he didn't want to get involved in it. But still he couldn't help but watch Professor Roger, and he continued to watch. Even after seeing the entire process, Chris still couldn't believe it, without a single extra reaction. In one sitting, Professor Chelici made mana-replenishing pills from these ingredients. Professor Chris couldn't resist asking Roger why he needed mana-replenishing pills, and the magician replied, for personal use, of course. A colleague noted that they were different from his usual pills, and he asked what kind of illness the magician had that required such dosages. Roger said he thought he wouldn't ask, given that he used it in exhibition matches. Chris replied that he didn't know his actions would have such consequences. He just wanted to put him in his place and didn't think anyone would get hurt. But still, he admitted that, frankly speaking, these were all just pathetic excuses. He had committed a pathetic act, unworthy of a true nobleman, and asked Roger for forgiveness. Chris added that in any case, what the mage made negatively affects everything except mana replenishment. It can't even be called a cure. His mana conduction system could be seriously damaged or even completely destroyed. Chris put the drug on Roger's table and advised him to use it together with his remedy. It is a special mano-regulating drug of his family. Our hero was surprised. Would he really give it to him so easily? The colleague explained that he was not guided by personal motives when it came to the patient. After all, he was a representative of the Benamor family. The magician shared that this was unexpected for him, and to be honest, he didn't think that Chris was such a person, considering everything that had happened. In the end, Professor Chilichi decided to take the drug, since it was given to him, and began to finish what he had started. Chris asked if this was by any chance the powder of a magical plant that absorbs poison. The magician replied that he couldn't throw it away, and poured it into the preparation, noting that the threat was quite real. Once outside, Roger contacted Hans and asked how Krolophobius was doing, and replied that he was sitting obediently in the room. The magician asked him to continue to keep an eye on him. The professor had to take care of Joanna Lovett. He had prepared a drug for this, and if it really does act on its own, then these idiots have split up. Our hero thought he could deal with Esmeralda, but he needed someone to take care of Joanna. Sedina follows his orders, but only as long as they clearly correspond to Black Dawn's plans. Professor Roger thought about it, because Joanna is a student, so he could try to connect a couple of people. 30 minutes later, our hero was already near Theon's student dormitory. It was already evening. Aiden found a small paper letter near the door and became very curious about what it was. Roger was standing below. He knew the message was delivered when the guy picked it up. He didn't want to involve the students, but this was the only way he could keep an eye on Joanna so she wouldn't suspect anything. Roger thought that Aiden would take the contents of the note seriously and take up the matter. Even if he had to fight, Aiden would not lose. But alone he can act rashly, so he needs insurance. With friends he will not take unnecessary risks. No matter what he did, whether he asked other professors for help or took care of Joanna himself, Roger would be satisfied with everything. There was only one thing left, and the magician asked Hans to check out one more place. Now all the preparations were complete. In the letter, Aiden read that suspicious individuals had appeared in Theon, plotting evil, and that on the last day of the festival, he needed to find Joanna Lovett and take care of her. The guy didn't know what all this meant, but he was sure that it wasn't a joke, and he had to do as the letter said. Aiden and his friends discussed these messages on a park bench. It didn't look like a joke. The information was quite accurate. When Leo received this letter, he was scared. Who sent it to him? Was he caught? And was this a tip for the Liberation Army? Whoever sent this clearly threatened him. If he doesn't want everyone to know about his secrets, he needs to do as it says here. Leo didn't want to join the Liberation Army at all, but no matter how much he racked his brain, nothing changed. For now, the boy could only do what he was told, so he decided to follow the instructions. It was a better option than trying to fix it all on his own, and besides, Aiden, Tracy, and Jonah came running to him with the same news. They told their friend that they found notes near their rooms and read them, and it said that bad people were planning to do something bad on the last day of the festival, and Leo realized that he was not the only one. Esmeralda was still tormented by nightmares. She screamed in her sleep, begged and pleaded to spare at least the child. The people who died in the fire then came to her at night and said that it was all because of her. They should not have protected her. They repeated over and over again that nothing would have happened if she had simply quietly left the village, and that it was all her fault. Esmeralda woke up, convincing herself that it was just a dream. It was terribly unpleasant for her to hear criticism, even from the lips of the nanny who raised her. But soon it will all be over, and she will take revenge on Krollo by killing him tomorrow, but how can she be sure that this will be enough? The girl did not know what would happen after her. If she continued to take revenge, she would completely destroy her soul. And then, to be honest, Esmeralda would like to continue being her, laughing innocently and enjoying life with everyone else. The girl didn't know what to do. Maybe she should stop right now. But Quasimodo heard her thoughts, and he asked why she was thinking about it. He asked her if she was really going to spare the one for whom they were all killed. This fiery monster, who was the embodiment of the hatred of all these dead people, demanded that Esmeralda take revenge for everyone. He manipulated the girl and told her that she was a good girl, and she should take revenge. It was the 5th day of the festival, the last night of the holiday. People were having fun and celebrating. Everyone was happy and smiling. Selena left the celebrating people behind and headed in the other direction, into the dark courtyard. Gradually, the girl transformed into her other self, Esmeralda. Her pupils turned red and her body changed as she walked. Once she had fully transformed, she prepared to go to Krollo's house and finally take her revenge. It took the girl a little time to find herself in the house of the nobleman she was looking for. Crollo was sitting on his bed in his room and going crazy. He was waiting for Roger, but he wasn't there, and he didn't even leave him any contacts. Could it be that he was deceived? The boy was in mortal fear when Esmeralda approached the door of the room and opened it slightly. The girl, smiling sarcastically, asked if there was anyone at Crollo Phoebius's house, horrifying him even more. But when Esmeralda entered the room, she saw that there was no one there, and the window was open. But she definitely felt someone's presence. When the doors opened to the room where Crollo was sitting, he was surprised to see that many mice had entered the room. It turns out that they were the ones who opened the door. The boy Crollo ran after the mice far into the forest away from this house, where Esmeralda had already arrived. The girl stood in the room and thought, he usually doesn't leave the room. Has he really decided to run away? Esmeralda decided that this was how he should behave. It was much more fun when he tried to resist. Let him run away until the very end. Roger was waiting on a high roof and received a signal from Hans that Esmeralda was on her way. He told the magician that the mice he sent away had pulled out Phoebius. Hans' ability always helped him out. Roger replied to his friend that everything was fine and asked him to get ready. They were performing. Leo, Aiden, Tracy, and Jonah were standing on the edge of the forest. Tracy was trying to dissuade Aiden from going where he was planning to go because it was pure madness. They should have at least warned the professors. Aiden did not give in to persuasion, so the girl asked Leo. He was always proactive, but today, for some reason, he was silent. But then he said that Aiden was right, because they could not tell anyone about the letters. Leo explained to the girl that they didn't even know who wrote these notes, and the teachers wouldn't believe them, although even if they did, it was too late to turn back. Leo believed that whoever sent him the note wanted him to handle everything himself. Even the fact that they brought in his friends was an attempt to keep him under control in case he went against their will. Everything was so carefully thought out. They just needed to do everything quietly. The boys decided to take action. They hid behind a bush and began to observe what was happening in the forest. Behind the trees stood Joanna and 3 other unknown people in hoods. They were deciding whether they could act independently, if they personally were going to squash someone, whether it would be better to coordinate this with their superiors. The girl informed them that the commotion in Tion was in the interests of the First Order, and now was the best time since everyone was busy with the festival. She asked them not to be afraid, since it was all for the good of the Black Dawn. Aiden analyzed the girl's appearance. She had round glasses and black hair. It must be Joanna. It turns out the notes weren't lying. Crollo ran as fast as he could after the mice, and they led him to some large building that looked like a hangar. Here he stopped to catch his breath. But suddenly behind him, he heard Esmeralda's devilish voice. She asked him if he was really exhausted. The guy turned around and looked at the girl. She asked why he stopped. He ran so well. Esmeralda, smiling, told Crollo that all of his closest relatives had already been burned to ashes, only he was left, so he should learn to run if he wanted to survive. The girl was very surprised when the guy finally decided to talk to her. He asked her to stop. Wasn't what had happened enough? He started screaming how low he had to go to calm her down. The Phoebe family had long since ceased to exist, and he asked her to look at him. Wasn't that enough for her? He said that by killing those villagers, he was simply teaching them a lesson as an aristocrat for daring to go against him. If those dirty commoners had not interfered in their affairs, nothing would have happened. Crollo pointed his finger at the girl and said that it was all her fault, and if it weren't for her, everything wouldn't have ended so badly. Esmeralda looked worse than a monster. She was so furious after Phoebe's words, she screamed that he didn't dare to say that, but she saw that there were black shadows behind the guy. Crollo kept repeating that it was all her fault and that they had lived quietly and peacefully, and then because of her they were all killed, and he and the black shadows behind them pointed their fingers at the girl. The shadows around began to repeat the same thing, that if it weren't for her and if she didn't exist, then they would be alive, all because of her. The girl was overcome with fear and regret. She felt the same thing that Crollo felt. The guy insisted that it was her. He asked who, in her opinion, burned them all down along with the village. because no one blames him. It was she who brought the situation to a critical point. And the guy and all these spirits repeated to the girl that here she alone had no right to vote, and she was overcome with horror. Roger watched from the sidelines as a pillar of flame was visible in the warehouse, and this should not have happened. Our hero contacted Hans. His friend told him that it seemed something had gone wrong. Hans explained that at first, he successfully led Phoebe straight to the witch. They began to argue, when suddenly the witch exploded into flames, and now the entire warehouse is on fire. Thanks to the fire extinguishing equipment, the fire has not yet spread, but it is only a matter of time. The mice are incinerated, and Hans could no longer control the situation. He said that Roger had better run there. Roger immediately rushed to the warehouse. On the way, he contacted Sheridan and asked how the festival was going, whether she found anything strange, but everything was calm there. The magician asked her to distract the crowd's attention to herself. Sheridan was very happy to hear this. Just give her a reason to arrange something interesting. Just a couple of minutes and colorful fireworks burst out over the festival guests. They attracted people's attention in a very high-quality manner. People looked at the fireworks. Some were surprised, since the fireworks had 30 minutes left. Why they were already exploding was not clear. Sheridan was pleased. The fireworks were just as good as the explosions. She thought she could make something similar when she got back to the shelter. Roger thought it was a good idea. Everyone was focused on the fireworks for now, but he didn't think he could run that fast. It was necessary to conserve mana, so Roger could not use Aetherian Nocturnus. Suddenly our hero stopped abruptly. He saw a building with open doors, and in it were several golems that he saw at the festival. Hans was afraid that at this rate the flames would reach the festival site. He couldn't wait for Roger. And the magician used one of the golems. He remembered that it could be transformed into a horse, so now he was racing on a metal horse. It was much faster. Hans watched as his friend rode the golem straight into the fire, although you could always expect anything from Roger. Our hero was never afraid of anything. He made a powerful jump over the flames on horseback. He needed to get to the target, and in a second he found himself inside, next to Quasimodo. The building was burning, the fire monster was raging in earnest, and Esmeralda was sitting on the floor, covering her head with her hands. The situation was much more serious than the magician had assumed. Roger turned to Quasimodo and reminded him that they had already met him, trying to distract him. The professor told the monster that at that time, the circumstances did not allow him to do anything. Roger noted that he does not plan to fight Esmeralda, as she is his colleague and he is here to help her. The monster only growled and stared at the magician with his fiery eyes, and the professor could not understand whether Quasimodo understood what he was telling him. Seeing the girl sitting hunched over on the ground, he thought that Esmeralda was not feeling well. But not only her, Phoebe was also lying on the ground unconscious. Apparently something went wrong. Although this is for the best, this is the only chance to end everything quickly. If the spirit is summoned by the carrier, you can simply destroy the carriers and the spirit will disappear. But if he was summoned by a summoner, you will have to take him hostage to influence his spirit. Roger decided to simply use the tranquilizer to capture Esmeralda. He had to get close enough to hit her. Our hero left the golem and headed towards the girl, but the monster suddenly began to interfere and attack. Roger realized that the fire spirit did not believe him from the very beginning. He was protecting Esmeralda. Casey finally got out into the silence. At the festival, she just wanted to look around, but people bombarded her with questions. Well, at least Betty liked everything. At such moments, she even envies her. Suddenly, the girl saw a gathering of people behind the bushes. It was Joanna, along with people in hoods. They were just negotiating. Casey saw the girl's round glasses and black hair and guessed that it must be Joanna. But there were also students who were also watching the people, and when they started moving, they followed them. The detective, hiding behind a tree, saw the boys and decided to quietly follow them first. Quasimodo became really angry and told Roger that he should have killed him right away. The monster laughed and dealt powerful blows, destroying the building, but Roger was very agile and managed to dodge it. But the worst thing was that the monster blocked Roger's view of Esmeralda, making it impossible for him to use homing magic. And who would have thought that he would be able to navigate the battle so well without a direct order from his mistress? Such is the power of the First Order of the Black Dawn. Roger saw no other way out, how to use the spell Aetern Nocturnus. But the professor understood that he would not have time to use the spell. The monster was cunning and fast. But the fire spirit also felt the magician's power. He called him a persistent fly and tried to fight back with fire bullets. Roger decided that now was not the time to think long, and he made a dash to attack. But Quasimodo attacked the magician again, and he had to fight off the fire strikes again, which greatly hindered him. Roger didn't like this very much. Would he really have to resort to divine power again? Although no, the risk was too high. The fire spirit pointed his huge fist towards the mage, and he commanded the DT-3000 to go into defense mode and block the attack. The golem rushed to the attack and stopped the fire, but soon it detected a life-threatening temperature, and it switched to emergency defensive mode. Quasimodo asked Roger if he really wanted to block it. He said that he was even interested in how long it would last. The professor understood that this was only a temporary measure. When the golem's reserves of defensive forces were depleted, he would have no way to fight face to face. Roger remembered the toxic byproduct he had made. Good thing he had brought it with him. The magician had to use all possible means to defeat this monster. The mana inside the byproduct exceeds the normal limits. After consumption, the mana must be immediately released outside, otherwise the mana circulation circle will be damaged. An elf who understood medicine warned Roger that this thing was also poisonous and very dangerous, but he said that he could handle it. The professor had developed a sufficient resistance to poisons, so he decided to use this method. He filled his pipe with the substance and inhaled the smoke, challenging Quasimodo to a fight since he was so eager to compete. Roger used a magic called Ocean's Wrath, which was just the right weapon against the fire monster. Looking at the monster, it was truly clear that he was afraid of such magic, because he did not expect this from the professor. In the forest, Joanna finally noticed Aiden, Leo, Tracy, and Jonah and asked who they were, demanding an answer immediately. The students pulled out their combat weapons, ready to defend themselves, and Aiden responded that they were not deaf and asked a counter question about why they were going to harm people. The guy said that even though they didn't know the reasons, it was still wrong, especially during a happy holiday. Joanna immediately became very unfriendly towards the guys and asked how he could call this holiday happy. She told Aiden that he apparently didn't know that his happiness was built on the bones of others. The guy was very brave. He did not give in to Joanna for a second and insisted that she was lying. The girl demanded that the student shut his mouth and not dare open it if he didn't know anything. Then Joanna decided not to explain anything more because she would kill them all anyway, and she created a magical bird with a sharp beak. She directed this power straight at the students. Apparently she was serious. Aiden did not expect this, but it was necessary to defend himself. The guy understood that everything was happening too quickly, and he wouldn't have time to do anything. But suddenly Casey appeared in front of the students, deciding not to wait any longer and fight off the attack. She told the boys that she just wanted to watch the events unfold, but how could she stay on the sidelines when people were in danger? Tracy recognized the detective and was very pleased. Casey said that she had a lot of questions, but first she needed to sort out some pressing issues. The detective revealed that she had a personal score to settle with these people and asked them if they were really members of Black Dawn. Roger was disappointed. He used 5th-tier magic but could only tear off his paw. Our hero understood that, unfortunately, he would have to use even more powerful magic. The monster growled that it would finish him off and directed a lot of flame at the professor. Roger noticed that the monster had grown a paw in a second, and with the remaining mana, he would only be able to use high-ranking magic twice. There was also time to complete the spell, but the golem wouldn't last long. Cracks were already appearing on it. Roger realized that the only thing left to do was to use it. He took the drug out of his pocket and asked his teacher for forgiveness for this. The magician poured the substance on the golem. It will most likely crumble after that, but it will allow it to survive Quasimodo's attack. After this, the golem's eyes glowed red, as did the stone that was inside it. Now he had enormous strength, and the golem could hold back the attack of the fire monster. Quasimodo did not understand how this broken golem was pressing him with pure force, what he had done to him, this little man. The monster shouted that he could not defeat him with his pathetic tricks and dealt a crushing blow to the robot, breaking it. But Quasimodo was surprised when he did not find Roger behind the golem, and he wondered where he had gone. The monster began to look for him, as if mocking him. He told the magician to get out and call him a pathetic little man all the time. Roger called Quasimodo. He was above the monster, hovering in the air and apparently planning something. The magician directed a large ship made of ice, which was hovering in the air, at the fire spirit. Casey dealt with the hooded men, and Joanna was left alone, and the detective offered her to obediently surrender. Suddenly, Tracy noticed something in the sky and called out to her friends to look up at the sky. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. A large ice ship was flying in the sky, and they could not understand how this was even possible. Seeing this, Joanna was the most scared of all. As if she knew something, she immediately started running, and the detective and the guys ran after him. Casey wondered why she was running to the ship. Were there really representatives of the Black Dawn there? Although the main thing is that this spell does not reach the walls of Theon, if Casey was not mistaken. Then these are the same spells from the ancient book that she once read. A spell developed by Lexler, a wandering wizard. It was a 6th-tier magic. It was Roger who used this spell, the ocean icebreaker, and used it against the fire spirit. Against the backdrop of this magic, Quasimodo looked rather pitiful, and he himself did not know what to do with the icebreaker. The monster screamed at the magician, how he, a vile bastard, dared to resist him, the all-powerful fire spirit. Roger Chalici reached Esmeralda and picked her up in his arms. She was fast asleep due to the tranquilizer the magician had injected her with. The spirits are connected to the consciousness of their master, so Quasimodo will soon disappear, but as soon as Esmeralda wakes up, he will regain his strength and appear. Professor Roger needed to seal it in order to completely get rid of the monster. The sealing ritual required the soul of a living being, and this had to be carefully thought out. So far, this is the only chance to deal with Quasimodo and Esmeralda, but was there really no other way? Roger's thoughts were interrupted when he felt Esmeralda wake up and put her hand on his jacket. Was the tranquilizer still not working? The girl opened her eyes and told Roger to run. If she lost consciousness, she would not be able to control him. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about, because based on his knowledge, everything should have been different. Quasimodo attacked the professor again, and he, not understanding what was happening, barely managed to put up a protective sphere. The magician was surprised. He was struck by 6th-level magic, but he had already recovered. That is, the summoner lost control, and the monster was now independent. Roger noticed a red thread coming from the girl's hand, and he realized that this thread connected Esmeralda and Quasimodo. The magician felt that memories were coming from the thread. It turns out that a memory breakdown was involved, and this was already interesting to Roger. A spirit that absorbs magic, greatly increasing the hatred and thirst for revenge of its contractor, although it was most likely a cryptid with the traits of a spirit. Although who cared what he was, Roger knew one thing: he had to defeat him. Apparently, he invited Quasimodo to join them, and in return he offered to help him get what he wanted. Finally, everything fell into place, and it became clear to the magician why the spirit was able to move without the summoner's command. The professor informed Quasimodo that he knew that Esmeralda was, in fact, only a host, to whose magical power and mind he had latched on like a leech. In fact, it was the spirit that controlled her. After all, she was just a puppet led by Quasimodo's first order. Roger asked the monster if that was true. He replied that Roger had figured him out, but it was too late, and since he had disabled Esmeralda, he could use his power to its fullest. The fire monster gained even greater size and power, and our hero defended himself with protective magic and thought about what to do next. Casey ran to the burning building. She definitely saw that Joanna was heading there, but where did all that flames come from? Behind the cover of flames, the detective felt echoes of the icebreaker's magic. The fire blocked visibility, but she wondered what was going on there. Casey had to move away as the fire grew stronger and spread further. The detective used water magic and stopped the flow of flames, but it still spread. Soon the students came running, but Casey ordered them not to approach and to bring help. Professor Roger also had great difficulty containing the raging flames of the fire monster. He understood that he wouldn't last long. At this rate, he couldn't do without the ritual. Would he really be unable to protect anyone again? Suddenly, Roger heard Esmeralda's voice behind him. She said that she knew he was hesitating because of her. The girl told our hero that she didn't care and he could do whatever he wanted, and added that while she was sleeping, she felt and realized everything she had done. Esmeralda turned into Selena, who said that she wished it all was a nightmare, because she had been so happy these last few days, but she had enjoyed her own power for too long. Roger put his hand on Selena's head and said that this would all end as soon as she woke up. The girl didn't even have time to utter a word before the magic began to work and she fell into sleep. Roger said that it was not easy for him to decide to do this, but thanks to her, he is ready, and whether it is a nightmare or not, it is time for her to wake up. Meanwhile, Quasimodo continued to search for Professor Roger, and something had to be done. Suddenly, the magician noticed that spirits appeared around him, and he realized that they appeared because their mistress was in danger. He said that it was time, and he asked them to distract the monster for a while. The spirits rushed to Quasimodo, and he laughed at the sight of them and said that Roger apparently didn't even have a normal plan, since he sent these spirits. The monster told Roger not to waste his time and to come out, but the spirits dealt him many blows that he did not expect. Soon, Quasimodo realized that the spirits were just a distraction, and he saw that the magician was using a difficult level. This was the 9th node, the true foundation, the balanced yet powerful foundation, the root of all that exists, the reproducing element. The monster realized that he had to run, and he told Roger not to dare to stand in his way along with the 9th Sephiroth of the Tree of Life. But Quasimodo had no chance, since all the power of the Tree of Life was directed by the magician towards the monster, and there was no way to get out of it. The monster was completely destroyed. The fire was almost out, only small lights were visible in some places. Roger felt that using such powerful magic was very exhausting. He had to be careful, otherwise he wouldn't be able to contain the divine power. The magician heard that Esmeralda had returned again. She called him John Doe and asked why he saved her. He replied that he didn't save her. He just didn't like the way that creature looked down on him. The girl smiled and noted that he was a bad liar, for the mighty John Doe himself to save someone like her. Neither the girl nor Roger saw how behind her a large fiery hand opened its fingers to grab Esmeralda. Suddenly the monster grabbed the girl and lifted her up. She screamed, and Roger saw Quasimodo. The professor shouted at the monster how he could even rise up after such a spell. Where was the limit of his survivability? Quasimodo screamed that he would drag Esmeralda to his grave with him and demanded that she give him more power. Roger saw how the monster was sucking mana out of her through their connection. The magician ordered the monster to release the girl and directed a stream of energy at him, which, of course, was ineffective. Quasimodo mocked Roger and asked him what was this weak attack. Could it be that he could no longer use powerful spells? The monster finally decided to finish him off, and the magician tried to understand. There must be at least something he could do. Suddenly, Roger had an idea, because Crawlo was here all this time, and the guy would be able to seal this creature with his help. Before he could do anything, he saw that someone had cut off the monster's arm with a stream of magic. It was Joanna. She was in a hurry and shouting at the monster to give Esmeralda back to her. Roger noticed that after her blow, Quasimodo could not regenerate his arm. It seemed that he also did not have much strength left, and this was a chance. The monster asked the girl why she was interfering, because he was taking revenge on her. Did she really want to stop her savior, and added that she could not save anyone, she could not even protect her family. Suddenly a man appeared. He said that to say that Miss Joanna cannot save anyone, and to claim that he himself is their savior, is fundamentally wrong. It was the blind artist, and he greeted Mr. Roger and Miss Joanna, and said that he seemed to be on time. Piero told the girl that he finally learned the name of his savior. She recognized it, but was very surprised. The man said that after talking with Mr. Roger about old events, he decided to meet the past face to face. He had already begun to think that he had lost his way, but thanks to the spirit, he did not get lost. Quasimodo declared that he was irritated by the excessive chatter and was going to hit the artist with fire. Joanna shouted at the monster not to dare, but he had already aimed a fiery blow in his direction. Piero agreed that now was not the best time to talk, and despite his condition, he was still able to blind the monster, and he splashed his colors on him. The monster saw nothing, and the artist said that his speech sounded brave, but he would have to leave the rest to them. Quasimodo shouted that for him the little people were just small bugs, and this kind of magic was just childish pranks for him, and he would burn them all. But suddenly the fire spirit felt his hands being squeezed by strong fiery chains. Roger thanked Piero for buying him enough time to reverse the situation. With these chains he was going to use to bind the spirit in Crawlophobius. Our hero showed the monster his fist and shouted that it was time to end this. Quasimodo made strange sounds. He growled that Roger had tied him to another person and that it was impossible. He shouted that he already had a contract with Esmeralda and he couldn't tie it to anyone else. The magician replied that he was well informed but did not see the full picture. Ordinary contracts could be rewritten by a stronger entity, and he would not be able to do anything about it if he weakened. Quasimodo called Esmeralda for help. He said that she needed him to stay sane. He asked not to let their connection fall apart and to help him quickly, and the red threads that reached out to the girl did not break. Professor Roger and Joanna rushed to Esmeralda to try to somehow save her. Esmeralda understood that she could not break these red threads, this connection with the fiery spirit. So she decided that if the spirit wanted so much, then let it take everything and allowed it to take her with it, separating it from Selina's second essence. But Quasimodo felt that he was still being pulled back, and he shouted to the girl, why was she doing this? Was she really going to die with him? Esmeralda firmly replied that she wanted to die and suggested to the monster that they die together and end the senseless killings right now. Joanna rushed to help the girl, but the artist stopped her and said that she would be pulled towards them if she came closer. Quasimodo growled through his teeth. He did not understand why this fire was burning him. Esmeralda explained that these were flames that devoured souls and that this was a fitting end for her if it could at least slightly atone for her guilt before the villagers. The girl smiled. She truly regretted that people died because of her, and now she would atone for her guilt. But Roger couldn't allow this. He quickly moved towards the girl and cut the red threads with his energy. Esmeralda was separated from Quasimodo, but she didn't know what to feel, joy, or disappointment. Roger shouted at her. Would it really make her feel better if she just died like that? She had to stop deceiving herself. Quasimodo was completely bound in chains and forever imprisoned in the soul of another man. Energy appeared in the sky around, the souls of the dead villagers. Even the blind artist felt it. The fire spirit screamed that it wanted to burn the whole world, but its energy ran out, and the souls of the villagers were finally freed. Roger noticed that Esmeralda's body was becoming transparent. She was becoming a spirit. The girl replied that this was true, because she had been connected with Quasimodo for a very long time, and from the very beginning she knew that this would happen. Suddenly, the soul of the sister who raised her since childhood appeared before Esmeralda. The girl began to cry, saying that she was very sorry that she was weak and stupid and that everyone died because of her. But her sister replied that everything was fine and she was not to blame. They hugged, and her sister told her that she understood how hard it had been for her all this time and that she regretted that she could not support her. The sister suggested that Esmeralda leave here together. They hugged and the girl cried, freeing her soul. It was hard to believe, but the half-destroyed souls returned to normal and flew away together into the sky. Salvation is the end for a soul that has been forced to wander aimlessly on earth for a long time. Roger Selishi watched them and thought that this moment was still far away, but one day his journey would also come to an end. Over time, all the souls dispersed, and Joanna asked if it was all over. But Professor Roger told her that not yet, and ordered her to leave Theon immediately, but she did not understand why. The mage explained that for the Black Dawn, she, the second order of Joan, had died here today, so they needed to leave and not return. He asked Piero to take Joanna out unnoticed using his magic, and the artist replied that he could be completely relied on. Piero told the girl that Professor Roger still had business to attend to and suggested that she simply return. Joanna asked what he meant and where he proposed to return. The artist replied that, of course, to their native village. And they set off on their journey under the night sky and the protection of the artist's magic to their native places. Roger ran up to Selina. She was still breathing. He supposed that was possible, but he didn't have much hope. They may have shared not only a body, but also a soul. But Selina opened her eyes, which meant everything was fine. The girl was surprised when she opened her eyes and saw Professor Roger. The magician asked her to just hold on a little bit. Specialists would arrive soon. Selina asked him why he saved her when she had done terrible things, even if it was her alter ego. Roger looked at her and said that it turns out she remembers everything, which means she remembers that promise. He recalled that they promised each other to enjoy the festival again next year. This is the whole reason why Roger Celici saved his colleague, and it touched her to the depths of her soul. Selina looked at the sky where fireworks were sparkling again. Tears glistened in her eyes, and she replied that they would definitely do it. Soon people arrived with a stretcher, brought by Aiden, Leo, Tracy, and Jonah. They took Selina away, although she told everyone that she was fine. Casey, as always, tried to notice everything she could, and she watched as Selina was taken away. She watched as Roger was led to the infirmary, but including him, 2 professors were found there. It turns out that the Black Dawn member disappeared somewhere because Casey definitely saw her running into the burning building. But the 6th-level magic that she felt behind the curtain of fire and that professor who made a lasting impression, could it really be just a coincidence? The detective was called to call the fire brigade, and Casey decided she would think about it later. Roger was contacted by Hans, who informed him that his mice had cleared out the evidence at the scene, and his friend thanked him and said that he would see him later at the hideout. The magician concluded that Sheridan and Hans had successfully escaped, and that was good. He would finally be free when he cooked up a report to the rector about what had happened. Roger sat down on the bench to rest a little, since he had dealt with the most important thing. But suddenly a male voice behind him told him that he had done a great job and called him John Doe. Our hero was at a loss. He did not feel his presence at all, and he had already heard this voice before. It belongs to the same man who spoke to Quasimodo in the memories that Roger caught during his memory breakdown. He addressed the magician, that is John Doe, as someone below him in rank. It turns out that this person, unknown to our hero, is the Zero Order of the Black Dawn. He said that he had just dropped by the festival, and then such an exciting turn of events occurred. The stranger offered the guy to tell what was going on here. Strangely, no one told the magician that the Zero Order would visit the festival. Roger wondered if he knew that he had killed Quasimodo, although no, if he had known, he would not have asked such questions. If we assume that he doesn't know what exactly happened, then you just need to calmly answer questions. Roger asked for forgiveness from the master of the Zero Order and asked for understanding, as this unexpected meeting left him speechless for a moment. The stranger replied that it was okay, since he hadn't warned him in advance, but there was no need to worry about it. Roger began to tell that, to begin with, the First Order, Esmeralda, that is, Quasimodo is dead. The Zero Order noted that John understood correctly. He was still a different species than them, so he needed a master and asked how he died. Our hero thought that it was impossible to tell the truth, but on its basis one could construct a coherent lie. The magician replied that he was ultimately sealed by Crollo Phoebius, because he is a spirit, and sealing techniques work on him. The stranger began to ask whether Esmeralda had simply stood and watched while her spirit was attacked, and whether Crollo Phoebius himself had such skills, or whether someone had helped him. Roger knew he wouldn't buy it that easily, but he replied that he didn't know the exact circumstances of the case. He made up a story that while he was a professor, he was patrolling the outskirts of Theon, where he came across Krollo, who seemed to be running away from something. It seems that those who were chasing him were Esmeralda and Quasimodo, the First Order. And even before that incident at the banquet, Esmeralda personally asked him for support, and that's where he met Quasimodo and established his identity. The Zero Order said thoughtfully, "It turns out John knew about Esmeralda's plan of revenge, and that he had to carry out today, and asked what happened next." The mage replied that he had assumed that the Black Dawn would be discovered due to Esmeralda's possession, so he followed them to prevent the worst from happening. Then, cornered, Krollo went to extreme measures. Using his soul as payment, he performed the sealing ritual. He could not foresee this, so Quasimodo was unable to carry out his revenge. He was sucked into the seal along with Esmeralda, since their souls are connected, and so the First Order met its end. Roger added that if he had interrupted the ritual, he would have been immediately exposed, which is why he did not stop Krollo. He could not do anything, for which he asked forgiveness from the Zero Order. The stranger noted that it appeared that a cornered mouse had bitten the cat, and asked how John had escaped from the scene. The magician continued that after everything that happened, he approached Esmeralda. She turned out to be alive, but woke up as Selena. Thanks to this, he was able to pretend to be a rescuer who pulls a colleague out of the fire. The Zero Order said that it was a surprise that her soul split and separated. He asked the mage if she remembered her alter ego. Roger said that he asked her, but she seemed to have no idea how she ended up in that place. The magician said that he would get rid of her immediately if necessary. But fortunately, the stranger replied that it was not necessary. There was nothing to prove, even if she remembered something, so there was no need to do anything. There was no need for unnecessary worries now, and Roger sighed with relief. He added that, in any case, the First Order position was open again, so he would hold a meeting of the top brass soon. It turns out that Roger will see all the First Orders very soon, but he doesn't even know where they usually gather. The Zero Order told the mage that they hadn't met for a long time and asked if he still had the thing that he had given him the last time. Roger had to think quickly, judging by the context. This was something important for the meeting, some kind of key. It was very risky, but he had to say it. The magician replied that he should apologize and reminded him that the train he was taking to Theon had been attacked by terrorists. Roger proudly stated that, to his deep shame, he had lost some of his luggage in that scuffle. The Zero Order said that nothing could be done and handed Roger a small box. Then the Zero Order disappeared, telling the magician at last to meet him at the place. Roger thought that he had gotten away with it. He had handled the situation so cleverly, now he could definitely rest. But it was not to be. The rector Eliza approached the guy and asked what he was doing there and whether he had received first aid. He replied that he was just following her, his head was just spinning, and he sat down. The rector became even more worried and offered Roger her help, but he said that he could do it himself. But as soon as he stood up, he realized that he definitely couldn't cope on his own and fainted. In the medical center, when the mage woke up, Eliza said that she was very scared when the mage fell, and she also somehow found it hard to believe that Krollo really planned all this, and even involved the students. Roger noted that everything was correct. Even the incident at the banquet happened because of Krollo Phoebus and Joanna Lovett. Eliza asked if Roger remembered the incident with the almighty stone. Our hero replied that he remembered. It seems that these two are somehow connected with the criminals who were trying to get their hands on the stone. After all, according to Roger, Professor Krollo, when he set Theon on fire, said that everything was for the good of the Black Dawn. They found out that those who were hunting for the almighty stone were also connected to the Black Dawn. These people had already put down roots in Theon, and the professor suggested identifying and interrogating them. But Eliza countered, the two of them were finally safe, so that was enough for them. Despite all these crimes, no one had been hurt yet, so she was glad of that. Selena and Roger were in the same room, and Eliza said goodbye to both of them and wished them luck. Based on his conversation with Rector Eliza, the professor concluded that he was not suspected of anything. But at the same time, I didn't have complete trust from her, but she needs them as leaders, so she won't take action. Even if she suspects something, she and Professor Selena are on good terms. Roger needed to check the hidden items. He hoped he still had them, what the Zero Order gave him and that amber stone that fell after Quasimodo's death. The stone was in place, and the box from the Zero Order was also found. How good that nothing was lost. When our hero opened the box, he was surprised, because it contained a ring with a magic seal inside. The magic seal was constructed in such a way that the magic is activated upon equipping. Judging from the structure of the seal, it is some kind of dream magic that moves the wearer's consciousness into the dream reality. But how can you assign dreams as a meeting place, although it is quite clever? After Quasimodo's death, there are 6 First Orders left, excluding Roger, 5, one of them being Victor Dreadpool. If everything goes smoothly, he will find out who the others are at the upcoming meeting. Detective Casey came to the rector. Eliza thanked her, because she not only supported the spirit of the holiday, but also helped to identify suspicious individuals in Tion. The rector said that she called her to express her gratitude and also to hear her version of yesterday's events. Casey replied that she would be happy to help her in any way she could, but in return she would have a request for Madam Rector. As a result of the conversation, it turned out that Casey was unable to see anything because of the blazing fire. Eliza looked at the detective. Her testimony did not seem suspicious, and everything seemed to fit. She was chasing a strange group of people who mentioned a secret organization, and they led her to the scene of the incident. Once the wall of fire cleared, there were only 2 professors there, and the one who brought Casey to them turned out to be one of Professor Rogers' students. The rector saw no discrepancies with Professor Rogers' testimony. On the contrary, his condition spoke for itself. Nevertheless, she felt that she was missing something. The detective asked the rector who the man Professor Roger had mentioned was. Lisa told Casey that he was a retired professor of Theon. She said nothing more. The girls agreed that they had to trust Professor Rogers' testimony, since he was the only witness to those events. The rector thanked Casey Selmoy for her cooperation and asked what her request would be. The students came to visit Selena in her room. Roger looked in on them and said that they were great for coming to visit their loved ones, but they shouldn't disturb strangers who were resting. And he told Selena that she should be firmer, that she didn't have to listen to every student, and the girl became embarrassed. It seemed that she was causing trouble for Roger. The magician replied that it was his personal choice, so it was not her fault. In the conversation they heard that someone came in. It was Aiden. He just burst into the room and from the threshold began shouting how the professor was feeling. Leo pulled him back so that he wouldn't yell. After all, this is a hospital. Tracy and Jonah also came. When Renee and Ellendale entered, they were surprised to see so many students there, all of them asking about the professor's health. All the students headed towards Professor Roger, but Selena was the most excited about their arrival. It was noisy for Magoo, but it was for the best. It seemed that he had been an understanding professor all this time for a reason. But what a surprise everyone had when Frydenvolberg entered the room. Roger didn't expect it, and neither did the students. The princess whispered to her friend that he really had come alone, although he had told Renee that he wanted to go with them. Freuden came closer to the professor's bed and told him that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guys stood there in bewilderment and couldn't even imagine what was going on in the heads of Freuden and Professor Roger. As the students left the infirmary, Ellendale said she was very glad they were okay, and Renee agreed with her completely. She wondered where Freuden had gone, and the princess replied that he had said he was leaving and advised her friend to forget about him. When the guy told the professor that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the magician replied that he didn't understand what he was talking about, since this was their first conversation. The guy replied to Professor Roger that it seemed he had made a mistake, and they didn't seem to talk anymore. Ellendale was baffled. She didn't understand what Freuden was even thinking. He was talking nonsense and then saying that he was wrong. But whatever it was, no one could know what was going on in the head of a lone wolf. Aiden turned to the princess to ask something. She immediately recognized the guy, because they go to lectures together. The boy said that it was difficult for him to turn to her, but he would like to ask her as an older one. Elendel was happy. Finally, she was recognized by a younger student. The princess laughingly told Aiden that she could call her sister. Tracy indignantly asked if they were too close now. Flora was upset because she couldn't finish speaking because of this guy, and then this crowd around her didn't let her get a word in. She wondered why Freuden had behaved that way with the professor, saying that he hadn't seen someone for a long time when he was talking to them for the first time was a bit strange. After all, the guy is one of those who never visits friends in the hospital. Why he came is unclear. Freuden was following Professor Roger. When he went outside, the guy called out to him to talk. Roger noticed the guy and asked why he was following him, if there was any business, and added that he personally had nothing to say. Freuden noted that at first he thought he was imagining things when he first met the professor, when he gave Renee a book on attributeless magic. This book could only belong to one person, the owner of that very attributeless magic. But that person died, and he could only give his book to the professor. Freuden asked if it wasn't too brazen to show up here after everything that had happened and what the professor had planned then. The magician replied that he should have hidden his face better then, although who would have thought that he would remember so much. Roger said that it was true that they had not seen each other for a long time, and called him the puppy Volbergoff. Roger remembered that he was an ordinary child then, but now he looked like a real aristocrat, had grown up quite well, and asked the guy how much had passed, 10 or 12 years. Freuden said that he had had enough of this useless chatter and ordered him to lay out what he had planned. Roger replied that the guy had assumed there was some reason for his presence in Theon. Freuden brazenly called the magician a thickhead and asked if he really didn't understand the essence of his question or was pretending. And the guy firmly stated that Professor Roger was the killer of Renee's mother. It was like a shot to the head for the magician. Freuden Volberg demanded an answer and asked the professor not to play the fool. Roger told the guy that it was very ridiculous. And anyway, why should he do all this? It was all long in the past. The magician turned to the student and said that he seemed to have simply misunderstood something. He was not here because of the events of 12 years ago. But Freuden did not give up. He still wanted to hear from the professor what he needed then, but the magician replied that the guy did not need to know that. Roger asked why the hell he was interrogating him at all, but he himself decided to remain silent, although he clearly saw everything that happened that day. A little embarrassed, Freuden answered our hero that he was not like Roger. The professor called his excuse cute and added that he could do whatever he wanted with his findings. And finally, our hero added that although he already knew that he wouldn't do it, the guy just stood there, clenching his fists. Freuden Volberg decided to take a little walk and think about the conversation that had taken place. The guy was seen by Renee. She left something. She asked why he was there, and Freuden said that he was going to leave. The student told the girl that he wanted to tell her something, so she returned on time. The girl looked at him in surprise and waited for an explanation, and Freuden remembered the day when they, together as little children, saw that picture. How one night in the forest, Renee's mother lay dead on the ground, and Professor Roger stood next to her. Freuden wanted to tell the girl what had happened, but he couldn't find the words because he understood how much it hurt her. The guy apologized for distracting Renee, but he couldn't say anything to her, and the girl stood there in amazement while the guy left. He left, and thought that he could tell her that the professor she trusted so much was actually the one who killed her mother and erased her memories. Without any evidence, the guy will only push her away with this absurd story. And Freuden didn't want this girl with whom he was friends to be hurt, that's all. Roger told him that even though he knew he wouldn't, that phrase wouldn't leave the boy alone. The professor knew that he would not tell anything. He would have to admit it until he could destroy him. But the guy decided not to relax. The Wolberg wolves had never missed a chance to corner their prey. Roger sat on a bench in the park, holding his head, thinking about talking to that blockhead Wolberg. Our hero contacted Hans, and his friend noticed that Roger had a strange voice, but the magician did not want to talk about it now. He asked if his friend had found out what he had asked him to, and Hans said that they were trying to make the fire look like a result of a malfunction of the fireworks. Roger also heard that they had captured several members of the Black Dawn in the square, and Hans confirmed this and added that they were being held in Theon for now. The guy Hansa asked what if they turned them in, to which Roger replied that hiding forever would not work anyway, and he would solve problems as they came up. The guy added that in any case, this incident is already being resolved from within. Plus, before that, they got rid of the First Order. That's good. Roger said that everything is correct. It is too early to relax, but so far everything is going more or less. Hans asked his friend to come for a short while. He wanted to discuss with him about their underground business and asked him to get ready, as the conversation would be long. At the meeting, the head of the Silver Sun shot one of his subordinates and shouted at them that they had completely lost their fear and could not deal with some vagabonds from the alleys. He told one of the people named Temelan that he apparently didn't understand what kind of person he was. The leader of the Silver Sun, named Carlin, kept his people in fear and could shoot anyone. Temelana justified himself by saying that the problem was not with those mangy dogs, but with their master, who gave them orders. Carlin asked, "What about the guy who closed down the competitor's shop and what he knew about him?" The man replied that his name was Leader and nothing else was known about him, but the chief didn't like that at all. One guy shouted out that he knew he heard that when they broke up. One of them shouted out the name James Moriarty. Carlin immediately shot Temelana and told the guy that he would now take his place. He found out that the guy's name was Kelton and told him that he would soon take on the job and it would not be cheap. The guy agreed with everything, and Carlin said that he could go, but let him clean up the body. The head of the Silver Sun was surprised. What nonsense! James Moriarty died in that kingdom of Delica. It seems like someone is just using this name to run their illegal business. Maybe he even knows something, considering what the guys asked for his help for. Carl ordered his assistant to clear out the ranks of these mangy dogs for now. It was necessary to kill a couple for show and to intimidate the survivors so that things would go well. The Silver Sun leader smiled wickedly and decided to see how long they could hold out. When Roger met Hans, he asked what had happened to the business, and his friend replied that everything was going smoothly so far. But some competitors have been muddying the waters lately, and Roger asked for more details. Hans explained that usually when a business starts to grow, its closest competitors start to undermine it or write complaints. The magician guessed that they suddenly became quiet, and Hans confirmed this, adding that they had been pestering them for a long time, and then suddenly lay low. Something was clearly wrong. Roger asked if there was any information on this matter. The guy replied that there was, but not much. A friend said that he had a hypothesis and asked our hero if he had ever heard of the Silver Sun. At first they formed an underground gang just to conduct illegal business, but soon they grew and organized an entire criminal corporation. They make money by interfering in the affairs of merchants, actively expanding the trade in stolen goods. They don't shy away from dirty work, being bandits, and the rats noticed a small group of competitors entering the Silver Sun headquarters. Roger agreed with Hans that it was too suspicious to ignore and said he would be extremely careful. Hans replied that he would watch a little longer. He noticed that something strange was happening to his friend. A friend noted that Roger's leg was shaking non-stop, something he had never had before, and it seemed he was also covered in a cold sweat. The magician admitted that he had been so busy since yesterday evening that he had even forgotten about one very important thing. Roger said there was a chance his mistress was finding out where he was. She smelled her own blood when she woke up one day and realized that her student had taken her blood with him when he escaped and was now using it. She didn't understand why he did it. She had trained him well. He must have been under a lot of pressure if he wasn't afraid that she would figure out his location. It's funny. She finally had a reason to go outside and have some fun with her student. Hans asked his friend if he was too nervous, as if his teacher was the god of death, to which the magician replied that she was almost the same. But Roger admitted that what he created did not seem simple to those around him. He did not make it public because most of what he invented did not suit his teacher. Hans said that most people could only dream of his magic, so how great is this man? Hans thought that calling his teacher a monster was somehow strange. Maybe Roger just wanted to whine, and he should play along with him. and the guy blurted out that it was too much to bring a student to the brink. She must be a real monster. But the magician asked him not to talk about her like that. After all, she was his teacher. This was another social failure of Hans. A couple of days later, Roger visited the Royal Street. He had not been there since he took up Esmeralda's case. He still had a little time before meeting Hans, and the magician suddenly saw passers-by with an interesting symbol on their clothes. These were the priests of Bretus. Roger acknowledged that the struggle for the throne needed to end, but things were happening much faster than he had expected. He considered this a bad sign and decided that he needed to hurry and headed to Violetta's clothing store, Verdi's house. The girl made tea for the leader and said that Mr. Hans was not here yet, but Roger replied that he had come early on purpose to assess the situation on the streets. He noted that even at such an early hour the streets were full of people overflowing with enthusiasm, and Violetta replied that it was all thanks to him. She said that anyway, she was surprised when he contacted her and said that he would visit them soon and asked if there was any new business for her. Roger said he had heard that competitors had become more active lately and that there were even some serious troublemakers among them. Violetta knew that this would not escape him. She wanted to figure it out herself, but he was already here and knew everything. The girl said that these troublemakers are called the Silver Sun. They are planning something together with a local group of traders. She noticed this, since recently suspicious individuals have been constantly scurrying around the store. Roger asked her to tell him more. He wanted all the information she knew. Suddenly, one guy shouted to Violetta that something bad had happened and the factory was under attack. The building was on fire. People were shouting that they needed to bring water because there was no way to get inside because of the smoke. Violetta and Roger quickly rushed to the scene and were informed that the factory was attacked by people in white bandanas. The magician shouted that the main task now was to put out the fire, and he would immediately use magic. Roger felt a strange sensation and took something glowing out of his jacket pocket. The stone that remained after Quasimodo's death reacted to the flame and glowed. Roger couldn't believe his eyes when he took out the stone. It began to absorb the flames that were in the building. Violetta, like the leader, was puzzled by this, but now was not the time to think about it. It was necessary to quickly provide assistance to the victims. People heard her words and took it as an order, and everyone began to help the victims. Some of the people said that they couldn't find Dion and Mastella anywhere. Maybe they found a way around the fire. Our hero noted that it would be nice, but he had a bad feeling that perhaps these two were the cause of the attack. Roger asked Violetta if she knew where they lived. She thought about it and replied that they lived in the same place as before. Maybe they were still there. The leader said that he would go and check and let the girl take care of the factory. When Roger entered the building, a terrible picture appeared before him. There were many dead people in the corridor. The girl survived. She apologized for not being able to greet the leader properly, and Roger asked what happened. She said that a strange man suddenly burst in here and that Grandpa Dion tried to protect her. The girl burst into tears because she had only just begun to have hope that they could live like ordinary people. Roger asked Mastella to wait outside for now and said he would do his best. The magician asked the girl, no matter what, not to come here until he came out to her. Although Mastella didn't understand anything, she had no choice and obediently did what the leader asked. When Roger was left alone in the room, he said that he was removing the seal and ordered to go out, and a black spot appeared around him, from which a black shadow appeared. A black creature with long arms appeared in front of the magician, and he asked it for help to heal this man. Roger warned the creature that if he did not want it, the magician would call another, but if he helped, he would receive a reward. And the dark energy swirled into a whirlpool and began to fulfill our hero's request. Hans arrived on the scene, and all of them, along with Mastella and Violetta, were stunned by what was happening. After all, Roger came out of the building, supporting Dion's grandfather and helping him walk. The girl rushed to hug her grandfather, even though he had little strength, but he was alive, and that was the most important thing. Hans apologized to Roger for being late, but the magician said that he had already dealt with everything himself. The leader showed Violetta that he had found something in the house where Dion and Mastella were and asked if she knew what it was, The girl replied that it was definitely a symbol of the silver sun. She had seen one like it on those suspicious crooks near the store. Roger said that since things had gone this far, he wouldn't give them a break to say anything. But our hero immediately went somewhere, saying that he could handle it himself and there was no need to follow him. In the back streets of the Royal Street, in Carlon's mansion, night was already falling, and the guards at the gate yawned and waited for their replacements. They didn't even know why this place needed to be guarded, because no one would dare disturb the silver sun. The guys were discussing which bar to go to after their shift. They had a couple of places in mind. But suddenly they noticed something at the end of the road that looked like a wild animal, but then they saw a man. But in an instant, where the silhouette had been, there was an empty space, as if the person had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Roger teleported and delivered a powerful blow to the guard's jaw. It all happened so quickly that they didn't even have time to realize that when one guard was already lying on the ground, the second asked the stranger who he was. Roger's face was hidden behind a mask, and his head was covered by a hood, but his gaze betrayed his firm decision. He said that he was Jack. Our hero quickly dealt with everyone present in the corridor. The opponents were stunned by the fact that they could not cope with one person. Roger was not only good at magic, but also knew how to handle a sword, and he killed the last guard. The head of the Silver Sun was sitting at the table and laughing. He asked Roger if he really killed all the guys in the corridor. They were useful. He announced that he was waiting for the Lord of the Alleys and asked him to sit down next to him. Roger removed his hood and sat down opposite the man at the table and was surprised that he immediately came to meet him. Carlon admitted that he thought that he would immediately pounce on him as soon as he entered the room. Roger asked what was going on. He already knew that he was coming after them. Carlon replied that of course he knew. After all, he had caused a stir in the morning. No wonder he had come. Carlon asked him if he liked the gift he left him. According to his guys, there was plenty of squealing in that factory. Roger didn't let him finish and said that he sat down because he was wondering how he was going to justify himself. But instead of making excuses, this man decided to anger our hero even more. Carlon wondered what this pressure was. He thought he only had an ominous nickname. He said that he was not going to make excuses. He certainly admitted that he was able to get here alone, but would he be able to survive this meeting? And his men entered the room with weapons. Roger replied that he didn't even know how he had risen to power with such pathetic methods, but Carlon took it as a compliment. The scoundrel noted that the guys before this were just ordinary greenhorns, but those in front of him now were already trained knights, so he suggested that he stop bragging and better surrender. And then perhaps he will be merciful and recall the guys he sent into the alleys. The magician replied that, to begin with, he would correct him in two things. Firstly, he was not bragging. He was truly shocked by his low standards. And secondly, violence is something they have long been accustomed to, and Roger punched the man with all his might. The energy from the magician's blows sparkled so strongly that no one could even come close, let alone help Carlon. Roger's entire team gathered outside to give the scoundrels a beating. Alex sighed. There were a lot of them, but they just had to be beaten up, that's all. For them it was easy. Roger sarcastically said that he believed that this was all the fighting power that Silver Sun possessed. The head of the organization said he was bluffing, but fear was visible in his eyes, and he ordered Roger to be killed. But as soon as the guys tried to pounce on him, he disappeared, and they did not understand what was happening and how he did it. But Roger replied that he had done nothing. That is, he had done nothing, and black shadows began to swirl around the room. The head of the Silver Sun shouted to his men what they were doing and why they couldn't get rid of him, while the magician sat quietly at the table with his hands folded. Seeing the whirlpools of black energy, his people immediately ran away. Only a few managed to overcome their fear. The leader watched in horror as the black shadows formed, at the base of which a woman's face was emerging. He asked Roger what the hell was going on. Our hero replied that he had done nothing and asked Carlon if he believed in God. He explained that the creature that had these black tentacles was one of them. More precisely, she is a goddess who lost her name after she was betrayed many years ago. Having been condemned as an evil god, she was deprived of what she symbolized. so people no longer remember her. But she still loves them very much, so much so that she forms her own body out of them. Roger said that he understood that her appearance might shock the Silver Sun leader a little. But she is able to heal any wound if the person is still alive, not for free, of course. The magician explained that he had to resort to her help that morning to heal a dying man. And since they were the cause of that man's critical condition, he offered them to her as a sacrifice. Carlin was scared to death. He said that there could be no God and asked to take her away from him immediately. Router told him not to worry, because she valued people very much, so she would not kill him. The creature pulled the man towards itself, and he screamed that this couldn't be happening and that it would be better to let it kill him right away. The goddess had almost completely pulled him towards her, and at the end he still reached out his hand to Roger and begged him to kill him. The team quickly dealt with the villains in the alleys. Alex could hardly call it a warm-up. Alex was very surprised, because Violetta herself called them. Did she really know that they were preparing an assassination attempt on her? Hans replied that these guys were simply too predictable. In any case, the guys made a mess on the street, and there was no time for the encirclement. Sheridan said that some of the houses were going to be torn down anyway, and suggested that they be torn down. Alex only smiled at this, but Hans was really annoyed by this child. She replied that someone who was sitting in the rear and was afraid, and who was younger than her, did not dare call her a child. Hans objected that he simply had a different purpose, and he should not fight like them. During these conversations, Roger returned to them. He saw that the guys had finished, and Alex also decided that everything was fine with him, although he went there alone. The leader asked Violetta how Dayon was, and she replied that he was fine. It seemed that he was even healthier than he was. The magician said that everything was fine, and since everyone was already here, he decided to report that the Silver Sun was finished. Violetta was shocked that the leader had dealt with them in such a short period of time. Roger said that for now there was no one else to bother them, so let her deal with all the matters related to them herself, and Violetta promised to do everything. Suddenly, they heard someone from the side telling them to let her go. These were Violetta's people. When they came closer, they realized that the fight was already over, and they came too late to help. The girl told the people that she had asked them not to interfere, but Roger had asked her not to swear. It must have taken a lot of courage for them to come. Violetta told the leader with admiration that even though he seemed indifferent, he did care. And the girl, as a representative of abandoned people, thanked Roger for everything. The next day, a car carrying the Knights of the Night Snakes drove along the edge of the royal street. Terena said that in just one day, all the members of the Silver Sun, including Carlin, suddenly went missing, and it seemed that something serious had happened while she was away. Enya replied that according to the morning report, the most likely region involved was the Leathervelk slums. The captain said that the scene was very clean, no traces, no blood, as if nothing had happened. Seeing the beautiful glow, the captain explained to Enya that it was an artifact, a cutting-edge development that analyzed the surrounding mana and read the memories hidden within it. The girl was very surprised, which meant that now it would be possible to solve all cases related to mana, but the captain said that there was a downside. The residual mana only lasted for 36 hours. Reading and analysis will take some time, so for now the captain ordered to finish this topic that they recently discussed, the matter concerning the leader. According to their information, he appeared in Leathervelk after the disappearance of the enemy community and subjugated the underground, united the disparate organizations of the slums, and apparently became the leader of their business. The captain called him a suspicious character and asked if there was any more information, but Enya said that she had been unable to find any trace of his past, not even his real name. If this leader really did establish and run the affairs of the slums, he had every reason to get even with Silver Sun, which was their direct competitor. This is a hasty decision, but for now he is the main suspect in the case. And Terena decided that she would have to meet him personally, this leader, and find out everything. Suddenly, Enya noticed that the artifact had stopped working, but the captain explained that it stops working when it cannot detect mana in the set space. The girl asked to explain in simple words, and the leader replied that there was no magic involved. According to the case file, there were about 100 guards at the Silver Sun base, and traces of their presence were confirmed yesterday. But this is only possible if you use spells, and the fact that the artifact did not find any traces of them is impossible. It turns out that the investigation reaches a dead end. The captain said that she should still meet with this leader. She had a feeling that he was not an easy person. She asked her assistant to pack up, take the artifact, but leave the markings restricting the entrance for now, so that the reporters wouldn't sniff out anything. And suddenly Tarina pulled out her sword and pointed it into space and ordered him to show himself and not hide like a rat. The girl heard a voice that said that this was expected from Tarina. Her intuition was as always on point. It was Casey and her assistant. They used invisibility. The detective said that she wouldn't have smelled the reporters, but there was no way she could fool her. Enya was very surprised when she saw Detective Casey, and Tarina greeted her and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Casey was glad to see Tarina, and she was also glad to see Enya. They hadn't seen each other since that incident at the Const auction house. Tarina was a little irritated by Casey's unbridled joy. She said that in fact this was a crime scene where outsiders were prohibited from entering. But the girl replied that she was not just anyone, but a national hero detective. The captain said that Casey always does this, and asked her to learn to get official permission to enter, because for her, it's not a problem at all, so why is she always hiding and concealing her presence? But the detective replied that it was long and tedious, and this case was so exciting that she could not sit still, especially since they seemed to have no progress in this case, and she offered to help. Tarina said she would refrain, not that she didn't trust her, but that she had no right to resort to outside help in an official investigation. Casey admitted that she wanted to ask her for a favor if she could help her. She said it was nothing special, just to borrow my little thing, and she pointed to the stone artifact, and Tarina knew that was what had caught her attention. But to everyone's surprise, the captain replied that perhaps she could give in. The assistant reminded her that she couldn't give it to a stranger. The captain noted that she would take full responsibility for this decision, because they themselves could see that it was not difficult for her to hide from them. So stealing this thing would be even easier. It would be better to come to an agreement. Casey was very happy and vowed to be careful. Although Betty was not very pleased, she asked how much more trouble she was going to cause. When asked where she would use it, she replied that it was still a secret, and she would tell as soon as she found out something. Tarina agreed and realized that there was no point in asking further questions, because she knew Casey. The detective thanked him and said that she was very busy, so she would leave immediately. Enya noted that she left as quickly as she arrived. Tarina agreed with her and informed her that they were heading to the slums. While the girls were talking, they didn't even notice that Hans's rats were watching them. Roger heard about it from a friend and told him that he was a little worried, but it was still good that he left him to monitor the situation. Hans asked his friend again if everything would be okay, since they were going to the slums, and suggested asking the other guys to stand up for them. Roger looked at his masks on the table. He answered his friend that it was not worth it. Taryn was not so easy to lead by the nose, and he would meet with her personally. Our hero knew that this was inevitable, so he prepared in advance and asked Hans to tell Violetta to get everything ready. In the slums, Tarina noticed that the place had changed a lot. She would have believed it if she had been told that it was some other place. But here it seemed like a completely different story. They were met by a nice girl who said that they were glad to see them sneaking around in the night. She said that her name was Violetta, and she was their guide for the day, and her owner had ordered her to accompany them. Enya was surprised how they knew that they would come, and whether it was worth going somewhere for this girl. Tarina replied that everything was fine. If they wanted to, they would have attacked long ago. Violetta brought the guests to Unowen's fake hideout for uninvited guests. Roger said it was a great honor to greet the noble knights who stalked the night, and it may sound pretentious, but in front of them was, in fact, the leader. He said he was wearing a mask because his face was covered in burns and asked for understanding. Tarina noted that leader was unlikely to be his real name and asked what his name was. The mage replied that it seemed they suspected him of something, although this was completely normal. He said that his real name is Oliver, He was born and raised in these slums. In the name of business prosperity, he hides information about this. Not all people like this origin. The captain asked what was going on. He was hiding his identity just because of this, to which he replied, "Don't they think he's lying?" Tarina reported that it made more sense that he was a suspicious individual who had taken over the affairs of the slums for personal gain after getting rid of the enemy community. The guy objected that they were saying some horror stories, and that he, in fact, was also hiding from those people, and only started doing business after they disappeared somewhere. The captain could feel himself reading a prepared legend from a piece of paper. She said that she would get straight to the point, and reported that the Silver Sun had disappeared somewhere the previous night. She also knows that their people had some kind of conflict with them. Roger said that it was not really a conflict, it was just that the people from Silver Sun were pestering everyone why they suspected him in particular. Roger added that many people from Silver Sun had criminal pasts. Wasn't it great that they suddenly disappeared somewhere? So why did noble knights suddenly latch on to an innocent person in order to defend the rights of the guilty? Tarina replied that she could understand why he thought that way, but she asked him not to make stupid accusations. She clarified that if they had truly suspected him, her sword would have long ago tasted his blood. At that moment, Tarina hated this man incredibly. Roger said thank you for their time and said that he would remember it. Enya was amazed. He was not at all afraid of the commander's thirst for blood. He was calmer than calm itself. Tarina knew that this guy was not simple. It seemed that the reason for the unkind looks of those people was real concern for their master. It's obvious, considering he's their hero while everyone else is just neglecting them. If they start a battle here, there will be civilian casualties. It's best to avoid that. The captain announced that it was time for them to return, and she thanked Oliver for his cooperation. He said that he wouldn't see her out if she didn't mind, and Tarina herself wanted to ask about it. When the girls were near the door, a voice was heard from the other side. He said that he had just returned from reconnaissance and was tired, and it was too much to send him so far and for so long. A second later, Alex walked through the door, and he and Enya immediately made eye contact. The guy's ex-girlfriend opened her eyes wide in surprise and said his name. But Alex was even more surprised, because he understood that he found himself in an unclear situation, and he did not know how to act further. Roger realized that this was a complete failure. Who would have known that he would come back so quickly? Enya tried to catch up with Alex in the hallway and find out if he was lying when he said he was returning to his homeland, but the guy replied that she didn't need to know. The girl heard the answer that there was nothing between them after all, and she needed to go about her business. But Enya felt a great deal of resentment in her soul, and she told the guy that he hadn't changed at all. Soon the whole team came to him. The guy realized that everyone saw, and he sarcastically suggested telling the whole neighborhood about his problems. Roger clarified that he wanted to come himself, but it turned out the way it did. The magician apologized for not warning him in advance, but Alex said that he was the one who barged in unannounced, and since it came down to it, he should tell everything from the beginning. The guys found out that he actually entered the best school for knights, and Enya was his colleague. Violetta said that she heard that Sir Alex was expelled for a dishonorable act. What did he do? Alex said that he beat up the instructor and his classmates a couple of days before the entrance ceremony. They were pestering him because they couldn't accept the fact that some commoner was better than the aristocrats. The guy added that no matter what he did, they wouldn't give him a break. He wouldn't have been able to stand their company for another 3 years. Friends agreed that it was too long. He would not be able to stand it and would explode in such company. Phantos noticed that, judging by the reaction of that girl, it was not at all about the fact that he was expelled. Did he really offend her? Alex noted that who would have thought that it would be Phantos who would ask the right question, and answered that it was so. The guy said that initially he and Enya competed for the place of the best student. They often fought against each other in training fights, and at one point he realized that he didn't want to win so much as he wanted to protect her from injury. Enya felt the same way. It was an unforgettable period that connected their destinies. But unlike the guy, Enya was an aristocrat, and the closer they became, the more serious the bullying from those around her became. Hans asked if the girl knew anything about this. Alex replied that he tried to keep it a secret to protect her. Besides, the guy partially agreed with what those bastards told him. Even if he became a knight with the best grades, as a commoner, he would only be a nuisance to Enya, so he pretended to cheat on her and broke off the relationship. Alex thought he could handle it all, but after the breakup, it only got worse. Seeing how those who bullied him were happy about their breakup, he felt like an idiot for having endured it all this time. The guy added that he overestimated himself. For a commoner, he was too ambitious. Enya also told her story to Tarina. The captain replied that it was a pity that such a talented guy was wasting his efforts on the slums. The girl remembered that rainy evening when Alex left her without explanation. God only knows how much suffering Enya went through and how much pain she felt after breaking up with her boyfriend, and she answered the captain that it was okay, they were no longer connected anyway. The magician asked him if he really enjoyed getting punched, to which Alex rudely replied that he should disappear and mind his own business. He looked at the beaten guy and asked him if he really liked living like that, and suggested that he join him and stop taking the beating. Roger said he would do everything in his power to get him what he wanted, but in return, he asked for something. Our hero asked Alex to stop doing what hurts him, because it's unlikely that it doesn't hurt him himself. The guy said that after those events, the leader picked him up like a lost mongrel, and if it weren't for that chance meeting, he would have simply died. Alex added that the leader is the only light in this dark kingdom. Roger was modest and asked him not to exaggerate. Suddenly, the elf decided to put in a word. She announced that they really didn't know anything about the boss. The whole team froze in bewilderment. It was unexpected, but made them think. The girl was supported by Sheridan. She asked the leader to tell them at least something. Roger agreed and said that he had planned to tell it someday anyway. But before that, the magician decided to say why the whole team was collecting relics in the first place. He asked the boys if they thought that this world was one big bird cage and that they were suffocating in it. The meaning was very simple. They collect relics in order to destroy their shackles. Alex suggested that the relic was some sort of tool for destroying the world, but Roger countered that it was definitely not for that, and whoever created the relics clearly did not want that. The guy thought that the reason why Roger keeps changing names like Lupin, Van Helsing, it's all because of the relics. But that was clearly not all, and our hero decided to reintroduce himself and give his real name. Renee, near her bed, she saw a girl who said that she came here because she felt a strange energy in this place. It was Julia Plumhart, the top student in her first year, Renee thought. She knew she was the top student, one of those who attended Professor Rogers' classes with her. Renee asked her how she got inside, to which the girl replied that she was drawn by Renee's dreams. The girl was surprised and asked if Julia really possessed sleep magic, to which the guest called her insightful and asked if she knew about it. Dream magic is a spell that allows you to visit another person's dreams or see something specific in a dream. This magic is much easier to learn than other types of magic. They even created a separate school for this. Renee said she knew a little, mostly from books and hearsay, and this was the first time she had met one of them in person, but Julia was surprised that she knew enough. She decided that she was still sleeping, but how could the girl get into her dream if they didn't even know each other? Julia clarified that they were between sleep and reality, and she came because she sensed something interesting here. She asked the girl what unusual thing she had dreamed about. Renee answered that she didn't remember well. It seemed she had dreamed about the days of her youth, something peaceful, but sad. Julia replied that as a sleepwalker, she could confidently say that it was not just a dream. She sat down closer to the girl and explained that it was a reflection of reality, a glimpse of the past that appeared in a dream. She suggested taking another look at the dream and then discussing it together and performed a magic spell. At first she saw nothing, then pictures began to appear, but everything was dim. Ron remembered that there was someone with her in her dream, but she couldn't say exactly who it was. Julia told the girl that there was only one reason why she couldn't see someone else's dream. This is when a dream, that is, a part of her past, was intentionally sealed by someone. Renee was very surprised and asked who it could be, but Julia, of course, did not know, and asked her if she had tried to clarify her past. Renee wondered if she was referring to the memory lapse effect they had practiced with the seniors. She asked if Julia could remove the seal from her memories, but she couldn't. But the girl said that she could look for the key to this oven in her dreams, and asked her to think carefully whether she clearly remembered anything from her dream. Rano answered that she could not see the face, but she could remember the name. It still sounded strange. The name Heathcliff. Heathcliff Van Bredis, as Roger introduced himself to his friends, is a representative of the royal family of the holy nation of Bredis, the son of the previous king. Renee asked Julia if the name Heathcliff meant anything to her, but she said she had never heard of it before. The girl said that it was a rare name and she could not establish the identity due to the vague memory. She needed more details. Julia's body became transparent and she told Renee that she would wake up soon. She said goodbye to the girl and said that it had been an interesting conversation, although she had not managed to find out everything. Rain asked if they could continue this conversation later, but Julia said abruptly no. She explained that their conversation was just a momentary impulse for her, and she had no intention of becoming friends with her. And she added that if she wanted it to continue so much, then let him try to attract her interest one more time. You never know. Maybe she'll suddenly come again. I went to bed early and thought about this Julia. She was such an interesting person. The name Heathcliff was running through her head, but she had no idea where to even look for him. Alex's head was spinning. He didn't expect that the leader was the son of the previous emperor, although if you analyze the magician completely, then this is quite expected. The guy asked Roger what it meant. His outstanding abilities were inherited from the previous emperor, but the magician objected. He only had one unnecessary ability left from the emperor. This is a predisposition to obsession, although this never happened to his blood relatives. Fantos said that the kingdom of Bredis does not worship gods. Perhaps his predisposition is, on the contrary, part of the gift. Who knew? Although from Roger's point of view, it is more of a curse. In the battle for the throne, this illness does not play a special role. Roger admitted that the real reason he is hanging around the area is because he is hiding from his relatives in order to survive. His biological father, the former emperor, is not the healthiest person, and as soon as the topic of who to make the next heir came up, who is very concerned about the throne, they were concerned about getting rid of Roger. It turns out that the reason he is so knowledgeable and resistant to poisons is because there have been countless attempts to poison him. Roger said that not long ago, the Bredis aristocracy resumed their activity after 20 years, which means they have decided on a temporary king, and if he finds out that he is alive, they will do everything to kill him. Betty asked Casey to clean her room because it was a real pigsty. The girl promised that it would be done, but the assistant grumbled that she always says that, but does nothing. She screamed that if Casey didn't clean up, then he should leave the premises and that she should thank her. No one else would need such a partner for free, and she was simply perfect. But the detective didn't hear her because she needed to sum up. She looked at the wall on which all the evidence and information about the crimes were hung. All that was left was to put everything together into a general picture. The werewolf incident, the abandoned factory incident, the attack on the Kanst auction house, the revival of the Gavodan monster, and also the appearance of the Black Dawn in Theon, along with the missing people of the Silver Sun. Casey noted that there were too many strange things happening in the town of Leathervelk. Casey's target is Black Dawn. The only clue she has is what she got from those wall newspaper guys in Theon. Of course, no one ever told her where they were based, but after a series of questions, one location did catch her eye, and Casey is sure there is something there. This place in Valtanen, the detective thought that she would definitely find James Moriarty there. A couple of days later, at the academy, Theon Roger sat in his office and waited for Sedina. The girl brought a whole stack of papers, and the professor reminded her that he had asked her to omit unnecessary details, to which she replied that she had done so. Sedina suddenly remembered that she still had one unusual letter that looked important. She took it out and handed it to Professor Roger. Our hero opened it and saw that it was an invitation to a mystical night, the same annual event where magicians from all regions gather. Sedina's eyes lit up with happiness, and she screamed that their professors had finally recognized them and that it was worth noting. But the magician replied that his attention was drawn to something else, not some knight. He couldn't believe that the association of the old and new magic tower, as well as free scientists, were inviting him to join them. The current magical community is divided into 3 large groups. The old magic tower, where all sorts of elderly sages adhere to the tradition of magic for the chosen ones. The new magic tower, which seeks to instill magic with the features of modern science, they once split off from the old tower. An association of free scientists who hold different opinions from those of the opposing towers. Roger doesn't support any of the associations at all, and if he does, the others will immediately turn against him, which is annoying. Sedina reported that all 3 sent gifts. If the professor finds it difficult to decide, perhaps he should look at the gifts first. The magician replied that he could not understand what kind of boxes these were, but it turns out they were gifts. Roger announced that he was not going to choose anyone. He would just keep all the gifts for himself, since no one asked them to give him anything, so he was under no obligation to do anything. The girl exclaimed that, as expected from Professor Roger, she simply reaps any benefit, which surprised the magician a little. Our hero replied that everything was not quite as she described, and the girl felt a little uncomfortable. Roger noticed that he had already gotten used to her reaction. Moreover, her loyalty to him was definitely deep. But he didn't know to whom it was addressed, to the real him or to the First Order. He didn't understand what motivated it. Suddenly, someone knocked on Roger's office door, and the professor asked him to come in, and he and Sedina stared at the door. An elf entered the office and apologized for interrupting the conversation. Roger asked what brought Professor Viorano here. Viorano explained that he had come to see his assistant, and Roger had asked if he meant Miss Sedina. The elf asked Miss Sedina if she had already decided on an answer, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. The girl replied that he should forgive her, but she was happy with everything as it was, and Professor Viorano replied that, apparently, he was bothering her for nothing. The assistant said that she had a lesson soon, so she needed to run, and she quickly moved out of the office. The elf told Roger that he thought she didn't like him very much, but our hero replied that he didn't think so. The magician told Professor Viorano that this was somehow unexpected for him, because he thought that they were not familiar. The elf replied that they were similar, so he was worried about her. Seeing Roger's surprise, Viorano said he thought he knew, since they communicated so often. The elf noted that he wasn't sure he had the right to tell him if she hadn't done it herself, but she still trusted Roger extremely much, so it was okay. Viorano asked the mage if he had ever thought that she was a little strange, but then decided to ask directly. He asked if Roger had seen what her ears were like before, and that made everything clear. Our hero couldn't believe it, but Professor Viorano confirmed that his guess was correct. There is a touch of elven blood in her. She is half-elf, and how could Roger not have noticed this before? Roger knocked on the door and told Sedina that he would come to see her for a minute. The student opened the door, and the teacher entered the room. The professor saw that the girl was taking care of flowers and guessed that this was her hobby. Sedina confirmed that she had been doing this since an early age. Roger told her that Professor Viorano had told him about her origins and apologized if she had wanted to hide it. He informed her that if she wanted to return to the elven community, as the professor suggested, she could get rid of the family that neglected her and live happily. Roger promised to accept any decision she made, even to settle all the issues with the organization, so she didn't need to worry. Sedina first of all wanted to apologize to him for hiding it from the professor, despite the kindness he showed her. But the girl replied that it was he, Professor Roger, who recognized her, so she would like to stay with him. Roger walked up to the girl and, looking into her eyes, said that, to be honest, he was not the First Order at all. When our hero heard from Professor Viorano that Sedina was a half-elf, he realized that he had not expected this at all. Sedina's last name is Roshan. The professor knew that her father was an aristocrat, therefore her mother was an elf. During the time of the interracial wars, there were rumors that the Roshan captured elves as slaves. If those rumors are true, Sedina has a rather sad origin. When Roger asked Professor Viorano what he had offered Sedina, he replied that he simply wanted to save her from that family and take her to the elves. The elf explained that she was always looked down upon because she was a half-elf, and perhaps she would feel more comfortable among other elves. Roger replied that he was not sure because she was only half an elf. The other half was human. In the past, people kept elves in slavery. Where was the guarantee that the elves would not avoid her because she was half human? The professor also added that if he does not represent a special influence in the community, he simply will not be able to protect it from this. But to Roger's surprise, Viorano replied that he actually did. He was the elder of the community, one of the 7 roots of the world tree, the head of the dentist family. The elf professor announced that since ancient times their purpose was to protect the borders of the elven forests. In addition to protecting him from the outside world, his family provides protection to those who live far away from them, children like Sedina. Viorano promised that he could guarantee her peace and safety and asked Roger to help convince her, but the magician replied that he was unlikely to be able to. The elf didn't understand why he didn't want to help. Didn't Roger want her to finally live happily ever after? Our hero replied that he had no right to influence her personal choice. If he tried to persuade her to do something, it would no longer be considered a choice. The elf said that the magician was the only person she could tell about what was on her mind, so he really asked him to ask her what she really thought about it. Sedina looked at Professor Roger in surprise. She asked again if it was true that he was not the First Order because it was not funny. The Magus replied that he knew it was hard to believe, but he really wasn't the First Order. He revealed that John Doe, the real First Order and the one she was originally supposed to work with, had died in the terrorist attack on that train, and he was just using his identity. It turns out that all this time Sedina was not following the First Order, John Doe. The girl answered Professor Roger that it turned out that he had fooled her, and that a real revolution had happened in her head. Our hero wanted to calm the girl down and told her that he didn't do it on purpose, so that she would calm down and wanted to put his hand on her shoulder. But Sedina suddenly jumped away from the professor and shouted at him not to dare touch her. Then the girl ran out of the room, and Roger watched her go. He knew it. She reacted exactly as he expected. But suddenly, right in front of the door, Sedina suddenly stopped and asked the teacher why he had deceived her for so long. She asked who she had been trying for all this time, and she felt very offended for herself. Roger replied that he was sorry he had deceived her, but he asked her to answer one question. He asked if she had truly followed the First Order out of her soul, or if she had been inspired by him, the man behind that guise. The assistant replied to Professor Roger that, of course, it was because of the Black Dawn. And he asked the girl why then she had not left yet, why she hesitated at the door. Roger repeated that he had kept the truth from her and even used her, but in the end, he chose to tell the truth and listen. Sedina remembered saying that she would follow Professor Roger, who had acknowledged her, until the very end. The professor said it was her turn to choose. If she chose Black Dawn, then she should just leave the room. Roger noted that he knew what he was getting into from the moment he decided to open up to her, and he would respect whatever she decided. She had already helped him so much and had also worked so hard to develop her abilities. The magician approached the girl and put his hand on her shoulder and said that she had done a great job and done an excellent job. Roger learned that she followed them because she wanted revenge on her family. The Roshans are a well-known family, and they didn't trust her completely because she could be a spy. She decided to get closer to the First Order of her own free will, because she was always pushed to the rear. In fact, she did not feel any particular affection for Dawn. But this man was different. He saw her as she was, listening to what she said. Roger Salishi was the first person to praise her and appreciate her. The girl began to whine quietly, and her elven ears appeared from her hair. She seemed completely defenseless. The professor calmed the girl down. They sat down on the sofa and decided to talk. Sedina announced that her real name was Sedina Flante. Roger guessed that Flante was her mother's last name. The assistant told Roger that it was very important to know what she should do next, but the mage asked her not to think about it, but to simply act as before, as if they were still in the Black Dawn. Our hero informed her that from now on he needed the most detailed information about them. He was thinking of eradicating the Black Dawn. The professor added that since they had decided to exchange something intimate, he thought she should know about it. Now Roger asked the girl to stand up so that he could introduce someone to her. Professor Virano reflected on his colleague's promise to talk to Sedina, but he doubted that it would help achieve the desired result. But he still couldn't leave things as they were. He had finally found Flanthy's bloodline right here in Theon. The daughter of the Flante family suddenly went missing during the interracial wars. She was captured and kidnapped by the Roshan family, as a result of which Sedina was born. However, even if the girl stops treating him with mistrust, he will already be happy, although this is almost impossible, considering the kind of bullying she was subjected to by her family. Virano decided that it would be better to leave it to Professor Roger. Perhaps he should give him a special elven herbal tea as a gift. Roger introduced Sedina Roshan to his team and said that this was a new member of their society. The elf approached the girl and said that she had seen her somewhere, and the leader explained that she was a half-elf. Perhaps she simply felt a kinship. This is a special gift of elves. The magician declared that Sedina was an excellent sorceress and incredible in the field of information extraction. She had been providing him with valuable information about the Black Dawn all this time. After these words, Hans panicked because he would be pushed into the background. Hans asked his friend if he had come to the shelter just to introduce them to this child, to which Roger replied that it was for this reason, and also to ask him about the progress of the mission that he had entrusted him with. Hans realized that they were talking about a relic, and the leader asked him to report, but the guy got nervous. He wasn't sure that he could say this in front of Sedina. Roger assured his friend that she was now on their side, so there was no need to worry. Hans reminded that considering the one that was in the auction house of Kanst, there were still 3 fragments of the relic to be found. One of them could be right in the capital, Lindenbrum. The magician informed that he was just heading there, but due to a sudden terrorist attack on the train, he ended up here with all the consequences, and he asked if Hans had found out the location of the fragment in the capital. The friend replied that by process of elimination he had narrowed his search to one place. It was the fortress of De Balk of the Exilian Empire. Only this place he was not able to study in the capital. Sheridan noted that the fortress sounded difficult. One would have to try to find a way to get past the guards and get inside. Would a regular teaching assistant be able to handle such a task? Sedina was embarrassed, but Roger announced that with her help, they would definitely succeed. And in general, since they had such a reliable assistant in Theon, things would soon get better, so they needed to get ready. The professor explained to the team that they needed to put an end to the Black Dawn and that he planned to go to Valtanen soon. A few days later, Roger arrived in the city of Valtanen, finding himself in a factory in Area B13. Walking through this area, the magician realized that this abandoned factory was an excellent hiding place for all sorts of scum. In any case, he knew this place well, although it would be difficult for him to understand which building Black Dawn was holed up in. The guy smelled something. It smelled like chemicals. He wondered if they really had a laboratory with an outlet into the local sewers. Roger was standing in front of the stairs looking down when he heard someone's voice ask him what he was doing there. It was a very unexpected and unwanted meeting. Casey Selmoy was standing behind the magician, and she recognized Professor Roger Chalici. He asked if he was a detective, to which she demanded that he answer her question first, identifying him as Roger Chalici. Our hero decided to answer that he was investigating a recent case of arson at the festival, and he had some information that led him here. The girl sarcastically replied that it was an incredible coincidence and that she had the same reasons. Casey noted that she came here because she felt a familiar mana while wandering around, since Roger still had her card. The guy couldn't even imagine that a simple card in his pocket would have such consequences. The detective pointed an umbrella at Roger and told him to stop pretending. She was sure he would come here. Casey said that it was strange that a new professor personally investigated that incident, and alone he could have come up with a better legend. Did he really take her for a fool? The detective ordered the guy to turn around slowly, and Roger realized that there was no point in hiding anymore. He turned around and looked Casey straight in the eyes. The girl laughed and said that he could fool anyone, but not her. The detective looked at Roger with hatred and said that he was James Moriarty and immediately stabbed him with her combat weapon. Mac certainly didn't expect her to attack right away, but he was agile enough to use defensive magic. He dodged the blow and made his professional sharp dash towards the girl. At one point, he was right in front of Casey and she had time to think how fast he was. Roger laid the girl on the ground and told her that if she moved, he would make a hole in her neck. But Casey used magic to direct multiple swords at Roger, and the mage noted that she was using a counterattack, meaning she was progressing. The detective asked if it was too presumptuous to think that she would just let herself be attacked, and suggested that they see who would be faster. But to her amazement, the girl noticed that her magic had suddenly dissipated. Roger looked at Casey and saw a small animal next to her face, and disgust was visible in the girl's expression. The magician was extremely surprised. Was the detective really afraid of mice? And the girl laughed shyly, trying to hide her emotions. But everything was clear to him anyway. Roger, trying to prove his point, picked up the mouse by the tail and brought it to Casey's face, who began screaming at the top of her lungs. Convinced of his guess, the boy let the mouse go and said that he had had enough. He turned around and walked away, saying that was why he didn't want to fight her, which caused Casey to become incredibly indignant. The girl shouted after him that if he left her alive, she would tell the police everything, but Roger replied that if she had wanted to, she would have snitched long ago. The guy added that her pride doesn't allow her to do this. Isn't that the reason why she hunted him alone for all these 3 years? Roger explained to Casey that he didn't have time to participate in her detective games. He was going to attack their hideout, so stop bothering him. The magician went down to the sewers in the place where he planned, where Casey met him. The girl tried to catch up with him, but saw that Roger had blocked the entrance with magic, and she had no way to get in. This made the girl extremely angry, and she started screaming and throwing out her emotions, and shouted at him that it didn't change anything. Having calmed down a bit, the detective decided to act using her own methods. Thanks to the mage's carelessness, she collected enough mana. Casey decided to use the memory breakdown to break into the man's past. Roger got where he needed to go, and 30 minutes later, inside the research lab he found, many of the scoundrels who worked there had already said goodbye to life. The magician met a giant man on his way. He said that his name was Murloc and he was a night killer. The smell of chemicals in the lab was so strong that Roger felt like it was overwhelming his taste buds. Our hero found some kind of preparation in large flasks and decided that it was the same preparation from Pelham, but then decided that the research notes were much more important and began to look for them. Roger thought they might be in the safe he found and decided to take a look. But he didn't have time to do this because a man's voice was heard from behind, saying that there was a huge mess here. Roger remembered that Sedina had said that she had something important to tell him before he left. According to her data, there is a first order in Valtanun that is responsible for this area. The girl said that unlike the others, he never hides his identity. He is an older man, dresses like a scientist, and he is the first order Victor Dreadpool. In the laboratory, Roger immediately realized that it was he who approached him near the safe, so without hesitation, the magician immediately shot at him. Our hero thought it best to get rid of him before he did anything, but his expectations were not met, and his magical blow was stopped by a golden wall that appeared from the ground. Dreadpool laughed and noted how nervous he was. He really was an assassin. He asked Roger not to be so nervous, because he would do everything right, threatening the guy with a smile. Victor pointed to the liquid golem and said that it was his brainchild. It was created using all types of magic, as well as alchemy and metallurgy. The old man gave the order to the liquid golem to go and beat up the intruder, and the golem began to strike around Roger. Our hero was a little shocked, because the golem simply did not fit into any framework of traditional magic. But if he is now focused on Roger, then he does not protect the owner in any way, and this is his chance. The golem struck a very strong blow, and Dreadpool was sure that he would not be able to dodge this blow. But when the energy dissipated, the villain saw that the guy was not there, but he did not have time to dodge. Where could he have gone then? While Victor was at a loss, Roger pounced on him from behind and decided to finally kill him. But the magician realized that this was not the end, as his blow was parried by some guy in metal armor who suddenly appeared in front of him. Roger hadn't been so surprised for a long time. It was like some kind of spatial technology. The man in the armor had red glowing eyes. He asked Dreadpool what he was distracted by again. Could the First Order afford to let such attacks pass? This man who stood up for Victor was the First Order named Baron. He instantly broke the magical blow that our hero Victor Dreadpool had dealt, and the magician realized that he needed to use other techniques. Victor thanked the Baron for saving him, to which the latter told him to shut up. He was annoyed that he always had to clean up after him. Roger noted to himself that the Baron was a rather skilled opponent. Apparently he was also a First Order, and he had not counted on meeting two at once. Dreadpool was still surprised how Roger dodged it. Did physical damage not go through him? Victor stated that it was most likely a spatial jump, and Roger was surprised that he had learned so much just by looking at him. The vile old man seemed possessed, and he enthusiastically begged the intruder to tell him how he had done it. And at that very moment there was a huge explosion that rolled like a wave towards Roger. Dreadpool yelled at Baron why he was attacking. He didn't even let the guest answer his question. Our hero appreciated this blow. It was really powerful, it almost took off his head. The Baron replied that this guy most likely didn't intend to answer. He was an outsider, and that shouldn't be forgotten, and added that the doctor sometimes gets too distracted. The old man snapped his fingers and said that nothing could be done, but he would like to take him alive if possible. Victor announced that he felt what a rare specimen he was, and ordered some strange creatures to catch him and drag him to his feet. The robots pounced on Roger, and a fight broke out between them, and the magician thought, how many tricks, as if from a book. Our hero fought off the robots, but then the Baron started to strike as well. The magician understood that he did not have time to get closer and would have to retreat. The old man waited to see what skill he would use this time, but the Baron warned the doctor to focus on defense. Roger reproduced the 8th Sephira, of course very powerful magic against these scoundrels. It filled the entire building with energy. The Baron, coming to his senses, said that if he had been distracted even for a second, things would have gotten really bad. Who would have thought that he would have to run away from the enemy? He was clearly not simple. The old man was horrified, and told the Baron that this was not the main problem now, and that there was something more important. Victor reported that everything he put in the safe was missing, including all his research notes. Dreadpool whined that he had to protect them with his life. How could this even happen? And the Baron tried to understand why this scoundrel stole them, why he needed them. Roger sat on the roof and watched the smoking lab. He thought it would be great if those two died there. But the attack came out in a weakened state, so its damage is not half as fatal as it should be. But the magician took advantage of the confusion and obtained the necessary information, so the goal was essentially achieved. Our hero looked through the papers. He had all the experiments conducted by Black Dawn. He found a development of a special non-flammable gunpowder that those bandits used. There were experiments on people here, in which they tried to reproduce the strength of beasts and many other things that he had not even thought about. It was a report on experiments with automatons, and it greatly interested Roger. The next day at the Theon Academy, the professor was sitting in his office, thinking about the experiment with the automatons. Who would have thought that the bastards from Black Dawn were involved in this? Our hero was flooded with memories. That day, the boy thanked Roger for his help and offered to let him spend the night with them or accompany him to a suitable place. One day, a magician offered the boy to help him with his homework, and he decided to call him teacher. One day, he happily bragged to his teacher that he had received an invitation from the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, Ordo. He was so excited about this great opportunity. The boy then begged our hero for a long time to go with him to this academy. The memories were interrupted by a knock on the door. Professor Roger, as always, was needed by someone. Wilfred entered the office and informed the professor that Rector Eliza wanted to see him. The teacher told him to go to the rector right away, which he did immediately. Over a cup of tea, Eliza suggested to Professor Roger that she recommend him for the position of head of the Academy's dean's office, a very influential position. Our hero asked the rector why she was offering this position to someone like him. Eliza said that Roger had done a lot for Theon, and she just wanted to give him what he deserved. She said that of course she took into account the skills he had demonstrated over all this time. The magician watched the rector, but he couldn't imagine what she was thinking. She clearly didn't trust him completely, but at the same time she was offering him such a post. Was this some kind of a handout, or did she want to keep him in the closest possible field of vision? Well, be that as it may, this position will allow us to understand what is happening in Theon much faster. Roger thanked Eliza for the offer and said that he still didn't think he could get the position just because of her recommendation. The rector confirmed his thoughts and replied that recommending him was all she could do, and that he would have to prove his professionalism. Eliza told the magician that she would give him time to prepare, and if he started now, then in 6 months he would be able to do everything, but he interrupted her, saying that a week would be enough for him. The professor explained that he was currently researching something extremely important. He would finish soon and immediately show it to Madam Rector, and the magician promised to drop in on her after he finished today's lesson. After Professor Roger gave his lecture and gave the students homework, Renee approached him. The girl said that she wanted to ask him a question. She did not understand one formula and hoped that he would help her. The professor picked up the girl's notebook and looked at the drawing. The basis of this formula was completely mixed up. Roger began to explain to the student that if you look closely, you can find a solution, but she did not hear him because she was lost in thought. Every time she looked at Professor Roger, he seemed painfully familiar to her, and even now she had that feeling. As if it was someone from the past, the girl, looking questioningly at the professor, said the name Heathcliff. At that moment, our hero felt a quiet chill on his back, and fear ran through his body like goosebumps. And Roger asked the girl what she had just said, pretending not to understand what she was talking about. Renee came to her senses and apologized to the professor, justifying herself by saying that she hadn't slept well that day and that it had slipped out unconsciously. The teacher explained that the students should sleep well. He was glad to see such a diligent student, but there was no need to overdo it either. Roger left, and she thought how good it was that he didn't interrogate her. If she had told him that this name was from a dream, he would have started scolding her and told the student to focus. But the girl could not understand, as she looked after the professor, why she had such a bad feeling. Students crowded around the wall newspaper. Professor Sedina's assistant posted an announcement that they were looking for students to participate in a research project, and what's more, Professor Roger was behind the research. Rector Eliza also just found out about it. The research was about ways to artificially increase the amount of released mana. If it is successful, he will easily take over the post of head of the dean's office, and not only that, the entire magical community will be excited by such news. Eliza wondered. I wonder how long he had been working on this research, and most importantly, who this man was. But Roger was puzzled by something else at the moment. Who would have thought that he would hear this name from Renee? It was so unexpected. Judging by her behavior, she doesn't really remember everything that happened, but it's still worth being careful. Our hero thought that she shouldn't remember everything, which meant she needed to come up with a solution to this problem. Sedina came to the professor. She said that she had posted an announcement and he praised her for fulfilling the request so quickly. The girl asked if he had eaten, since it was already lunchtime, to which the professor replied that he had a magical snack a little later. Sedina flared up again and asked how he could eat a magical snack. These were artificial things. She rattled on that if this became a habit, then he would cause significant harm to his health. Selena also said that there was something wrong with their faces. Did something happen? She noted that Professor Brino seemed to have a thinner face lately. Brino explained that on the last day of the festival, someone had stolen his masterpiece of golem art. He was still reflecting, and Roger mentally apologized for causing him such a hard time. Matilda turned to Roger and said that she noticed that he had already moved on to clinical trials, and Selena confirmed that she had also seen research into ways to increase the amount of mana released. Bruno was surprised and said with admiration that he was researching something truly unimaginable, and asked Roger how many students had agreed to participate. The magician replied that he had only placed an ad. He explained that people tend to be wary of experiments, so there might not be any response at all, but Selena asked him not to worry. Since he had taken on the matter, she was sure that everyone would be only too happy to participate. 3 days later, on the last day of recruiting subjects for clinical trials, there were 6 people in total. Roger announced that, to be honest, he wanted more, but this would do. He needed to get started. The professor asked everyone to sign the non-disclosure papers that lay in front of them. He would begin his explanation only after they had done so. Renee was surprised that Princess Elendel was also participating, and she replied that it was more fun together. Frieden thought that if Roger dared to harm Renee, he would not leave it so easily, and the magician read his thoughts. The girl who knew how to enter dreams also took part in the experiment. She looked at Sedina in a search. The girl saw the state of other people's dreams through color rendition. Most people's emotions do not change as easily as the colors of their dreams. When they met again in Theon, Renee's dreams had become worse. The bright colors of the past had disappeared, and she was mired in black. But today, although not as bright as before, the color that envelops her is so pure that it cannot go unnoticed. Dreams reflect a person's desires and ideals. In essence, they reflect the essence of a person. Only strong emotions can influence a person's current state of sleep. And the only person Sedina had gotten close to recently was Professor Roger. She knew that. But he is one of those who do not dream. He is sleepless. How he could have such an influence on Sedina remains a mystery. The girl decided to take advantage of this chance to watch him and Sedina too. The student would really like to restore their relationship and for everything to be like before. Roger announced that there were no problems with the signatures, so they could begin, and the professor once again reminded them of the topic of the research. Aiden blurted out the title of the topic first, and the teacher said that it was correct, but there was no need to shout like that. Flora noted that similar studies already exist, although their practical benefits are minimal, so she asked the professor if he was researching anything innovative since he had collected signatures. Roger replied that the results would speak for themselves. First, they would measure their starting mana levels, and then they would start taking the drug once a week, starting tomorrow. Flora was surprised that only a preparation was needed. The magician explained that in essence, it was the essence of a huge number of different medicinal herbs. Lumos found it rather disgusting, and Renee wondered if it would immediately increase their mana when they drank it. But he clarified that they would immediately experience difficulties with releasing mana, and no more than 3% of the magical potential would be available. Roger explained that in this state they would begin training. This would be a base for the type of spell control and their materialization. The professor told the boys that training would start tomorrow, and he asked them to make sure that they could devote themselves to it. The next day, in his office, Roger was thinking that it was already dark. Time was flying so fast that he barely had time to sort out a couple of things. Suddenly, our hero noticed that the ring he received from the Zero Order was emitting energy. It was sudden, but the professor understood that the meeting had apparently already begun, and he needed to show himself as the First Order. You could say that it didn't take him by surprise because he was prepared, and for him it was a good opportunity to get information. The magician said out loud that he accepted the invitation of the Black Dawn and put the ring on his finger. Roger closed his eyes and heard voices. The meeting had already begun. One of them said that the kingdom of Bretis had decided to make its move, maybe because the cryptids had started appearing more often. The second added that he had also heard about this. He had just conducted experiments on one, but he could not stand it. Roger saw people at the table. They were all First Orders. Our hero looked around and realized that everyone was present at the meeting table except Esmeralda. On the left sat 2 eccentrics whom he had recently met. Their silhouettes were familiar to Roger, and on the right were people whom the magician had never met before. The old man noticed the magician. He said that, judging by how quietly he approached, it must be John Doe. He called him to the table to chat, to which the Baron was indignant, so that the doctor would not make them out to be friends. The old man told them to call him doctor, and the Baron said that if it weren't for that damn armor, he would have already cleaned his smile. Roger noticed that the tone of his voice became sterner. Someone on the right said that nothing changes, chatterboxes chatter, and quiet people remain silent, and asked, "I wonder when Esmeralda will come." The old man answered Miss Ventman. Hadn't she heard the news? And she was angry that he called her by name. The guy next to her said that Esmeralda was no longer there, so she would not come again. The girl asked Nikolai to clarify. The guy said he didn't know and advised asking John Doe. He probably knew more, since he had successfully infiltrated Theon. The professor thought that it would be better to explain himself as briefly as possible, and he replied, "Let the Zero Order explain it to them." The Zero Order responded and said that everything was correct, but there was no one at the place from which the voice was heard. A man named Leslie asked the Zero Order if he was there and was told that he was. He appeared in the room and thanked everyone for coming to this unscheduled meeting. The Zero Order sat down at the table. Next to him stood a hooded man, his assistant Citadel, and he announced that they could now begin the meeting. He told the story of how Esmeralda and Quasimodo died and said that was all John Doe had told him. Leslie noted that he had already heard this from Nikolai, but this was the first time he knew the details. Roger thought that if Nikolai had sniffed out Esmeralda, then he was responsible for obtaining the information. Nikolai said that he could not have imagined that this unsightly monster Quasimodo was the First Order. Even someone like him would have a hard time finding out such a thing. First Order Ventman asked the Zero Order if he would replace Esmeralda with someone else. He replied that he already had someone in mind, but if they had any recommendations, they could tell him about it now. Nikolai told him that he always selects them personally, and they all respect his decision. Leslie asked Nikolai not to interfere, but he sarcastically noted that Leslie really had his own opinion on this matter. The Zero Order asked to stop arguing and move on to the next topic, to tell if they were doing their job, and for Roger it was a chance to get new information. They said that they were almost finished with that old magician. They accidentally self-destructed one fine night, and our hero wondered who this old magician was. Perhaps the old mage is a reference to the old magic tower, and if they are going to do it on a beautiful night, then it is most likely a mystical night. Nikolai said that he also had news that soon the little people would get nervous and start inciting bad things behind the liberals' backs. The girl said that she would also like to please them, but she still couldn't find that thing. She needed a little more time. The old doctor sat as always with his ugly smile and wanted to tell his news, but someone interrupted him. Nikolai reported that he already knew that his research laboratory had been attacked twice. Victor started shouting that it wasn't his fault. These subordinates were always unable to do their job properly, and that was why this was happening. Dreadpool asked the Knight Baron to at least stand up for him, but he was not very keen on being dragged into it. Leslie asked the knight if he had a more precise explanation, and he replied that when he returned, the branch in Valtanoon had already come under attack. He said that the chief manager was already dead. He barely managed to cover this crazy scientist. However, surprisingly, the attacker was all alone. They fought, but he turned out to be much stronger. Leslie noted that if the Baron said so, it meant he was an unusual person, and asked if he had any special features. The knight replied that he had disguised himself well, and the only thing he noticed was that he could use shadows to teleport, as well as some powerful magic that could incinerate a factory at once. Nikolai thought and said that, by the way, the branch in Leathervelka was also burned down. Maybe the same person did it. They asked John Doe if he knew anything, since he had been in the vicinity of the Leathervelk incident. Roger replied that he didn't want to stick his nose in there personally, so he gave instructions on his behalf for his subordinates to take care of the consequences. Nikolai replied that he understood that John was very busy with this Theon of his. It was his mistake that he expected him to be more knowledgeable. Our hero said that he actually has some idea who it might be. Roger announced that it was Casey Selmoy. She was too suspicious to be a detective. The magician explained to them that it seemed she was digging under them, plus there was a person in Theon who was under her suspicion. The Zero Order noted that Nikolai did not provide him with this information, which caused Nikolai's indignation. Leslie confirmed that Casey had indeed been seen in Valtanen on the day of the attack, but the old man countered that the attacker was using flames and shadows. As far as he knew, Casey was a water mage, to which Roger responded that it was impossible to rule out the possibility that she was working with someone in a pair. The girl reminded that Casey was not an easy person, and a magician with a colored title could not be discounted, and Leslie asked how they could get rid of her. Roger suggested simply killing her, like everyone else who crosses the path to the Black Dawn, but Nikolai told them not to do anything because he was their venerable professor, so he shouldn't interfere. Our hero told him to do whatever he wanted. He would follow any order from the Zero Order, and thought to himself that this guy clearly didn't like him. Apparently he and John Doe had some kind of friction. Roger decided that this information was enough for him. Now he was above suspicion. The mage felt a little guilty for calling her name. He had to be careful for a while. The Zero Order noted that this should be the end of it. He was glad that everyone was working hard. Of course, there were times when things didn't go as expected, but you couldn't let that stand in your way. The old man replied that this was expected from number 0. The chief ended the meeting and asked Citadel to leave them for a while. Also, the Zero Order asked John Doe to stay late, and no one understood what they were going to talk about. When only the Zero Order and Roger were left at the table, he asked our hero how he liked the meeting, and he replied that it was good, without any surprises. The Zero Order smirked and said that John was as boring as ever, and added that he would no longer be able to personally keep an eye on Theon, so he asked John to find a man blessed by fate there. Roger understood that the Zero Order was not just asking to find someone, but it was necessary to understand who exactly it wanted. Our hero asked if this man had any special features, but the Zero Order could not say for sure. He only said that it was a girl, and that she was able to see what others could not. Roger thought about it. The thoughts that came to his mind, he couldn't believe them. The guy told the Zero Order that he had no guesses yet, to which he replied that if he found it, he should let him know. He no longer detained John Doe, and our hero returned back to the academy. After he left, the Zero Order turned to their assistant Citadel and informed him that they wanted to send him to a certain place. He said that he would have to visit one harsh place, the Arid mountain range. After the meeting, Nikolai sat in his office and spoke to someone on the radio. He told him that this was a tough opponent, and the person replied that he would prepare properly and make his move. Nikolai replied that he believed in his skills. He was too angry and disappointed today. All because John Doe dared to take advantage of the Zero Order's mercy. What particularly infuriated him was that he boasted that he had information that he did not have, as if he wanted to say that even in terms of obtaining information, he was better than him. How dare he return alive after the attack on the train? Is he hiding his true strength from them? Apparently they underestimated him. It was not worth relying on subordinates. The guy decided that he would not make the same mistake twice. This time he would carefully prepare and definitely kill him, John Doe. An aide of the Zero Order named Citadel went to the Arid mountain range. It was very cold and windy here, but soon he found the place where the Zero Order had sent him. Citadel entered the cave and saw a skeleton there, wearing a suit. He tried hard, crawling all the way here after falling from the cliff, but apparently he did not live long after that. Looking at the dead man, the assistant of the Zero Order thought what a pitiful end John Doe had. The Citadel rang the bell and ordered the sleeping spirit to open its eyes, raise its head, and speak. It seemed that nothing could raise this skeleton and make it talk, but soon energy began to appear here. Some time passed, and the spirit of the dead John Doe appeared in the cave. Citadel asked him if he recognized him. The spirit answered him that he was Citadel, assistant of the Zero Order, after which the spirit asked him where they were and what happened to his body. Citadel replied that they needed to get straight to the point, and he explained to him that he was dead. The spirit was a little confused. The assistant explained to him that he did not remember anything because he had just come back to life and suggested that he go back to the past and remember what his task was. The spirit remembered that he was supposed to infiltrate the academy and introduce himself as Roger Kelechi. After boarding the train, he remembers talking to another passenger, but then there was an attack, a terrorist attack on the train. One of the passengers was arrested, and when they tried to interrogate him, he self-destructed. Having weakened the pain shock with the help of magic, John took refuge in the nearest cave. He had terrible injuries from the explosion. He would not be able to last long, especially without food. Citadel asked him to wait. Something didn't add up in the story, and he asked again about the conversation with the passenger on the train. The spirit said that this was an unusual passenger. This was the one who shook the entire continent by changing his masks. Even after investigating, he could only identify 3 of his personalities. The mysterious thief Arsène Lupin, the famous detective Eugene-François Vidocq, and Machiavelli. He was also undercover that day, but after John mentioned one of his identities, he noticed a slight reaction, albeit briefly. The assistant asked about Machiavelli, whether he was the one thanks to whom the Kingdom of Utah won the war. It turns out that, if we believe his words, he really is an unusual person, but it is still unclear why he was talking to him. Citadel sternly said that it was he who had called him, so he should not evade the answer and ordered him to speak. And John Doe admitted that he was a fan of his and did it out of respect, to which the assistant responded that apparently he had misjudged him. The spirit asked what happened to the mission now that he was dead, and Citadel replied that everything was taken care of by his colleagues. There was no need to worry. The assistant wondered if the man John Doe was talking about was the current Roger Kelechi. Then everything fell into place. Citadel praised him for his work and began to seal the spirit. John Doe asked him what he was doing. He replied that the Zero Order only ordered to find him. It did not say what to do with him after. Citadel told John Doe's spirit to rest and sealed it away by smashing the skeleton's head. Then the assistant said that he didn't care who Roger Kelechi was, that he would play along if Roger helped him get rid of the Zero Order. Renee was sitting in her dorm room. She was complaining that she was more tired than usual today. Maybe it was because of the mana-suppressing drug, because the professor said it wouldn't be easy. Each mage has their own mana channeling system that allows the maximum amount of mana to pass through, but even those without mana channels can still cast spells, although it is difficult to recognize. Roger explained to the students that when they took the mana suppressor, a secret channel was opened for them to use. If they open this channel, the amount of mana they can use will increase dramatically. They themselves will soon witness incredible results while their current mana is suppressed. It only took a week. It all sounds simple. But when you try everything with everyone, it's different. But 3 of them had already succeeded, and Renee thought that maybe she was falling behind. Although in principle there was still time, and the girl decided that she just needed to try harder. A few days later, Roger looked at the results of the study. The average mana emitted was the same as what they had shown a week ago, 12%. But today this number is almost 36%. That is, they increased the mana ceiling 3 times. The students were simply shocked. Aiden was delighted. He said that it was not for nothing that he had felt overwhelmed with energy recently, and Flora said that the daily training with that nasty drug was worth it. Freuden wondered if it was only he who was growing increasingly bitter. He found it unpleasant when the professor looked at him. Roger thought it was good that everything had ended well. The students who had responded to his instructions with due zeal had made a huge contribution to his research. All that was left was to present it properly at the conference, which was only a few days away. A couple of days later, a crowd of people gathered in the mystical hall where the conference was to take place. Casey Selmoy was here too, but she didn't even want to come here today, and she wasn't in a very good mood. But once she heard that Moriarty would be presenting his own research, she simply couldn't pass it by. Seeing him single-handedly destroy one of the Black Dawn branches, she was convinced that he was not in league with them. But who was he really? Casey can figure this out with that piece of paper with his mana and the mana storm. But what if the truth isn't what she believed all along? The detective waited for the next participant. It was Roger Kelechi's turn. He was announced as the main speaker for the day, who knows how to make an impression. The magician came on stage and introduced himself as Roger Chilichi from Theon Academy, asking permission to present his research to them. He ended his report by concluding that the results of the 3 test students clearly indicated a 3-fold increase in outgoing mana flow, and the results of additional tests, which were also successful, indicated that the effect was not temporary. The magician noted that the key to this research was the presented mana suppressor. The man in the hat asked Roger if he had developed this mana suppressor himself, since this was the first time he had seen this drug. Our hero replied that he created the drug, but not its recipe, which was taken from an ancient manuscript that he had the opportunity to restore. Roger announced that those present were now seeing on the screen the very text he was talking about. Everyone saw some signs on the screen and started discussing what language it was. It looked familiar, but incomprehensible. The magician noted that the language used here was Larsal. He was able to translate it and thus restore the ancient recipe. Some man shouted from his place that it was Larsal, that no one could decipher this language. How dare he lie in the holy mystical hall? But Roger Chilichi replied that he had guessed wrong and that the professor had deciphered it long ago. The boy was flooded with memories when one fine evening he asked his master a question. He told his master that he wanted to read this language, but without his help, he believed he would not succeed. The master looked at the paper and said that it was Larsal, and that it was beyond his capabilities, since it was a lost language about which almost nothing was known. She added that he would never read something like that without her, and the guy asked her to teach him this language. The master replied that she did not need such boring stuff, and told him to forget about the matter. And then he decided to try to learn the language on his own, although the teacher laughed at him for a long time. But then, as a teacher, she decided to help him and give the student a hint. The master told him that this language was composed of 3 others and asked him to remember it. After that evening, the guy didn't leave his room for 3 days. The master thought that he would quickly give up, but this time he really set a goal. When the student left the room, he was exhausted, and there were bruises under the boy's eyes. The master told him that she knew it, although he held out for a long time and advised him not to get upset, because it was almost an impossible task, but the guy announced that he had coped with it. Now, standing in the middle of the stage, Roger was telling everyone that the Lasil language was a mixture of 3 different languages, so it might seem like the meaning was slipping away. The magician took, for example, a sentence on the screen. During the initial translation, it said something like, "He gives a blessing, but I can't fully take it." Now he asked them to remember that in ancient times, people often used words figuratively. If we take this into account and consider the hidden meaning, then it simply says that the person woke up early in the morning, but he did not manage to have a proper breakfast. And Roger, looking at this man, said that he hoped these explanations were sufficient. The magician added that if he had deciphered the recipe incorrectly, would he have been able to conduct such a test properly at all? Many people agreed, because an error in the recipe would have completely ruined the experiment. Casey was really angry, since when did he speak lost languages? This man, the more often they meet, the more questions she has. The girl thought that with such outstanding knowledge, he would be snapped up anywhere, so why was he doing such dangerous things as changing his personality? The detective was sure that he had a reason. There was no point in putting off his memory loss any longer. She needed to find out the whole truth about this man as soon as possible. The rector congratulated Roger on his excellent presentation, but asked whether it was worth revealing such details. He even showed everyone the recipe for the substance, and people were, of course, delighted. The professor replied that he had planned to reveal all this from the very beginning, so everything was fine. The magician said that knowing the recipe, unfortunately, does not guarantee success in this matter, to which Eliza laughed and called the professor a pest. The rector asked Roger to take care of her as the new head of planning, and the mage told her to take care of him too. Our hero and rector Eliza turned around when someone called the professor from behind. It was the head of the Monarch Trading Company, Caroline Monarch. Eliza asked the girl what such a savage was doing in decent society, but she told her to shut her mouth, since she was not there because of her. The girl ran towards Roger to apologize to him, which surprised him greatly. She explained that she thought he would not provide any information at his presentation and even cursed at him. He should have immediately announced that he would reveal the recipe. She already thought that he just came to brag without revealing anything to anyone, and she apologized for this. The professor replied that there was no need to apologize. It was his own fault for not voicing it immediately, and the girl flushed with delight. Caroline said she liked him and handed him a special VIP card from the Monarch Trading Company. The girl said that they would get him anything he wanted so he could contact them at any time. She said goodbye and disappeared, and Eliza indicated that she was, as always, in her element. The rector shared with Roger that she was her rival from school. She was impulsive and spontaneous. They were too different. But Eliza recognized her skill. She is also a sixth circle magician. But in fact, she is a commoner. But thanks to her excellent skills, she received a title and a surname. The girl thought that after all she had given him a VIP card, which even Emperor Exilian didn't have. It seemed that she really liked Professor Roger. Casey couldn't put it off any longer, and that night she decided to check everything out with a memory loss. She placed a scroll filled with mana on the table, as Tarina had shown, and used the artifact. The detective was all in anticipation. She so badly wanted to know everything about the man she had dedicated years of searching for. Casey peered into the artifact's glow, not wanting to miss a single detail of what it was hiding. The girl found herself in the kingdom of Delika 3 years ago. But to the detective's surprise, she looked at the world not through the eyes of the owner of the memories, but as if from the outside. Casey looked for Roger. This was his memory. He should be nearby. Suddenly she heard from the side that someone had caught a thief. A merchant held a boy and accused him of stealing. But the boy shouted that he had paid as much as was due. The man said that his money was stolen, and he did not want to sell for stolen money. And suddenly the detective noticed Roger walking nearby. He was dressed like a nobleman and looked as calm as always. Roger walked closer to the merchant and asked him to stop, as fighting with a child looked extremely sad. The magician took money out of his wallet and offered to pay for this child's book, and here Casey was absolutely sure that it was him. The boy thanked him for his help and said that if he had nowhere to stay he could take him there, and Roger trusted the boy. Our hero looked at the boy and said what a fateful meeting this was, and asked his name. The boy looked at Roger with his big blue trusting eyes and asked him to call him Artie. The boy brought him to some building and said, "Welcome, guest, to a beautiful apartment," and someone thanked the boy for bringing the guest. The man in the hallway told the boy to take him up to the second floor, and Artie asked Roger to follow him. On the second floor, the boy's sister Sally greeted them. She was even happy to see the guest. Artie called Roger his savior. The girl greeted the guest shyly, and Roger told her that he was glad to meet her. Artie showed Roger his room. The magician assessed it and said that it looked simple and inexpensive. The boy offered to help him with the luggage, and Roger happily agreed and thanked him. Artie saw among the things a book with scientific articles from the academy. He knew that there was also an addendum with the tasks of the Ordo academicians themselves. The boy remembered that they were ready to accept those who would deal with these tasks, and whoever it was, the boy already envied them. Roger was genuinely surprised that Artie knew so much about it, and from what he had seen today, he was a science fanatic, and the boy confirmed that he wanted to become an outstanding scientist. Roger offered him that if he didn't mind, he was ready to help him improve his knowledge while he lived here. Artie couldn't believe it. When Artie was confident that the magician would teach him, he asked Roger to call him teacher. Our hero, of course, agreed and said that the boy could call him whatever he wanted. Casey watched all this and couldn't figure out who the hell this mannered fop was, if this was really the same person. But such a pure, emotional aura emanated from him, and the girl clearly felt it. But she couldn't understand why she was reacting so strangely to it. And what was even more annoying was that it was because of him. In any case, this boy was somehow very familiar to the detective, at least that's how it felt. After 2 weeks, this boy called the teacher when he ran into the room. He had something in his hands. Artie boasted that an invitation had come from the most prestigious academy in the kingdom, Ordo University, and that it was a great opportunity. Roger asked if it was because of the problems in the book's app that he helped him answer, and the guy confirmed that they seemed to like his answers. Artie was worried whether the teacher would accept the invitation. The headmaster personally invited him. Roger replied that he had no reason to refuse. Besides, the research process slowed down a bit, so our hero agreed to go. The boy was very happy. His eyes were shining with happiness, and Casey saw it all perfectly. When Roger told the boy it was time for him to go, he said goodbye to him on the street. The detective, looking at him, saw James Moriarty. It was exactly his appearance. That same afternoon, at the University of Ordo, our hero spoke to an audience with explanations. Gord, the head, said that such a talented person deserves an appropriate reward, and if he wants something else besides the prize money, he can say so. And Moriarty asked for a teaching position at this University of Ordo. He wanted to become a professor. The chief replied that now it would be difficult even for him to give him a permanent job, and offered him a part-time job, to which the magician agreed. Our hero understood that even a part-time professor was guaranteed free access to the university's central library. He needed to find the necessary materials for his research while he was here. Could this be how the story of James Moriarty began, and he would go on to become a notorious criminal consultant who directly influenced the criminal world? Casey saw only this, and now the story was just beginning, the part that no one knew yet. Casey was disappointed. Was it really that what she so eagerly wanted to see was the boring, everyday life of the professor he had become here, which she couldn't even rewind? The girl sat next to him and swore. Although he didn't hear, she told him not to sit in one place and to read books, because he was completely different in nature. But he still continued to study the books until someone knocked on the door, and the girl and the magician stared at the door. Detective Casey came into the office and asked if she had found Professor Moriarty's office correctly. James replied that everything was correct and asked who she was, hardly one of his students, if he remembered correctly, and the girl was genuinely surprised that he did not know her. The detective was sure that rumors about her had reached Moriarty, and she introduced herself as a brilliant detective who had successfully solved a couple of complicated cases. James remembered that he had seen such a name in the newspapers and asked what such a respectable detective wanted here. Casey noted that the newly minted Professor Ordo was also quite famous. The magician thanked her for the compliment, but added that the rumors about him were exaggerated. The girl watched as she walked up to the professor and told him that she wanted to personally see how incredible he was, and added that he should be proud that he caught her attention. Looking at this, the detective was simply amazed. Was she really such a show-off 3 years ago and trying to get through to herself to see with what disgust he looked at her? Casey said that besides that, she was there to get his autograph and handed him his book to sign. The detective said that if you believe in graphology, there is a high probability that he is a big perfectionist or is hiding his true identity. The magician asked what she meant, and the girl replied that it seemed like he was not telling her a lot about himself. Our hero described the analysis as funny, but clarified that graphology, as we know, is not an exact science. He replied to the girl that, as far as he understood, she had read his book to the end, which surprised her very much. The professor explained to her that it was made of thin paper, that the binding was easily creased, so it was easy to tell how far she had read by looking at the untouched part. He returned the book to her and added that even a genius can become stupid if he begins to neglect reading. The girl laughed and thanked him for his concern. Casey got angry and was about to leave, as the surge in criminal activity left no free time, and the magician wished her luck. When the detective observed this situation, in which she saw herself from the outside, she realized what a boor she had been. Only now did she realize how annoying she had been. She hadn't even tried to be nice. The girl realized how self-confident she was because everyone called her a genius. But it didn't last long. Even though she was idolized, she was still lonely, so she became interested in him. Casey, looking at the professor, wanted to understand whether he was the same person as her or not. Looking at him now, she understood that he was a good person, but why then did he end up becoming a villain? There was a lot that was unclear, and the girl decided to just see how things would go further. A week later, Casey was still watching Moriarty and couldn't understand what he was trying so hard to find in the books. The magician was very focused. The disappearances of children did not stop. It was suspicious, so he decided to scout the situation with the help of Hans. Something was wrong. Not only did reporters barely write about it, but the police also did nothing despite the ever-growing number of missing people. Even though they are children of commoners, how is this possible? Although, if someone with sufficient power is involved, then anything is possible. The detective looked into Moriarty's office again and saw the articles about missing people and told him that she was wondering what he was so intently studying that he didn't even hear her enter. The magician drew her attention to the fact that she had entered without knocking and at such a late hour, to which she replied that it was he who had not answered the knock and asked why he was studying this case. The professor replied that he was simply afraid that one day he would find his students among the names, and the girl added that she was even more afraid because the police were not investigating the case properly. Casey, as always, boasted that she was also among the participants in the investigation. After all, it was her job to unravel such cases. She told James that if he asked nicely, she would kindly share the latest information on the case. The mage thought that she was unlikely to be involved in the case, judging by what he had learned, and decided not to trust her. So he told the detective that he wasn't particularly interested, and that he was sure she had everything under control. Then the policeman came into the office and called Detective Casey to him, and the girl had to leave. Considering that the detective works closely with the local police, it is definitely not worth trusting her completely, and Moriarty decided to first of all tell Artie and Sally to be more careful. Suddenly Moriarty's personal crystal sparkled. It was Artie, and the magician asked why he was calling so late. The boy said that Sally had recently run away on an errand and had not returned. He didn't know what to do. What if something had happened to her? The professor asked the boy to calm down because they didn't know what happened yet. But the professor himself was worried because children had been disappearing so often lately. He told Artie that he would sort everything out, so he shouldn't worry. The boy listened to the professor, but in fact he was very worried and scared. James then sat and thought something was wrong. He was sure this was the same missing child case as the previous ones. Our hero told Hans this information and asked him to look for the child, a 10-year-old girl. Hans replied that he would send the mice immediately, and then asked James to meet him right away. It seems that our hero's friend found evidence in the missing persons case and wanted to report everything to his friend. Artie's father learned that the professor promised to find Sally, but was still worried. He decided to bring the boy something to eat to make him feel better. When the man entered the room, but his surprise the boy was not there, could he not stand it and go looking for his sister? The boy found the place where the scoundrels had settled. They were constantly taking out some bags and cars through the tunnel. Artie heard them talking about how, if they all got taken out, there would be no evidence left, and he realized that this was the hiding place of the child abductors. They were shoving the children into sacks and loading them into a cart, and the guy decided to secretly follow them. If he hesitated even for a second, he could get into trouble. The boy tried to figure out what to do now, whether he should go there and try to look for Sally. He understood that if he was caught, everything would be over, so he needed to retreat and ask adults for help. Looking out from the bush, Artie saw a car with 2 police officers standing next to it, and he decided to ask them for help. The boy showed up and started asking the police to help and show where the kidnappers were hiding the children. But Artie heard the policeman say that one of the rats had gotten away lucky, what those idiots were doing anyway, and he realized that he was trapped. Our hero ran towards Hans, and already on the run shouted to him whether he had found the child. He answered that he had not yet. The guy explained that the mice he sent to the slums had not yet returned and offered to wait here. Casey recognized this guy. She saw him with Moriarty at the festival. They sat down on a bench, and the magician asked his friend what he wanted to talk about. Hans replied that the circumstances under which people disappear look suspicious. The friend explained that recently He had been increasingly coming across reports of numerous cases of people disappearing in various cities, and it was noteworthy that all the victims were children of commoners. Hans began to investigate these cases in more detail. On the day when the mass disappearances of children began, Valtenung bought up all available iron reserves, and all the disabled factories began to work again. Our hero asked him if he meant by this that this incident was directly related to the kingdom of Durumang. Hans responded that, given that all these incidents happened at the same time, this raises some suspicions, and he also added that the police investigation has reached a dead end. However, these are all just guesses, but if they are true, why would they kidnap children who are unfit for work? Moriarty didn't want to think about that right now. Finding Selly was the only thing he really needed to worry about right now. Suddenly they heard a squeak behind them. Hans saw a rat and asked it if they had found the child. A friend reported that they had not found the girl James was looking for, but they had recorded a child abduction. There was a boy who was holding on to their carriage. As soon as our hero heard the word boy, horror was reflected in his eyes. He felt that they were talking about Artie. Moriarty shouted that they needed to go after them immediately and as quickly as possible. Hans didn't want to go to extremes, but since things had gone this far, he had no choice. Casey was simply amazed when he suddenly took off all his clothes, bit his hand with his teeth, and turned into a werewolf. She saw Moriarty mount the werewolf, and they raced together to the place they had spoken of. Casey shouted at them to wait for her, but of course they didn't hear her, and she decided to run after them as quickly as possible. Artie woke up and felt like he couldn't move. He remembered going to look for Selly. The boy heard the men talking nearby. One asked what would happen if they died before they had a chance to use them for experiments, and the other replied that they wouldn't die from it. There was no need to worry. Artie remembered that he asked the police for help, but they attacked him, hitting him on the head with something, and he lost consciousness. Who knew that the police were on their side? They were dragging the boy along the ground, and he accidentally saw a stone lying nearby. Artie took this stone and threw it sharply at the head of one of the police officers. This confused them, and they abandoned the guy. The boy shouted that they were scoundrels and demanded that his sister be returned to him immediately. One policeman called the boy a pathetic ragamuffin and ordered him to know his place and hit him with all his might with his baton. Blood splashed on the villains, and they were slightly scared that they had killed him, although who cares? After the experiments were completed, they would have to be disposed of anyway. When our hero got into the building, he saw a terrible picture. There were a lot of police officers, and on the floor there was a boy covered in blood. It was Artie. The villain knew it was James Moriarty. They asked him how he managed to find them. The professor rushed to the boy and took him in his arms. He begged him to open his eyes. Artie woke up and said that he was sorry. He disobeyed him. He was such a terrible child. But the magician told him not to make a sound. The boy was dying. All he had time to do was ask the professor to take care of his sister. After that, he fell silent and his hand fell powerlessly to the floor. He left his teacher forever. No one knew what James Moriarty felt at the moment when the child died in his arms. The villains didn't know what to do, because if they raised their hand against Moriarty, they would have problems, and they decided to offer him money. But one of them shouted that since he had learned about this together, they should immediately get rid of him, and he swung a club at the magician. But suddenly, spikes of black energy appeared from the ground, cutting through the villain and lifting him up to the ceiling. The same thing happened to the rest of the bastards. They didn't understand what the hell was going on, and Moriarty dealt with them all. Casey looked at what was happening and couldn't believe her eyes. This is how it all happened. She understood why this boy Artie seemed so familiar to her then, because she had already seen him before. The detective continued to observe the situation. After some time, she came here in real life. Casey told him that she was sure that everything was not as it seemed, that it was all untrue, what she thought. The magician thought of Casey Selma. Thanks to her reputation, he met with high-ranking officers and police officers, but he was not sure of their involvement. Even in this situation, she still tries to trust him. He felt sorry for her. If he tells her the truth, it can clear up the misunderstanding. Even though it was late, he could combine their efforts and solve this case. But is this the best option to resolve the problem? Whatever he does or says to this girl now, it will not give the professor back this boy's life. No matter how hard he tries to expose the whole truth, those behind it are simply using their power and money to get rid of evidence that points to their guilt. They took the life of an innocent child and will not be held accountable for it. But this is not forgivable. They are obliged to go through the same suffering as innocent children. Casey screamed impatiently for him to answer her questions, and he decided to answer. He said he hoped she would understand that since she lived among commoners, she seemed to perceive herself as one of them. How can people like him and her lower themselves to their level and live like that? Casey felt his emotions, and now she understood what was going on inside him. She couldn't breathe. Her chest was so tight, she couldn't even breathe. He went on to say that the world was too dull and tiresome, and that the people who inhabited it were so miserable, and for the girl it was so suffocating that she felt she would go mad. The detective then asked him if he had killed the child just to excite himself. He answered, "Is it really that bad?" He is sure that she understands this, and somewhere deep down, her inner voice encourages his actions. Then Casey said that until the very end, she considered him a good person and hoped that this situation was just a misunderstanding, and they could clarify everything with a normal conversation. But she was wrong. And if this is the path he has decided to take, then she will have to arrest him right here and now. Moriarty suggested she try, and to himself he said, "Wait for me." Artie and Casey felt it. Our hero decided that no matter what it cost him, he would finish off those who were worth it, even if it meant he had to fall so low. She aimed a water blast at him, but the professor was able to block it with fire energy. The detective thought that she should remain vigilant. He was not the type to be easily defeated. When Moriarty struck her, she dropped her wand and it flew far away from her. But she screamed that this would not happen, and continuing to control the water element, she got her wand back. James noted to himself that even after losing her wand, she could still control the flow of water in the air. It was amazing. Could this be related to the manifestation of power over the elements inherent in a magician who owns a single attribute? Casey said that she knew he was strong, but she seemed to have underestimated his worth. However, he would not be able to defeat her. James replied that he had taken control of her. He was going to escape, but as he expected, he was no match for a mage who owned one attribute. Suddenly, a pipe burst and the building filled with smoke, causing Casey and Moriarty to stop fighting. James was called by Hans. He asked his friend to leave here, which surprised Moriarty. When the detective saw that he had brought an accomplice with him, it made her even more angry. Casey looked up. The pipe had burst and was about to cause the roof to collapse, so they needed to get out of here. The girl decided to leave, but promised herself that next time she would definitely catch him. Moriarty and Hans managed to get out of there before the building was filled with stones. A friend said that he had long wanted to ask his friend who this child was. It seemed that he did not look alive. Hans reminded him that he had told him to look around the area from the other side once he got here. During his exploration, he had found this corridor and walked along it for a bit. Then he came across a huge laboratory. The whole room was filled with mannequin-like automatons. Going deeper into the room, Hans discovered children placed in glass flasks filled with a green liquid. Moriarty realized that these children were being experimented on, and he had an idea. The magician asked Hans to take Artie under his care for a while and not to lag too far behind. James was in a hurry to make sure that Selly was safe. The villains begged Moriarty to spare them, and he said that if they wanted to stay alive, they had to answer the question of where the children they had kidnapped were. They told him that the children were all dead long ago, and once they were in the lab, their souls were extracted and the process was irreversible. James felt a lot of pain inside and had a hard time coming to his senses, but Hans told him that he had found research materials. Ode to Steel, a project aimed at transferring human souls into automatons and then using them as soldiers in war. After many failures, using the soul of one of the children, they achieved their first success. From this soul, a cat named Beta was born. Hans said they were already in a difficult situation, Just think what they had dragged into this kingdom. After James read about Beta, he got an idea because it could help them bring Artie back to life. Moriarty did not modify the soul like they did. Instead, he transplanted it into an empty prototype, Alpha. If he had known they would have to do this, he would have kept a couple of prototypes for himself. Fortunately, there was enough material. In the time it takes for the soul to fully transfer, they will completely destroy this project. James said that in addition, they will kill everyone who is involved in this in any way. Hans noted that he expected things to take exactly this turn, and they decided to start. First of all, they need to stop the supply of rare metals from which the automatons are made. Since this is a top-secret project, it is highly likely that the mine is hidden under the guise of an abandoned one. And Hans decided to check if he had any spare entrances, and the professor would check the notes for clues. The next night, at an abandoned rare metal mine, Moriarty and Hans checked out the situation. The guys looked at all this and realized that everything was as they thought. They were using them as slaves. In addition, this place is written by police officers. They are watched not only by military personnel, but also by magicians. James told his friend that if they needed help, it wouldn't be that hard to find. He explained that he had noticed someone agile and suggested that they approach her when everyone was asleep. When all the villainous overseers fell asleep, the guys decided to find the girl James was talking about. She sat and quietly did something and whispered that as soon as she blew up this damn place, they would pay for it. Moriarty came up behind her and told her that whatever she was up to, she better stop. The girl decided that since she had been found, it was worth blowing everything up, but the guys stopped her and said that they had come here to save everyone. The girl was a little taken aback by what she heard, and at first she didn't believe them, but she still thought about it. The mage explained that upon arriving here, they noticed that she had quite a knack for her hands. It was amazing that she was able to make all these explosive devices using only the materials she had stolen. With their help, they could reduce the number of police officers. James suggested dealing with the first part of the military personnel alone, but she could help with the second. The girl said that if they just needed to blow up these idiots, then she was ready to help them. They shook hands, and the girl said that from now on she would address him as Sir. She introduced herself as Cheryl and asked him to take care of her. In the end, their plan worked and everyone managed to escape. All the people became free. After that, Cheryl asked to evaluate her bombs. How great they were, Hans agreed. They were so good that it seemed like the mine was about to collapse. Our hero asked Hans to take the people to a safe place, but he needed to complete one important task. At midnight in Ordo University, the director was reading a newspaper in his office, which wrote about the secret side of the vile criminal James Moriarty. The director said what a shame, and this professor had such great potential, who would have thought that he would turn out to be a night criminal. For a certain period, there could be unrest in their university. It was already too late, and the director decided to return. Getting ready to leave the office, the director took the candle in his hands, but a second later it went out. Apparently a window opened. Moriarty stood behind him, asking Director Gord Himbell for forgiveness for his late visit. He recognized the voice immediately, and when he looked back he saw James Moriarty standing in front of him. The director immediately pounced on James. He began to shout that the professor had no idea what kind of chaos reigned in the academy because of him. Moriarty said he was aware that the academy had helped him complete his private investigation, but he regretted bringing the academy's name into disrepute in the process. Our hero proposed to the director a certain option for resolving their situation. The director asked what he meant. The magician asked him not to worry, and said that all he needed from him was the truth, nothing more. And the professor asked Gord Himbell why he was involved in the Ode to Steel project. The director pretended not to understand what he was talking about, but Moriarty held a knife to him and said that he was completely sure that he understood what he was talking about, that he already had all the necessary information, so he should not try to hide anything from him. The magician said through his teeth that if it was difficult for him to answer this question, he would ask another, and he ordered that everyone who was in any way connected with this project be named, but the director said that he was not allowed to tell. In that case, Moriarty said that he would have to force him to talk, and at that moment, Casey burst into the office. She ordered the professor to immediately move away from the director. The magician asked her how she knew that he would come here. Moriarty noted that, unfortunately, he had already given him too many chances and put a knife to the director's neck. The detective pointed her combat weapon at Moriarty as police officers ran up from behind. She concentrated all her energy and directed the water element at James. Casey's blow was very strong. She made a hole in the wall and part of the building collapsed, but she did not hit Moriarty. The girl was upset that she had missed again, and the magician told her that she had a rather heightened instinct, but he would always be one step ahead. The girl did not see where his voice was coming from, and Moriarty added that he strongly advised her to stop following him. Casey yelled at him that she wasn't one to give up so easily, and James suggested that in that case she try her best to catch up with him. Moriarty gave her a hint that his next destination was the capital of Dartangs. Believe it or not, the choice was hers. The detective decided that this was how it was supposed to be, and she would take him at his word and asked him to stay there and wait for her. The next morning, James and his friend were in the abandoned factories of Dartans. Hans read in the newspaper about the murder of the academy director and the press conference about the half-human slaves. Hans told his friend that wandering around at night in the middle of nowhere was getting out of control and asked what would happen if they were caught again. The magician asked not to worry. Now that the public has learned about their activities, it will be much more difficult for them to act at their own discretion. Sheridan presented the boys with the wire launcher they requested. She designed it so they wouldn't have to pull out the wire when using it. Our hero was surprised because the girl was able to do it in just a couple of hours. She was very pleased with the praise, and tired, she went to rest. Hans noted that he did not expect that she would decide to follow them. A friend asked the Marianti what their purpose was, since they had arrived in Dartangs after all. James said that when he investigated the material in the Oda of Steel's records, he had some suspicions that the automatons were dangerous, but they were not capable of acting or influencing the situation on their own initiative. Even if they continue to create special automatons, it will not help them defeat even half of the world's magicians so easily. Considering the silence of fire, mages currently have a significant advantage in battles. Hans confirmed that if it is still possible to activate it, then all types of weapons will instantly become useless. James assumed that a parallel project was being developed to create a means of counteracting this spell, and as expected, he found information about gunpowder that was resistant to the effects of the silence of fire. Hans said that it could be an effective weapon in a fight against a mage. Moriarty added that given that the city was completely filled with factories, it was likely that that was where they were producing it. The director of the academy had information about this project, but he didn't say a word, so they would have to find this factory on their own, although it would take forever, like looking for a needle in a haystack. What did you overhear the conversation and ask if they were really looking for special gunpowder? Hans really didn't like that this girl was hanging around them all the time. The girl explained that she could clearly smell gunpowder, maybe she could help them with something. That same evening, in one of the areas of the factory, they decided to look around. Sheridan smelled the rarely used white gunpowder. Hans said that this was not a factory for the production of military materials, but it was strange that it was so well guarded by soldiers. Moriarty noticed someone coming out of the factory. Hans noted that he knew him. It was Lieutenant General Ghetto Davineux, a man of war. He recognized him because he often appeared in newspapers where they wrote about his harsh actions. The magician asked to hide the mouse behind a truck and find out where it would go. Sheridan suggested just blowing the place to hell, and Hans asked where she got the explosives from. James noted that they weren't that stupid and most likely cast silence of fire on the outside of the factory. Moriarty had a plan. First, they needed to find out where they kept the gunpowder, to which his friend would reply that this task was easier. The mice told Hans that there was a storeroom in the center of this factory, but it was carefully guarded by magicians. The magician said that this information was enough for him, and he asked his friends to step aside. The magician pointed his cane and found out the distance was 300. He set the coordinates and made a burst of magic at the specified coordinates. He directed his energy, and suddenly everything in that place exploded even more powerfully than expected. Hans screamed that the factory had suddenly exploded, and Sheridan's eyes simply lit up with happiness when she saw something like that. Moriarty calculated the coordinates of the gunpowder depot and planted explosives throughout its area, a form of magic perfected at the Ordo Academy. Our hero suggested retreating for now. He burned the entire supply of gunpowder that was stored there. A couple of hours later, Detective Casey was working at the site of the factory explosion, and a police officer asked her if she had found any leads. The girl replied that she had not found anything suspicious. Most likely, the fire was the result of someone's carelessness. Moriarty told her to come to D'Artagne's, and then this factory blew up. According to the documents, this factory specializes in the production of car parts. But she is worried about the persistent smell of strange gunpowder and traces of military trucks. The scale of the fire is too large. It is unlikely to have started from some car part. The girl wondered if it could be a military factory where they secretly stored their weapons. If so, it meant that the military was involved in the case and she should conduct a more detailed investigation. Meanwhile, in the basement, Moriarty was saying that it seemed like they had indeed managed to create a weapon that was resistant to the silence of fire, and since they were already carrying it with them, it meant that the development process was complete. The tied-up scoundrel at the table said that it was they who blew up the factory today and asked who they were, whether they were from the intelligence service of the Imperial administration. James asked if he looked like a snitch and said he wanted to ask him a few questions. He asked if they were using kidnapped people as slaves and test subjects, and what was the reason for creating such a secret weapon for war. The villain realized that this was the man who ruined their entire project. The villain noted that no one cared about the number of dead slaves. Their kingdom of iron prospered only due to war, and they must return that time. The magician said that he could not hear it anymore. It was disgusting, and it was his mistake to let those filthy lips say anything, and he fired the shot. Breaking news reported that 6 military hardliners had been killed. Casey Selmoy accused Moriarty of involvement in the killings and detained one man at the scene. High-ranking police officers have been arrested in connection with undercover investigations and suspicious activities. Could Moriarty be the one behind the kingdom's horrific secret experiment? Authorities have said they will take all possible measures to apprehend Moriarty. A couple of days later, Casey Selmoy was sitting in the lobby of the banquet hall, writing up a report that she would tell Moriarty to his face that he was the godfather of the criminal world and an authority in the criminal world. She has discovered the motives behind the secret project and apprehended most of the people involved, but Moriarty, the man behind it all, continues to elude her. However, she will put an end to all this now. Judging by her analysis, his next target is here. The girl was sure that this time she would definitely catch James Moriarty and put an end to all his criminal activities. The host of today's banquet, Duke Ludvig Bencanto, greeted everyone present. He announced that unfortunately, due to Moriarty's actions, the crime rate in the kingdom had increased, but they would not give in to these unholy acts. And he thanked all those who came here, thinking about the victims, and wished them to enjoy today's banquet from the heart. Casey was sad because they say they think about the victims, but at the same time they have fun and drink. They should at least bow their heads or something. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like anyone is thinking about the dead as if the incident happened in another world, so they're all enjoying it. A young guy approached the girl with a desire to start a conversation, but she replied that she wanted to spend time alone. Casey didn't understand why only useless people approached her, so she didn't want to go. She only came for the delicious food. The detective was sure that the bastard Moriarty was hiding and waiting for a convenient opportunity, and instead of waiting for it, it would be worthwhile to approach the Duke first. She finally made up her mind and greeted the Duke. Ludvig Bencanto said that it was an honor for him to see her. The girl replied that she was not here on behalf of her family, so she asked to address her more simply and wished to talk in private. She and the Duke came into the large living room and he asked what she wanted to talk about. The detective informed Ludvig that his wife could be in danger because James Moriarty was hunting them. The man asked why he was hunting him if he hadn't done anything wrong. It was doubtful he had any reason to do so. Casey stated outright that he would not be able to deceive her because he was connected to the lieutenant and his squad, who were hunted by Moriarty. The Duke remained silent, and the detective added that people might not talk about it, but everyone knows. Ludvig said that let's say she was right. What should he do then? And Casey advised him to take refuge in the safest place he could think of. The Duke screamed that there were plenty of his soldiers here to protect him, and he assured the girl that there was no place safer than here. He added that he would assign more guards, just in case, and thanked the detective for his concern. The Duke gathered more of his men. He was surprised at how sneaky this detective was. He was killing people related to the project, so of course he knew what was going on. Ludvig Bencanto was indeed waiting for him. He believed that if everything was prepared correctly, then one magician was a trifle. His men were silent, but one of the guards said that the Duke was very confident in himself, so he should show something. The man removed the mask from his face, and it became clear that it was Professor Moriarty, but this did not frighten the owner. He wondered how this bastard got here and why he revealed himself now, even though he knew it was a trap. Smiling mockingly, the Duke asked James if he was ready to enjoy this banquet he had arranged for him. He asked him to look at this magical barrier that could block magic up to 6th grade and feel like a victim. The mage said that Ludvig was not like the bastards he had seen so far. They were all smug and losing concentration. But if this was all he had prepared, he was very disappointed, and Moriarty turned his cane on the Duke. The detective didn't like everyday clothes. They were too uncomfortable. The dress was very difficult to walk with. Casey thought that the Duke was openly ignoring her. It was clear that he was hiding something and therefore did not want to cooperate with her. She would have to act on her own, and if her assumptions were correct, then Moriarty should soon attack the Duke. Ludvig sat on the floor in fear, and all his men were already dead. The Duke did not understand why his soldiers, whom he had selected, died without doing anything. Moriarty concentrated his power and directed it at the Duke, who realized that the barrier would not save him and shouted at the magician to get out. The guests who were celebrating a banquet below heard something happening above and looked up. On the balcony, Moriarty held Duke Ludvig in the air. The magician said that he would recognize him, since he forced him to use this magic. In exchange, he would give him time to say his last words. The Duke called him a monster, and if he had only known that the mage was so powerful, he would have prepared more carefully, but he would not allow everything to go according to his scenario. Ludvig added that the magician may have destroyed everything, but he had overlooked one thing: the automaton factory, owed to steel. So before Moriarty came here, he sent his cleaners there. James saw that he was being attacked by a water element from behind. He guessed that it was Detective Casey. Ludvig called her and said that he knew she had come to save him, but Moriarty would not let him go. Casey said that she was not wrong about James and would not repeat the mistakes she made the last time they met. She said that she used all the water from the nearby lake to surround the estate, so he had nowhere to run. And it was amazing, and really very dangerous. She stood in his way, while using a huge amount of magical power, and when he was most focused. The magician understood that the moment he killed the Duke, those water tentacles would pierce him, and if he used the hostage as bait, he would have a moment to escape, but then he would not be able to kill him. But if he doesn't hurry, those bastards will get to the factory and destroy Artie. There was no time to waste, and Moriarty let go of the Duke, and he flew down from the balcony. With a scream, the detective rushed towards him, focusing on saving Duke Ludvig. The Duke screamed as he fell, and Casey caught him with a wave of water, preventing him from falling to the ground. When he was downstairs, the detective asked if he was okay. The Duke asked her not to worry about him. Casey was furious. Moriarty disappeared as soon as she used the water to save the Duke. Ludvig told her to run after him. She had to stop the professor before he got to that place. Suddenly, one of them ordered everyone to stop, as there was a trap ahead, and a rather primitive one at that. The magicians realized that the threads that were stretched across the corridor were designed to collapse the ceiling when touched. Apparently, They did this to buy time. The senior cleaner ordered his men to beware of traps and pick up the pace. Sometime later, inside the laboratory, the mice told Hans how things were going, and the boys realized that the magicians were gaining speed, avoiding traps. Sheridan was worried. She told the guy that she needed to tune the strings better. Hans replied that there was no time. On the orders of the leader, they came to look at the condition of the child, so they did not expect uninvited guests. The girl asked the guy what they should do now, because they didn't have much time. Hans replied that since they couldn't escape, then at least we'd hold them off until Moriarty arrived. He took a sharp blade out of his pocket and stuck it into his hand, turning into a werewolf. Our hero ran with all his might. He begged him to hold on until he came. He had to make it in time. The main villain walked towards Sheridan and Hans. He announced that all his subordinates were dead, so they should not expect mercy. The girl told him that they had no bombs left, and Hans told her to run away and he would try to buy some time. The villain said that there was too much talk. He would kill them both, and he was about to attack with a sword in his hands. But he didn't see that our hero was already behind him, and his spikes of dark energy were directed in his direction. Our hero used his combat weapon and thrust his sword into the villain's back, preventing him from attacking his friends. Hans, as a werewolf, and Sheridan were incredibly happy about Moriarty's arrival, because it is unknown what could have happened if it were not for him. James praised his friends for holding out well, and asked Hans what was going on with the experiment. His friend replied that the soul transfer had already been completed, but it needed a little more time to synchronize. Suddenly they felt the building shaking. Sheridan assumed it was an earthquake. Moriarty told Hans and Sheridan to get out of here, suddenly asked him what about him, because the process is not over yet. Our hero replied that he would do everything in his power, so they should not worry, and his friends asked him to be careful. Holding on to the werewolf, Sheridan shouted to James as she ran that he absolutely had to come back. Moriarty knew Detective Casey would follow him, but he didn't expect her to literally burst through the ground. Casey destroyed the wall with her magic to get inside, and the mage told her that she made a mess. Didn't she know how to knock properly? James noted that she was constantly getting in the way, probably wanting to catch him so badly. The girl replied that he was right, because a detective's job was to catch criminals. Did he really think that he could continue to walk around as if nothing had happened? Casey looked around and thoughtfully said that it was somehow gloomy here, and unexpectedly discovered an entire laboratory here. The detective asked the magician why he was waiting this time and not running away. Apparently he had something in mind, but he replied that it hadn't occurred to her that he himself would be the guinea pig. The girl said that he was probably joking, to which James replied that it was up to her to decide whether to believe him or not, and that he should just stop stalking him. Our hero explained to her that she couldn't defeat him anyway. She thinks that she can do the impossible, and when she can't, she starts getting angry, completely pointless. Casey reminded him that he himself forced her to follow the tracks, and now suddenly she says the opposite. Why isn't he running away right now? The detective concluded that there seemed to be something important to him here, and the magician wondered if she had guessed it. Hans and Sheridan are out of danger, but since Artie's synchronization is not yet complete, they will have to fight. And yet James was not in the best condition right now. He had spent too much magic and strength to get here. Casey thought about how many sleepless nights had been spent chasing him. Plus, it had taken a pretty powerful spell to create that much water. So the fight began. Although no one wanted it, Casey attacked first, and Moriarty became defensive. A few seconds later, James used the third-tier magic spell Ice Queen's Breath. Even though ice is a solid state of water, Detective Casey had great difficulty controlling it. Although she didn't care, she believed that she had enough magic. Even someone like him couldn't freeze absolutely all the water. James thought that he could continue like this, but it was completely pointless, so he would have to attack her. And Moriarty used the fifth-tier light magic spell Assault Ballista. The detective shouted at the mage that it wouldn't work and created a fighting knight out of the element of water. This knight held a huge shield that blocked Moriarty Casey's magic. From the force and power of this fight, the walls began to crack, and soon the burst pipes fell to the floor and explosive barrels. There was an explosion behind James, and he realized that at this rate the entire lab would be destroyed, and Artie was in danger. Moriarty left the fight with Casey and rushed to the child, and the detective wondered why he was running away and decided that this time he would not leave. The detective headed towards the fleeing James, but the building continued to collapse and rocks fell around. When our hero rushed to the place, the synchronization finally ended and he decided to take it and get out of there as quickly as possible. He enveloped the box with green liquid in which the boy lay with magic and was about to leave. Moriarty looked at the second box. There was a child there too, but he wouldn't have had time anyway, so he asked him to forgive him. Casey followed in his footsteps and didn't understand where he went. It felt like this guy was actually hiding something. She had to get out before the building completely collapsed, but suddenly she saw a box in another room. She wondered what secret could be there, but when she entered there, she couldn't believe her eyes. The detective saw a child lying with his eyes closed in a box with green liquid. Our hero got out with the boy and decided to rest somewhere in the forest. The magician was already at his limit, but fortunately, he had his pills with him, which he did not use. After all, the main thing for Moriarty now was Artie, and James stood up and walked over to the box. Ever since Casey Selmoy got on his trail, time hasn't been kind to him. But it was necessary to make sure that the experiment was successful, although there was one more thing, and the magician promised the boy to return. 15 minutes later, Moriarty was standing near a huge waterfall. He came here specifically so that Casey would follow him. The detective caught up with him here as expected, and out of breath, told James that he had nowhere else to run. Moriarty asked her if the waterfall was truly magnificent. Perhaps she knew its name, adding that it was the loudest sound nature could create. The girl did not understand why he suddenly started talking about this, and replied that there was not a single soul nearby. It was logical that no one knew about him. Moriarty turned around and said that since this waterfall was nameless, then he would call it Reichenbach. And our hero suggested to Casey Selma to end their differences here, in this beautiful place. The girl tried to attack him, but she no longer had the strength, and James asked if she really had no mana left. The detective looked at Moriarty and asked him if he had any left. He replied that she was more dangerous than he was. James noted that this was the first time she had encountered a mana deficit, and in this state she was no match for him, and victory was his. Casey glared at Moriarty. She told him not to make her laugh. He had no idea what she had gone through to corner him, and she wouldn't give in that easily. James stood, pointing his cane at the girl, and she screamed his name, squeezing out the last of her mana. Our hero parried the blows, but he also had no strength. He could not understand why she was fighting with all her might. Moriarty realized that he couldn't block her blows properly, and suddenly the girl made a dash and rushed at the guy. The detective, gathering all her strength, pounced on him, and together they flew off the cliff. The magician shouted at her that she was crazy, but she did not regret what she had done because he would die along with her. The girl shouted at him that she was ready to sacrifice herself to punish him for all his crimes. Detective Casey looked into James's eyes and screamed that they would die together, and his eyes grew dim. He could use a little mana. The magician gathered his last strength and hooked himself onto the rock, and this saved their lives. Moriarty was holding onto the chain, and the unconscious girl was hanging on him, her arms around his neck. James said he agreed. Casey Selmoy won. Justice was served. Breaking news reported that Detective Casey Salamoy, the scourge of the criminal underworld, had captured James Moriarty, and a furious fight had broken out near the waterfall. Brave Casey grabbed Moriarty and jumped into the waterfall with him, and the evil criminal fell, while Casey Selma managed to escape and was taken to the county hospital. The next morning, in the Delica Kingdom District Hospital, the detective woke up in a hospital bed, trying to remember if she really defeated James Moriarty. She didn't believe it. The very fact that she survived the fall into the waterfall meant that he survived too. A nurse entered the room. She saw that the detective had already woken up and thanked her with a smile, and Casey asked what she was thanking her for. The girl explained that she was grateful that the detective had rid them of the evil genius. Now people could sleep peacefully. Casey asked what that sound was outside the window, and the nurse explained that it was people who had read the article coming to visit their heroine. The nurse reminded the girl that she needed rest. Casey only looked out the window, where she saw people who were happily waving at her and shouting thank you. They shouted bravo to the detective, and the girl finally found the strength to get out of bed to greet them. That same day, the detective went to the estate of Duke Bencanto. The Duke apologized for disturbing her and asked if the monster Moriarty was really dead. The Duke looked very scared, and Casey told him that Moriarty had been officially declared dead. She explained that a detailed examination of the areas surrounding the waterfall failed to reveal a body, so she was not sure that he was dead. After her words, even more fear and horror settled in the Duke's eyes, because there was no certainty of his death. Casey said she wanted to leave if he had nothing else to say, but he stopped her. He noted that the danger had not passed, especially for her, but the girl replied that if he just tried, then she would definitely catch him. As she was leaving, the detective clarified that if he was still alive, he would soon make himself known, and added that the Duke should be more careful than she. He tried to tell her something else after that, but Casey didn't want to listen to him and simply closed the door. It is true that Moriarty is a sinner, but Duke Ludvig is also far from being a dandelion. There was no way the rumors could have spread beyond the automotor factory given its size, and yet the Duke thoughtlessly names its location, indicating his involvement. The girl was sure he was somehow involved in the project, but she wouldn't do anything without some solid evidence. Not only can she not catch Moriarty, she can't even punish the criminal who is right under her nose. 4 hours later, the detective found herself in the woods near the lab. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he hadn't taken the thing. She thought that maybe the automaton that was discovered in the lab could be used to find clues. When Casey opened the box, the baby woke up, looked at her with big eyes, and asked who she was. The detective replied that she was the one who found him, and that the girl was immediately charmed by this child. Our hero was in Moriarty's temporary shelter. He talked to Hans over the radio and said that he spared Ludvig. At first he wanted to kill him, but after he saw him shaking with horror, he decided that this was the worst punishment for him. The magician said that their goals in the kingdom of Delica were accomplished. Let Moriarty remain dead to the public, and they would have no problems. Hans agreed with his friend and said that he understood that they should wait for him at the next target. The friend asked the magician what happened to the automotor, but he was silent, and Hans realized that it was probably a failure. Hans wished the magician good luck and ended the connection, but our hero did not have time to tell him the main thing. Moriarty guessed that his friend had misunderstood him, but left everything as it was. It was never too late to explain everything. The boy agreed and called the magician master, but he asked not to call him that because the boy is not a thing. James noted that he is now more of a naive child, so he needs to learn about the world while he has the opportunity, and the boy responded that this is a good clarification. The magician told the boy that he would soon introduce him to someone, so he would begin his path of knowledge with them. The boy asked if he would stay with him and called him teacher, which made the professor freeze, and the boy thought he had said the wrong thing. James had already mentally prepared himself for the fact that something like this could happen. Even if his soul had successfully transferred, there was still a chance that the personality of that child was now lost forever. And Moriarty actually wished it were so. Hearing him call him teacher again after he woke up was painful, and did he even have the right to be called that? And the professor said that the boy also needed to come up with a name. The boy said that he didn't mind if they called him code name Alpha. And our hero gave him the name Arfa, and the boy noted that he was familiar with this name and he liked it, which the magician was very happy about. The professor added that something needed to be changed in his appearance, since people thought he was an aristocrat and constantly turned around to look at him, and the boy replied that he could make some minor changes. And the magician also asked him to smile, and Arfa promised to try his best if he wanted it. Our hero opened the door. He had a lot to tell his little friend, and the boy, smiling, followed his master.